What would you do if you were trapped in a swarm of mutated monsters, face to face with a hideous beast dead set on taking your life? Give up? Run for your life. But for Cheng Hai, that's not a dead end. That's when he becomes the most dangerous, going from a weak web novel writer to stepping through a mysterious dungeon gate right in his own bedroom out of pure curiosity. This guy accidentally awakened a cheat-tier hidden class. The Death Stalker. The closer he is to death, the more his strength and speed explode, shattering all limits. Forget about those weak, whiny protagonists, just look at how this absolute madman survives. Free, falling down a 900-meter waterfall without a parachute, summoning a massive death worm to swallow a mage whole in the blink of an eye at the Queen of Shadows arena, wielding the Death Scythe and using eyes that can predict the future to cleave through monsters leagues above his own level. And if that wasn't enough, he straight up disrespects the very gods who dare to stand in his way. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Today, join us as we follow Cheng Hai and witness the most insane evolution, from a total rookie to the ultimate nightmare of every dungeon across the globe. Let's get into it. In 2022, in Dongshan City, Cheng Hai jolted awake, his face drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, his eyes locked onto the massive dimensional gate that had materialized right in front of him. Hard as it was to believe, this was no dream. That gate was a dungeon entrance that had abruptly appeared inside his very own home. Ever since 2012, gateways leading to mysterious dungeons began appearing across the globe, as if summoned from another dimension. Following a series of brutal explorations, power struggles, and developmental efforts, governments worldwide announced 5 staggering facts. First, these entrances were indestructible, regardless of human effort. Second, if a dungeon was not cleared within a specified time frame, the entrance would undergo a reversal, releasing savage monsters into the real world. Third, those lucky enough to survive a dungeon would become adventurers, embarking on a tempting path toward superhuman transcendence. Fourth, the higher the level of the monsters within a dungeon, the more substantial the rewards for clearing it. Fifth, the strongest lords hidden deep underground could even survive a direct hit from a nuclear bomb. 10 years have passed, and dungeon entrances continue to appear and be conquered. Humanity has gradually adapted to their presence, as if they were an indispensable part of the modern world. Recently, intelligence regarding dungeons and adventurers has begun to go public, albeit in fragments. For instance, a weekly adventurer publication in Canada once released a shocking report. On average, only 1 out of every 2,000 ordinary people has the chance to become an adventurer. As of July 2022, there were approximately 35,000 registered adventurers globally, an infinitesimal number compared to the world's total population. In the eyes of the elite and powerful conglomerates, adventurers are not just superhuman warriors, but golden tickets to a meteoric rise in status. For them, participating in dungeon adventures is an opportunity to consolidate social standing and achieve extraordinary feats. However, behind the halo and prestige of high-level adventurers lie the blood and tears of thousands of ordinary people who have stepped onto this life-and-death threshold, whether by choice or by force. And then there is our protagonist, Cheng Hai. By a stroke of luck, he became one of the few fortunate enough to be granted such an opportunity. Cheng Hai stood silently, his gaze fixed on the mysterious gate before him, scratching his head in confusion. The gate emitted a faint dark glow, as if whispering a series of eerie temptations. He muttered under his breath, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "You've really put me in a tough spot." He began to weigh his options, memories flashing through his mind. "I remember 5 years ago, the mortality rate for entering a dungeon was as high as 50. A literal coin toss between life and death. Should I become an adventurer? It's too dangerous." Besides, Cheng Hai wasn't short on money. He frowned and talked to himself. "Maybe I should just report this to the government and the Adventurer Association. I recall that ordinary citizens get a huge reward for reporting an entrance, probably some kind of rare treasure." He pulled out his phone to look up more information, but the first line on the screen made him freeze. A shocking news alert popped up. Staff members of the Shenzhen Association had been arrested by police on suspicion of murder and dungeon smuggling. Cheng Hai stopped, his eyes darkening, and he shook his head hesitantly. "Never mind, if I'm unlucky enough to run into a greedy employee. That would be like inviting a wolf into my own home," he whispered worriedly. He looked at the gate again, his heart heavy. Sell the information to a conglomerate? Even less feasible. A dungeon entrance can only be used fewer than 10 times. If he sold it, the conglomerate would find a way to silence him, either through a staged accident or by monitoring him until the entrance was depleted. Relying on the morality of capitalists was harder than climbing to heaven. Cheng Hai curled his lip in self-deprecation, a bitter smile playing on his face. But sitting idly by wasn't an option either. If the deadline passed, the entrance would reverse, monsters would swarm out, causing casualties and destroying public infrastructure, and he would be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison for failing to report what he knew. Cheng Hai clenched his fists, a flash of determination in his eyes. He had to figure out what type of entrance his was first. If it was a comprehensive type with a high mortality rate, he would move out before calling the police. If it was a hunting type with a high survival rate, he would handle it himself. He opened his phone to search for information on adventurer entrance classifications. Reading the last line, Cheng Hai let out a small sigh of relief. A slight smile appeared on his face. It seemed his luck wasn't entirely terrible. The gate before him was a level 2 hunting type. A small-scale, entry-level dungeon suitable for novices. 2 days later, a sharp ring at the doorbell echoed through Cheng Hai's home. He opened the door to find a somber-looking man standing there, much to his surprise. The man handed over a large package and said flatly, "Please sign for this." As Cheng Hai looked down to sign, the courier leaned in and asked in a low, meaningful whisper, "Did you find a dungeon entrance or something? Otherwise, why would you buy so much contraband?" Cheng Hai froze, his heart pounding as a wave of unease rose in his chest. He quickly opened the package, trying to maintain his composure, and waved the stick in his hand while laughing awkwardly, his voice sounding a bit strained. "I just bought these for fun. My old gear broke, so I'm getting something new. Is there a problem?" The courier stepped back, his eyes darting around, and quickly shook his head. "No, nothing. I was just asking." With that, he turned and left, his figure disappearing into the sunset. Cheng Hai stared at his back, his mind filled with suspicion. He slowly closed the door, thinking to himself, "Everyone is superstitious about dungeon stuff, that's common knowledge, but being asked so bluntly by a stranger is actually a bit chilling." With a heavy thud, he shut the door and turned toward the package on the shelf, carefully beginning to unpack it. After some effort, Cheng Hai changed into a brand new set of armor, gripping a gleaming fire axe tightly in his hand. He muttered to himself with satisfaction, "This axe has some new features," but as he felt its weight, he frowned slightly. It was a bit heavy, and the chest piece felt tight, though it didn't hinder his walking too much. "This will do." He stood before the gate, his expression serious and filled with concern. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Hai pushed the door open and stepped inside. The space before him transformed instantly. Instead of the dark cavern he had expected, he found himself in a lush, dense forest. Trees grew thick and sunlight filtered through the heavy canopy, creating mottled patterns of shadow on the ground. He muttered with a hint of excitement, "It's not a cave, then my first opponent will likely be a leopard or a werewolf." He smiled to himself. It seemed the gear was worth the money. Cheng Hai began searching for his status panel. According to reports, every adventurer activates this upon their first entry into a dungeon. After fumbling for a moment, the status panel materialized, displaying his personal information. Looking at the numbers, he couldn't help but freeze, murmuring, "If I remember correctly, the base attributes for an ordinary person are all 10. An 8 is considered weak, while a 16 is excellent. I don't exercise much, so it makes sense that my strength and agility are only 9, but an intelligence of 16 is truly unexpected." The corners of his mouth curled up, a flash of pride in his eyes. Although intelligence was often considered the most useless attribute, a score of 16 was extremely rare, even within the association or major conglomerates. Strength, agility, and constitution could all be improved through training, but intelligence was something that couldn't be forced. While still feeling smug, he switched to another function and clicked on the exit conditions. A quest popped up. Title: Murloc Hunting Season. Cheng Hai's face instantly turned pale, his eyes widening in horror. He cried out, his voice hoarse from shock, "Why Murlocs? I'm allergic to seafood, can't you give me a normal opponent?" The scene shifted to a dense jungle. A hideous Murloc, clutching a sharp blade, was lurking in the shadows. Red-eyed from tension, Cheng Hai suddenly lunged out, swinging his axe with all his might. However, he made too much noise, and the monster immediately sensed him, dodging the blow. The axe blade only managed to graze its arm, leaving a shallow wound. The Murloc roared, seemingly aware of the adventurer's presence in the forest. The battle dragged on, and Cheng Hai struggled to cope, drenched in sweat. Finally, after an exhausting struggle, he managed to take the monster down. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, and muttered wearily, "Wait, is the difficulty standard for this dungeon wrong? A single Murloc almost killed me. If I ran into a squad, I'd be dead on the spot." Just then, a notification popped up, showing he had leveled up to level 2. But the line of text that followed made Cheng Hai explode in rage. He shouted, "Is this a joke? Are you insulting me?" Cheng Hai gripped his spear, determination in his eyes, and muttered tiredly, "Forget it, that's enough for today. I'll find a private coach, get my attributes up, and then come back for the challenge." He returned to his room and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as drained as if he had just run a marathon. "I'm exhausted. I've used up 6 months' worth of energy," he complained helplessly. Suddenly, the screen before him lit up, displaying a new notification. Cheng Hai blinked, unsure of what was happening. A line of text clearly stated, "Task completed." He frowned and muttered under his breath. It seemed there were rewards for completing tasks. The system continued to prompt, detecting that the adventurer had left the dungeon. Calculating rewards. The corners of Cheng Hai's mouth lifted slightly as he smiled complacently. My expectations aren't that high, just give me a stat-boosting elixir. But when the notification for the completed calculation popped up, he nearly fell off the sofa. Rating: E reward. White item, ordinary thermos. Cheng Hai's face turned bright red with rage as he roared. So what if I'm a rookie? Everyone starts as a rookie. He grabbed the thermos he had just received, glanced at the info, and then hurled it into the corner of the room in a fit of fury. Who would want this junk? He yelled, his eyes burning with anger. His eyes burned with frustration. Unwilling to dwell on his disappointment, he stood up, packed his things, and headed straight to the Jim Gels training center. At the front desk, an assistant greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I have an appointment with Coach An." She nodded in response, her tone warm. "Ah, you must be Mr. Cheng Hai. Coach An is waiting for you in the VIP room. Please follow me." Cheng Hai followed, his eyes scanning the gym as he made a mental assessment. He hadn't expected such a small place to have a dedicated VIP room for new adventurers and those in need of supplies. A year's fees were exactly equal to the royalties from his new book, but if his physical condition could significantly improve in a short time, the money would be worth it. The assistant struck up a conversation, her voice gentle. "Have you trained before, Mr. Cheng?" He gave a short answer. "No," she kept smiling and continued. "Then why are you spending so much money to hire Coach An? If you're just building a foundation, an ordinary coach would suffice." Cheng Hai paused for a moment, sensing the probing nature of her question. She's very direct, he thought, before trying to come up with a justification. He answered confidently, "If I have the means, of course I want the best. After all, the goal is to become an adventurer. And I don't think an ordinary coach is the right choice. That's how I see it." The assistant glanced at him and let out a soft laugh. "Is that so?" She pushed open the door to the VIP room and added, "Then you should talk to Coach An." The door opened and Cheng Hai stepped inside, his heart racing. Before him was a wiry young man wiping away sweat, looking as though he had just finished a workout. Cheng Hai muttered to himself, his voice full of doubt. This is nothing like I imagined. I expected a muscular brute, and instead I get a soft, cute little guy." Just then, a hulking man approached. The man was covered in rippling muscles and radiated an aura as sharp as a blade. He spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "My classes are quite expensive, but you actually managed to book one." Cheng Hai jumped, spinning his head around, nearly crying out in surprise. "You've got to be kidding. This was the strongest A-rank coach in Dongshan province, Coach An." He stared at Cheng Hai with piercing eyes. "You want to be an adventurer?" Training began. And before long, Cheng Hai was utterly spent. He wheezed, nearly collapsing. I give up. I can't handle this level of intensity." Coach An calmly took the dumbbell from his hand, his tone steady. "All right, that's enough for today. Good work. 30 kilograms, 5 reps. Based on that, your maximum capacity is about 35 kilograms. He paused, looking Cheng Hai up and down before continuing. "Well, for a beginner, and considering your current body weight, this lifting performance is still on the weaker side." Cheng Hai sat slumped on the floor, drenched in sweat and panting as if he had just run a lap around the entire province. He muttered self-critically, "What the hell is this?" though he knew he was weak. "This is still a bit too low." He sighed, thinking about how other ordinary guys out there could lift around 50 kilograms, while he had only managed 35, and that was his absolute limit. Beside him, another student named Shu Mao was watching him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Brother Cheng Hai, your foundation is honestly terrible," Shu Mao commented, his tone slightly teasing. "Converting 35 kilograms into adventurer attributes, that's only about 9 points. Coach An stepped forward, his massive frame exuding an overwhelming presence. He said in a low, firm voice, "An average person's strength, constitution, and agility are usually balanced. Your foundation is too thin. It's impossible to complete 3 attribute modifications within a month." Cheng Hai wiped his sweat and looked up to ask, "Then how long will it take?" Coach An replied, his eyes sharp. "If you practice all 3 diligently, it will take about a quarter to reach 11 points across the board. Those 11 points are an estimate for the panel. It would put your strength on par with an average person." Cheng Hai nodded, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. He wiped his sweat and replied, "Understood. Then let's start training on a 1/4 schedule." "Where do I pay?" Shu Mao, standing nearby, immediately flashed a bright smile and patted him on the shoulder. "Great, I won't be lonely anymore. Let's get to know each other. I'm Shu Mao, a contracted adventurer for Jim Gel's gym. Nice to meet you." Cheng Hai smiled back, his tone friendly. "I'm Cheng Hai. I write novels. Nice to meet you too." The scene shifted to a fast food restaurant where Cheng Hai and Shu Mao sat opposite each other, the ice in their water glasses clinking. Shu Mao spoke up curiously, By the way, why would a steady guy like you sign up for Coach Anne's classes? The results are impressive, sure, but the price is just too steep. Honestly, you don't need to rush. You could just train at home or find a cheaper coach. Usually, only the ultra-wealthy or those signed with the association hire Coach Anne. If I weren't signed with Jim Gell's GS, I couldn't afford him either. Cheng Hai let out a forced laugh, trying his best to look natural. It's because I have more money than I know what to do with. My books have earned me quite a bit. Since my goal is to become an adventurer, I naturally want the best training facility. Xu Mao arched an eyebrow, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. I see. I thought maybe you'd become an adventurer because you discovered a dungeon entrance or something. His expression then turned serious, and he lowered his voice. But since you've set such a goal as your senior, let me teach you some common knowledge so you don't get scammed. When an adventurer enters a dungeon for the first time, they receive a title based on their performance. You can choose whether or not to display it. When you gain attribute bonuses or buffs, the title's stats can be seen by other adventurers. There are hunters who specifically track down low-level dungeon entrances. They often hang around suspicious people while displaying their titles. If the target reacts unnaturally because they're drawn to the title, the hunter knows that person has become an adventurer, and they'll follow them to find the entrance. Cheng Hai's heart skipped a beat, a wave of lingering fear washing over him. On the surface he remained calm, a flash of fake gratitude appearing in his eyes. Is that so? I've really learned something new today. Xu Mao watched him making a silent assessment. No reaction. It seems he's not a real adventurer after all. This kind of guy, weak, rich, and delusional enough to think he can be an adventurer, is truly worthless. Though Cheng Hai acted composed, his mind was screaming, thank God I took off that humiliating title, or I would have been completely exposed. Xu Mao stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Anne's almost done with the contract talks. Let's head over. Come on. Snapping out of it, Cheng Hai quickly replied, right. The scene shifted to a small office where Coach N sat with his chin resting on his hand, his cold gaze scanning a stack of documents. He said in a deep voice, among those famous writers there are indeed some who specialize in adventurer themes. No wonder he has the money and the motivation. He bought my classes to train for the role. Beside him the assistant nodded and added thoughtfully, and he hasn't made any specific demands for the curriculum, unlike those who have found a dungeon entrance, and are desperate to clear it within a month. Hovering above Coach Anne's head was the title Rookie Killer, emitting a faint menacing glow. His face remained grim, his voice cold as ice. True. The likelihood that Cheng Hai is an adventurer or has found an entrance is extremely low. When Xu Mao brings him back, if he can't see my title, we'll proceed as usual. Until an elite dungeon appears, we can't pass up an opportunity to squeeze some extra profit. The scene cut to Xu Mao leading Cheng Hai back to the Jim Gell's gym. Coach Anne and his assistant were already waiting in the lobby, their gazes full of scrutiny. Coach Anne spoke flatly, the contract is ready. Sign it if you don't see any issues. Cheng Hai nodded, trying to act as casual as possible. All right, but inwardly he was stunned. He hadn't expected even an AA rank coach from GS to be. He cast a fleeting glance at the space above Coach Anne's head, but didn't let his gaze linger to avoid showing any signs of abnormality. He walked to the front desk to pay, led by the assistant. Watching from a distance with arms crossed, Coach Anne said to Xu Mao, he was very calm when he looked at me. His eyes didn't linger on the title above my head. It doesn't look like he's someone who found a dungeon. Xu Mao shrugged and replied, of course not. I'm a contracted adventurer for GS after all. He turned and muttered to himself. Then there's no need to keep watching him. Just for your info, Coach Anne is a level 13 adventurer, and I'm level 6. At the counter, Cheng Hai handed over the signed contract. It's done. The assistant smiled and handed back a copy. This is your copy, please keep it safe. Coach Anne will take you for a physical test in a moment. Cheng Hai nodded. Understood. Inside the room, after a series of running tests, Cheng Hai was gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Recording the data, Coach Anne ordered, that's enough. It's just as I expected. You're very weak. We'll skip the agility test for now. For the next week, we'll focus on increasing your strength and stamina. When are you free? Cheng Hai wiped away his sweat, his voice firm. I'm free anytime. Coach Anne nodded. Fine. Come in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Back in his bedroom, Cheng Hai collapsed onto his bed, his body limp. He muttered to himself, I never expected a massive gym like this to have such a racket. Using titles to identify new adventurers' attributes, then setting traps to fleece them. If I hadn't been careful, I would have almost exposed myself just now. He clicked his tongue, a look of wariness in his eyes. No wonder they have AA rank coaches here. I'm afraid adventurer-related services across the entire country are full of traps. Suddenly he sat up, struck by a thought. Wait, if that's the case, the place where I bought my armor is also suspicious. Thank goodness I didn't buy the whole set in one place, or I'd practically be turning myself in if I'd been exposed then. He let out a long sigh, realizing he had underestimated the dangers of being an adventurer. "I need to revise my plan," he muttered, his gaze turning to the mysterious portal in the room which was pulsing with an eerie light. After preparing all his gear, Cheng Hai stood before the gate, his heart filled with both determination and worry. He stepped inside, his voice low. "I wanted to wait until I'd trained more before coming back, but I didn't expect the outside world to be so ruthless, with everyone eyeing low-level adventurers. I got lucky today, but I can't stay lucky forever." Cheng Hai sighed, a look of helplessness in his eyes. "I have no choice but to take the risk, leveling up while I fight." He opened his status panel and scrolled to a new quest line. Collect a pair of Murloc eyes. He paused, remembering the Murloc he had killed a few days ago. He muttered, "Wait, I wonder if the eyes from that one yesterday will work." He immediately returned to the forest in the dungeon where the Murloc's corpse still lay. But when he arrived, a foul stench hit him. He quickly covered his nose, his brow furrowed. "Damn it, it's completely rotten," he complained as he looked over the body, finding that the lower half had been chewed to pieces. He deduced that some creature nearby must have eaten it, though luckily the eyes were still there. "Good luck, I don't have to fight today." He carefully removed the eyeballs, muttering, "I'll take a look around this area first to scout the terrain." While he was focused on the monster's corpse, Cheng Hai didn't notice a figure quietly approaching from behind. A slight sound made him startle and spin around. To his surprise, it was another Murloc, its eyes blood-red as if seeking revenge for its companion. Cheng Hai breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Oh, just a Murloc. I thought it was someone else. You scared me to death." He pointed at the monster and shouted confidently, "You're just a lone Murloc. I'm not afraid of you." Before he could finish, another Murloc suddenly lunged from the bushes. Cheng Hai's face instantly turned from pale to purple and cold sweat poured down. "He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day." He turned and bolted, shouting as he ran, "Two at once? That's against the rules." A fierce chase ensued, both sides gasping for breath. The lead Murloc raised its blade, roaring as if ordering its companion to flank him. Cheng Hai wiped away his sweat, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Hey, pretty arrogant for someone facing death. Haven't you noticed? Your partner's already lost you." The monster froze and looked back, realizing its companion was indeed gone. Cheng Hai seized the opportunity, murderous intent surging in his eyes. He swung his axe with a powerful stroke, cleanly finishing off the monster. Just then, the other Murloc burst from the jungle, but seeing its companion already fallen under the axe, it turned and fled in a panic. Cheng Hai gave a sinister smile, shouting as he gave chase, "Don't run, baby." Back in his room, Cheng Hai received a system notification, "Adventurer detected to have left the dungeon." Calculating results. A few seconds later, the notification showed the adventurer's performance rating as good, but no rewards followed. Cheng Hai was furious. He rubbed his forehead and collapsed onto the sofa in disappointment. "God damn it, the rating was clearly higher this time, and yet no reward," he grumbled with a face full of displeasure. "Is the drop rate for entry-level dungeons really this low? No, if other adventurers are dealing with this, how do they make any money, or is there some trick I don't know about? I'll try asking Shu Mao and Coach in tomorrow. But I have to behave myself until I'm sure they're no longer monitoring a rookie like me who owns a dungeon entrance." The next day, Cheng Hai went to the Jim Gel's gym to ask Coach An's assistant. "Oh, Shu Mao and Coach An aren't here?" The assistant gave a bright smile. "Shu Mao went to the neighboring city and will be back in a few days. Coach An has something to take care of and hasn't arrived yet." Cheng Hai nodded. "All right, then I'll go train in the VIP room first." A few days later in the training room, Cheng Hai was working up a sweat on the treadmill. Shu Mao and Coach An stood to the side. Watching him, Shu Mao spoke up, "He's been maintaining this intensity the whole time I was away." Coach An nodded, his voice low. "Yeah, he's quite diligent. At this rate, his strength and agility will soon reach 11 points. He paused before continuing, "If he can keep up this pace without getting injured, he might even reach 12 points in a quarter." Shu Mao turned and asked curiously, "By the way, does the club plan to sign him directly to GS? Someone with money and motivation like him could be groomed into a core adventurer." Coach An shook his head, his gaze cold. "I asked him before you came back, but he refused. He wants to take the black market route to become a freelance adventurer." Shu Mao shrugged and sighed. "Well, forget it then." Meanwhile, Cheng Hai continued to train hard, large beads of sweat dripping off him. Despite his body being exhausted, a firm look of determination burned in his eyes. Shu Mao walked over and patted Cheng Hai on the shoulder, saying with a hint of concern, "You're pushing too hard, you'll get injured easily like this." Cheng Hai wiped away his sweat and managed a forced smile. "Every day counts. If I drag this out, my wallet won't be able to handle it." Shu Mao fell silent, his gaze wandering as if he were weighing something. He thought about the prices for adventurers on the black market, where expenses would multiply with time and level. Finally he nodded. Fair enough. At a fast food restaurant, Cheng Hai sat chewing a burger, lost in thought. He figured it was safe to say that Shu Mao and Coach An had ruled out the possibility of him having a dungeon entrance. Now he just needed to find the right moment. Shu Mao suddenly walked over and sat opposite him, looking at him curiously. "What are you staring off into space for? What's on your mind?" Cheng Hai jumped, laughing awkwardly. "Nothing, I might just be too tired. I think my brain short-circuited for a second." Shu Mao frowned and said seriously, "You can't go on like this. Overtraining will lead to injuries. Once you're hurt, your progress is ruined." Cheng Hai nodded repeatedly, his eyes clearing a bit. "Yeah, I know, I'll cut back appropriately." Shu Mao shrugged and continued. "By the way, have you made any money in this line of work yet?" Cheng Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's still early. The way things are going, I'll have to wait until I'm level 11 just to break even." He asked curiously, "Why does it have to be after level 11? Shu Mao took a sip of water and explained like a seasoned veteran, "Because low-level adventurers from level 1 to 5 have it easy. As long as they have a senior leading the team, the mortality rate is extremely low. Adventurers without ambition usually take this path until they reach level 10. From level 6 to 10, the difficulty of tasks increases, and monster intel becomes more valuable. This stage is mostly about gathering information. While the survival rate isn't as high, it's still manageable. It's only when you hit level 11 that the dungeon difficulty spikes to a point where you can't easily handle it. That's when adventurers like me start making money. At that stage, adventurers are desperate to increase their strength. Gear, curios, skill books, anything that can improve survival rates can be sold for a high price." Cheng Hai pondered this and asked, "I don't understand. If dungeons after level 11 are so dangerous, why not accumulate more between level 6 and 10? Why wait until then to start grinding?" Shu Mao interrupted him, his tone flat. "There are many reasons. First, the Adventurer Association doesn't force adventurers to enter dungeons, so most people don't even consider it until level 11. Whether they should return to an ordinary life. Furthermore, the output of low-level dungeons is only enough to maintain an adventurer's basic footing. When you do the math, compared to the high-risk, high-reward situation of levels 11 to 15, gathering intel and doing logistics at levels 6 to 10 actually allows you to earn back your initial investment. They have no reason to risk their lives at higher levels." Cheng Hai fell silent, his eyes dimming as he grasped the harsh reality. "I see. So adventurers start branching out from level 6, no, even earlier than that." The scene shifted back to Cheng Hai's house. He was slumped on the sofa, scrolling through his phone and staring intently at the adventurer forums. He muttered helplessly, "I get it now. No wonder I can't find much useful info or secret manuals. It turns out most of the adventurer community makes money by selling intel. Reliable manuals and news all cost money. If a low-level adventurer is found to have a dungeon entrance, they'll be scammed out of everything they own." He clicked his tongue, a flash of shock and wariness in his eyes. "But what shocks me even more is that this dungeon only provides clear rewards and turns those who stumble in into adventurers. Only those two things." He stood up and began putting on his armor, checking his gear. He wasn't short on money, but facing the many dangers outside, it was best to handle this dungeon on his own first before deciding whether to continue being an adventurer. He muttered to himself with a frown, "All right, I'll use the method Shu Mao taught me. Focus on gathering intel first. I'll clear the dungeon once I've got a handle on the situation." Cheng Hai looked at the task notification that suddenly popped up on his status panel and muttered, "This task doesn't require combat. Good thing I followed Shu Mao's advice and bought a drone to help me. If I hadn't scouted this lake myself, I really wouldn't have known when I could finish this." In the dungeon's forest, a group of tidal Murlocs had gathered. Suddenly, one of them looked up and spotted a drone circling overhead. Through the clear screen, Cheng Hai observed the monster's entire formation. Among them, one Murloc stood out. It had razor-sharp fangs and deep red scales, radiating a savage aura. It roared, its voice filled with confusion. Was that a Murloc just now? Cheng Hai furrowed his brow, thinking, the drone footage is incredibly clear. Its build is significantly larger than the others. Its presence was entirely different from the toad-faced Murlocs he had encountered before, but it was likely just a higher-level, more powerful Murloc. He shook his head and ignored it for now, deciding to prioritize the escape mission before returning for this orange-red Murloc later. Cheng Hai pressed the drone's controls, sending it deeper into the forest to continue pathfinding. The hum of the device's engines inadvertently caught the attention of several Murlocs. After some searching, he cheered. Found it! Before him was a vast lake hidden deep within the forest. No wonder this deep-set dungeon was home to Murlocs. So there was a lake like this here. The escape mission was declared complete, and the system immediately updated the map and increased the dungeon's overall rating. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes, startling Cheng Hai. In an instant, the orange-red Murloc stood before him, its speed terrifyingly fast. It lunged forward, stumbling as it opened its massive maw as if to devour him. Cheng Hai reacted with lightning speed, immediately raising the drone's control panel to his chest to block the attack. Otherwise he would have been dead. He glanced at the expensive drone now covered in dust, feeling a pang of regret for his wallet. No, now is not the time for that. This Murloc is too fast, I have to be twice as careful. Before he could catch his breath, 3 other Murlocs suddenly appeared, surrounding Cheng Hai. One of them pounced, its sharp claws tearing through the chains of his armor. Blood sprayed out, staining his right arm red. Cheng Hai bit his lip, thinking, that was damn dangerous. If not for the armor, he would have definitely lost his arm. The elite Murloc froze, surprise flickering in its eyes. It muttered to itself as if in disbelief, how is this human so hard to kill? It then shouted to its companions, get over here and help. A group of tidal Murlocs raised their weapons and closed in menacingly. Cheng Hai glanced toward the exit, a thought flashing through his mind, should I run? But the situation didn't leave him any time to think. Regardless, the difficulty of this dungeon was absurdly high. Just then, the system screen displayed, Tidal Murloc Dungeon, challenge rating updated. Completion escape mission is resetting. The scene shifted to another cave within the dungeon, where explosions echoed one after another, zimming. A level 5 adventurer with the title Thunder Fist stood amidst a pile of goblin corpses and sneered, Hey Zhang Chong, you're acting like you're taking your anger out on dead bodies. Standing beside Zhang Chong was a global Fortune 500 entrepreneur from Daewoo Technology, who was also a contracted level 5 adventurer with the title 5 Fireballs of Destruction. He shrugged and replied in a deep voice, I'm pulling them up by the roots because these goblins are too weak. They can't even take one of my punches. Zhang Chong straightened up, radiating confidence, showing no shame in his display of personality. Zimming glanced at the goblin corpses smashed into meat pies, thinking it'd be a miracle if they could. Even though he's only level 5, Zhang Chong's overall strength is easily on par with a level 9. He laughed heartily, his tone spirited. True, if Zhang Chong encounters a legendary bug, he might run into powerful monsters that only appear in higher level dungeons. Win or lose, as long as he survives, he'll get a curio upgrade voucher as compensation. Then he'll be one step closer to the legendary adventurer tier. Zimming was speechless, his eyes wide with shock. At the same level 5, this guy was already aiming for legendary status. He thought to himself, he's on a completely different level, there's no communicating with him. But regarding the curio upgrade voucher and how to get it, Zimming just shook his head. After all, it was just a rumor. The scene cut back to Cheng Hai, standing deathly pale amidst the heavy encirclement of tidal Murlocs. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it, what the hell is this? I was ready to run. And then this happens. Are you trying to kill me on purpose? He scanned the system task, escape mission. Survive for more than 3 minutes under pursuit by high combat power Murlocs. Complete to receive an additional reward. Curio upgrade voucher. The elite Murloc, its body shimmering with orange-red scales, howled as it commanded its subordinates to charge. Chaos erupted. A weak groan escaped Cheng Hai's throat. Blood oozed from the top of his head, staining his face and leaving only his glazed eyes visible. He collapsed to his knees, his hands hanging powerlessly, his face filled with despair. The elite Murloc lowered its guard and sneered, If you'd known it would end like this, you shouldn't have become an adventurer. Its cold spear tip was already pressed against his throat, but at that moment, a memory flashed through Cheng Hai's mind like a dying ember. He thought, all these years I've dreamed of dungeons. If I became an adventurer, I never wanted to be like the protagonists in books, constantly facing danger and tasting life and death. Despite his fear of dying and his weakness, Cheng Hai understood that his adventuring career could not end here. Fighting spirit burned within him. He gripped the axe handle tightly, a flash of determination in his eyes. Anyone who blocks my path, I'll fight them to the end. The elite Murloc turned its head, only to see Cheng Hai standing up and turning to face the horde of tidal Murlocs. He asked himself, what do I have left to use? What can I exploit? As if answering his inner call, the system popped up a new title that fit him perfectly. 50-50 match with tidal Murlocs. Cheng Hai instantly activated the title. The system automatically searched for the strongest Murloc and granted him identical attributes. Strength 1, Agility 8, Perception 6. In an instant, Cheng Hai felt his body become incredibly light. His limbs had never been so flexible. He swung his axe and charged, every move crisp and decisive. His strength, speed, and vision surged in sync. Under the horrified gazes of its companions, he beheaded a tidal Murloc with a single swing. The corners of Cheng Hai's mouth lifted slightly. Good, at this speed I can do this. His sharp gaze made the remaining Murlocs tremble. 1, 2, they fell one after another. Some were decapitated, others sliced in half. Not a single corpse was left intact. The elite Murloc, leader of this group, froze, its fiery red eyes filled with horror. Its subordinates lay scattered across the ground in pieces. It muttered in confusion, strange, this human has become completely different. What on earth did he do? Cheng Hai, dripping with murderous intent, charged straight at it, shouting, You're the only one left, boss. The elite Murloc immediately raised its guard, roaring, Don't get cocky just because you beat a few low-level soldiers. Cheng Hai knew very well that although his attributes had surged thanks to the title and he had iron armor for protection, taking down this orange-red monster would still be difficult. He threw his axe into a corner and picked up a nearby spear, his eyes resolute. I won't know unless I try. There was only one chance, he analyzed quickly. My head has no protection, that's the weakness. But this Murloc's attack patterns are very clear. Target locked. Cheng Hai decided to use this weakness as bait, inducing it to attack so he could find an opening to deal a heavy blow. If he missed these two opportunities, the elite Murloc would never let him live. The sensation of life and death boiled in his chest like a raging fire, making it impossible for him to just sit and wait. Cheng Hai bit his teeth, waiting for the monster to approach. When the elite Murloc was within reach, Cheng Hai channeled all his strength into his right arm and lunged the spear straight into its throat. The tip pierced the vital point, blood splattering everywhere. His lips twitched, his voice weak but proud. Hey, I'm actually pretty impressive. But at that moment the Murloc's sharp claws swiped across, severing a major blood vessel in his shoulder. Blood gushed out in waves, and Cheng Hai staggered, falling to the ground. The elite Murloc used its last bit of strength, desperately trying to pull the spear from its neck, letting out a roar of unwilling rage. Bastard, it struggled for a moment before falling dead. However, Cheng Hai's condition was not optimistic. The bleeding wouldn't stop and his consciousness was fading. His vision blurred as if a mist had descended. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Abnormal intelligent Murloc death detected. Calculation beginning. The reward was displayed as ordinary thermos. Although exhausted, Cheng Hai struggled to crawl over and pick up the item. He used the Curio upgrade voucher, and a flash of light transformed the thermos into a brand new super item, Rare Curio Healing Potion. Effect: produces 1 dose of potion with various flavors daily, possessing healing and stamina restoring properties. Cheng Hai gripped the bottle, a weak smile playing on his lips. Looks like risking my life wasn't for nothing. Cheng Hai gripped the healing potion bottle tightly, tilted his head back and drained it. Although the potion's foul stench nearly made him vomit, he forced it down. In an instant his wounds began to close, his skin gradually regained its color, and his vitality returned. He curled his lips into a faint, weak smile. I survived. He fell back and slipped into a deep sleep for a few minutes. When he woke up, Cheng Hai took a deep breath. The previous pain had vanished and the deep bone-exposing wound on his neck had healed without leaving a trace. He whispered in surprise. As expected, the healing potion is great stuff. Opening his status panel, Cheng Hai checked his info. Level 3, Class None. 2 titles, 50-50 match with title Murlocs and survival from the brink. There were minor changes to his base attributes. Perception 1. Well, an extra point in perception is a pleasant surprise, he said to himself, moving his gaze to the task below. Title Murloc Hunting Season, Completion Mission, destroy the title Murloc hatchery. Thinking of that lake teeming with monsters, Cheng Hai shook his head helplessly. He didn't yet have the strength to handle that task. He stood up, tucked his axe into his belt, carefully collected the 3 spears left by the Murlocs, and then exited. Just as he stepped through the exit, a strange sensation washed over him. He stopped and looked up at the gate, muttering, "Is it an illusion? Why does this entrance look a size larger?" Out of curiosity, Cheng Hai reached out to touch the gate again, but at that moment, an invisible surge of energy repelled him, snapping his arm back. System prompt: level insufficient. Unable to enter this dungeon. Remaining challenges: 10 times. Challenges will reset to 0 upon completion. Days remaining until dungeon reversal: 89 days, 23 hours, 42 minutes. Cheng Hai's eyes widened and he froze. The dungeon upgraded. This means the escape mission I just finished was for a higher level dungeon. He nodded, his eyes clearing. No wonder the difficulty spiked and the rewards were better. Before he could process this, the system screen lit up again. Hidden job: the Revenant class change certificate. Cheng Hai was stunned. He remembered clearly that on the forums, someone had emphasized the importance and rarity of hidden classes. He clicked confirm without hesitation. The system detected that the adventurer had no current class, and asked if he wished to use the Revenant class change certificate. The moment he agreed, a mysterious purple-black circle appeared beneath his feet. It gradually expanded like a spreading mist, swallowing Cheng Hai into that space. System notification: class change successful. New class, the Revenant. Effect: the closer you are to death, the faster strength and agility grow. Attribute points increased by 1 to 4, waiting to be unlocked. Cheng Hai froze, shock evident in his eyes. Is this what the world looks like once perception reaches 16? Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could clearly sense every corner of the room, as if his brain had rendered a vivid image. He whispered in disbelief. If it were 20 points, I wonder what else I could see. It really makes one curious. He opened his status panel to check the title, 50-50 match with title Murlocs. The base attribute effects were completely synchronized with the Murlocs. He switched to the title Survival from the Brink and clicked to view the effect details. When heavily injured, dying, or facing enemies far beyond one's strength, Activate Strength 4, Agility 4 and Perception 4. When backed into a corner, an additional 4 is added to Strength, Agility and Perception. Cheng Hai's eyes widened as he marveled. Holy, this is too powerful, he quickly analyzed. This title and the Revenant class work in perfect synergy. In other words, under extreme conditions, I can gain 8 Strength, 8 Agility, and 9 Perception. Thinking boldly, in the future when facing powerful foes he could activate these effects and then, after eliminating the enemy, use the healing potion to restore himself to peak condition. He smirked, his eyes shining. And the healing potion doesn't just treat injuries. It means I don't have to worry about injuries from training. With 1 recovery per day, I can train as much as I want. A month later at the GS gym, Coach An and Shu Mao looked at Cheng Hai with faces full of shock. Just 2 months ago he was scrawny and weak, but now every muscle on his body was as solid as if carved from stone. Coach An shook his head, his voice filled with awe. This training volume would have driven anyone else insane, but Cheng Hai actually endured it. That alone shows his excellence. His strength and agility must be at least 16, maybe even 17 or 18. Shu Mao nodded and laughed loudly. Regardless, congratulations, Cheng Hai. Your strength and agility must have risen to at least 12 points. With your current physique, if you prepare well, you can definitely complete an entry-level dungeon escape mission. Cheng Hai took a water bottle and took a long swig, beads of sweat on his forehead. Shu Mao hadn't given up yet and asked again, "Are you really not planning to join the GS club and become a contracted adventurer?" Cheng Hai forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "Shu Mao, you're a great guy, but I don't want to be an adventurer bound by a contract." Shu Mao let out a sigh, his face filled with regret. "That's a shame. I really thought we could be colleagues and tackle dungeons together." Cheng Hai curled his lip into a smile and replied, "Even if we aren't colleagues, we can still work hard together. By the way, I'm planning to buy an adventurer slot from a freelance broker. Do you have any sincere advice you'd like to share?" Shu Mao arched an eyebrow, his tone turning serious. "Sincere advice? Then look into the Independent Union. If I recall correctly, they are the largest organization for independent adventurers in the country. Right? If you want to go the black market route to buy an adventurer slot, I suggest choosing the Independent Union for better security, or look for dungeon entrances they manage themselves." Shu Mao's words left Cheng Hai lost in thought, his mind filled with questions. Buying and selling adventurer slots was a huge gamble. Sellers worried about encountering hunters posing as rookies, while buyers feared being ghosted after paying. However, with the Independent Union acting as an intermediary, the situation was entirely different. Despite the expensive service fees, they were a top-tier organization in dungeon-related transactions and could provide reliable contracts for both parties. Cheng Hai nodded, thinking to himself that it finally made sense. After returning home, he flopped onto his bed and immediately opened his phone to search. After browsing information for Zhangzhou, he found that only one seller in Yunqiao City was protected by the Independent Union and considered trustworthy. After searching a bit longer, Cheng Hai got in touch with a seller nicknamed Yunqiao Old Driver. He introduced himself as a guy from Dongshan who loved writing. After some back and forth, both parties reached an agreement. There were only 2 spots left, and they would set out within 2 days once the group was full. Following the arrangement, Cheng Hai went to Yunqiao City's People's Park alone. Despite the long journey, the moment their eyes met, he immediately recognized Yunqiao Old Driver. From a distance, a middle-aged man with a weathered face shouted loudly, "Over here, I'm Yunqiao Old Driver. You must be the guy from Dongshan who likes writing, right?" Cheng Hai nodded and walked over. This man was the owner of the dungeon entrance for this transaction, the seller. After a polite greeting, the two joined the others nearby. Yunqiao Old Driver urged them on, his tone impatient. "We were just waiting for this Dongshan guy. Hurry up. Once the contract is signed, I'll take everyone into the dungeon." Before entering, a contractist from the Independent Union appeared to explain the 3 main clauses of the agreement. First, the buyers would transfer the remaining balance into a designated account. Second, the seller would assist the buyers in completing the service, such as transitioning from an ordinary person to an adventurer, and ensure the buyers return safely from the dungeon. Afterward, the remaining balance would be transferred to the seller. Third, buyers must not violate safety protocols. The seller must not fail to save someone in danger and must not use violence against the buyers. Finally, no one was permitted to reveal the specific location of this dungeon entrance to the outside world. "Does anyone have any further questions?" Captain Liang was the first to speak. "Heh. The others, including the writing enthusiast Cheng Hai, had no objections. The contract activated immediately. On everyone's right arm a contract mark flickered, emitting a hazy glow. The captain of the guard unit, an adventurer, sneered and said, "It's magical, isn't it?" You don't mind, do you? Shanghai responded, his eyes widening in surprise. Looking entirely bewildered, the contractus smiled and nodded. All right, my work here is done. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you all again in the future. He departed, leaving the group by the roadside. Yun Xiao, old driver, waved them forward, his tone decisive. Everyone, follow me in a moment. I'll take you to the dungeon entrance. The group headed toward an abandoned building complex located in a sparsely populated area. After venturing deep inside, a blue portal manifested, shimmering with a faint light as if waiting in silence. Cheng Hai felt the waves of cold air emanating from the entrance, his heart a mix of excitement and trepidation. One of the group members, a man known as the Dungeon Financial Executive, spoke up with a voice full of confidence. The location of this entrance is indeed very hidden. No wonder the bureaucrats or conglomerates haven't found it. Liang and the captain exchanged a meaningful look, seemingly calculating something. But no one noticed. Yun Xiao, old driver, didn't want to delay and urged everyone to enter in order. The dungeon for this expedition was the level 4 Banshee Forest. Before them lay a forest shrouded in shadows. Dim light pierced through the dense canopy, making it difficult to see into every corner. One of Yun Xiao, old driver's accomplices, was already waiting there. Seeing the group of newcomers, he immediately asked, "How is this group?" Before Yun Xiao could answer, the adventurers had already begun stepping forward in small groups. Some were excited about becoming adventurers, while others were filled with curiosity about the dungeon. Only Cheng Hai remained calm, silently following at the back. He muttered under his breath, "Seems okay, I can't tell who might be a troublemaker." Yun Xiao and his accomplice curled their lips into a sneer, exchanging mysterious whispers. That suspicious behavior put Cheng Hai on guard. It turned out there were two sellers. Yun Xiao suddenly shouted, "Everyone look at me and do as I do." He shouted into the air, "Adventurer panel?" The adventurers followed suit, shouting in unison. Adventurer panel? Personal information panels materialized in front of everyone, displaying base attributes and a scrollable task list visible only to the adventurer, ensuring privacy. Yun Xiao continued, "Please report your respective escape tasks and I will handle them one by one." Ahem. Yun Xiao's accomplice nodded, his tone cold. "Let's begin." The user financial executive was the first to report his task. The captain of the guard unit scratched his head, muttering, "No way." He was shocked to find his base attributes were embarrassingly low. When it was Cheng Hai's turn, he opened his task panel and froze when he saw Banshee Forest, Challenge Level 4, Escape Condition. Listen to the Banshee's voice. Clearance Condition, eliminate the Banshee. Cheng Hai felt a bit frantic, his heart pounding. This creature didn't seem to be on the beginner-level dungeon monster list from the forums. He thought to himself that this dungeon might be different from the one at home, perhaps containing some fatal errors. He analyzed quickly. If a monster in a beginner dungeon isn't on the rookie list, there were only two possibilities. First, it was extremely rare, or second, every adventurer who encountered it had died here. Suddenly, the contract mark on the user's hand glowed brightly. Accompanied by a system warning, this individual has violated safety regulations by failing to truthfully report their escape task. Cheng Hai observed silently. Thinking that the guy with glasses was lying, the other adventurers began to whisper, their gazes filled with suspicion. The contractist's mark lit up, confirming that Four Eyes was the contract violator. The captain of the guard unit shook his head. "We haven't even started, and he's already breached the contract." Four Eyes, the user, hurriedly explained, "There must be a bug. My escape task really is to collect high-value medicinal herbs." Old Lau's face darkened, a flash of cold, murderous intent in his eyes. He barked in a deep voice, "The contractist's contract isn't absolute, of course, but for a rookie like you, it doesn't make mistakes. Your escape task is definitely not that. You lied to us." Four Eyes trembled, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. I, he stammered, drenched in sweat. Just then, the captain placed a hand on Four Eyes' shoulder. Stepping forward to face old Liao with a calm tone, "He's new to the adventurer circles and doesn't know the rules. Making a mistake is forgivable. You're a bigger man, why not give him another chance?" He gave Four Eyes' shoulder a slight nudge, and Four Eyes quickly clasped his hands in a plea. "Please, I beg you. Yes, please give me another chance." Old Liao pondered for a moment before replying coldly, "Don't let it happen again." The storm subsided for the time being. Yun Xiao, old driver, continued to lead the way, his tone decisive. "Everyone, report your tasks again. Don't get them wrong this time." Four Eyes was the first to report. "My task is to find the Banshee in the lake." The fat guy chimed in. "Mine is to hear the Banshee's voice." Cheng Hai, the writer from Dongshan, spoke up. "Mine is to gaze at the Banshee for 10 seconds. Yun Xiao, old driver, nodded. "Mine is also to find the Banshee." He summarized that the tasks included finding the Banshee in the lake, gazing at her for 10 seconds, and hearing her voice. These tasks weren't too dangerous under specific circumstances and would be quite simple if properly prepared for. The user let out a sigh of relief and laughed. As long as there's no danger, heh heh heh. Yunxiao Old Driver led the team deeper into the forest, heading toward the lake where the Banshee lurked. Follow me, everyone. Don't fall behind. He stopped at the lakeside and signaled the adventurer group to halt. Old Liao stepped forward and retrieved a mysterious item from his adventurer panel. He walked to the water's edge and performed some actions that piqued everyone's curiosity. This must be the professional secret of Yunxiao Old Driver's crew, Cheng Hai thought. A moment later, the sound emitted by the item echoed through the forest. Ripples formed on the lake's surface, and a young girl with silver-gray hair emerged from the center. Her pointed ears were like those of an elf. The fat guy shouted, "The Banshee is out." The group's tasks were completed one after another, finding the Banshee and gazing at her for 10 seconds. When it came time for the hearing the Banshee's voice task, Yunxiao quickly pulled out earplugs and shouted, "Everyone block your ears, the Banshee is about to start singing. If you don't block your ears, her song will destroy your brain." A level 1 rookie who hears the whole song would drop dead on the spot. The entire group scrambled in terror, stuffing in earplugs or even pressing their hands tightly over their ears. The Banshee's song began, accompanied by a flute-like melody that wrapped around the mind like fire. It induced an indescribable sense of floating. Suddenly, Cheng Hai felt blood trickling from his nose. He was startled. A nosebleed? Having listened for only a short while, he thought, "Thank goodness I blocked my ears or I'd be dead. No wonder this monster isn't in the rookie guide. It's truly dangerous." With the tasks completed, Yunxiao Old Driver signaled to stop the music. The Banshee dove back into the lake in a panic. He turned around, his tone final. "Everyone finished their escape tasks. Since we're done, let's head back the way we came." The user turned, his cold gaze scanning the old path. Dust still covered the chaotic footprints. He pursed his lips and questioned them mockingly, not hiding his intent. "I've already investigated. The plants and minerals in this dungeon are extremely valuable. You're in such a hurry to rush us out. Do you want to keep this dungeon all to yourself? We've all paid. Why can't we take some valuable things back to sell?" The biting, sarcastic words were like a knife, freezing Yunxiao Old Driver in his tracks, his aged face flushing red with anger. He replied hurriedly, his voice trembling, "Wait, that wasn't part of our contract." The user curled his lip, a flash of cunning in his eyes. He had achieved his initial goal, but greed had suddenly surged within him. Even if the contract didn't forbid it, he still wanted to see if he could squeeze more profit out of this group. Standing to the side, Cheng Hai spoke up with a look of confusion, his tone full of doubt. "Combat expert Liang, don't you know? Actually, most adventurers don't have the ability to clear a dungeon. The main profits they make come from transporting supplies and gathering monster intel." The user furrowed his brow, his tone becoming even more sarcastic. "So you think just because we finished the escape task, we can't make a move? Are you looking for trouble or what, you idiot?" He looked provocative, his eyes flashing as if expecting a heated argument, but the user's crew didn't seem to realize one important detail. Yunxiao Old Driver hadn't actually signed a direct contract with them. The old man turned to leave but was blocked by Liang and the captain. Liang shrugged and said flatly, "It's nothing, just taking a look." The captain added kindly with a smile, "Our friend here is right, it's just a few herbs and minerals." "Why be so calculating?" The old driver's face turned purple with rage and he roared, "What does the contract document say? Clause 1. If he doesn't make it out of the dungeon alive, we don't get the remaining money. If you die because you were picking herbs or minerals, it will cost us dearly." The old man paused, took a deep breath and continued with feigned cleverness, "You can protect us. In return, we'll give you a cut." As the users group listened, the argument grew more heated, with no one willing to back down. The old driver shrieked. His tone was resolute. "Sorry, I'm not willing to take that risk." The user let out a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Is it really just about not wanting to take a risk? Or did the captain hit a sore spot for you independent union guys? This dungeon has other secrets, doesn't it? You're afraid we'll find them while gathering herbs." The old driver's face crumpled, turning bright red. He roared, "I get it now, you're not a rookie adventurer at all. You're here for a clearance task." Led by old Liao, the accomplices immediately surrounded them, radiating murderous intent. But Liang provoked them without fear, responding coldly, "You should be able to sense who is stronger here." Old Liao was so angry he looked like he might spit blood, but he was powerless. Finally, he turned to his accomplices, his tone full of helplessness. "Give the dungeon to them. Let's go." Yunxiao was stunned and chased after him, muttering, "What? They're really leaving?" The user stood there, his eyes still dark and vicious, unable to accept that the group had left so easily. Four Eyes, a member of the team, gave a cold laugh and said meaningfully, "Is it still not clear? The big good guy and his friend have been speaking up for us the whole time." He was referring specifically to the captain and Liang. The captain was delighted to hear this and laughed loudly. You flatter me. Actually, I'm not the strong one, my friend here is. Liang sat to the side in silence, only giving a slight nod acknowledging his own strength with a quiet confidence. Cheng Hai was suddenly taken aback, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Wait, Cheng Hai felt something wasn't right, according to what Xu Mao had taught him about adventurers. The independent union's contractists would never make such a rookie mistake as allowing someone posing as a newcomer to slip in so easily. This doesn't make sense. The captain, still basking in the middle-aged man's praise, smiled and spoke generously. Everyone is free to choose whether to act alone or follow us. If you go solo, you keep your earnings, but if you follow us, you have to split the clearance reward 50-50. The user stood to the side, grumbling indignantly. Why so much? A burly, stout man immediately snapped back, his tone sharp. You think that's much? Didn't you hear him correctly, old man? It's half of the clearance reward. The captain continued confidently, adding that the goal for these two adventurers was to clear the dungeon. The success rate for rookie adventurers is abysmal. Even with a 50% cut, we're still miles ahead of 90% of the newcomers. Old man, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Four Eyes began to shake like a leaf, suddenly falling silent. A painful memory flashed through his mind, a reminder of those dark days. Who would have thought that an ordinary man blacklisted by the entire banking industry due to a superior's mistake would now have a chance to rewrite his destiny in this dungeon? He whispered excitedly. So this is actually a good thing. The old man still looked dazed and asked innocently. I still don't quite understand. Meanwhile, the surrounding adventurers were quietly calculating their futures, their eyes gleaming with ambition. But as the saying goes, it's not over until it's over. To some extent, whether a rookie adventurer can clear a dungeon depends largely on luck. If one can obtain a clearance reward early on, the road ahead will be much wider. Even if he only got half now, he would still surpass most adventurers of his level once he reached level 7. He shouted excitedly, as long as you don't waste resources, old man. It really will make you stronger. Count me in. Another person joined in the clamor, their tone enthusiastic. I'm in too, and me. Everyone began to voice their agreement, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. Meanwhile, Yan Xiao, old driver, and his accomplice had already moved far away. Along the way, the old man kept sighing and complaining, saying they had agreed before signing the contract to only be responsible for the escape and nothing else. Yet the group had turned on them as soon as the task was done. Old Liao, radiating murderous intent, barked in a deep voice, That's enough. We're far enough away and they haven't followed. You can stop acting. Yan Xiao let out a cold laugh and immediately dropped the act, his tone relaxed. Life is a stage, and it all depends on the performance, but Liao, your acting was too realistic. For a moment there, I actually thought you were going to lose to that combat expert fellow. Liao sighed, a hint of wariness in his eyes. But I actually am a bit weaker than him. He was also very wary of me. Otherwise he wouldn't have persuaded them to let me leave. Yan Xiao frowned and asked curiously. So that's how it is. Then do you think they can clear the dungeon? Liao sneered and spat out two words. No, that combat expert title is useless against the banshees. He paused to continue his analysis. The captain seems to be following a charisma-based build. Even though he's level 5, he doesn't have the means to threaten a banshee. I predict that at most, only 1 or 2 of those adventurers will make it out alive. Yan Xiao nodded, his tone mocking. Ha? So it'll be just like the last few times? He turned to his accomplice and shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, the captain realized everyone had decided to clear the dungeon together, and he stopped hiding his abilities. He straightened his back, his voice ringing out with pride. I have an effect that grants attribute bonuses to teammates. My captain title increases my own charisma by 3 points. After becoming a captain, my personal attributes increase by 1 tier. The plan has a 50% chance of obtaining unconditional agreement from teammates. Finally, team members can receive a bonus to any one attribute of their choice, he added with a smile. The special thing is that when a group of adventurers travels together, the clearance tasks are identical. I'm not bragging, he was telling the truth. The team's strength had increased slightly. Cheng Hai muttered to himself in surprise. You actually put the points into perception. He quickly checked his own attributes. Class, the Revenant. Base attributes, Strength 12, Agility 12, Constitution 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 16, Charisma 11. Titles, 50-50 match with title Murlocs, balanced, Survival from the Brink 1 Constitution. He nodded and remarked, so this title is used to buff teammates, it's quite useful. Four Eyes was still full of doubt and hurriedly interrupted. I have one more question. Other than using the flute to lure the banshee out of the lake, we don't know if there's any other way. If the banshee hides in the lake, how do we complete the clearance task? He stopped, a look of worry in his eyes. That's not an issue. Four Eyes looked at the user with curiosity, his tone excited. User, I don't mind your mocking. Please, enlighten us. My troublemaker title can force a target into a dialogue and enrage a specified target, he boasted confidently, his tone stirring. The effect is -2 charisma, but +2 constitution. Once the title is equipped, there's a 20 chance of forced dialogue and a 50 chance of forced enragement. The enraged target suffers a -2 penalty to intelligence, the fat guy nearby suddenly shouted. He was also an adventurer, but his warning couldn't stop the user's determined steps. With soaring confidence, the user picked up the largest and heaviest stone from a nearby pile of rubble. He pursed his lips and muttered, "I just need to get her attention." He leaned back and threw the stone toward the center of the lake with all his might. This throw activated the troublemaker title. The lake's surface fluctuated violently, waves churning as if a storm had arrived. The banshee appeared, just as she had when summoned by the flute. She stood tall and fearless, provocatively extending 2 fingers as if mocking the group. He burst into laughter as the system checked the troublemaker title's effect. A notification rang in his mind. Check successful. It worked. The banshee was truly angry, her face distorted and warped with rage, revealing her true form. Every strand of her hair rose upward, resembling the writhing snakes of the legendary Medusa. Her hair coiled in the air. The monster was now successfully enraged. He turned to Liang, his tone decisive. The rest is up to the combat expert. Liang stepped forward with a grim expression, preparing to meet the banshee's attack. The captain shouted, "Everyone scatter, let the combat expert pin down the banshee. The rest of you, get your earplugs ready and look for an opening to attack." The people at the back rushed to cooperate. The banshee and Liang collided, fists flying as the air grew as tense as a drawn bowstring. Liang threw a heavy punch, easily piercing through the banshee's body, but to everyone's surprise she didn't die. The banshee's body became ethereal, like a mist that could neither be caught nor held. Liang turned pale and cursed under his breath. "What the hell is this thing?" The banshee swept toward the user, her eyes blood red. He had provoked a monster he shouldn't have. She sucked in a deep breath, looking as though she were about to explode. Despite his usual cynical demeanor, the user couldn't help but tremble, screaming internally, "Wait, help me!" Suddenly, a terrifying sound like the screeching of locusts erupted, striking directly at the spirits and bodies of the adventurers. Even with their ears tightly plugged, they suffered significant damage. Blood from everyone's nose ran down their faces, but fortunately, the earplugs prevented them from collapsing on the spot. Liang muttered with a grim expression, "No way, this banshee is actually a wraith." He turned to the captain and asked in a deep voice, "Can you handle this?" The captain shook his head but still replied confidently, "I can, but it will take a lot of time. The iron fist of love we got from a previous dungeon should be effective, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. My punches will be quite slow," he smiled, ambition gleaming in his eyes. "Slow is fine. I bet this banshee has no other tricks. The threat is minimal. I have a feeling the clearance reward for this dungeon will be very substantial." Within the crowd, a mysterious female character who had remained silent and simply followed orders from the beginning suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold and filled with contempt. Considering this a foolish choice, she pulled her hat down to cover her face and turned to leave. Despite the calls from her companions from Dongshan, she didn't look back. Cheng Hai, noticing her strange reaction, hurriedly shouted, "Wait, why do you think something's wrong?" He frowned, suspicion flashing in his eyes. She was surprised to encounter another adventurer with the extremely rare 16 points in perception. Was there something wrong with their choice? Before he could finish his question, the mysterious girl suddenly activated a title. Her voice rang out coldly in the air. "They don't believe I exist." The check for the "They don't believe I exist" title was successful. In just 3 seconds, Cheng Hai's memory was wiped clean. He stood there dazed, his gaze empty, until the fat guy slapped him hard on the shoulder. Cheng Hai snapped awake. The fat guy frowned, his tone full of confusion. "What are you spacing out for? Why are you whispering to the air? There's clearly no one there." Cheng Hai pointed ahead, his tone hesitant. Just now but the direction he pointed was empty. There wasn't a soul in sight." He muttered in a panic. Was it a hallucination? Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura surged forth, cutting off all his thoughts. The path ahead was gradually stained red as thick mist rolled in, bringing with it a spine-chilling sensation. Cheng Hai froze and whispered, "It's coming." "What's coming?" "It's here." On the other side, Liang was doing his best to fend off the banshee's relentless attacks. Seizing a moment when she was exhausted, Liang landed a heavy blow that felt as though it would shatter the banshee's internal organs. Sweat broke out on the banshee's forehead, her face contorted in pain. It turned out that Liang's combat expert title was indeed effective against her. But the joy was short-lived as a terrifying scream mixed with the cries of the crowd from Dongshan came from behind. With his keen hearing, Liang immediately sensed approaching danger. He roared, his tone extremely tense. "We were wrong, there's more than one banshee in this dungeon." The captain and the others turned pale, realizing the truth too late. "Those 2 sellers have no conscience." The banshee's sisters had all gathered, completely surrounding them. The adventurers screamed in terror. "You've got to be kidding me, there are too many," a man from Dongshan whispered with a trembling voice. "With this many, how many earplugs are we going to need?" Liang barked an order, his gaze sharp. "What are you standing there for? Run!" Everyone took off at a dead sprint. With his heart pounding, the user, also known as Hate, felt painful memories flooding back like a movie as he fled for his life. He roared with indignation. "God, why are you so unfair?" Memories of Ting and Xian, as well as the A-rank fugitive Chang Yang, a level 7 adventurer, surfaced vividly. He remembered the guy mocking him. I thought about it, and I'll let you go. I just love watching people suffer, living in hatred and misery," before he could run much further. Another banshee appeared directly behind him. Hate, roared in rage. "Are you kidding me? I haven't even avenged Ting and Xian yet." But the banshee didn't care. With a wave of her hand, she took the old man's life. Despite having only one breath left, the old man struggled and whispered, "How can I die here?" Things were just as bad for the fat guy and Four Eyes. They were cornered by a swarm of banshees with no way out. Whether they resisted, threatened, or cried for mercy, it was all in vain. The fat guy roared defiantly. "Who do you think I am? I'm the man who's going to become a legendary adventurer. Get lost." Four Eyes was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have helped my boss embezzle client funds," sobbed, but the more they resisted, the more excited the banshees became. They wore eerie smiles as their shrill laughter echoed around them, closing in step by step. No matter how much they screamed, the banshees showed no mercy, just as these adventurers had treated their companion. In an instant, only 3 survivors remained: the captain, Liang, and Cheng Hai, the rider from Dongshan. Although they were alive, both Liang and the captain were blinded. Relying on the unyielding spirit of a combat expert, Liang still stood tall, protecting his teammates to the end. He roared provocatively, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Come here." But the captain, nearly exhausted, collapsed by a rock and muttered dejectedly, "We were all played. No wonder those 2 entrances didn't restrict adventurers above level 3. So that's it. They deliberately lured level 4 and level 5 adventurers in to try and clear it. Once we're wiped out, they come back to gather more intel. What a brilliant scheme." He let out a long sigh, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Right now, the priority is to keep our pathetic lives and get out of this dungeon." Cheng Hai looked at the captain with a determined gaze and asked expectantly, "Do you have any suggestions on how to kill these banshees?" The captain fell silent, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face which made Cheng Hai realize there was still hope. He continued calmly and firmly, "If you have any, please tell me." The captain sighed, his gaze sweeping over the wandering banshees. "Aside from their voices, these banshees have other ways of attacking. While they aren't very strong, they can interfere with physical entities. Although I dodged the first wave of screams, I'm not confident about leaving here while under their assault." Cheng Hai nodded slightly. When the captain noticed his presence, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The captain continued in astonishment, "That sound really caught us off guard. Your reaction as a rookie was actually faster than mine as a veteran. But isn't your hearing shot? How can you still hear me talking?" Cheng Hai, the man from Dongshan, replied with a smile, "The captain might not know, but my perception attribute is 16, allowing me to predict an enemy's movements." The captain froze, his eyes wide with shock. He murmured, "I see." Then his expression grew serious as he began to analyze. "Based on my judgment, this dungeon is unbeatable. Those banshees are immune to physical attacks and have extremely high resistance to fire, lightning, and acid. Honestly, this isn't a map a party of level 4 and 5 adventurers can solve. I'm at my wit's end." "Is that so?" Liang had found an item in this dungeon called Monk's Blessed Holy Oil. Liang's Monk's Fist was capable of harming the banshees. If this holy oil were applied to a blade, it could damage them as well. But only slightly. "I don't think rookie-level adventurers can wipe out that horde of spirits." He looked at Liang, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Although the holy oil strengthened one's fists, it wasn't enough to subdue the banshees. Yet now was certain not the time to sit and wait for death. Cheng Hai gripped his longsword, a look of grim determination burning in his eyes as he walked straight toward the banshees. Nearby, Liang, the combat expert, lay dying on the cold ground, his breathing shallow. The banshees were surprised by Cheng Hai's suicidal behavior. They swarmed toward him, wearing eerie smiles. "Sisters, let's play with this fearless prey." The reason Cheng Hai was so confident was that he held a hidden invisibility ace. Suddenly the system chimed. Player detected encountering monsters far beyond their strength, activating second effect of the Revenant class. Strength 4, Agility 4. The title Survival from the Brink detected that the wearer met the trigger conditions. Effect activated. Strength 4, Agility 4, Perception 4. Cheng Hai's aura and gaze transformed instantly, as if he had been reborn as a completely different person. He approached and helped Liang up, his voice low and steady. "Can you hear me? I asked your companion. He said that to clear the dungeon I need the monk's blessed holy oil you have. Lend it to me." Liang replied weakly, "Sorry, I'm blind. I'm afraid I can't operate the panel to give it to you." Cheng Hai felt a wave of disappointment, but he followed up quickly. Is that so? Well, I have another way to make you hand it over immediately. Liang used the last of his strength to strike his own chest. There was a sickening crack of bone as his internal organs shattered, but he didn't make a sound. Upon Liang's death he dropped refined iron bone fragments and the monk's blessed holy oil. Cheng Hai shook his head and let out an exclamation. Tisk, this guy misunderstood me. Actually, I didn't necessarily need that bottle of oil. With the effects of survival from the brink and the revenant activated, an agility score of 20 was enough for him to outrun the banshees and leave the dungeon. He only wanted to see if he could actually clear it. However, so as not to waste Liang's sacrifice, Cheng Hai picked up the unowned drop, monk's blessed holy oil, and poured it over his longsword. The blade instantly shimmered, covered in a hazy layer of light. The banshees had already formed their ranks, circling him like restless ghosts. Cheng Hai threw away a valuable ring and roared in fury amidst the chaos. Hey, fly a bit more gently, you're making me dizzy. The banshees, who had been posing provocatively, flew into a rage upon hearing this mockery. They lunged at Cheng Hai, their razor-sharp claws ready to tear him to pieces. He didn't flinch. Raising his longsword, he checked the effect with a cold gaze. The white blade shimmered with the mark of the blessing. A notification popped up on the system panel. White longsword has received a blessing, holy attribute added. Damage to evil creatures 2. Cheng Hai smiled slightly and counterattacked, his fierce slashes cutting into the group of monsters. Damage to evil creatures 2, combined with top-tier swordsmanship and Liang's holy oil. This power is truly terrifying. Now let the counterattack begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword at the banshees. Near the stone wall of the exit, the old driver Yunxiao watched in surprise as a spatial portal opened. A young girl stepped out slowly, as mysterious as a phantom. They don't believe I exist, she whispered softly. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with curiosity as he looked toward the exit. It looks like someone came out, he remarked. His accomplice nearby let out a long yawn and glared at him. Where you're seeing things? Looking confused, Yunxiao tried his best to explain. I really saw someone. The girl stood in the shadows, observing silently with eyes as cold as frost. She muttered, just as I thought, these guys treat unsolvable dungeons as traps, even for adventurers of their own level. They drive people to their deaths to loot their drops or kill the heavily injured for treasure. She pulled out her phone, her fingers sliding quickly as she sent out intelligence. She thought to herself that the client's son was likely killed this way. The message read, investigation complete. Your son entered a compromised dungeon before he died. The adventurers who sold the entrance coordinates to your son are the scavenger hyenas, the client replied. Understood. The payment will be transferred to your bank account. Scavenger hyenas, these evil adventurers used high-difficulty dungeons to murder their peers and seize their drops. Back in the forest, Cheng Hai delivered a final blow, slicing the last banshee in half. The banshees let out agonizing wails, falling one by one and dissolving into nothingness. Cheng Hai collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Around him, the bodies of the banshees were piled high, panting for breath. He thought to himself, that was dangerous. If there were a few more, I'd have to use the healing potion. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, with notifications appearing one after another. Cheng Hai sat up in surprise. The system reminded him, claiming rewards in bulk will be more substantial than claiming them individually. At the bottom were 2 buttons, confirm or cancel. He stared at the reward list, dumbfounded. The death immunity via revenant status check was truly overpowered. Without hesitation, he clicked confirm, guessing that it must include both the escape and clearance rewards. The system calculated rapidly, and a moment later a mechanical voice rang out. Though you are only level 3, you have already stepped onto the path of legends. New title obtained, Lone Wolf. New title obtained, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. New title obtained, Undead Slayer. Personal exclusive skill obtained, The Marked. Rare equipment obtained, Smelting Furnace Wish Scroll. Rare item obtained, Echoes of the Great Sea, a music box recording the voice of a banshee. Tip: you can place extra gear into the smelting furnace to craft higher level equipment. Cheng Hai felt a surge of energy, his fatigue vanishing as expected. Besides the rare items and new titles, he had gained 2 extra exclusive skills. The clearance rewards for this dungeon were incredibly generous. No wonder the difficulty was so high. On the other side, the captain shouted anxiously, "Why is it so quiet? You, the writer from Dongshan, are you still alive?" Cheng Hai had been so focused on the notifications that he completely forgot the captain was currently blind. He rushed over and asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Can you stand up?" Trembling all over from the intense pain, the captain said weakly, "The banshees damaged my internal organs." Cheng Hai looked at him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, is that so? Meanwhile, the blinded captain had no idea that the area was littered with the corpses of their companions. Cheng Hai tried to stay calm, his voice low. "The fat guy, 4 eyes, the older man, and your 2 companions, they all died here. Despite his blindness, the captain snapped his head toward him, his tone sharp. Your skills and your identity, Cheng Hai, this isn't your first time in a dungeon, is it? Not only that, you must have an incredibly powerful title or class, maybe even both. Cheng Hai scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. I thought you wouldn't be the one to call me out. He sighed and admitted it. There was no point in hiding it anymore. The captain, now powerless due to his blindness, shifted to a negotiating tone. I'm the only one left now. There's no point in talking about this anymore. If you agree, I can help you hide your identity and give you all the rewards I obtained in this dungeon. Just, don't kill me to silence me. If you're worried, you can use the unilateral contract that dropped from that troublemaker guy to bind me. That contract dropped from his body. Cheng Hai pointed his longsword at the captain, his gaze cold. That's a nice idea, but my secrets would be kept even tighter if you were dead. And I don't need to sign any contracts. As a seasoned master of psychological manipulation, the captain immediately countered. If you do that, you won't be able to get the quest rewards for this dungeon. Compared to a single document, the rewards from such a nearly unbeatable dungeon were clearly more valuable. Cheng Hai looked thoughtful, weighing his options. The captain continued persuasively. Besides, Yun Xiao and his crew are definitely waiting at the exit to finish off any survivors like us. Believe me, those scavenger hyenas are formidable. I can help distract them, creating an opportunity for you to counterattack or escape. Letting me live and taking me out with you is your wisest choice. Every word was precise and logical. Back at the entrance where Yun Xiao was waiting, Cheng Hai helped the captain step through the system gate. He glanced at Wu Changzhong, who was standing there with a spectator's attitude. See, someone came out. Yun Xiao cracked his knuckles, the joints popping, and growled, Seems I misjudged you earlier. As Cheng Hai helped the captain out, the dungeon gate began to shrink. Yun Xiao cried out, Wait, the entrance is contracting. They cleared it. Cheng Hai gently leaned the captain against the wall, then suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Wu Changzhong with a whistle of wind. The other man shrieked, Something's wrong, watch out. The one on the right, he's not simple. Before he could finish, a lethal sword strike pierced Yun Xiao's chest. Wu Changzhong's face went pale as two words escaped his throat. Lone wolf blood splattered across Cheng Hai's face. A strange, murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Take out the weak one first. He activated the skill Dance of the Death God, voluntarily entering a dying state. The cost was taking triple damage, but in exchange he gained the one-step, one-kill effect. System alert. Entered dying state. Perception points exceed 18, able to predict the opponent's next move. Wu Changzhong took a hit from the sword and died instantly. Blood dripped from the longsword with a crisp tick-tock sound. Take out the weak one first, Cheng Hai repeated, his voice as cold as ice. Wu Changzhong was terrified, yet he still tried to bluster. You've got some nerve, Dongshan man. Cheng Hai glanced at him with a look of contempt. What was he even saying? Does anyone really think they can keep deceiving others without the victim eventually seeking revenge? What kind of logic is that? Shaking with rage, Wu Changzhong drew a poisoned dagger and shouted, Shut up! At that moment the title effect Agility 2 inches activated. Cheng Hai spun his sword into a defensive circle with one hand while calmly picking his nose with the other. Title effect activated. In the absence of companions, Strength 2, Agility 2. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he mocked. Oh, I'm so scared. This arrogant attitude was infuriating. In the next second both men vanished like phantoms, leaving no trace behind. A fierce battle erupted between Cheng Hai and Wu Changzhong, their speed so great that only afterimages could be seen. Clutching his wound, the captain forced one eye open to observe, muttering to himself, I consider myself well-traveled, but the battle between these two has already far exceeded the understanding of a level 5 adventurer like me. He suddenly realized, this kind of speed is likely unattainable even for a level 7 or 8 adventurer. Now I finally understand why they say whether an adventurer can become a legend is already decided by level 5. Wu Changzhong took a solid hit to his back. Cheng Hai appeared before him like a whirlwind. The man bitterly wiped the blood from his mouth, gritting his teeth. I clearly equipped a speed-boosting title, and yet I'm still not as fast as you. Damn it, this makes no sense. Struggling to stay upright, he pressed, Is your agility 17, or has it already reached 18? Cheng Hai didn't even bother to answer. He simply dropped a cold remark, Take a guess. Wu Changzhong suddenly flashed a sinister smile as his adventurer panel popped up, preparing to launch a finishing move. Not going to compare speed anymore? Cheng Hai became more interested, his eyes gleaming. Wu Changzhong pulled out a green vial that looked like it contained a deadly virus. No more speed. He hurled the vial violently, and toxins sprayed in all directions. Cheng Hai froze for a second, looking a bit dazed, not understanding what the man intended. The toxin spread over Cheng Hai's entire body. Wu Changzhong sneered, This was originally meant for that combat expert, but it'll do for you too. With that he gripped his dagger and lunged forward with incredible speed. Cheng Hai raised his sword horizontally to block. A sinister cold light glinted in Wu Changzhong's eyes as he roared, Feel the mutant spider venom I bought for a high price on the black market. The toxin rapidly seeped into Cheng Hai's body, the pain making him knit his brows. He immediately took an anti-toxin stance and retreated a few steps. Seeing this, Wu Changzhang mocked him arrogantly. "Oh, your poison resistance is even worse than an ordinary person's." Cheng Hai remained silent, focusing on maintaining his anti-toxin mode before suddenly swinging his sword in a counterattack. His opponent was agile, leaping away like a frog after landing steadily. He continued to jeer. Too slow, an attack like that could never hurt me." Cheng Hai wasn't flustered. His voice was calm. "Spider venom, is this the trap you prepared for us?" Wu Changzhang approached triumphantly, boasting, "That's right, this is a specialty of the level 7 dungeon Spider Cave. It can weaken a low-level adventurer's strength, agility, and constitution." He held up his fingers, counting the number of unlucky souls. "So far, 4 level 5 adventurers have already died by my hand. You will be the 5th. Listening to his endless bragging, Cheng Hai finally lost his patience. "Is this all you've got? Whatever else you have, just bring it on." Wu Changzhang was stunned by his confidence and roared, "Are you saying this isn't enough?" Despite the toxins ravaging his body, Wu Changzhang grew increasingly manic. He pointed his dagger at Cheng Hai and let out a sinister laugh. "Of course that's not all. My title, Venomous Body, turns my entire being into a source of lethal poison. The longer this drags on, the deeper the poison will seep into you. I'll cling to you like a shadow until you bleed out and die." Slumped in the corner, the captain clutched his chest, his heart trembling at such a tactic. What a terrifying strategy, even as a combat expert. If one couldn't end the fight instantly, they would inevitably succumb to this relentless attrition. Any adventurer below level 6 would surely perish against this move. He finally understood why this group of scavenger hyenas was so confident. It all came down to that title. Cheng Hai's eyes were cold as he instantly opened his adventurer panel, his fingers moving with lightning speed. "You overestimate yourself." He activated the skill 1 step, 1 kill, allowing him to predict his enemy's movements. System notification. Title effect Survival from the Brink activated. Strength, agility, and perception increased by 4 points each. Class attributes activated. Strength, agility, and constitution increased. Negative status detected. Poisoned. Strength, agility, and constitution decreasing randomly. Skill Dance of the Death God activated. Poison damage tripled. Finally, the system confirmed the requirements were met. He deactivated the Dance of the Death God skill, and the poison damage returned to normal. Cheng Hai instantly returned to his peak state, vanishing from his spot in the blink of an eye. In the next moment he appeared before Wu Changzhang like a descending god, his long sword slashing down as the cold steel blade cut through the air. Fortunately, Wu Changzhang managed to block the strike with his dagger, but his eyes were filled with bitterness and disbelief. "Impossible, how can you be this fast?" Cheng Hai didn't care to explain, merely lifting the corner of his mouth in a slight smirk. "Take a guess." He sidestepped behind the enemy and swung a crisp, decisive slash. Wu Changzhang let out an unwilling roar. "Don't get too ahead of yourself." He swung his poison dagger in a counterattack, but his speed was far too slow, earning him a mocking remark from Cheng Hai. Too slow. At this level you can't even touch me." Knowing his end was near, Wu Changzhang still couldn't believe it. "Impossible, you're clearly just a lone wolf. How can you be stronger than a level 5 adventurer like me?" Cheng Hai didn't give him another chance to chatter. He thrust his sword from behind, the blade piercing through the man's chest. He whispered into Wu Changzhang's ear, "Nothing is impossible. How could someone like you, who is content with the status quo, ever understand the sense of crisis that comes from walking with death?" Wu Changzhang gripped the blade protruding from his body, still trying to preach even as he died. "But if you don't change your survival strategy, you won't get far, kid. Villains must hunt those weaker than themselves to accumulate wealth and power. That's the only way to stand against the Adventurer Association before level 5. Cheng Hai's face was like ice as he replied flatly. "For an ordinary person you might be right, but for someone like me who walks with death, I will push to the very limit." He jerked the longsword out, and Wu Changzhang let out a final pained wail. Blood erupted like splashing syrup. He whispered to himself as he looked at the corpse on the ground, "It isn't necessarily impossible to become stronger than death itself." Beside him, the captain clutched his chest, unable to help but marvel. Such a powerful guy, killed so effortlessly. Cheng Hai suddenly turned his head, his gaze deep and inscrutable. He placed a finger over his lips in a silencing gesture as if warning, "Don't even think about silencing me." Inside a modern ward at the Yunxiao City Central Hospital, Cheng Hai was lying in bed scrolling through his phone. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You really got banged up, didn't you?" Cheng Hai sat up with a start, looking slightly surprised. "Shu Mao, what are you doing here?" Shu Mao walked in carrying a fruit basket and said with a laugh, "Entering a dungeon for the first time and running into a physical immune monster. Then, after finally clearing it, getting jumped by scavenger hyenas on the way out." Though still injured, Cheng Hai let out a soft chuckle. But thanks to this I gained the survival from the brink title. Shu Mao sat by the bed resting his chin in his hand as he remarked. I guess it's a blessing in disguise. Which of those legendary adventurers hasn't faced a high-level enemy before reaching level 5? Then his tone suddenly shifted, and he warned in a low voice. His tone was mysterious. By the way, as a private tip, never let anyone know your primary title. Information leaks are fatal for adventurers. In this business we have to guard against more than just the monsters in the dungeons. Cheng Hai laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. Is that so? I'll keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Shu Mao had other thoughts. Although the official report stated the Banshee Forest was conquered by another survivor, he had investigated. That person's title was geared toward team combat. Their solo ability wouldn't have been enough to take down 2 scavenger hyenas at once. He stared at Cheng Hai, his gaze full of scrutiny. Cheng Hai finished operating his system panel and looked up. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shu Mao stood up calmly, making an excuse to leave. Nothing. I just remembered the head coach is heading back to Dongshan at the end of the month. As he walked out, he added a kind reminder. Cheng Hai, once you're healed up, remember to report back to the gym. Your training plan is about to enter the 2nd stage. Cheng Hai nodded. Okay. After Shu Mao left, a meaningful glint flashed in Cheng Hai's eyes. He turned away, a trace of sorrow in his gaze as he stared at the empty bed beside him, recalling his conversation with the captain that day. He had once asked, "Don't you plan on being an offensive-type adventurer?" The captain had replied with a flat expression, "Yeah, this dungeon run made me realize I don't have the potential to become a legend. If things go normally, my limit will be somewhere between level 11 and 15. Instead of risking my life at that stage, I'd rather make some money between level 6 and 10 and then retire." He squinted one eye at Cheng Hai and added, "But you're different. You have the potential to reach the legendary rank provided you drop that lone wolf habit." Cheng Hai smiled casually. "I'm not particularly interested." "Why?" the captain analyzed bluntly. "While being a lone wolf can improve the evaluation for escape and clearance tasks, granting more curios, titles, and skills, that only works for dungeons below level 10. Once you hit the level 11 to 15 range, the difficulty spikes so drastically that one person simply cannot conquer it." He offered a kind warning. "If you want to join the legendary ranks, you must establish your own team before level 10. Otherwise, at higher stages you'll not only be isolated and helpless, but you'll also likely be cheated out of growth opportunities by the association or conglomerates." Now, lying in his hospital bed, Cheng Hai mulled over those words. A team? In a quiet cafe, a man slammed 2 photos onto the table, his voice grim. "The killers who murdered my son are dead. One of these 2 survivors is the one who took them out." Xie Huang narrowed his eyes and asked the girl opposite him, "Which one do you think is the benefactor who avenged my son?" The black-haired girl glanced at the 2 photos and decisively pointed to the one of Cheng Hai. "It's him." In the morgue of Yunqiao Hospital, freezer number 26 emitted a strange electrical current, as if foretelling the descent of a dungeon. System notification. Dungeon reversal countdown. 10 hours, 6 minutes 28 seconds remaining. The next day, Cheng Hai was sitting in a chair scrolling through his phone when a voice suddenly rang out. He turned to see 2 local thugs walking toward him with provocative looks. The lackey with black hair spoke arrogantly. "Hey buddy, are you the Cheng Hai who cleared the Banshee Forest?" He let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with greed. "The boys and I are pretty interested in how you cleared that dungeon. Name your price." Without looking up, Cheng Hai flatly refused. "Not for sale." The blonde lackey cracked his knuckles and grinned menacingly. "He says it's not for sale." The black-haired thug's veins instantly bulged. "And he threatened, you think we're negotiating?" He threw an arm around Cheng Hai's shoulder and hissed through gritted teeth. "Cut the crap. Hand over the treasures you got in the Banshee Forest, or you're in for a world of hurt." Just then, a nurse appeared and shouted angrily, "What are you 2 lunatics doing? Let go, you aren't allowed to harass the patients in our hospital." The black-haired thug said impatiently to the blonde one. "Another meddler. Let's go." The 2 left, cursing under their breath. The nurse patted her chest and comforted him. "Next time they come to bother you, remember to find me. My brother is a level 10 adventurer. They won't dare touch me." Cheng Hai laughed awkwardly, cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Thank you." But the nurse excitedly grabbed his hand and said repeatedly, "No, it's me who should be thanking you." She choked up, tears and snot smearing across her face. "My friend died in the Banshee Forest. You and Mr. Wong clearing that dungeon was like getting rid of a public menace. My friend's family and I are both extremely grateful to you." Cheng Hai gave a gentle smile. "So that was why." Suddenly the system issued a warning. Dungeon reversal countdown reached 0. A barrier enveloped the hospital, and lightning erupted from beneath the ground. Before the nurse could finish her sentence, she vanished instantly into the light. Cheng Hai immediately recognized this familiar anomaly and shouted in horror, "Oh no, it's a dungeon outbreak!" He lunged upward but was also swallowed by the blinding light. vanishing from the spot. A moment later, Cheng Hai slammed heavily onto the ground, rubbing his aching neck and muttering, "That hurt like hell." He looked up and was completely stunned. He was standing in the middle of a massive graveyard with 19 other people surrounding him. System notification, Great Graveyard, Challenge Level 5, Challenge Participants 2020, Escape Task, Defeat 100 Skeleton Soldiers, Clearance Task, Survive for 1 hour. In the vast graveyard, these 20 people looked incredibly insignificant. The nurse shouted loudly to calm everyone, "Don't be afraid, everyone. We've just been sucked into an entry-level dungeon that's undergoing a status transition. Please open your adventurer interfaces and confirm your escape tasks." A man grimaced, rubbing his face and complaining, "You've got to be kidding me." Judah furrowed his brow, clutching one side of his face as he grumbled, "I just came to the hospital for a toothache, and I get dragged into a dungeon." Familiar with such scenes, Cheng Hai barked, "Open your interfaces." A blue window materialized immediately, displaying the task content. Cheng Hai skimmed it quickly, his heart sinking. Survival-type dungeon, level 5. Things looked bad. There was no telling how many would die this time. At the Yunqiao Adventurer Association branch, a scream echoed, "What?" A dungeon outbreak transition occurred at Yunqiao City Central Hospital. 20 people were missing. Shang Li answered the phone, roaring in disbelief. Was Judah also sucked in? At the cordon, a noisy crowd was watching. Shang Li entered the restricted area with 2 others to ask questions. The man holding a clipboard reported nervously, "The missing persons list is out. 3 adventurers and 17 civilians were pulled in. We've already found the entrance to the Haywire dungeon." Shang Li's brow furrowed as he asked anxiously, "What are their escape and clearance tasks?" The other replied, "Defeat 100 skeleton soldiers and survive for 1 hour. Shang Li nodded. "Same as mine." The Iron Fist brothers, who were also pulled in, were talking. The older brother said, "Little brother, the difficulty of our escape task is different from theirs. That guy Cheng Hai was definitely sucked in too." The younger brother let out a cold laugh. "That's normal. Escape tasks in survival-type dungeons are assigned based on the challenger's strength." He glanced at Cheng Hai with a calculating look. "Once we finish the escape task, we'll deal with him. There are too many people now. It's not a good time to move." Cheng Hai raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, listen to me." He gripped his longsword, his voice echoing through the graveyard. "This dungeon is extremely dangerous. Please pick up weapons from the ground, form groups of 3 to 5, and leave here immediately after completing your escape tasks." A man with a buzzcut let out an arrogant laugh and mocked. "Who do you think you are, trying to boss us around?" Another person chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Maybe he wants to keep it all to himself and drive us away so he can hog the dungeon's treasures." Though slightly annoyed, Cheng Hai remained polite. "It's not like that. This place is really dangerous." He cursed internally. "What's with these 2 idiots? They know nothing about dungeons but have a big mouth." The nurse with glasses stood up to set the record straight. "This man is a very powerful adventurer. Just a few days ago, he cleared a high-difficulty entry-level dungeon, and even cooperated with his teammates to take out the scavenger hyenas guarding the entrance." Hearing this, the crowd became skeptical and started whispering. One person said, "In that abandoned building there really were 2 guys using the entrance to murder and rob people. I heard they killed dozens." Another nodded in agreement. "Now that I think about it, I seem to have seen that news." The nurse continued to plead, "Please trust his judgment." Cheng Hai frowned, not wanting to argue further. Though these newcomers were gossiping about him, it didn't matter as long as they took it seriously. Judah suddenly cut in, asking worriedly, "Wait a minute. If the dungeon is really as dangerous as you say, do you think we have the ability to complete the escape task?" He accused sharply, "Setting aside how hard it is to kill skeleton soldiers, even if everyone follows your advice and splits into groups, the old, the weak, and the disabled will eventually be abandoned. Have you considered them?" The crowd joined in. "He's right. Killing 100 sounds impossible. It's safer to stay with the main group. If someone gets isolated and runs into a skeleton legion, they're dead," another added. "I heard from other adventurers that ordinary people should stick together in a dungeon or just wait for rescue." Another person joined the clamor. "Yeah, a lot of people die because they try to kill monsters alone." Judah wore a sinister smile. His plot had worked. His brother-in-law was right. When pulled into a dungeon, one must manipulate the civilians to fight for the right to speak, thereby forcing experienced adventurers to act as free bodyguards. He glanced at Cheng Hai and mocked, "So what if you cleared a high-difficulty dungeon? As soon as you start looking after these fools, you become my bodyguard." Cheng Hai let out a long sigh and turned to the nurse and the child next to her. "Do you trust me?" Both nodded immediately. Cheng Hai took a decisive step forward, saying without looking back, "Then follow me." "I'll take you to complete your escape tasks," the nurse quickly responded. "Okay?" Seeing his plan failing, Judah roared, "Who gave you permission to leave?" Cheng Hai stopped but didn't even bother to turn around. Judah shouted smugly, as the only veteran adventurer here. Shouldn't you stay behind to protect us? This caused a stir among the surrounding crowd. Exactly. With great power comes great responsibility. You should help people all the way to the end. Listening to the nonsense of the crowd, Cheng Hai replied bluntly, "First, I am not an official adventurer sent by the government. I have no obligation to protect you." He glanced at Judah, his gaze icy. "Second, don't even think about morally kidnapping me, or I won't hesitate to break your legs before I leave and let you fend for yourself." Terrified by that look, Judah fell over backward. The crowd of ordinary people continued to jeer foolishly. "How can you be like this? Protecting the weak is basic morality. No wonder you aren't an association adventurer. Your professional standards are terrible." Seeing the nurse and child following Cheng Hai, someone shouted, "What are you doing?" The younger of the Iron Fist brothers replied, "We think he's right. The clearance task is to survive for an hour, and it's bound to get more dangerous as time goes on. For ordinary people, leaving after completing the escape task is the most logical choice." He turned around with a look of disdain. "Staying behind will only lead to us being morally kidnapped and forced to act as free bodyguards. These people aren't stupid." At the dungeon entrance, Shang Li stared at the glowing gate and frowned. "Why is it this one?" a subordinate asked. "Is there something wrong with this dungeon?" Shang Li said tensely. "It's not just a problem. The information on the panel is despair-inducing. Countdown 0 hours 53 minutes and 14 seconds. Survival count 2020. But in the coming hour, there was no telling how many would make it out alive. A blade flash sliced through the air and a skull hit the ground. System display escape task 1100. Clearance task 50 minutes 36 seconds. Cheng Hai cleanly decapitated a skeleton and handed the sword to the nurse. "Watch me. Use the sword to hack down those skeleton soldiers crawling out of the graves." The nurse was surprised but took the sword and asked, "Then what about you?" As she spoke, another group of skeletons appeared. Cheng Hai, expressionless, replied, "Me." He drew his axe to face the skeletons. "I'll use them for practice." On the other side, the older Iron Fist brother was enthusiastically smashing skeletons. The younger brother let out a long yawn. "We'll switch shifts after this wave, bro." The older brother responded excitedly, "You got it." Cheng Hai split a skull vertically as if he were chopping wood. System display, new title, Undead Slayer, Charisma -2, damage 2. He wiped his sweat and pondered. The skeleton soldiers had stopped appearing. It seemed their numbers weren't infinite. The good news was that the pressure on the newcomers was reduced, but the bad news was that the difficulty for high-level adventurers had increased. He looked at the nurse. "All the skeleton soldiers around here are dead. Let's move somewhere else." The nurse nodded immediately. Among the crowd of extras, the battle was in full swing. Judah shouted frantically. "The injured moved to the back. The rest of you, pair up and take turns clearing the skeletons crawling out of the tombs. Just 40 more minutes and we can go home." The ordinary people responded in unison. 10 minutes later, the ground was covered in white bones, a literal paradise for dogs. Two arrogant civilians felt they had worried for nothing, thinking that being an adventurer wasn't so hard after all. The skeleton soldiers posed no threat at all. Hearing this, Judah clenched his teeth, his veins bulging as he cursed them for being idiots. He was very cautious. Their weakness didn't mean the dungeon was simple. On the contrary, the weaker the monsters, the higher the survival difficulty. The danger targeting high-level adventurers was waiting in the wings. He opened his panel to calculate, feeling the pressure. The source of the monsters was scarcer than imagined. Although he had persuaded nearly half the people not to participate because they were too weak, he had only killed 4 so far. He gritted his teeth nervously. The difficulty would increase in another 10 minutes. If no new monsters appeared, he would have to kill 6 more skeletons himself. Damn it, countdown 35 minutes 43 seconds. Cheng Hai gently pulled his axe from a skull and turned to the two rookies. "Is the escape task complete?" The little boy gripped his sword and smiled cutely. "Finished." He looked at the nurse with a look of helplessness. "And you, how many more?" the nurse said sheepishly. 8. Looking at the well-behaved child, Cheng Hai mused, "Let's call it a chance for this kid." He shouldered his axe and said softly, "You head back first. We need to keep clearing the skeleton soldiers. Once the escape task is done, the 3 of us will meet outside." The innocent child replied, "Okay." Before the dungeon entrance, someone lamented, "No one has cleared this place in 5 years." Shang Li gritted his teeth in tension. Not only that, the survival statistics for this dungeon were eerie. Almost all of them were rookie adventurers. A female employee nearby asked, "Why is there such a strange dungeon?" Logically, the stronger the adventurers, the higher the clearance rate should be. Shang Li's expression was grave. "Because this dungeon has a Tomb of the Strong mechanism. A rookie's escape task requirement is only 1/10 of a veteran's. When the rookies complete their tasks and leave, a fully armored unit will form a boss with uncontrollable power to actively hunt down everyone remaining. Under this mechanism, almost all veterans die." Standing before the gate, Shang Li prayed silently. hoping Judah would remain vigilant. In this dungeon, only the ones who escaped first would live. The system panel appeared before the child. Confirm leaving the dungeon? Yes, no. The child clicked yes and waved goodbye to the kind adventurer. Goodbye, nurse. Cheng Hai's eyes were dead, but his tone was gentle. Goodbye, the nurse waved lively. Bye-bye. The child vanished in a flash of light. Cheng Hai turned to the nurse, discussing the remaining skeletons. I'll let you have them. Meet the child outside after you finish the escape task. The nurse nodded. Okay. The entrance gate shuddered, and someone shouted excitedly, someone's out. Someone completed the escape task. The child appeared, looking around in confusion. Seeing it wasn't Judah, Shang Li felt a bit lost. Why is it a child? System notification. Adventurer 02 has left the Great Graveyard Dungeon. Entering Phase 2. Inside the dungeon, the crowd buzzed with conversation. Someone actually made it out. I'm so jealous. What does Phase 2 mean? After reading the notification, Judah was struck with realization. So that's it. The essence of this dungeon was a speed race. He shouted, Liu Ming, Wang Xiang, follow me. The two were filled with questions. On the other side, the older Iron Fist brother wondered, Bro, someone finished the escape task. Was it that Cheng Hai? The younger brother stated firmly, Impossible. Setting aside the fact that he's carrying two burdens, finding all 100 skeleton soldiers is hard enough on its own. The older brother scratched his head. Then who was it? Suddenly, the younger Iron Fist brother sensed something and looked up toward the cliff. A knight riding a flaming warhorse appeared, looking like a low-budget ghost rider. Undead Knight, challenge level unknown. Judah and the other two headed into the distance toward a land filled with crosses. Wang Xiang said irritably, If you want us to come with you, at least explain. If we run into a horde of skeletons, how are just 3 of us supposed to fight? Liu Ming interrupted him expressionlessly. Shut up. If he dared to do this, there's a reason. Didn't you see the task panel change? That's why he called us. He glanced at Judah, thinking that Judah knew better than they did what was coming next. Suddenly, Judah stopped in his tracks. Liu Ming and Wang Xiang also noticed the anomaly. In the distance, hundreds of skeletons burst from the ground, swarming toward them. Judah frowned and shouted, Prepare to fight where you stand. The gathered crowd began to murmur uneasily. They've been gone so long, why aren't they back? I don't think we should have driven that adventurer away. Did they abandon us? A series of eerie cracking sounds interrupted the chatter. Everyone turned back in horror. Someone shrieked, What the hell is appearing now? His face was pale, his eyes filled with extreme terror. 2 skeletons, the corpses of the Iron Fist brothers, were approaching step by step. A figure with long green hair riding a warhorse emitting an eerie green light appeared. Wang Xiang's arm was severed, and his body trembled. Judah, Liu Ming, you bastards, I curse you to a miserable death. He had been abandoned. Judah and Liu Ming were running for their lives. Judah asked, How many do you have left? Liu Ming checked the system. 3. Judah's face was grim. Our chances of escaping are slim. We have to hurry. Only look for the small skeletons to kill. We might still make it. The system continued to prompt, survival count dropping. Liu Ming was horrified. Wait, something's wrong. The survival count is decreasing. Judah looked at the empty gathering area. Something happened. On the other side, the nurse and Cheng Hai were trapped among countless skeletons. She shouted, Cheng Hai, what is Phase 2? He swung his sword repeatedly, replying, Probably a difficulty spike. The monsters are getting stronger. Never mind that. What's your escape task progress? The nurse opened the system. After checking, she said in a panic, Cheng Hai, something terrible has happened. Everyone else is dead. Only 4 of us are left alive. System display, Great Graveyard, Challenge Level 5, Survival Count 419, Escape Task 8,100 Skeleton Soldiers, Clearance Task 23 minutes 15 seconds remaining. Elsewhere, the green-haired man on horseback slowly approached, more people falling with every step. He muttered to himself, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. He galloped to the left. Judah lost his patience, roaring, The dungeon boss is here. If you want to live, kill these skeletons and finish the escape task before the boss arrives. Liu Ming shouted, Are you kidding me? How can just the 2 of us kill enough to escape? Wang Xiang couldn't even do it. Judah was infuriated. Can't you understand plain speech? During the argument, the dungeon boss charged in, his sharp, heavy sword sweeping across. Judah and Liu Ming were scared out of their wits. The green-haired man observed silently before charging, muttering, Just the 2 on the right left. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword and took both their heads. Judah's body trembled, only managed to spit out, Big brother, save me. In the dim light of the dungeon, Cheng Hai efficiently fitted pieces of monster armor onto his body, his movements crisp and precise. Once finished, he turned to the nurse, his tone steady. Are you ready? Sweat beaded on the nurse's forehead as she swung her sword to break every bone on the monster. After a flurry of activity, she stopped, wiped away her sweat, and let out a long sigh of relief. She flashed a brilliant smile and reported to Cheng Hai, Cheng Hai, I'm finished. By this time, Cheng Hai had also finished donning the armor, his body encased in the hard shell. He looked back casually, his gaze sweeping over the nurse as he reminded her coldly, Leave the sword, you go first, but in that instant his pupils suddenly contracted and he looked behind her in shock. A massive figure, the boss, was charging toward them at a terrifying speed, high, lifting a cold sword, prepared to cut them down. Unaware of the approaching danger, the nurse replied casually, "Cheng Hai," but before she could finish, Cheng Hai lunged forward. The weapon in his hand flashed with a summoning light as he shouted, "Get down!" The system notification followed immediately. Activating class skill, Dance of the Death God. Triggering class trait, Strength 2, Agility 4. The nurse turned back in shock to find the boss's blade only centimeters away from her. At the critical moment, Cheng Hai rushed forward, blocking the enemy's lethal strike. The nurse screamed in terror, while the boss froze for a few seconds from the sudden interference. The longsword in Cheng Hai's hand shook violently, on the verge of shattering. He froze, unable to predict the opponent's next move. Suddenly, the boss swung his sword with immense force, the terrifying power blowing Cheng Hai away. The system immediately issued a warning. Poison blade destroyed, effect zeroed. Cheng Hai gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his balance, but his body was already covered in wounds. The boss approached step by step, his aura overwhelming. He struggled to stand, realizing he was no match for this enemy. The system continued to flash red, issuing an emergency warning. Adventurer has encountered a Lord-class boss. A flurry of notifications rang out, activating a title. Survival from the brink. Perception point greater than 18. Activating skill, 1 step, 1 kill. Title effect. Strength 4, Agility 4, Perception 4. Adventurer can predict enemy actions before stamina is depleted. After a series of upgrades, the system ended with a brief notification. "Good luck, Adventurer." Cheng Hai glanced at the nurse, who was huddled on the ground, and said irritably, "Understand now? Staying will only get in the way." Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the nurse shouted, "I understand. I'll wait for you outside. You have to survive." With that, she hurriedly stepped into the teleportation circle and returned to the real world. Only Cheng Hai remained to face the boss alone. He gripped his longsword, a resolute smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he stared the enemy down. "All right, now it's just the two of us. I'm guessing you don't plan on letting me go, right?" The boss didn't answer, only staring at him fixedly, his cold gaze seemingly trying to see through him. System update, Challenge Level 5, Current Survival Count. 118 Escaped, 2 Escape Task, Defeat 100 Skeleton Soldiers, 63,100. Clearance Task, Survive 1 hour 15 minutes 07 seconds remaining. Outside, a little boy recognized a familiar figure and shouted happily, "Nurse!" The nurse's assistant hurried forward, anxiously asking if anyone else had survived. The nurse trembled, thinking of Cheng Hai still fighting in the dungeon, her throat choked with emotion and unable to speak. In the center of the dungeon, Cheng Hai continued to swing his sword relentlessly. The sharp ring of the blade echoed through the space, but the boss before him was no less formidable, neutralizing and countering every move. Suddenly it leaped high into the air, swinging its sword straight at Cheng Hai, aiming to end the fight quickly. He hurriedly changed his stance, raising his longsword to block the lethal blow. His stamina was gradually failing, and Cheng Hai was forced onto the defensive, struggling to hold on against the opponent's overwhelming power. "This won't work," he muttered under his breath, drenched in sweat. "My speed and strength are inferior. Although I can barely sense its next move, I'm in constant mortal danger." Suddenly, the boss's sword trajectory changed. The sword's edge pointed directly at a gap where there was no armor protection. Cheng Hai didn't have time to react. Only vaguely perceiving the shadow of the blade lunging toward him, he threw his upper body backward with a violent jerk, dodging the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Gradually losing patience, the Lord let out a roar, seemingly marveling that he could hold on so long despite such a staggering gap in strength. It truly was remarkable. Covered in wounds, Cheng Hai used his sword to prop himself up, struggling to stand. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked toward the Lord with blurred vision, sensing the creature was saying something. No, now was not the time for that. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to focus and search for a sliver of hope amidst the despair. He had to find a way to overcome this monster. The system clock showed 5 minutes and 3 seconds remaining. Standing outside the gate, Shang Li suddenly stopped his stopwatch and said in a tense tone, "He's gone." Ignoring the actual situation inside the dungeon, he ordered his assistant to report to their colleagues in Zhangzhou, Yanxiao Hospital Dungeon. 17 civilians caught inside, only 2 survivors, and all 3 low-level adventurers killed in action. Hearing this, the nurse couldn't help but scream, "What are you saying? It's only been 5 minutes." The boy beside her shouted in agreement. "Exactly." Shang Li raised a hand to silence them, his tone flat yet resolute. "I understand how you feel, but don't hold on to unrealistic fantasies." He turned his gaze toward the dungeon entrance and explained, "There is a lord inside. Even as a level 9 adventurer, I couldn't guarantee surviving for 15 minutes. At that moment, deep within the dungeon, the lord's sharp blade pierced through Cheng Hai's chest, blood erupting like a fountain. Outside the gate, Shang Li had already predicted this end. He thought coldly that even if Cheng Hai were a level 5 adventurer with exceptional skills, he could have lasted 5 minutes at most. But time was up and he still hadn't emerged from the dungeon. Shang Li said coldly to the nurse, "You should understand what this means." The nurse's eyes went vacant, and she slumped to the ground, clutching her head and trembling. Her voice broke in despair. "Impossible. If it weren't for us dragging him into this, Mr. Cheng Hai would definitely have survived and left the dungeon. It's all our fault." The boy beside her, face full of worry, hurried forward to comfort the nurse. Shang Li looked at the nurse as she spiraled into chaos, a flicker of contempt rising in his heart. He scoffed inwardly. "It really is your fault. If that busybody adventurer hadn't helped you escape, things wouldn't have turned out this way." His gaze was cold as it swept over the nurse, but she was still immersed in terror and noticed nothing. In his view, Judah had been the one with the best chance of escaping. Shang Li gritted his teeth, turned toward the exit, and ordered his assistant, "I'm going out for a smoke. Handle the paperwork for those two." The assistant stared blankly at Shang Li's back and stammered, "Yes, sir." Then she suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly asked, "What about the dungeon entrance?" Shang Li lit a cigarette, turned his head slightly, and spoke with a voice as cold as frost. "This is a low-level survival-type entrance. When it goes haywire, it pulls in both ordinary people and adventurers. Once everyone inside is dead, the entrance will close automatically in 30 minutes and then randomly reappear anywhere in the world. The procedures are clearly written in the association's training manual. Record the survivors' information. Don't worry about the rest." He paused, then added flatly, "Of course, if it makes you feel better, you can stay until the end." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the Lord hoisted the longsword that had pierced Cheng Hai's chest high into the air, staring at him with a satisfied gaze as he hung suspended. It locked eyes with him, its voice deep. "Are you worthy?" The blood continued to flow uncontrollably. Cheng Hai remained motionless, his breath entirely gone. The Lord coldly withdrew the longsword, tossing him into the pool of blood on the ground. It looked at his unconscious body, its eyes showing no ripples. "I look forward to your performance after you transform into the undead." With that, the Lord summoned a weapon. A plume of purple smoke rose, and a demonic blade manifested, shimmering with an eerie purple light. It made a vertical slash through the air, carving out a brilliant purple rift that opened into an endless space. The Lord mounted his warhorse and stepped calmly into that space, leaving Cheng Hai lying silently in a pool of blood. In his final moments of consciousness, Cheng Hai closed his eyes, his heart filled with bitterness. "I lost." He looked at the already closed portal, thinking that to this Lord his intact corpse was the only thing of value. As his consciousness gradually faded, he whispered and activated the gift of the Revenant. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, determined that adventurer Cheng Hai meets the activation conditions. Undead cannot kill me. Activating power, executing death immunity. A strange gray mist enveloped Cheng Hai's chest, spreading down to his feet and covering his entire body. Under the dim, oppressive light of the Scott King City dungeon, the air was cold and suffocating. A brilliant light suddenly flashed across Cheng Hai's body, as if a protagonist's fated awakening had occurred. The portal slowly opened, and the Lord rode out leisurely on his warhorse. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, his cold gaze sensing a streak of purple light darting toward him. A small pixie appeared, scratching its head with a playful smirk. "Colorado, weren't you sent to the Great Graveyard by the Legion? Why are you back already?" This was none other than the Shadow Messenger, a level 16 legendary creature. It clicked its tongue, thinking it had come for nothing. It had assumed someone had activated the dinner invitation sent by King Scott. The Lord withdrew his magic and walked up to the Shadow Messenger, his voice deep. "I found a new adventurer who is qualified to become our colleague. It would be a waste to let him start as a skeleton soldier. I plan to apply to the Legion for a Black Knight helmet to transform him into a Black Knight trainee." The Shadow Messenger burst into laughter, its eyes full of doubt. "A colleague? If I recall correctly, the level limit for entering the Great Graveyard is only level 5. At this level, adventurers haven't even found their most suitable classes and titles, yet you're certain he can become a legend?" The Lord narrowed his eyes, absolute confidence reflecting in his gaze. "He has already found them." On the other side, Cheng Hai sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat. He clutched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. It really had been too dangerous this time. If that guy hadn't left on his own, even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough to survive. The system panel materialized before him, indicating that the gift of the Revenant had been used. "Undead cannot kill me." Before Cheng Hai could catch his breath, his brow furrowed as he sensed something strange. The clearance task was complete. So why wasn't the exit button appearing? He muttered irritably. "Do I really have to fulfill the escape conditions to leave?" Not daring to delay, he summoned his longsword, the blade shimmering in his hand. If that was the case, he had to hurry. Cheng Hai gripped his weapon, looking toward the distant graveyard with a determined gaze. He had to move fast before that terrifying knight realized he wasn't dead. Half an hour later, the portal remained open. The nurse and the boy were still keeping watch beside it. Their eyes never left the entrance for a second. Seeing that the gate hadn't closed, the nurse shouted excitedly, her voice trembling with joy. "The entrance isn't closed. Mr. Cheng Hai is still fighting. He's still alive." Realizing the situation had changed, the assistant turned and ran off. "I'm going to report to the team leader." By the fire stairs, Shang Li was smoking, staring irritably into the void and muttering under his breath, "Jude died in the dungeon. My wife is definitely going to take her anger out on the survivors. If I don't handle this right," the assistant ran over, panting. "Group leader Shang," he frowned, cigarette still in hand. "What's the panic?" The assistant got straight to the point. "The dungeon entrance isn't closed. The time is clearly up, but it's still there." Shang Li froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Inside the dungeon, Cheng Hai had just cleared the last wave of skeletons. He gasped for air, tiredly activating the system. A notification popped up. "Perform bulk settlement. Rewards from bulk settlement will be superior to individual settlement." Yes, no. After a few seconds of thought, Cheng Hai decided on a bulk settlement, and the system immediately began to run. A chime sounded as the settlement was completed. Surviving the encounter with the legendary undead Colorado at only level 4. Although the gift of the Revenant played a decisive role, it has not dampened your will to walk the path of legends. Next was a series of titles and rewards. New title obtained, Miracle Survivor. New title obtained, Dueler of Legends. New title obtained, Self-Adaptation. New title obtained, Undead Command. Hidden class item obtained, Trial Medal of the Valiant Knight. Hidden class skill obtained, Walk with Death, Feign Death. Special dungeon item obtained, Scott King's Banquet Invitation. Curio upgrade card obtained, Rare Curio obtained, Tainted Famous Blade, Nightmare Flute. Epic Curio obtained, Protection of the legendary undead Colorado. Cheng Hai rubbed his chin as the truth gradually dawned on him. So that undead knight was named Colorado, but aren't legendary levels supposed to only appear in top-tier dungeons? The Great Graveyard is only level 5, so why did such an overpowered boss appear? He clicked confirm and muttered, "Without cheating like I did, could anyone really clear such a powerful lord?" Outside, Shang Li rushed to the portal, staring in shock at the eerie scene. The assistant pointed at the gate and reported urgently, "Group leader Shang, look." Shang Li stood frozen, completely unable to grasp the situation. He lowered his head in deep thought. For a low-level survival dungeon, if it remains after the closing time, there are only two possibilities. First, the trapped adventurer has cleared it but has not yet completed the escape task. Second, the dungeon has upgraded. Hearing the possibility that Cheng Hai might still be alive, the nurse shouted, "It's definitely the first one." The boy followed suit. "That's right." Shang Li ignored them, leaning toward the second hypothesis. "Impossible. The Great Graveyard was designated as low-level by the World Adventure Association long ago. Yet it's almost impossible to conquer. I'd sooner believe the dungeon upgraded than believe someone cleared it." Before the nurse and the boy could argue back in their anger, the gate suddenly vibrated violently. A loud boom echoed as white smoke rose. The boy cheered, "Someone's coming out." Cheng Hai strode out of the portal, a flash of surprise crossing his face when he saw the crowd still waiting outside. The nurse couldn't hide her joy, screaming, "It's Mr. Cheng Hai, it's him." Cheng Hai scratched his head a bit awkwardly and laughed softly. "Is everyone still here?" Shang Li's eyes were filled with shock mixed with a hint of annoyance. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "How on earth did this happen?" The nurse rushed to Cheng Hai's side, her tone full of complaint and lingering fear. "Honestly, you scared me to death. If you hadn't made it out because of me, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life." Cheng Hai chuckled and waved it off. "It wasn't that serious." Shang Li still couldn't believe his eyes, staring fixedly at Cheng Hai. "The Great Graveyard. You actually cleared it." In Scott King City, the majestic white tower was shrouded in heavy shadows. Colorado stepped into the royal city, kneeling before the throne and respectfully reporting to the king. The king's identity gradually became clear. He looked coldly at Colorado and smiled. "This is the first time since you entered the Great Graveyard that you've requested an audience with me on your own initiative, isn't it?" The king exhaled a puff of white mist and whispered, "Colorado," inside the interrogation room. Shang Li stared directly at Cheng Hai with a serious expression. "Do you know, you've just become the first adventurer to clear the Great Graveyard dungeon." Beside them, an association staff member was carefully recording the conversation. Cheng Hai froze for a moment, pointing at himself and asking blankly, "The first?" Shang Li fell silent for a moment, looking down through the documents and said seriously, "That's right, it's you. You're about to become famous. Although this dungeon is low level, it's very well known in the community. As the first person to clear it, your experience will surely make various factions scramble to recruit you." He looked up, a clever smile playing on his lips. "That includes the government, of course." Cheng Hai rubbed his nose, still looking confused. "So is this a job interview?" Shang Li organized the materials in his hand and replied leisurely, Your performance in both the Banshee Forest and the Great Graveyard has already proven your potential. Super rookies like you are extremely rare." He glanced at Cheng Hai with a sharp gaze. "As the head of the Yunxiao dungeons, I naturally can't let you slip away." Outside in the corridor, the nurse and the boy were peeking into the interrogation room. The boy sat dejectedly on the floor complaining, "Is Mr. Cheng Hai still not out?" He suddenly turned and shouted to the nurse, "Sister Enin, do you think that guy Shang Li wants to steal Mr. Cheng Hai's clearance rewards?" The nurse rubbed her chin and said hesitantly, "I don't think he'd go that far." The boy still held his ground. "Then why would he talk to Mr. Cheng Hai alone?" Just as the words left his mouth, two figures appeared behind the boy. Shang Li let out an angry roar. "I'm not that despicable." He stood with hands on his hips, glaring at the boy with a look of displeasure. "Besides, would I even care about rewards from a level 5 dungeon?" Cheng Hai followed behind, smiling as he patted the boy's head. "Don't talk nonsense. We've been talking so long just to discuss the benefits of joining the Adventurer Association." The boy still shook his head stubbornly. "No way is Mr. Cheng Hai going to become a civil servant." Shang Li gritted his teeth and said sarcastically, "Who knows, even if he doesn't need it himself, it doesn't mean his family won't." Sensing the tension in the air, Cheng Hai hurried to comfort the boy, laughing softly to diffuse the awkwardness. Cheng Hai gave a goofy smile and rubbed the stubborn boy's face. "It feels like you have a big problem with the association." The boy spoke his mind plainly. "Not exactly, I just feel that someone as strong as Mr. Cheng Hai should act freely, like Wang Zijian. He doesn't need to be tied down by the association." Shang Li froze for a moment, and asked with a frown, "Who is Wang Zijian?" The boy shouted irritably. "He's the protagonist of the novel The Undying Adventurer." "No way. You're an adventurer and you've never read that novel?" Shang Li thought to himself with annoyance. "What does me being an adventurer have to do with whether I've read that book?" Cheng Hai stood to the side, unable to stop himself from laughing, silently debating whether to tell them that he was actually the one who wrote that book. Inside a nearby burger joint, Cheng Hai, the nurse, and the boy were eating a light meal. Suddenly, the little boy's eyes widened as he stared at Cheng Hai, shouting, "Are you really the author of The Undying Adventurer?" "No way, seriously?" Cheng Hai pushed up his glasses with a smug look, confirming it with absolute certainty. If the boy didn't believe him, he could even show him the manuscript for the second volume of The Undying Adventurer that he was currently writing. The boy remained in a state of shock. "For real?" Cheng Hai suddenly noticed the nurse sitting beside them. She had been silent the whole time, her expression somewhat awkward. He asked tentatively, Is something wrong? Why aren't you eating?" The nurse hadn't touched the food in front of her. She stammered uneasily, "Mr. Cheng Hai, could you please not join the association?" Cheng Hai looked at her with surprise and concern. "Why?" After hesitating for a long time, the nurse finally mustered the courage to speak. "I heard my brother talking to his friends. He said most people who join the association after becoming adventurers end up regretting it." Cheng Hai's gaze turned serious, and he stared at her sharply. "Did your brother say why?" The nurse lowered her head, her eyes filled with fear as she stammered, "No, but I remember their expressions at the time. It seemed like they mentioned something truly terrifying." Cheng Hai fell into a thoughtful silence. The little boy stared at the nurse, clearly not yet understanding what was going on. Finally, Cheng Hai offered a small smile and comforted her. "I'll consider it carefully. Thank you for worrying about me." The nurse hurriedly interrupted, "No, it's I who should thank you." Meanwhile, inside a secret room, the sound of glass shattering echoed. A red-haired woman burst into Shang Li's office, angrily throwing things and pointing a finger at him as she roared, "You actually want to recruit the guy who watched my brother die and didn't lift a finger to help? Oh, you're Zhu Shuang, Shang Li's wife and the granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming." She cursed bitingly. "Shang Li, have you forgotten how you got promoted to head of Yunxiao City? Have you forgotten whose coattails you rode?" Shang Li felt extremely irritable, fiddling with a cigarette as he replied, "I haven't forgotten, and I'm not recruiting him to protect him. The dungeon he cleared is very special. In a few days, adventurers across the country will know about it. If he joins another organization, he'll be much harder for us to handle." He patiently tried to make his wife understand that if Cheng Hai became a government adventurer, especially an elite with the potential to reach level 15, there were certain things waiting for them. Zhu Shuang didn't care at all, bellowing, "That's too far off. Besides, that guy just has potential. It doesn't mean he can survive past level 15 to become a legend. I want him dead by next week." Shang Li pondered for a moment, looking down as he crushed out his cigarette. "Fine, I understand. We'll kill with a borrowed blade then." In a high-rise apartment, the sound of a keyboard clattering was constant. A stranger stared intently at a screen showing a chat history with countless profits, only 3 days. "I guarantee it. How much are you paying?" He bit his lip in thought. "The Great Graveyard. The intel on this dungeon has already been picked clean," he replied. "Tell me more." I want to confirm if I already know the news, countless prophets replied. Someone has already cleared the great graveyard just a few hours ago. The other person was stunned, unable to believe it. On the other side, Zhu Shuang watched the chat log tensely, asking worriedly, "Are you sure?" The corners of Shang Li's mouth lifted in a cold smirk. "This is enough," he looked at the screen smugly. While the first clear reward of a level 5 dungeon was nothing to high-level adventurers, it was the perfect bait for those between level 6 and 10, especially those who were wanted and lacked resources. He tapped on the keyboard, his tone self-satisfied. Word will spread through the black market intelligence channels that a low-level adventurer possesses a rare item. The news will be leaked to those people. Cheng Hai won't live past 3 days. Those fugitives will swarm in like a storm to avenge your brother. He was countless prophets, and he was currently negotiating with a hacker named Old Huang. I can provide intel of equal value or 5 units of bounty. Deal. Old Huang, send me that person's information. In another building, a man was rapidly pressing buttons on his phone. He was Gao Chengyang, a level 7 adventurer and an A-rank fugitive. A new message popped up. Just received info on a rookie who cleared a level 5 dungeon. Same old rules, a 50-90 split on the loot. Gao Chengyang grinned, feeling extremely smug. Cheng Hai was still focused on his phone call with Shang Li, completely unaware of the conspiracy behind his back. He asked in surprise, "It'll take 3 days for my info to be entered into the government adventurer system?" Shang Li stood on the balcony, lightly stroking the railing as he nodded. "Correct. I remember you're in Dongshan, right? I'll arrange a hotel for you to stay in for now. You won't have to run back and forth these next few days." Holding the phone in one hand, Cheng Hai glanced at the nurse and the boy who were listening intently and replied, "No thanks. I plan to head back to Dongshan and come back in 3 days. Shang Li curled his lip and took the cigarette out of his mouth. "Fine, see you in 3 days. He hung up and looked off into the distance, surrounded by swirling smoke, thinking, "The key is whether you'll still be alive in 3 days. The next day at his home in Dongshan, Cheng Hai was slapping the dust off his old backpack when he suddenly noticed that the purple spatial gate still existed. He frowned and approached it, muttering, "I've only been gone a few days. How does the entrance to this dungeon feel like it's gotten bigger?" He reached out to walk in, only to be blocked by a flash of light. The system popped up a red warning, level 6 not reached. Unable to enter this dungeon. Cheng Hai stared at the gate with a grim expression, lost in thought. Must reach level 6. So this dungeon was now targeted at levels 6 through 10. He quickly formulated a plan assessing his current level as 5. If he maintained his previous speed, he only needed to clear 1 or 2 more level 5 dungeons to reach level 6. He slumped onto the sofa and opened his phone. He browsed through the forums he had visited before, looking for any posts recruiting for level 5 dungeons. After a while, he cheered, "Great, it hasn't been deleted yet." The screen showed a compilation of knowledge regarding the Archer class posted 5 minutes ago. Last night, someone had posted recruitment for a level 5 dungeon called Goblin Nest, asking interested parties to send a private message. Someone else asked whether they should buy accuracy potions, and there was a rookie looking for a power leveling guild in the Southwest District. Cheng Hai typed an anonymous inquiry. "What are the recruitment requirements?" The other person replied instantly. "Must have cleared a level 5 dungeon and possess a class or team type title. Temporary party. After clearing, an entrance fee of 1 to 3 black market coins will be paid based on contribution." In a different room, Shu Mao wiped away sweat as he curiously picked up the phone. He asked, "Why are you asking about that?" Cheng Hai's tone was smug. "I was browsing the forums and saw people trading, but they weren't using cash. They were using black market coins. I was curious." Shu Mao picked up a water bottle and explained patiently. "Actually, besides the entrances and intel for low-level dungeons, adventurers can also trade using black market coins." Cheng Hai rubbed his chin, still a bit unclear. "What's so special about them? Why not just use cash?" Shu Mao took a sip of water and replied tiredly, "Black market coins are the primary currency for dungeons above level 10. I asked the coach before, he said they become very useful after reaching level 10, but he didn't go into specifics." Cheng Hai had a moment of realization and exclaimed, "I see, so where do adventurers below level 10 get black market coins? I want to get some too." Shu Mao saw through his intentions and suggested, "If you're a rookie, you can go to the ghost market to sell things you don't need. Do you want to try selling? I'll take you to the Dongshan ghost market tonight." Cheng Hai was excited. "Sure, thank you." At the Dongshan ghost market, the atmosphere was lively and crowded. Shu Mao explained as he led the way. "The Dongshan Ghost Market is only open on Mondays from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Even though there are so many people, adventurers only make up at most 1. He pointed at the stalls overflowing with goods and shook his head. "These stalls are the same, real and fake, mixed together. If you aren't an adventurer, it's very easy to get cheated." Cheng Hai scratched his face with a goofy grin. "Sounds a bit like browsing an antique market." Shu Mao nodded in agreement. That's exactly what it is. He walked forward quickly, leaving Cheng Hai behind, but didn't forget to caution him. Anyway, don't be in a rush to buy anything. Look around first and get a feel for the market prices. I have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you. Cheng Hai rubbed his head as he watched Shu Mao's disappearing back. Thinking that the guy was quite considerate, he turned around, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. All right, let's take this chance to explore the ghost market. The Dongshan ghost market was incredibly bustling, with stalls lined up and vendors shouting one after another, $2, $5, $1 for a dog skull. A man held up a luxury red sign displaying items and shouted, "Selected gear, 1 day only, highest bidder wins." As Cheng Hai was walking, he suddenly stopped in front of a strange sign. A man was sitting alone by the roadside with only 2 words written in front of him. Buying. The small text below caught his attention. Buying banshee-related dungeon items. Priority given to tools that can lure or harm banshees. Cheng Hai muttered curiously, is he trying to conquer the banshee forest? He was about to step forward for a closer look when the man suddenly spoke, startling him. Young man, do you have what I want? Cheng Hai immediately thought of the 2 weapons he possessed. The whistle that could summon a banshee and the longsword, coated in holy oil. He folded his arms, wanting to negotiate. What's your price? The man grinned as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He pulled down his hat and reached out his hand. Let me see the goods first. We can talk about the price. Cheng Hai nodded in agreement. If you want to see the goods, wait for me for half an hour. I'll go home and get them, the man urged. Hurry up. If someone else sells to me first, I won't buy yours. Cheng Hai gave a short reply. Got it. A while later, as the moon hung high in the sky, Cheng Hai returned and handed the 2 items to the man. The man examined each piece and offered a price. This whistle can indeed lure a banshee. I'll buy it for 5 black market coins. Cheng Hai's eyes lit up and he felt a surge of secret joy. However, when the man saw the sword, he seemed a bit hesitant. Fearing the man didn't recognize its value, Cheng Hai quickly explained, this sword has a holy attribute. It deals +2 damage to evil creatures and grants immunity to a banshee's physical damage. The man tried a few swings with the sword and nodded with satisfaction. Hey, interesting. The man held his phone up to Cheng Hai and said with a smile, tell you what, I'll give you 8 black market coins for this sword. Let's add each other as friends, it'll make future trades easier. Cheng Hai felt the timing was right and replied excitedly, deal. The phone showed that the friend request was successful. He turned to the man. All set. The man waved goodbye. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai clutched a stack of black market coins and walked away leisurely. As he disappeared into the shadows, the man broke into a sinister smile. He was none other than Gao Chengyang, a level 7 adventurer and an A-rank fugitive. He muttered to himself, his guard is way too low. The one who got the first clear of the great graveyard. In a mysterious forest, a group of people gathered for a challenge. Someone looked at their watch and said irritably, it's been over an hour, has that traveler guy still not arrived? Forget it, we're not waiting. The guide, little CB, stepped forward and said excitedly, my dear friends, I am the owner of this level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Nest. Ms. Lin, standing nearby, reached out to greet everyone. The lady to my left is Ms. Lin. The association has already reported this conquest to the government, so please rest assured. 3 strangers stood in a corner. The leader rubbed his head with a look of utter helplessness. The names are always so long. The nearby Mr. Wang smiled brilliantly. Hello everyone, my name is Wang. I'm in real estate in Dongshan, and I'm the sponsor for this trip. Little CB pointed at Cheng Hai and a quiet girl, introducing them. Xiao Mu, and this last one is a new friend, that Dongshan guy who likes writing novels. He's also being very lazy today. They are both adventurers above level 3, responsible for support and rescue. Cheng Hai laughed awkwardly, thinking to himself, why do people who own dungeon entrances always love to gather in parks? They really are persistent. Little CB waved for everyone to head toward a car in the distance. Assemble, now that we've met. Follow me to the Goblin Nest entrance, he added. It's a bit of a drive, so make sure everyone has their bread and water. Hiding behind the brush, Gao Chengyang watched Cheng Hai with a sinister smile, seeing through the kid instantly. He had sold his items but hadn't bought gear at the ghost market. He was definitely using the money to buy a ticket into a low-level dungeon. The car began driving into the forest. After traveling for a while, everyone got out to walk. Mr. Wang was drenched in sweat and asked breathlessly, how much further? Little CB scratched his head and comforted him. Almost there, the entrance is just ahead. An older man in the trio complained, Little CB, how did you find this entrance? This is way too far out. You aren't directly participating in this operation, are you? Little CB quickly defended himself. I didn't find it, an old friend found it and sold it to me. The older man questioned, really? People actually find dungeons just to sell them? Little CB explained. The Goblin Nest is very difficult for rookies. When my friend found the entrance and completed the escape task, he was the only survivor. Since his relatives are also adventurers, he sold the entrance in exchange for clues to another dungeon and to distribute the money to the families of the deceased. It was perfectly reasonable. The older man rubbed his chin, and his companions nodded. Fair enough, though it's not as simple as you make it sound. Ms. Lin suddenly stopped and pointed to a green door ahead. We're here. She opened a book to verify the information, confirming that the shape, color, and size all matched the entrance for the level 5 goblin nest. The danger level was moderate and it was safe to enter. Little CB turned tiredly to the older man. Now can you rest easy? The man laughed loudly, and the group entered one by one. When it was Cheng Hai and Xiao Emu's turn, little CB reached out to stop them and reminded them, "Let me confirm one more time. We'll handle the goblins. Your job is to protect Mr. Wang. Any objections? It's thanks to Mr. Wang that your entry fee is so cheap." Mr. Wang smiled brilliantly and patted his chest. "I'm leaving these 200 pounds of meat in your hands." Xiao Mu remained silent. What about the escape task? While the clearance task was the same for everyone, what if her escape task involved hunting goblins? Little CB replied coldly, "We will prioritize helping you complete your escape tasks before considering the clearance." Xiao Mu let out a sigh of relief and turned to walk away. "Then I have no objection. I'm more than happy to receive a reward so easily." Cheng Hai added with a hint of helplessness. "Me too." On the other side, the 3 middle-aged men were checking their tasks on the system. The leader asked, "What is your escape task?" His companion replied, "Kill 2 goblins, mine too." It seemed the tasks were the same, differing only in quantity. Little CB explained to Boss Wong that escape tasks were assigned based on level. Rookies were sent to level 2 or 3 goblin nests, while those at level 4 or 5 had to kill a specific number of goblins. Boss Wong looked at Xiao Mu in surprise. "I see. No wonder my task is different from that girl's." Little CB clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Listen, considering that the guy from Dongshan and that lazy girl are protecting Boss Wong if we encounter goblins, let's prioritize letting them finish their escape tasks first, alright?" Everyone agreed in unison. "Fine." Little CB led the team forward. Cheng Hai nervously checked his system tasks. Goblin Nest, Escape Level 5, Challenge Participants 8-10. Escape Task, Engage a Goblin Warrior. Clearance Task, Participate in Killing a Goblin Warrior. He froze. Little CB hadn't intended for him to participate in the mainline task at all. 2 hours later, a heavy silence hung over the area until a monster suddenly appeared. The lead man was quick to act, stomping it to death before turning to Cheng Hai. "You don't need this." Cheng Hai gave an awkward smile. "No, you go ahead and take the kill." Boss Wong looked at Cheng Hai wearily. "How can the monsters in a level 5 dungeon be this weak?" The lead man lit a cigarette and explained, "These are just small mobs. To find the real boss, we have to go deeper." He added, "A goblin warrior boss requires a team of 3 to 5 to handle. Ordinary goblins aren't a threat to us as long as they don't swarm in huge numbers." Boss Wang's eyes lit up. "So that's how it is," however. He followed up with a worried question. "If there are 2 or more goblin warriors in the nest, can we still win?" Little CB stepped up to the cave entrance and dismissed his concerns. "That won't happen. A goblin tribe only has 1 warrior. Only 1 team in the world has ever encountered twin warriors, but the probability is so low it's not worth worrying about." The group ventured deep into the cave. Reassured by Little CB's definitive answer, Boss Wong breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I can relax." Suddenly, 2 horrific monsters appeared. One was a level 5 goblin warrior, and the other, emerging from nowhere, was also level 5. A swarm of goblins poured out like a disturbed hornet's nest, baring their fangs. The adventurers' blood began to boil as they roared, preparing for a swift battle. "Don't let them call for help." Everyone drew their weapons to meet the attack. Ms. Lin suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking stunned. "We're in trouble." The lead man looked baffled. "What do you mean?" Ms. Lin analyzed the situation as she observed. "Since we entered, we've already encountered 4 waves of ordinary goblins. A tribe usually only has a few warriors, yet we've run into this many before even leaving the main path. The number of mobs here is completely abnormal." Drenched in cold sweat, she concluded, "It looks like we've hit the jackpot." Meanwhile, in a corner of the cave, Xiao Mu turned to Boss Wong and asked in confusion, "Boss Wong, you're so rich. So why do you want to be an adventurer? I really don't get how rich people think." Boss Wong was delighted inwardly. He scratched the back of his head and said sheepishly, "I'm ashamed to admit it, but I became an adventurer to lose weight." Xiao Mu cried out in shock. "To lose weight? What does losing weight have to do with being an adventurer?" Boss Wong said excitedly. "It has everything to do with it. I've asked many people. Among all known classes, there is one that doesn't require exercise. You can get stronger just by sitting there and consuming energy. Don't you think that class is perfect for a rich guy like me who doesn't want to do heavy labor?" Xiao Mu was speechless, thinking, the world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. Cheng Hai approached and asked, "What are you guys chatting about so enthusiastically? Count me in." He had changed into a set of iron armor that looked like lizard scales. Boss Wong gave him a thumbs up. Full plate armor already? Mr. Cheng is truly professional. Xiao Mu looked down on this aesthetic and asked meaningfully, "You used to wear this in dungeons too?" Cheng Hai was very proud of the armor. He stretched and laughed loudly. "Of course, if it weren't for this protective gear, I would have lost my life long ago. On the contrary, I really don't understand why the rest of you don't wear any." Xiao Mu's face darkened. Xiao Mu snapped back sharply, "Don't force me to say something mean." Over where Ms. Lin was, the goblins were being soundly defeated. The adventurers wiped the sweat from their faces. The man with the headband let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the goblin corpses littering the ground. This wave of monsters had taken a lot of effort. He suggested a rotation, let the others handle the next wave. The man with messy hedgehog-like hair cracked his knuckles, full of confidence. "Leave it to us." Cheng Hai was taken aback, his eyes widening. "Evaluation mechanism? That's the first time I've heard that term." Xiao Mu stood with her hands in her pockets, explaining slowly, "You didn't know? The less external force you use in a dungeon, the higher your task evaluation score will be." Cheng Hai pulled a face and muttered, "So there's a trick to it after all." Xiao Mu didn't hold back, mocking him directly. "Limited ability but plenty of tricks. No wonder you aren't out there killing goblins. It seems you relied entirely on that iron armor to clear dungeons before, didn't you? Aside from your level and height, in what way are you better than a rookie?" Before Cheng Hai could defend himself, Xiao Mu cut him off. "You don't even have a professional certification title or decent equipment, do you?" Cheng Hai silently felt wronged. "That really hurts, Xiao Mu. While random matchmaking is indeed unreliable, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Out of 8 people, 2 were rookies who needed protection. The headband adventurer didn't want to linger and waved them forward. Since we've cleared the goblins blocking the way, let's keep moving." The group advanced rapidly, and 10 minutes later 3 pitch-black tunnel entrances appeared. The hedgehog-haired man looked confused. "Why are there 3 paths? A normal level 5 nest usually has 2 entrances at most." Ms. Lin looked grave and appeared very tense. "My earlier worries were correct. We've encountered a bug." The adventurer was stunned. "What is a bug?" Ms. Lin explained bluntly. "This is information that hasn't been made public yet. In every 50 low-level dungeons, one special case occurs where the difficulty exceeds the current level, commonly known as a bug," she continued. "There are 3 types of bugs. First, an increase in the number of mobs. Second, an increase in the number of bosses. And third, an increase in the boss's strength. The situation we're facing now is close to the first type." Cheng Hai rubbed his chin, gradually understanding. Hearing her say that, "The dungeons I encountered before seem to have had problems too." Boss Wong caught the main point and said worriedly, "Then if we keep going deeper, we might encounter even more goblins." Ms. Lin nodded. Although Boss Wong was big, he was faint-hearted. He waved his hands and said, "That sounds dangerous. How about we stop and go back?" The hedgehog-haired man, however, was aggressive. "We've come this far, how can we go back? There might be a lot of goblins, but the boss isn't necessarily stronger. We just need to find and kill the goblin warrior for the clearance task. We'll finish it quickly before we're discovered." Everyone nodded, thinking it made sense. Xiao Mu suddenly spoke up. "But that's just your speculation that the boss won't get stronger. What if it has? How will you finish it quickly then? If things go wrong, the whole team might die in this dungeon." The hedgehog-haired man began to goad her. "So you're planning to give up? To encounter a little danger and not dare to fight for such a precious opportunity, you might as well go work in logistics." Xiao Mu refused to back down. "You call this a little danger? Challenging a dungeon above your level without sufficient intel is just seeking death." The headband adventurer calmly interrupted and asked, "Excuse me, but do bug dungeons offer higher rewards?" Ms. Lin's brow remained furrowed as she replied, "It depends on how much the difficulty has increased. I've heard they can drop rewards on par with a level 14 adventurer." Seeing the two argue endlessly, Cheng Hai raised his hand and suggested, "How about this, we put it to a vote. Those who want to continue can stay, and those who want to leave can go back. We should respect everyone's democratic rights." The headband adventurer nodded. "Good idea, the best of both worlds. Are you satisfied now?" The hedgehog-haired man continued to provoke her sarcastically, and began the vote. "Raise your hand if you want to stay." Ms. Lin took the lead and solemnly raised her hand, followed closely by the man in the headband and the hedgehog-haired man, who smiled triumphantly. Boss Wong slipped away, laughing awkwardly. "Xiao Mu has a point. I don't agree either." This team had absolutely no sense of crisis. Seeing that Cheng Hai actually nodded in agreement, those few immediately rushed toward the battlefield. Xiao Mu looked furious and roared at Cheng Hai, "Are you crazy? I can understand high-level people wanting to take a risk, but with your pathetic strength you want to join them just to see the show?" Cheng Hai simply replied nonchalantly, "But I still want to try." The hedgehog-haired man tossed his messy hair, ending the vote. "Since everyone has made their choice, let's part ways here. Boss Wong, I'll refund your entry fee later." Although Boss Wong was generous, he waved it off with a smile. No need, just consider it a friendly gesture. Xiao Mu turned away with a cold face and threw out one word, leaving. Seeing he was being left behind, Boss Wong froze for a second before rushing after her. Wait for me! Before the three-way fork, the remaining adventurers were caught in a dilemma. They didn't know whether to venture forward or retreat. One person muttered, "Why do I feel like the path on the right is more stable?" In the end, they decided to leave it to luck. The hedgehog-haired man suggested, "Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins decides the way." Another person hesitated. "All right, but what if it's a tie?" The headband man replied confidently. "If it's a tie, we take the middle." The game between the headband man and the hedgehog-haired man was incredibly tense. What was clearly a children's game took on the atmosphere of a life-and-death duel under the cold gazes of the two hulking men. Rock, paper, scissors. It was a tie. Although the hedgehog-haired man won the next round, he still jumped for joy. The headband man looked at his hand with resentment and grumbled, "I should have known to throw scissors. How annoying." Ms. Lin stood to the side and carefully instructed Cheng Hai, "Don't wander off. When the boss appears later, you don't need to charge ahead, just focus on clearing the mobs around us. Don't let those goblins interfere with my spellcasting." Cheng Hai's eyes were sharp as he replied with a smile, "No problem." By then, Boss Wong and Xiao Mu had entered the dense jungle path. Boss Wong hesitated before calling out to Xiao Mu. She turned her head, her gaze as cold as ice. Lacking combat experience, Boss Wong asked curiously, "Why do you look down on them so much? Is this dungeon really that dangerous?" Instead of answering, Xiao Mu asked back, "What makes you think I look down on them?" Boss Wong scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. He speculated based on his experience, "I am a businessman after all. I know a little bit about reading people." Xiao Mu didn't hide it, pointing to the warning sign behind them, and said, "I chose to retreat mainly because of this title. Its effect is to warn the user of danger ahead." It turned out Xiao Mu possessed an averting death insurance. She explained in a calm yet sharp tone, "Just now in the cave, I used my title to discover two individuals in the depths that pose a lethal threat to me. Combined with intel from professional adventurers, this entry-level dungeon should be an extremely rare twin boss map." She paused, rationally calculating the odds. A single boss requires 3 to 5 adventurers of the same level to clear. With a twin boss dungeon, it's impossible for us to clear it with just a few people. Sweat broke out on Boss Wang's forehead as he asked worriedly, "Then why didn't you tell them and explain things clearly?" Xiao Mu arched an eyebrow, her tone sarcastic. "Believe it or not, the moment I make this public, info about me and this title will appear on the desks of the Intelligence Association tomorrow." She turned and continued walking, saying coldly, "We are just strangers who happen to meet. Why should I sacrifice my personal interests to stop them from seeking their own deaths? Besides, as a temporary teammate, I've already done my best to advise them. If they won't listen, that's their own business." Boss Wang's mind was full of questions. He wiped away his sweat and asked, "Then why were you willing to tell me all this?" Xiao Mu looked at him with a clear distinction between public and private, her gaze reassuring. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. You aren't part of the adventurer circle, and besides, there's no reason to offend a promising adventurer like me just for some petty intelligence fee." Boss Wong nodded. "Oh, so that's it." Suddenly, Xiao Mu stopped, leaving Boss Wong following behind a bit lost. Her face was pale, and sweat slid down her forehead. The system displayed a danger warning, high-level dangerous person ahead, unable to proceed. The danger outside was even more terrifying, as if a hungry tiger or wild beast were peering from the shadows. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the hedgehog-haired man was in a fierce battle with the group of goblins. Ms. Lin manipulated an aura of mana to unleash her ultimate move, her eyes like blades and her body surrounded by flames. The level 2 elemental skill Flamestorm roared out, instantly turning the group of goblins to ash. The hedgehog-haired man looked as if his eyes had been opened, exclaiming, "So that elemental armor Lin Kai gave me before the fight was for this?" The headband man's eyes showed clear jealousy as he grumbled, "As expected of a professional adventurer, and a level 5 professional title at that. Her skills and equipment are all maxed out, and she even has the hardest to complete mage set." As the last goblin fell in agony, the hedgehog-haired man straightened his back, looking imposing as he gave Ms. Lin a thumbs up. "Oh," Ms. Lin wiped the sweat from her forehead and said tiredly, "That battle just now took a lot out of me." Switching out, "You guys handle the next wave of goblins," the adventurers shouted. "All right." Suddenly, a peculiar goblin with sparse teeth approached from the distance. Cheng Hai's system popped up an emergency notification, giving him a start. An unrecorded boss had appeared, and the dungeon's overall evaluation rank had increased. The messy-haired man stared in the direction of the monster, muttering, "What on earth is that thing?" One adventurer spoke up. "It's a goblin shaman, challenge level 6. The entire group was in a stir as everyone checked to see if it was the boss. "It looks a bit different from a normal goblin." The man with the headband judged it by its appearance, saying, "Probably not. It's so short and small, nothing like a goblin warrior." Ms. Lin recognized the monster's identity and shouted loudly, "Wait, everyone be careful, this is a goblin shaman, not a goblin warrior." The shaman bared its teeth in a cold, sinister smile, leading a group of bellicose goblins as they surrounded them. Standing in the command position, Ms. Lin decisively ordered, "Everyone, finish this quickly. End the battle before the goblin warrior appears. Otherwise we'll be in danger." Cheng Hai responded with a sharp gaze. "Understood." Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the wall, and gravel fell everywhere. Cheng Hai looked toward the sound and saw a blurred mark on the wall, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, just a second later, that mark exploded like an earthquake with stone fragments flying everywhere. When he came to his senses, a giant green monster wielding a massive blade had already charged in like a hurricane. Ms. Lin was stunned by the sight, blurting out, "Are you kidding me? Goblins have started using tactics too." By the time she realized the situation was grim, it was already too late. She raised her hands in an attempt to block the monster's attack, but the terrifying force knocked her to the ground. She clutched her head, thinking she was certain to die. Just then, Cheng Hai descended like a savior, the longsword in his hand shimmering with light as he saved Ms. Lin at the critical moment. He shouted coolly, "Fall back, leave this guy to me." Seeing Ms. Lin in danger, the messy-haired man immediately ordered, "Looks like we're in trouble, someone go over and help," but it wasn't easy. Another adventurer roared, "Are you kidding? With this many goblins, who among us can get away?" Cheng Hai used the slender longsword in his hand to block the monster's giant blade with all his might, turning to decisively order Ms. Lin, "Go help them, I can handle this side alone." Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Ms. Lin was filled with worry, but before she could finish speaking, Cheng Hai barked, "Staying there will only hinder me, go." Ms. Lin's heart struggled violently, her whole body trembling, until she finally decided to comply. "I'll deal with the goblin shaman as fast as possible. Then I'll come back to help you." The giant green monster swung a world-shattering blow as if it intended to split the ground itself. After finishing the move, it silently searched for its spoils in the dust, but Cheng Hai was nowhere to be found beneath its blade. He suddenly manifested from the smoke, his tone sinister. "Now no one will disturb us." Cheng Hai walked out, calmly pointing his sword at the monster with a resolute voice, "Come on." He activated the skill Dance of the Death God, voluntarily entering the dying state to take triple damage and activate one step, one kill. This skill allowed his perception points to exceed 18, enabling him to predict his opponent's next move. The green monster roared in fury as if insulted, leaping up like a frog and swinging its blade in a fierce overhead strike. Combining martial arts with his flexible form, Cheng Hai dodged to the side and stood steadily on the ground. He analyzed in his mind, "Though this boss's strength is staggering, it's too clumsy. Even without one step, one kill, I could dodge most of its attacks." The monster was thoroughly enraged, its entire body radiating an intense murderous aura, looking like an ugly gorilla with a flushed face and heavy panting. Cheng Hai was stunned, staring wide-eyed at this bizarre scene. It turned out the monster had entered a frenzy state, and its physical power had exploded instantly. Its pain tolerance surged, but its sanity was halved as its speed and strength soared crazily. He exclaimed, "Has it gone berserk? I didn't expect it to mutate just like that." Immediately afterward, the monster brandished its massive blade, charging toward Cheng Hai like a tornado, but it was no match for Brother Hai, with feline-like agility. He easily avoided those lethal strikes as if a breeze were passing through. "Although its speed and strength have improved quite a bit after going mad," he muttered with a cold gaze, "its moves after the frenzy are completely disorganized, making them even easier for me to see through. This kind of trick is practically like a pre-game warm-up, it's too simple." Cheng Hai let out a disdainful snort. "Is this the normal difficulty of a level 5 dungeon boss?" A hint of disappointment appeared on his face as the corner of his mouth curved up. "To be honest, it's a bit dull." Brother Hai lost his patience and began to counterattack. A sharp flash of sword light surged like lightning, severing the monster's massive blade and sending it flying. The monster's face turned red with rage, its limbs trembling as it stared hatefully at the tiny Cheng Hai on the ground. Cheng Hai returned a look of contempt, saying coldly, "A monster of your level doesn't even deserve to be an appetizer." Cheng Hai gripped his longsword, prepared to finish off this brute. The monster retreated to the wall in a panic, looking like a stray dog after losing its weapon. In despair, it scrambled and fled. Cheng Hai shook his head helplessly, feeling disappointed by this goblin. "Doesn't even have the courage to fight to the end." He sighed and muttered, "I guess my expectations for a level 5 dungeon were too high. In the end, it's just disappointment. No one can even serve as an opponent for Brother Hai." Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, Ms. Lin was struggling with all her might against the swarming goblins. "Just how many more are in this cave? I won't hold out much longer at this rate." The messy-haired man was also gradually falling into a disadvantage, forced to call for help. Sister Lin. Standing at the rear, Ms. Lin was drenched in sweat, her face pale. she responded while unleashing fire magic. You think I don't want to? That goblin shaman has been interfering with low-level spells. Although my magic isn't weak, we might go down this time. Suddenly, the system screen flashed and a notification sounded. The messy-haired man shouted in surprise, "Wait, how is the clearance task already complete?" Although Ms. Lin was still struggling to hold on, she reassured everyone, "That guy from Dongshan has already dealt with the goblin warrior. Just hold on a little longer, he'll definitely come to support us." However, the man with the headband expressed doubt, shaking his head. "I wouldn't count on it. He's already finished the clearance task. He has no reason to risk his life to save us," another adventurer suggested. "Then let's retreat too, the task is finished anyway." Ms. Lin immediately objected firmly, her tone decisive. "No, if we don't kill this goblin shaman here, we'll be surrounded and hunted to death by it and the goblins it commands on our way out." The messy-haired man nodded in agreement. "Ms. Lin is right, we can't retreat yet." Everyone struggled to hold on as internal divisions began to appear. The goblin shaman stood not far away, letting out a burst of eerie laughter. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the stone wall of the cave, and the sturdy wall cracked and shattered. Cheng Hai burst through the wall like a god of war to come to the rescue. He unleashed a sharp slash, splitting the goblin shaman in half. The monster collapsed before it could even let out a scream. A man like Cheng Hai was certainly not someone to be trifled with. The remaining goblins panicked, sweat pouring down as they fled with their tails between their legs. The man with the headband was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Just where did you find such a character? Both bosses of the dungeon were just dealt with by him in a single strike each, the messy-haired man also replied blankly. "I didn't find him." Cheng Hai suddenly spoke, his tone steady. "Regarding my business, I'd appreciate it if everyone could help keep it a secret." He showed a harmless smile, as if the bloody slaughter just now had never happened. Ms. Lin seemed to see through his thoughts and responded calmly. "Understood. With this kind of potential, it's inevitable that you'd be targeted by those with agendas. It's indeed best not to be too flashy before leveling up." Suddenly, Cheng Hai looked toward the cave entrance. It turned out Xiao Mu and Boss Wong had returned. Just as they reached the edge of the forest, Xiao Mu shouted in a panic, "We can't go out, there's a more deadly danger outside." Boss Wong was stunned. "A more deadly danger?" Xiao Mu's face was as pale as paper, and she explained tremblingly, "There's an adventurer whose danger level is extremely high for me. The two bosses of the dungeon are waiting outside, we'll be killed if we go out." Boss Wong was at a loss. "Then what should we do?" Xiao Mu decisively decided to go back and find the others, persuading them to unite and fight their way out. But when she saw the corpses of the bosses split in half on the ground, she froze in place and asked stutteringly, You've already killed both bosses?" An adventurer pointed proudly at Cheng Hai. "Not only that, these two bosses were basically handled by him alone. We didn't have to exert much effort." Xiao Mu began to feel bewildered, even questioning her reality. "Wait, why is it him again? I clearly used my title earlier to confirm he wasn't a threat to me." Ms. Lin scrutinized Xiao Mu seriously, pointing out the flaw in her words. "How did you know there were two bosses in the dungeon? Did you secretly follow us after we split up and witnessed the whole battle?" Xiao Mu stopped hiding it and pointed to the danger warning sign, explaining, "Not exactly, we reached the exit before you encountered the bosses. As for why I knew there were two, it's because I have this title," she explained composedly. "It helps me detect all powerful individuals who pose a threat to me and harbor hostility. That's how I confirmed there were two bosses in this dungeon." Hearing this, the messy-haired man turned to question her. "No way, you have such a useful skill, why didn't you warn us just now?" Having her secret thoughts exposed, Xiao Mu lowered her head and replied, "I didn't say it explicitly, but didn't I also advise everyone not to go deep into the cave?" Cheng Hai didn't dwell on it, his sharp gaze cutting to the chase. "Then why did you come back?" Xiao Mu trembled as she recalled that terrifying figure at the cave entrance. "Because there's a high-level adventurer at the exit, stronger and more hostile than the dungeon bosses just blocking the door." The adventurers' faces turned pale instantly upon hearing this. Ms. Lin didn't panic immediately, confirming in a deep voice, "Are you sure there's a high-level adventurer blocking the door outside?" Xiao Mu nodded decisively. "I'm sure." Faced with the successive difficulties, the man with the headband exploded in anger. First, the dungeon difficulty was severely over limit, and now a high-level adventurer is blocking the door. This is too abnormal. Quick, tell us, is this your doing? As he spoke, he grabbed the messy-haired man's collar. The messy-haired man struggled and roared, "It's not me. If you don't believe me, we can sign a unilateral contract to confirm it." Cheng Hai paid no mind to these arguments. He pondered silently, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Wait, could the high-level adventurer blocking the door be that traveler who broke the appointment and didn't come? If that's the case, that person must have been on site at the time, just happened to be outside my range of perception. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and turned to Xiao Mu, asking in a calm tone, Your title can warn of danger. In that case, if I show killing intent toward you now, can you judge who is stronger between me and the person blocking the door outside? Xiao Mu decisively spat out 2 words, I can. Cheng Hai gave a slight nod. I have a sense of it now, he whispered. Immediately afterward, he released an overwhelming surge of killing intent, his gaze pointing directly at Xiao Mu like a sharp blade. He activated the class skill Dance of the Death God and entered the dying state. The class effects erupted. Strength 4. Agility 4. The title Survival from the Brink also activated. Strength 4, Agility 4. Cheng Hai radiated an overwhelming mana all around him, like an invisible storm. He asked, Now who is stronger between me and the high-level adventurer outside? Drenched in sweat, Xiao Mu relied on her intuition to answer tremblingly, The one outside is slightly stronger. Cheng Hai immediately retracted his killing intent and closed his eyes calmly. Understood. Ms. Lin rubbed her chin, her expression grim. It seems we only have one path left for now. She commanded composedly, her tone steady. Everyone, settle your respective clearance tasks first. Once you've improved your strength, we'll go out and fight for our lives against the person blocking the door. The man with the headband furrowed his brows. Though angry, he had no other choice. The messy-haired man began to mutter regretfully, If I'd known buying this dungeon would lead to so much torment, I shouldn't have been so impulsive back then. Seeing the low morale, Cheng Hai spoke to comfort them. What's done is done, regretting it won't help. Besides, we have numbers, we won't necessarily lose. Meanwhile, outside the forest, the killer blocking the door was losing his patience, muttering, It's been this long and no one's come out yet. That kid who got the first clear at the Great Graveyard couldn't have died inside, could he? This person was none other than Gao Chengyang, an A-rank fugitive and a level 7 adventurer. Inside the cave, everyone discussed their strategies with heavy hearts. Cheng Hai opened his adventurer window and carefully read his settlement information. The system showed the settlement was complete. You now possess the qualification to re-challenge the Merman dungeon. It nearly cost you your life. Now go wash away that previous shame. New title obtained, Goblin Hunter. New title obtained, Art of Stealth. New title obtained, Guardian. New exclusive skill obtained, Hidden Class Revenant Stalker skill, Rising from Death. Curio obtained, Goblin Shaman's Bone Flute, which can randomly summon a goblin to fight for you. Perfect grade curio obtained, Goblin Encyclopedia. Rare curio obtained, Goblin Secret Medicine. Cheng Hai murmured thoughtfully, no epic grade curio drop this time. It seemed that even a twin boss dungeon couldn't compare to the difficulty of the Great Graveyard. He felt that for his next dungeon, he could skip level 6 and challenge level 7 directly. He continued reviewing his records, clicking to display his titles. A string of titles popped up. 50-50 match with title Murlocs. Automatically searches for the strongest nearby Murloc and synchronizes the user's strength, agility, and perception with the targets. Survival from the Brink. Activates Strength 4, Agility 4, and Perception 4 when the user is heavily injured or facing an enemy far beyond their strength. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Significantly lowers the user's perceived strength in the eyes of others. Lone Wolf. Strength 2 and Speed 2 when there are no teammates. Undead Slayer. Charisma -2 and Damage 2 against the undead. Miracle Survivor. Constitution 5 when encountering a life or death crisis. Dueler of Legends. Perception 2 and Physical State maintained at peak when the gap between enemy and self is too large. Self-adaptation. Allows for quick adaptation to various types of enemies. Overkill. Charisma -3 and Damage 3 against the undead. Goblin Hunter. Charisma -1. Intimidation 1 and Damage 1 against goblins. Art of Stealth. Extremely difficult to detect when in a visual blind spot. Guardian. Strength 2, Speed 2, and Stamina 2 when protecting teammates. After reading them, Cheng Hai murmured thoughtfully, excluding Survival from the Brink, the titles I currently have that could be used for the upcoming battle should be Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Miracle Survivor, Dueler of Legends, Self-Adaptation, Art of Stealth, and Guardian. Cheng Hai weighed every step, his finger lightly stroking his chin. His gaze was sharp as he weeded out the unnecessary titles. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Miracle Survivor, and Self-Adaptation are not needed, he whispered to himself, focusing his attention on 3 core titles. Dueler of Legends, Art of Stealth, and Guardian. For him, Dueler of Legends was an alternative to Survival from the Brink, he analyzed, sacrificing 4 points of strength, 4 points of agility, and 2 points of perception to maintain his physical body at its peak state. He envisioned a combination of titles. Art of Stealth must be paired with Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Use Wolf in Sheep's Clothing to slip into the target's visual blind spot. Then switch to Art of Stealth to approach silently. A vivid image of clashing with the fugitive flashed through Cheng Hai's mind. Finally, he would switch to Survival from the Brink and activate the Dance of the Death God skill. Every step would be a killing blow, completing the perfect sneak attack. One strike to win it all. Regarding the Guardian title, he calculated that the best application was to combine it with Dueler of Legends. relying on the 2-point perception bonus to activate the one-step, one-kill effect and predict the enemy's next move through future sight. If the target switched to attacking a teammate, he would immediately switch to Guardian to intercept. He gave a satisfied light nod. Although it couldn't compare to Survival from the Brink, it had the advantage of not requiring the activation of Dance of the Death God, which increased the margin for error. The script was beautiful, but whether it could become reality remained to be seen. Every title had its strengths. Once they resonated, they could create perfect tactics. Pretty stable, he thought, but choosing just one wasn't easy. Finally, he decided to open his inventory first to see the effects of the new skills and curios before making a plan. Cheng Hai opened the system window and focused on reading the beginner adventurer info and class skills. Dance of the Death God. Actively enter a critical dying state. The one-step, one-kill effect is tripled when injured. Important note. When perception exceeds 18, you can predict the opponent's next move. Feign death. The user loses all signs of life for a short period. The heart stops beating. Rising from death. The closer one is to death, the better the tenacity and step frequency performance. He calculated that this rising from death skill was quite good. By improving step frequency and tenacity and combining it with the one-step, one-kill effect, he could dodge while attacking the enemy's weaknesses in the future. He visualized combat scenarios, noting that the feign death skill was also extremely useful. In this world, items do not drop when an adventurer dies. He could feign death and wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack for a counter kill. He laughed, imagining the enemy shouting, "You're too despicable." Cheng Hai merely curled his lip. In battle, one should use any means necessary. He whispered to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. As long as the guy blocking the door wasn't so crazy that he'd try to outwit a corpse, he could give them a massive surprise. But he scratched his head and muttered, of course that was a last resort. He still preferred to win fair and square. He was somewhat worried, unsure if the guy blocking the door would kill them just to seize their treasures. Cheng Hai opened his backpack and checked patiently. The drops this time were indeed quite good. Goblin Shaman's Bone Flute, Shaman's Battle Banner. Inheritance method meant that a growth-capable goblin would follow him after entering a dungeon. The Goblin's secret medicine happened to solve the immediate crisis. If he was lucky, he could use the Bone Flute to summon a goblin warrior as a follower. Thinking of the one blocking the door, he became cautious. The opponent might be 2 to 3 levels higher than him. To be safe, he wouldn't save his curio upgrade voucher. Equipment wish voucher, or equipment smelting furnace. He had to push his combat power to the limit. He murmured to himself that this was currently his strongest mid-tier curio, and using the upgrade voucher on it was the best choice. Cheng Hai took out the protection of the legendary Undead Colorado helmet and calculated, even if it no longer fit after the upgrade, he still had the curio exchange voucher he got from someone, and another chance to try again. So be it. He held up the helmet with both hands and shouted, "Use the curio upgrade voucher on the protection of the legendary Undead Colorado." The system window flashed, and a notification popped up. Warning, this curio has reached the epic grade and can no longer use a curio upgrade voucher. Cheng Hai looked at the system prompt, slightly stunned, and whispered, "Can you only upgrade non-epic curios?" He put the helmet on his head, his gaze weighing the different pieces of equipment. "Then I'll use the equipment smelting furnace to get rid of the things I don't need." He was torn between using the upgrade voucher on the tainted famous blade, or on a new piece of equipment produced from smelting. Opening his backpack, he operated the system window a few times, and a notification popped up. "Do you wish to use the equipment smelting furnace?" Cheng Hai clicked, "Yes." A few seconds later, the system reported a smelting failure. Spellbreaker's Tool of the Trade, Echoes of the Great Sea, and Wraith's Easel are not equipment-type items. Smelting attempt deducted. Cheng Hai furrowed his brow in thought. Could non-equipment curios not be used as materials? Among the gear he didn't use, there were only 2 low-level items, the Merman's Spear and the Longsword. But even if he forced a smelting with those materials, he felt nothing good would come of it. Finally, he chose the Longsword and sighed, "No choice then, I'll use the curio upgrade voucher on the tainted famous blade instead. Anyway, this thing is pretty useful." The Longsword shimmered with light and began to evolve. A few seconds later, the light faded, revealing a new curio. The Black Knight's Sword. Effect. When slashing an enemy, the user's strength, agility, and constitution are slightly increased up to a limit. Cheng Hai examined the Longsword, a sharp glint in his eyes. Too cool. He checked his equipment with satisfaction. The helmet and weapon were settled. So he would use the equipment wish voucher to replace that low-quality chainmail he bought from a roadside stall. The system window popped up. Exchange successful. Item consumed. Equipment wish voucher. Cheng Hai put on a set of black full-plate armor, looking excited. "Awesome, this armor is much lighter and more flexible than the old chainmail." Ms. Lin and Hedgehog Head walked over. Ms. Lin asked in a flat voice. Are you ready on your end? Cheng Hai nodded and politely asked back, just about. Is everyone packed up? Ms. Lin remained calm as she replied, everyone's ready. We'll set off once we've finished replenishing our status. Hedgehog Head stared at Cheng Hai's equipment, his eyes lighting up as he shouted excitedly, Heavens, Brother Cheng, your gear is too cool. Did you pick all of this up in the dungeon? Cheng Hai ignored him and tapped on the system window a few times. Wait a moment, I'm going to summon a minion monster first. Hedgehog Head was anxious to make his presence known, shouting, Don't ignore me. Cheng Hai took the goblin bone flute from his backpack, pressed it to his lips and blew hard. The sound of the flute echoed through the cave, and a small figure appeared at the entrance. Someone shouted uncertainly, It's a goblin, a small long-eared goblin has come in. Headband Man suddenly grabbed the goblin by the head, furrowing his brow and asking, You summoned this thing as a follower? It's so small, its combat power probably isn't even 0.5. We should thank heaven if it doesn't cause us trouble. Cheng Hai calmly took out the goblin's secret medicine and said confidently, Don't rush, I'm not finished yet. He tossed the medicine bottle to the little goblin. The little goblin opened the cap and took a deep breath. Cheng Hai then produced the goblin battle banner and commanded, Drink it. The little goblin looked at him, its eyes shining as if it had seen its idol. Headband Man sensed something was wrong and murmured. The goblin gulped down the medicine, and its body began to swell. Headband Man shouted in horror, Heavens, what did you give it to drink? The goblin grew larger and larger as it drank. It spread its arms and let out a roar under the stunned gazes of everyone. Watching the rapidly growing goblin, Cheng Hai smiled with satisfaction. Headband Man exclaimed, Holy crap, did it turn back into a boss? The goblin hopped happily behind Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai pointed to a pile of equipment nearby and said flatly, There are clothes and weapons suited for your size and strength over there. Go pick them out yourself. The goblin's brain was only the size of a grape, and it scampered over eagerly. Headband Man was still a bit worried and pointed at the goblin, asking, Your follower won't lose control, will it? It's a boss-level goblin after all. Cheng Hai shrugged and replied frankly, I don't know. Cheng Hai looked sharply at Xiao Mu, his tone steady. Can you use your title to check if this goblin has any hostility toward us? Xiao Mu nodded without hesitation. She activated her title and observed the goblin, which was hopping around joyfully. A few seconds later she confirmed, No problem, it has no ill intent toward us. Headband Man breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Ms. Lin began to chant an incantation in some obscure mysterious language. A brilliant purple light radiated out, enveloping everyone. Her mage armor was activated, enhancing all their attributes. Cheng Hai felt a surge of strength and exclaimed in surprise, So strong my constitution actually increased by 2 points directly. System notification, Judah Strength 2. Ms. Lin panted heavily from exhaustion. The buff effect only lasts for 1 hour. Also, the mage armor will protect the parts of your body not covered by armor. Of course, this layer of protection isn't as solid as that set of armor you're wearing, but it's better than nothing. She looked at the dark shadow nearby and found the newly evolved goblin pointing at itself and shouting, What about me? What about me? Ms. Lin sighed and reinforced its defenses as well. Hedgehog Head looked at her in horror as she slumped to the ground as if her soul had left her body. Are you okay? Ms. Lin replied weakly. I'm fine. I'll be okay after a short rest. Several figures stepped out from the teleportation portal. Gao Chengyang looked at them and laughed maniacally. Finally out, suddenly he noticed something, and immediately became alert. How is there a goblin warrior mixed in there? Xiao Mu looked around, her guard up. Hedgehog Head gripped his weapon and looked around. Weren't you saying someone was blocking the door? Where are they? Cheng Hai speculated in a deep voice. They might be hiding. Xiao Mu, use your title to see where he is. Xiao Mu replied curtly. Okay. Her eyes turned blood red as they swept over every corner. Finally she locked onto a figure. Found him. He's at the 10 o'clock direction behind the largest tree. Be careful. He placed many bear traps in front of the entrance. Don't step on them. Someone asked urgently, Where is he? Gao Chengyang knew he had been exposed, clicked his tongue and stepped out from the shadows. Is that a scouting type class title? He straightened his hat and gave a contemptuous smile. Truly annoying enough. Cheng Hai stared at him, his gaze icy. So it was him. He recalled their previous encounter and whispered to himself, Then the pieces fit. I was wondering why after the Banshee Forest was cleared recently, he didn't go to the black market to buy supplies, but instead ran to Dongshan to try his luck. There was definitely a problem. Only a few team leaders who had signed a non-disclosure agreement knew he was in Dongshan, so it couldn't be them. Nor could it be the nurse with glasses. Could it be Shang Li or Xu Mao? Ms. Lin scrutinized Gao Chengyang, her eyes gloomy. Suddenly she pointed at him and cried out in surprise, Wait, you're Gao Chengyang? Boss Wang wiped his sweat and asked curiously, Is the opponent very famous? Ms. Lin was on high alert. More than just famous. He's the most notorious fugitive in Fujian and Guangzhou. She continued her explanation. Even though he's only a level 7 adventurer, the number of adventurers who have died at his hands is in the dozens, maybe even hundreds. Rumor has it he's a habitual killer, not just to snatch clearance rewards but also to farm titles specifically against humans. She paused, her tone grave. If he really has farm titles like Human Mass Slayer, his actual combat power has probably reached level 9. Gao Chengyong scratched his head and laughed maniacally. You know quite a bit about me, official adventurer from the association. He unequipped his Hidden in the City title, cancelled his disguise, and switched to Human Mass Slayer, granting him Intimidation 3 against humans. Damage to humans 3, Ms. Lin gasped. He really had managed to grind for that title. Gao Chengyong made a sinister proposal. How about this, let's make a deal. Ms. Lin stared at him intently, not dare to relax for even a second. He pointed at Cheng Hai, feigning generosity. Leave the kid behind and I'll let the rest of you go. Hearing this, one of the men looked delighted and leaned in to whisper to Ms. Lin, that's a good deal. Maybe we should just… Ms. Lin immediately cut him off with a warning, don't listen to him. The association's files clearly recorded that Gao Chengyong had repeatedly released targets only to hunt them down and torture them afterward. If you believe his lies, he'll find us and kill us one by one after he deals with Cheng Hai. You won't even have a chance to resist. Xiao Mu, who had remained silent, spoke up to confirm. He's right. Although he says he'll let us go, his malice hasn't diminished in the slightest. He's lying. Gao Chengyong glanced at her, his lip curling slightly. You can even sense malice? Cheng Hai stepped forward with the Goblin Warrior, his tone decisive. Since his target is me, the Goblin Warrior and I will take the lead. Everyone else support us from the sidelines. He didn't forget to remind the group. We're all in the same boat now. Don't harbor any illusions about the enemy. Cheng Hai turned back, a red glint flashing in his eyes and his voice turning ice cold. If any of you are afraid to die, get lost now. Don't drag me down. Ms. Lin replied with a serious and sincere expression. We will support you with everything we have. Gao Chengyong laughed arrogantly. Let me give you a rating. I didn't realize you had such guts. If it were me, I'd have forced the whole group to charge together. Cheng Hai dismissed him with a look of contempt, declaring confidently, to beat you, just the two of us are enough. Gao Chengyong let out a cold snort. A hint of thought flashed in his eyes as he muttered sarcastically to himself. I knew it. A rookie like you, who hit level 5 through sheer luck, always thinks there's something special and treats others like stumbling blocks. He opened his inventory, continuing his cold mockery. But reality isn't that simple. It's difficult for rookies from level 1 to 5 to systematically collect enough titles, skills, and equipment. He drew his weapon, mocking him as he spoke. Your weapon and armor are quite luxurious. I take it the drops from the Banshee Forest and Great Graveyard were mainly equipment? He looked entirely confident. He entered taunt mode. Unfortunately, my skills are naturally unique, specifically designed to curb rookies like you. Cheng Hai gripped the Black Knight's sword and charged forward like a storm. Go Goblin, the warrior charged on command. Gao Chengyong remained unfazed and cast a sluggishness spell. In an instant, the speed of Cheng Hai and the Goblin became like that of a snail. Cheng Hai looked at his hands, which were no longer agile, and whispered in surprise, My speed has dropped. Gao Chengyong laughed loudly, seizing the opportunity to sweep a long scythe toward them. You idiot, sluggishness doesn't just slow down your running speed. He launched a barrage of attacks, his tone triumphant. Against someone like me using a rare weapon like a scythe, a guy stuck in a sluggish state like you can never adapt or respond in time. Cheng Hai remained unruffled, calmly spitting out 5 words. Is that really what you think? Gao Chengyong's expression changed. Cheng Hai raised his arm to block the scythe, settling into a combat stance. He spoke slowly, his tone like frost. Regrettably, if this is all you've got, then today you've hit a brick wall. Suddenly, the Goblin Warrior lunged from behind like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Gao Chengyong gritted his teeth and leapt to dodge the fatal blow. He retreated several steps to open up some distance. He thought in horror, Are you kidding me? My tried-and-true combo was broken that easily. Cheng Hai brushed the scythe aside, looking at his opponent with disdain. Is this the level of someone who just cleared 3 dungeons? He stood side by side with the Goblin, his aura overwhelming. Hedgehog Head cheered excitedly from the back. That Gao Chengyong isn't all that. He was disarmed by Brother Cheng as soon as they clashed. Maybe he can win alone without our help. Ms. Lin observed the scene and said in a deep voice, It's not that Gao Chengyong is too weak, it's that Cheng Hai is too strong. She looked at the armor on Cheng Hai and thought to herself, by now he can likely rival or even surpass the superstars being prioritized by the Fujian branch. Gao Chengyong quickly tapped on his system screen and muttered, If it were me. As soon as he spoke, the Notice invisibility cloak manifested, gradually covering his entire body and turning both the man and his items invisible. He let out a cold laugh, his tone trembling. I surrender. I don't even want that scythe anymore. Can you spare my life? Cheng Hai listened to his words, his face showing no emotion as he calmly asked back, If positions were reversed, would you do the same? Faced with this sharp question, Gao Chengyang only squinted and smiled. Fair point. As soon as the words left his mouth, he donned the invisibility cloak, his form gradually fading like smoke before Cheng Hai and the goblin. Cheng Hai frowned slightly, his gaze sharp as he immediately surveyed the surroundings with high alert. The goblin also widened its eyes to search, eventually spotting Gao Chengyang's trail. At that moment, Gao Chengyang was standing silently behind Cheng Hai, his eyes as sharp as blades. He thought to himself, for a rare superstar like you to die here, I actually feel a bit guilty. He looked at Cheng Hai, his gaze a mix of admiration and coldness. If you hadn't met a killer like me, you might have become a legendary tier adventurer. Suddenly his eyes turned cruel as he whispered, too bad your legendary path ends here. Gao Chengyang gripped his longsword and charged with a distorted expression. Just then, the girl in red sensed the danger and screamed a warning. Cheng Hai, look out, he didn't leave, he's right around you. Gao Chengyang heard the scream and glared at her in rage, cursing inwardly. That annoying brat. But in that very instant, it was as if Cheng Hai had already predicted his position. He swung his sword in a wide sweep. A flash of sword light later, it slashed directly into Gao Chengyang, and blood splattered out like strawberry syrup. Gao Chengyang stared blankly at the blood on his body, murmuring in disbelief, impossible. He collapsed to the ground, blood staining the earth, still asking in a daze, how did you know I was over here? Cheng Hai stepped forward slowly and answered with a cold gaze, because my perception is A. He stood before Gao Chengyang and added, every move you make is under my control. Lying in a pool of blood, Gao Chengyang could only mutter with fading consciousness, perception A? Cheng Hai turned and gave an order to the goblin. This guy is yours to kill. The goblin nodded and replied coldly. Understood. It walked up to Gao Chengyang and raised its blade to finish him off. A flash of crimson followed, and Gao Chengyang let out a final, unwilling sigh. The heavens really are unfair. The surrounding people watched in silence as the goblin executed Gao Chengyang. Cheng Hai turned and walked toward Ms. Lin. Standing before her, he removed his helmet and asked with a smile, if a freelance adventurer wants to join the association, how long does it take to enter their personal information? Ms. Lin looked at the young man and replied, if it's a workday, it can be done in half a day. Hearing this, Cheng Hai lowered his head and thought, it seems that fugitive targeting me was likely because someone inside the Yunqiao City Association leaked the news of me clearing the Great Graveyard. He looked up and winked at Ms. Lin. By the way, I verbally agreed to join the Yunqiao City Adventurer Association a couple of days ago, but my info hasn't been entered into their system yet. If I change the location to Dongshan, is that in accordance with procedure? Ms. Lin replied happily. Of course it is. On behalf of the Dongshan City Adventurer Association, I welcome you. Inside a certain office building, a phone rang. The owner answered, hello, this is Shang Li from the Yunqiao City Adventurer Association Entrance Management Office. The caller was Cheng Hai. He looked at the crowd cleaning up the scene and said, I've thought it over. I've decided not to become an official adventurer for Yunqiao City. Shang Li asked in surprise, why? Your personal info will be entered into the system tomorrow. Why the sudden change of heart? Cheng Hai glanced at the nurse who was moving the bodies and replied, because I just took out an A-rank fugitive named Gao Chengyang. After the Dongshan City Adventurer Association heard the news, they already invited me to become an official local adventurer. Upon hearing this, Shang Li's anger gradually dissipated, and his tone softened. Is that so? Well, that's great. Being an official adventurer in your hometown will make things more convenient. Hearing him say that, Cheng Hai immediately followed up excitedly. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'll hang up now then. Shang Li agreed over the phone. Let's stay in touch. The moment Cheng Hai hung up, Shang Li put down his phone, his face turning instantly dark and clouded with rage. He slammed the phone onto the desk and spat out a curse. Damn it, Ms. Lin, standing nearby, saw Cheng Hai hang up and stepped forward, asking curiously, is it settled? Cheng Hai gave a short nod. Settled. Behind Ms. Lin, a girl wearing a pink suit stepped forward, sizing Cheng Hai up with a meaningful look. Why haven't you left yet? The girl asked with a hint of teasing. Cheng Hai looked at her and replied with a smile, because Sister Lin invited me to join the Dongshan City Adventurer Association too. I'm going with you guys to enter my info in a bit. Hearing this, the girl in pink arched her eyebrows and flashed a happy smile. Really? Cheng Hai didn't miss the opportunity, retorting with a half-joke. But honestly, since even you were invited to join the association, I'm starting to doubt the prestige of this adventurer title. The girl in pink furrowed her brows, thinking, I just talked back to you a few times in the dungeon. Is it really necessary to squeeze me like this? Talk about petty. The next day at the Dongshan City Adventurer Association branch, the atmosphere in the hall was lively. A man stood before Cheng Hai, pointing to a testing device, and said seriously, please deactivate all class titles and skills and strike this device with your own strength. Cheng Hai nodded, deactivated all his skills, and settled into a stance. Okay, he took a few steps back, took a running start, his gaze cold and devoid of any ripples. He charged forward like an arrow leaving the string and threw a heavy punch directly at the center of the device. With a loud thud, the moment his fist hit the target, numbers flashed on the device's screen. 12. Cheng Hai stepped back to observe the result, thinking to himself, as expected of the real deal, this base attribute tester is definitely more professional than the one at the gym. He thought with a smile, I heard the association has professional coaches too. It seems those exercises from the gym will transition nicely. The door pushed open and Ms. Lin and the girl in pink walked in, seeing Cheng Hai. Ms. Lin asked, finished with the testing? Hearing the question, the young man glanced at his logbook and gave a short reply, finished. His strength and agility are both 12. He looked at Cheng Hai and the goblin standing to the side. The goblin immediately stepped forward to try. An eye-catching 17 appeared on the screen. Cheng Hai widened his eyes and blurted out, holy crap, 17 points. Hearing this, Ms. Lin frowned, her tone suspicious. Only 12 points? In Ms. Lin's mind, scenes of witnessing Cheng Hai's earlier combat flashed back. Strength and agility of only 12 were far from his performance at that time. I thought his base attributes were at least 14, maybe even 15. She thought to herself that with such low base attributes, the reason Cheng Hai could explode with power rivaling a level 9 adventurer was likely entirely due to his class titles and skills making up for those missing few points. The girl in pink watched Cheng Hai silently, her eyes flickering. This definitely isn't a normal class or title. Could he have a hidden class and a purple combat tier title? Meanwhile, Cheng Hai was completely oblivious, indignantly competing with the goblin. Don't get cocky. Just wait until I activate my class and titles and try again. I'll definitely beat you. Just as he was speaking, the voice called out, Mr. Cheng Hai. Hearing the call, he immediately turned around. It was Ms. Lin, walking over to hand him a card. Your personal information has been entered. This is your level certificate. Cheng Hai took the card, scratched his head and said in surprise, that was fast. Ms. Lin replied with a smile, special talents get special treatment, of course. After all, you're the person who independently defeated 2 dungeon bosses and took down Gao Chengyang. Single-handedly, you've earned it. Cheng Hai looked down at the shimmering card in his hand. It was clearly engraved, Adventurer Association. Name, Cheng Hai, Branch, Dongshan City. ID, DSS-00181. Ms. Lin continued with a serious expression. Furthermore, official adventurers from level 6 to 10 are required to pass at least 2 association-designated dungeons of the same level each year. If not completed, you will be moved from the Conquest team to the Intelligence team or Resource Collection team. Considering your base attributes still have a lot of room for improvement, my advice is not to rush to increase your dungeon level for the next 2 years. She paused before continuing. Pass an association-designated dungeon of the same tier every half year and spend your time on physical transformation and practical combat training. Listening to Ms. Lin, Cheng Hai put on his headset and replied calmly, no problem. And I'll remember those 3 items you mentioned before. Ms. Lin nodded and continued her serious instructions. Note that during your deployment, if you capture or assist in capturing a fugitive, or deal with monsters that have strayed into the real world, you will receive rewards. These rewards will be converted into contribution points. You can use them to exchange for title clues, class change items, or curios held by the association. She paused to emphasize, however, usually only adventurers level 9 or higher are temporarily deployed. You don't need to consider that just yet. Hearing her say that, Cheng Hai rested his chin in his hand, his eyes flickering as if he were calculating something. Suddenly he raised his hand to indicate he had a question. Ms. Lin arched her eyebrows and nodded for him to proceed. Keep going, Cheng Hai said, looking at her with curiosity in his voice. What exactly were title clues? Ms. Lin folded her arms and explained slowly. Every title represents a path that has been blazed by previous adventurers. Based on the process of obtaining those titles, the association possesses title clues that have been verified and can be replicated. Once you get back, you can use the UID on your certificate to log into our internal network. Take a look at the title encyclopedia compiled by the association and see if there are any titles that catch your interest. Cheng Hai listened intently, his gaze fixed on the shimmering card in his hand. Ms. Lin continued to speak, her tone flat yet captivating. If you find something you like and you have useless curios or title clues that aren't in the encyclopedia, you can sell them to the association for contribution points. You can then use those points to exchange for the titles or class change certificate curios you want. After hearing this, Cheng Hai nodded and gave a short reply. Understood. Ms. Lin suddenly pointed to the dazed goblin standing nearby and asked, by the way, when do you plan to dismiss your minion? Hearing this, Cheng Hai pointed at the goblin, his tone tinged with worry. Can I keep him here? I noticed the description for the goblin bone flute says it summons a random goblin. I'm afraid that if I send him back, the next one I summon won't be this same one. Wouldn't that mean I wasted a bottle of Goblin's secret elixir? Hearing his words, the Goblin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ms. Lin smiled slightly and clarified, "There's no need to worry. Unless your Goblin warrior dies in that world, or you intentionally choose to summon a random Goblin, the one you summon next time will still be him." Cheng Hai breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes lighting up. As he turned to the Goblin, "I see." The Goblin also nodded happily, its eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, in a Goblin tribe within a level 6 dungeon, a group of Goblins was playing carefree. One of them suddenly bumped into something and tumbled over. It muttered tremblingly, praying it wouldn't run into a Goblin slayer. Looking up, it saw a giant Goblin standing right in front of it, paralyzed with fear. After dismissing the Goblin, Ms. Lin turned toward the door, not forgetting to look back and signal Cheng Hai and the girl in pink. "Follow me. I'll take you to meet your Dongshan colleagues." Cheng Hai nodded and gave a brief answer. "Okay." Standing nearby was a youth wearing a bright orange shirt with a shy look in his eyes. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Liang Jacken. So you're the trainee adventurer from the Dongshan Adventurer Association." "Liang Jacken," he continued excitedly. "I'm a trainee from Dongshan. My current agility attribute is—" Before he could finish, a person sitting nearby rudely interrupted him, his tone harsh. "Hey, don't report your full attribute points every time you meet a stronger adventurer. Reciting them like a menu is a good way to offend people." The speaker was Chang Jingchuan, a level 3 adventurer from the Dongshan Association. Having his words cut short, Liang Jiaken's face turned bright red as he argued indignantly. "What does it matter? No matter how high my attribute points are, they can't be higher than Cheng Hai's, right?" The girl in pink stood to the side observing silently, thinking to herself, "His attribute points are definitely higher than yours." Cheng Hai ignored their bickering and turned to the person who had just recorded his test results. He asked curiously, "Are you the entrance manager for Dongshan?" The man glanced at him and replied flatly, "Not yet. Until the expert-level dungeon in Dongshan is cleared, a full member like me, who is only level 8, isn't qualified to serve as the entrance manager. This is Yao Wenzhang, a level 8 official adventurer of the Dongshan Association." Cheng Hai nodded and continued the conversation. "So the entrance manager is someone else? Is he absent because he's currently tackling that expert dungeon?" Yao Wenzhang waved his hand in denial. He shook his head and said, "No, he's not here because he's dealing with a fugitive who suddenly broke into Dongshan yesterday." He rested his chin in his hand, his tone pensive. "I heard it's because someone in the neighboring city cleared the Great Graveyard. Since the one who cleared it is from Dongshan, those guys are all coming for him." Cheng Hai arched an eyebrow and asked back, "Is that so?" Hearing the Great Graveyard mentioned, Liang Jacken immediately perked up, shouting excitedly, "Isn't the Great Graveyard the legendary field prepared for skeleton soldiers? That's widely recognized as a bug-level dungeon. There's a high probability of dropping curio upgrade coupons there. Looking at it this way, Dongshan City really is a land of heroes and legends. Not only can Cheng Hai defeat 2 dungeon bosses of the same level and solo an A-rank fugitive, but now another person has cleared the Great Graveyard. As a Dongshan local, I feel truly honored." Just as Liang Jacken finished speaking, he suddenly realized that everyone in the room had their eyes fixed on him. He scratched his hair awkwardly and looked up in confusion. "Why is everyone looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Ms. Lin, sitting nearby, looked at him with a flat yet meaningful tone. "You still haven't realized, have you?" Liang Jacken frowned with a puzzled look. "Realized what?" He waved his hand, his tone anxious. "Ah, everyone, stop talking in circles, just say it plainly." Chang Jingchuan was observing the man opposite him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Suddenly a hand went up, drawing Liang Jiaken's attention. It was Cheng Hai. He looked a bit embarrassed as he said in a low voice, "I'm the one who cleared the Great Graveyard." Liang Jiaken's eyes widened as he let out a stunned cry, "Holy crap! Cheng Hai, you're too legendary." Outside the building, the sun was gradually sinking in the west, and the evening clouds glowed like fire. Inside the room, Cheng Hai put on his simple armor and whispered to himself. Although he had promised Ms. Lin to slow down his dungeon conquest speed and focus on physical training, improving base attributes and studying the dungeon knowledge compiled by the association, he glanced at the door leading to the dungeon and thought, "But with the entrance right at home, I still want to end it myself and try a solo challenge." Cheng Hai donned his helmet and whispered, "According to Ms. Lin's assessment, when I go all out, my strength is roughly equivalent to level 10. He walked toward the door with steady steps, contemplating as he went. A level 10 lone wolf facing an ordinary level 6 or 7 dungeon shouldn't find it hard to complete the escape task even if he can't clear it. as long as he didn't adjust the challenge level midway like last time. As Cheng Hai stepped through the gate, the space around him shifted. A dense canopy of trees loomed over him, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. He looked around and muttered, "It's exactly the same as last time. It doesn't feel like much has changed here." Suddenly an information box appeared in front of him, clearly stating new level 6 task discovered. Entering elite dungeon. Currently activating title summarization. Primary and secondary class conversion and upgrade to task. Cheng Hai read it intently, his eyes shining as he whispered, "So the adventurer panel can be upgraded? According to the 4 stages of adventurers Ms. Lin summarized for me. Will the panel change again when I reach level 11 and 16? The system box in front of Cheng Hai flashed continuously, as information kept emerging. Title summarization allowed adventurers to activate 4 active titles and 5 reserve titles while in a dungeon. Active titles could be switched flexibly during combat, but reserve titles required the adventurer to open the panel to activate. Regarding the class system, before entering a dungeon, the adventurer must select a primary and secondary class. Only the traits and skills of these 2 classes could be used, all others would be disabled. The upgraded escape tasks were split into 2 categories, normal escape tasks and rotation escape tasks. Adventurers could choose either one. Once completed, they could leave immediately, while the clearance task remained unchanged. After reading the information, Cheng Hai frowned, his heart full of confusion. Title summarization, primary and secondary class conversion. Why does it feel like the restrictions on adventurers increase after reaching level 6? Will there be even more restrictions at level 11? He fell into deep thought before the system panel, then muttered, "But the good news is that escape tasks have gone from a single choice to 2 options. This really is a benefit for those who don't plan on clearing the dungeon." The system panel switched to new information. The text displayed, title summarization. Active titles, 50-50 match with title Murloc, survival from the brink, miracle survivor, lone wolf. Reserve titles, a wolf in sheep's clothing, dueler of legends, self-adaptation, overkill, undead art of stealth, guardian. Unactivated titles, undead slayer, goblin hunter. Cheng Hai clicked the taskbar, staring intently as he talked to himself. Titles are set. Let me see what the escape task is this time. The system immediately displayed the task. Title Murloc breeding season. Challenge level 7. Current challengers 115, normal escape task, find the title Murloc hatching pool. Rotation escape task, alley with the werewolves. Clearance task, destroy the title Murloc hatching pool. Remaining challenges for this dungeon 7. Challenges reset to 0 after clearing. Entrance reversal time remaining 19 days, 15 hours, 15 minutes. Catching sight of the word werewolves, Cheng Hai was startled, his gaze searching through the dense jungle. His voice trembled slightly. Werewolves. So there are other monsters besides Murlocs in this forest. Meanwhile, in another level 6 dungeon within a vibrant goblin village, a giant goblin was focused on roasting meat. 3 little goblins surrounded it, laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, the 3 little goblins shrieked in unison, their eyes filled with terror. A glowing portal appeared behind the giant goblin. In an instant, accompanied by a dull thud, the giant goblin was sucked inside, vanishing into thin air before the eyes of the little goblins. The 3 goblins stood frozen, dumbfounded, watching as the beloved piece of roasted meat in the giant goblin's hand vanished along with it. Back on the other side, Cheng Hai was gnawing on a large piece of meat while watching the gesticulating giant goblin, his tone excited. "In other words, in your view, those werewolves are sinister and cunning, and they particularly like to bully the weak and fear the strong?" Having understood the goblin's meaning, he curled his lip and commented, "Aren't they just a bunch of forest bullies then?" Hearing this, the goblin gave a thumbs up and shouted happily, its face flushed with excitement. Cheng Hai calculated in his mind, "I won't take the werewolf-related task this time. First, I'll look for the title Murloc hatching pool and see if I can clear it. If not, I'll wait until next time." After making up his mind, he looked up at the goblin and spoke decisively. "All right, I've finished my questions. You can go back now." The goblin's round eyes widened as it looked at him in surprise. Seeing it dazed, Cheng Hai frowned and asked, "You don't want to go back?" The goblin lowered its head sadly, its eyes glistening as if it were about to cry, looking quite pitiful. Cheng Hai stood up and let out a sigh. "Fine, you can stay then." The goblin immediately turned its sorrow into joy, leaping up excitedly. Cheng Hai led it forward, not forgetting to caution it. "But let me say this first, the challenge level of this dungeon is level 7, take it easy." He didn't notice a pair of cold eyes observing him from behind. It was a werewolf scout, challenge level 3. It lurked in the shadows, muttering, "A human and goblin combo, they are the adventurers from outside the eternal East Spring." Meanwhile, in the shadows of a level 5 dungeon, 2 men were in the middle of a heated conversation. One spoke, his tone surprised. "So you actually joined a temporary squad to have them carry you through. And it was a level 5 dungeon too, you've got some nerve." The chubby man laughed and replied, "It was actually okay, although there was a small accident in the middle. I met two very promising adventurers because of it." Hearing this, the billionaire Huo Wang nearby frowned, his tone bitter. "You just got lucky. If those freelance adventurers were reliable, my son wouldn't have died in the dungeon." Wang Quan, a famous real estate developer from Dongshan, looked at Huo Wang and replied cautiously, "I know. That's why I only decided once I was sure there were official adventurers traveling with us. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk it even in a level 2 dungeon. I'd be afraid that once we were inside, the freelancers would break the contract and turn on me." He paused and lowered his voice. "Speaking of which, I saw the reports from a few days ago. Your son's death doesn't seem like it was an accident, does it?" At the mention of his son, Huo Wang's face darkened and his voice turned cold. "How could it be an accident? I prepared 2 curios for my son before he entered. Even in an elite dungeon, they should have saved his life, yet he still died. It's a joke that 2 adventurers who couldn't even be called experienced managed to survive." He motioned for the female employee nearby to leave, then continued with deep resentment, "It's just a pity those 2 names died at someone else's hands before I could make my move. Otherwise, I would have made them regret ever coming into this world." Wang Quan nodded and said thoughtfully, "Then that person could be considered to have indirectly avenged your son. We should repay him." He suddenly asked out of curiosity, "By the way, what's his name?" Huo Wang straightened up and clearly articulated a name. "His name is Cheng Hai. I came to Dongshan this time specifically to meet him and thank him in person." Upon hearing the name Cheng Hai, Wang Quan shuddered violently and blurted out, "Cheng Hai?" Seeing his strong reaction, Huo Wang's expression turned suspicious. Huo Wang sat up straight and asked, "What, you know him?" Wang Quan scratched his face and gave an awkward smile. "There was a young man named Cheng in the temporary team I put together. It's likely him." Meanwhile, in the dense forest of the dungeon, a level 3 tidal merman captain was patrolling with his subordinates. He turned back and roared at his clansmen, "Everyone stay sharp, those werewolf scouts might be hiding in the nearby bushes. If you're this lazy, you're in grave danger." Hearing the captain's reprimand, the mermen in the rear quickly responded, their tone decisive, "Understood, Captain." Just as one passed through a thick patch of bushes, 2 pairs of glowing eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness. A goblin and a human leaped out from the grass, landing behind it with a loud shout, prepared to launch a sneak attack. The merman was startled and spun around, but before it could react, it was struck by a heavy blow that left it dazed and seeing stars. In an instant, 4 mermen were tied up securely, lying obediently on the ground. Cheng Hai stood before the group of bound mermen, observed them for a moment, then turned to the goblin. "Do you speak their language?" The goblin crossed its arms and replied confidently, "Of course." It tilted its head toward Cheng Hai and asked, "Do you need me to help translate?" Cheng Hai shook his head, his tone steady. "Not for now." He opened the system panel, clicked on the inventory, and muttered, "I have a curio that should come in handy in this situation. If it doesn't work, I'll call on you." A spiked seashell appeared in Cheng Hai's hand, its information displaying as the curio, Word of the Great Sea. Its effect when equipped was the ability to breathe and speak underwater, as well as communicate with marine life. He walked up to the bound merman and knelt down, his voice cold. "Tell me, where is your hatching pool, and I might spare your lives." Just as he finished speaking, a glob of slimy liquid was spat directly onto his face. The lead merman roared, its eyes bloodshot, "Do you think I would betray my people, you little errand boy for a green-skinned idiot?" Seeing this, the nearby goblin clutched its head in horror and muttered, "Heavens, that fish is beyond saving." The merman continued to bluster, its tone fierce. "Kill me if you have the guts." Cheng Hai wiped the slime from his face, his gaze as cold as frost. Without another word, he swung his sword and sliced the lead merman in half. The remaining 3 fell into a panic, 2 of them shouting in unison, "The captain is dead." One of them still tried to be stubborn, shouting, "Don't get cocky, the Lord will avenge us." Before the words had fully left its mouth, it too was sliced in half by Cheng Hai, blood staining the ground red. The third one trembled and cried out, "I'll talk. There's an underwater cave at the bottom of the lake. Go through the cave and you'll reach a natural underground karst cavern. Our hatching pool is right there." Seeing its companion's betrayal, the last merman roared, "You traitor." But before it could say more, Cheng Hai unhesitatingly cut it down with a single stroke. He turned to the goblin and said flatly, "Keep this one alive, tie it to a tree. We'll come back for it once the job is done." Having witnessed the scene just now, the goblin hid behind an ancient tree, its body shivering uncontrollably. Cheng Hai glanced at it and asked, "Why are you running so far away?" The goblin's voice trembled as it responded in terror. After hanging the merman upside down from the tree, Cheng Hai adjusted his collar with satisfaction, his tone decisive, "Let's go." He and the goblin turned to leave, leaving the merman dangling from the branch. Suddenly 2 figures approached silently from behind, whispering, "That adventurer is strong." Though unable to move, the bound merman sensed something was wrong. It tilted its head, struggling to see and recognized the two as a level 3 werewolf scout and the level 8 veteran werewolf Hork. It screamed in terror, "This is bad." "It's the battle-hardened Hork." The veteran werewolf Hork looked at the level 3 werewolf with a cold gaze and ordered, "Notify the guerrilla unit to lure the mermen in the lake out. Create an opportunity for this adventurer to destroy the hatching pool." The level 3 werewolf nodded and quickly replied, "Yes, Boss Hork." Veteran Hork drew a short blade and shot a cold glance at the dangling merman. The merman only had time to let out a gasp before the blade flashed, its head fell to the ground and blood sprayed out. On the other side, Cheng Hai and the goblin had arrived at the edge of a vast lake. Staring at the shimmering surface of the lake, he marveled with awe. "This lake feels even bigger than what the drone footage showed." He stood quietly, observing the surroundings, and muttered, "But with a lake this large, according to that merman, one has to find an underwater cave first and then navigate through it. I wonder how long it takes to swim to the hatching pool in the underground cavern. This requirement alone would probably disqualify 99 of adventurers." He pondered the plan of allying with the werewolves, but then shook his head. Even an experienced adventurer party would likely only get this far on their first time in this dungeon. Next, they would be forced to establish a relationship with the werewolves, leave the dungeon, and spend a fortune on diving equipment just to have a chance at the challenge. This truly is a level 7 dungeon. It's much harder than the level 5 goblin nest. Cheng Hai gripped the seashell in his hand, his eyes lighting up as he muttered, "Fortunately, I have the curio word of the Great Sea, which allows me to breathe underwater. Although I can't swim, Colorado's helmet also includes underwater combat techniques. These two combined should exactly compensate for my landlubber shortcoming." Suddenly, the goblin's cry from behind made Cheng Hai turn around. Scratching its head, it pointed at the dense jungle with an embarrassed look and stammered, "I can't swim. Can I go back first?" Cheng Hai's eyes widened in surprise. "You can't swim?" After a moment of thought, he nodded slightly and said in a gentle tone, "Fine, I'll send you back first." A shimmering portal opened, and the goblin vanished into the light instantly. Cheng Hai stood silently by the lake, lost in thought. Mulling it over, he began to strip off his equipment, talking to himself. "But I can't go into the water wearing all this. It should be better if I take off everything except the helmet." Rid of the heavy armor, he stood by the lake and stretched his body, rotating his shoulders, and gave himself a satisfied mental cue. "Okay, warm-up done. Take a few steps back for a running start." Cheng Hai took a leap and plunged into the water with a splash, his tone excited. "Well then, let's go." Thanks to the support of the curio word of the Great Sea and the Colorado helmet, his movements underwater were extremely agile as he dived into the depths. He thought as he swam. As expected, using the word of the Great Sea in coordination with the Colorado helmet allows even a landlubber like me to move freely underwater. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the sandy lakebed. It was a level 4 merman guard lurking under the sand, waiting to ambush prey. Cheng Hai swam to the mouth of a small cave and suddenly noticed a faint light above. He looked up to see the shimmering surface of the water. He swam upward, emerged from the lake, and found himself inside a massive karst cavern. Countless unhatched merman eggs were densely distributed all around, shimmering with a mysterious, eerie light. Nearby, several level 1 merman hatchlings were already swimming clumsily. Suddenly, a task notification popped up on the system panel. Normal escape task, find the tidal merman hatching pool completed. Cheng Hai skimmed through it and thought, the normal escape task is finished. It seems this really is the hatching pool. He observed the surroundings, his heart full of doubt, but why don't I see anyone guarding it? He pondered while soaking in the cold water. Perhaps the mermen of this dungeon feel the location is hidden enough. Or maybe they think adventurers can't swim this far holding their breath, so there's no need to guard it. Or perhaps there are guards, but they've temporarily left for some reason. Cheng Hai pondered for a moment, turned his gaze toward the shore, and finally made a decisive choice. He stepped onto the land, his voice firm. "Forget it, whatever the reason is." Looking at the shimmering eggs scattered on the ground, he muttered, "Now is the best time to clear it, no doubt about it." A longsword, shimmering with a cold light, appeared in his hand as Cheng Hai cautiously probed forward step by step, his gaze alertly scanning the area. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of mysterious eyes was quietly watching from above. Suddenly, there was a movement behind him. 4 figures leaped down from the rock walls surrounding Cheng Hai. They whispered to each other, their tones full of contempt. "Only one person, I'm afraid that's not enough to go around." These were level 6 nest guards. One of them mocked, "After all this time, I didn't expect another suicidal fool to come and stir up trouble at the hatching pool." Another cross-eyed merman chimed in, its voice raspy, "Indeed, but I didn't expect it to be a human this time instead of a werewolf." Cheng Hai narrowed his eyes as realization dawned on him, and he said deeply, "I see, so the guards have been hiding above all along." He stared at the 4 nest guards, secretly calculating 1 versus 4. They certainly won't give me time to put on my armor. I have to find life through death and settle this quickly. Meanwhile, in the large lake above, 3 tidal mermen emerged from the water with hideous appearances. They took a deep breath, their throats bulging, and roared in unison toward the shore. The piercing sound echoed through the forest, reaching the ears of the level 7 merman lord who was currently in a fierce battle with the werewolves. He furrowed his brow, his voice low. A human has broken into the hatching pool. On the other side, veteran Hork swung his blade and killed a tidal merman with a crisp, efficient movement. He lifted his head and scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp. A wounded werewolf clutching a bloody wound ran over to report, Lord Hork, the mermen have retreated. I'm afraid the guards in the lake have discovered that human adventurer. Hork nodded and decisively ordered, send someone clever to keep watch by the lake immediately. The nearby werewolf nodded and respectfully replied, yes, Lord Hork. If that human adventurer escapes, I will report immediately. At the same time, the system panel in front of Cheng Hai flashed with a prompt. Black Knight's sword effect activated. Strong enemy defeated. Adventurer Cheng Hai's permanent constitution 1. At the headquarters of the Da Yu Group, one of the global Fortune 500 companies. A voice rang out in the conference room. Dungeon bosses from level 6 to 10 are generally divided into 2 types. Team buff types and constitution combat types. Back at the pool, Cheng Hai had just finished off the group of nest guards. He let out a long sigh of relief, his tone weary. The strength of these guards is significantly higher than that of goblin warriors. They must be the bosses of this dungeon, right? Before he could rest, the water below suddenly churned. Cheng Hai spun around instantly, his eyes piercingly fixed on the surface below. A group of mermen emerged, including level 6 elite mermen, the level 7 merman lord, and a team buff type boss. The buff effect increased the comprehensive strength of the allied merman units by 1 tier. Meanwhile, in a classroom in Dongshan, a teacher was lecturing passionately. For a profession like this that has mediocre individual strength but can enhance the power of its allies, a lone wolf facing this type of boss will find it almost impossible to clear the dungeon alone. Below the stage, the level 8 adventurer Bu Ziming, who was signed with Da Ning Tech and held the magic title Explosive Flame, was listening to the lecture. Beside him was the fellow level 8 adventurer Zhang Chong, whose title was Fierce Blast Fist Tyrant. Zhang Chong let out a long yawn which sent the teacher into a towering rage. The teacher spun around, threw the pen in his hand toward him, and roared, every time you come to my class you're either skipping or yawning. Is my lecturing really that boring? Zhang Chong caught the flying pen with quick reflexes, snapped it with a forceful squeeze, and replied with a face of indifference, teacher, isn't the content you're lecturing today something you've already covered before? If you talked about knowledge past level 11, maybe I'd actually listen seriously. Hearing Zhang Chong say this, the teacher slammed the desk, fuming with anger. Do you think I like lecturing about this? He leaned his hands on the desk and shouted at him, it's all because of you reckless fools. If the supernova of the company hadn't been so arrogant as to insist on soloing a dungeon above his level, he wouldn't have died at the hands of a team buff type boss. Zhang Chong's eyes widened, and he asked back in surprise, what? Swift God is dead? The nearby Bu Ziming wasn't surprised at all. He turned his head and replied, that's right, haven't you been on the forums these past few days? Everyone is arguing like crazy. Zhang Chong turned his head, his face full of bewilderment, and his tone shocked. I really didn't know about this. Back at the hatching pool, Cheng Hai was being besieged by the group of tidal mermen. He swung his sword, carving out a sharp arc of light. The merman lord stood in the distance, observing Cheng Hai's every move, and ordered his kind in a deep voice, newcomers, be careful. This human is an individual with extremely high sensory abilities. He is very rare. Fighting him one-on-one is useless. Everyone attack together. He's only one person. He can't deal with enemies from all directions at once. The group of tidal mermen replied in unison. Understood, Lord. Seeing the merman lord holding his ground without moving, Cheng Hai frowned in confusion. What's with that lord boss? I've killed so many of his elite mermen, yet he's still just standing there observing. Does he view those elites who are stronger than goblin warriors, like weeds by the roadside that can just grow back after being pulled? The Black Knight's sword in his hand was stained with blood, and the system panel flashed a prompt. The Black Knight's sword effect for killing strong enemies has reached its cumulative limit. His agility increased by 2 points, and his constitution increased by 3. Detecting a momentary opening in Cheng Hai's defense, the merman lord immediately roared, keep at it everyone, he's starting to get impatient. Keep wearing down his stamina until he's completely exhausted. The mermen shouted in unison. Understood. The tidal mermen launched wave after wave of charges, their assault relentless. Hemmed in, Cheng Hai cursed furiously. Damn it! Standing outside the fray, the merman lord observed his every move, thinking that this human adventurer's strength was in no way inferior to a battle-hardened werewolf. Fortunately, he came alone. Watching Cheng Hai hack his way through, The Lord continued to calculate. With this adventurer's kill rate, by the time the elites exhaust his stamina, I can kill him without taking a scratch. However, I'm afraid the remaining number of elites won't be enough to stand against those werewolves. Thinking of veteran Hork, a flicker of worry crossed its eyes. By then, if Hork senses my forces are depleted, he'll definitely target the hatching pool. It shook its head, roaring with firm resolve. Fine, I can't worry about that anymore. I'll take the risk. It charged straight at Cheng Hai, who immediately turned his head, his eyes lighting up. Cheng Hai flashed a satisfied smirk and whispered, "Finally willing to step up for your subordinates. Want to join the fight yourself?" The system panel flashed a notification. Miracle Survivor activated. Casting aside the elite mermen, Cheng Hai charged directly at the Lord, shouting, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Seeing him launch the attack, the mermen shrieked in alarm. "Lord, be careful, this human adventurer is as strong as Hork." The Lord swung its sword to parry, replying, "I know." Cheng Hai leaped into the air, the Black Knight's sword slamming heavily into the Lord's arm. But the strike also left a wound on his own ribs. The Lord frowned at the blood flowing down its arm, yet Cheng Hai, even with his side stained crimson, still wore a smile on his face. A recovery potion clamped in his teeth. He quickly dove into the lake to escape. Seeing the Lord wounded, the merman cried out anxiously, "My lord!" The Lord stared at its stunned kin and roared, "Ignore me, that adventurer is heavily injured." Although he traded a heavy wound for an escape opportunity. A land creature that is gravely wounded and unskilled in aquatic combat can easily be caught. Even without my leadership buff, you should be able to overtake and kill him effortlessly. Bring me back his head. The mermen accepted the order in unison. By your command, Lord. They immediately dove into the water to pursue Cheng Hai. While fleeing, Cheng Hai suddenly sensed something, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The tidal mermen stared at their comrade, who had been split in two, frozen in place. One of them exclaimed, "Wasn't that adventurer supposed to be heavily injured by the Lord? How did he manage to escape here and simultaneously take out the merman guards at the exit?" Another leaned in to examine the corpse and said, "He was taken out at close range. A one-hit kill. His underwater combat ability is incredibly high." After assessing the situation, it whispered, "The Lord's judgment might be wrong. This human adventurer likely isn't heavily injured at all." The merman behind it cried out in terror, "What?" By this time, Cheng Hai had safely reached the shore, his face contorted in a grimace. He gripped the potion bottle tightly and muttered, "Finally back alive, thanks to Miracle Survivor. Otherwise, with such heavy injuries, I wouldn't have been able to maintain my swimming speed and combat effectiveness. This potion is the effect of Miracle Survivor, which adds 5 points to Constitution when the user faces a life-and-death crisis." Cheng Hai recalled the Merman Lord, thinking that if the boss had remained patient, he might have truly been worn down to death by those mermen. He suddenly remembered what Li Hao had said during his hospitalization and whispered to himself, "No wonder," Li Hao said. "The higher a lone wolf's level, the harder the dungeons become. Fighting dungeon creatures of the same level really is exhausting." In the distant jungle, a figure was stealthily observing Cheng Hai. The person watched the large, bloody wound on Cheng Hai's body, and after a moment of observation, quietly slipped away. Elsewhere, veteran Hork was talking to his subordinates, his voice deep. "That adventurer came back alive. What's his current status?" The werewolf responsible for the observation reported, "I didn't dare get too close, for fear of being discovered, but it's certain he is heavily wounded." Hearing this, Hork broke into a sinister smile. Heavily wounded, eh? In reality, however, Cheng Hai had fully recovered thanks to the potion. The tidal merman surfaced and seeing him standing there completely unharmed, scrambled back into the water in terror, vanishing beneath the ripples. Cheng Hai stared coldly at the water's surface and said, "I'll settle the score with you next time." Cheng Hai opened a portal and called the goblin back. As the goblin stepped out and saw Cheng Hai putting on his armor, it walked forward, asking curiously, "Is it over?" Pointing at his armor, Cheng Hai replied with regret, "It was a failure. There were too many mermen in the hatching pool. I couldn't kill them all alone." He paused and continued, "I just looked through your book of legacy and found that if goblins accumulate enough experience while fighting non-goblin races, they can be promoted to battle-hardened goblins." He handed the Black Knight's sword to the goblin and instructed, "Use this sword from now on. I'll try to leave monsters of similar strength in the dungeons for you to handle. Once you become a battle-hardened goblin, and this sword no longer offers you an upgrade, give it back to me." The goblin looked at the sword in its hand and asked in surprise, "Then what will you use?" Just as the words left its mouth, a massive scythe appeared in Cheng Hai's hand. He glanced at it and replied briefly, "I'll use this." Then he added seriously, "By the way, you'll need to practice swimming from now on, because I'm going to challenge this dungeon again in the future, and you'll need to do your part." Though reluctant, the goblin nodded in agreement. "Fine." Elsewhere, a monster saw its kin's head get cut off and roared in fury. It must have been him. Cheng Hai ignored it and activated the skill Dance of the Death God. The The system panel flashed a notification, Adventurer activated title via hanging by a thread state. Death perception 4. In the distance a massive figure was quietly observing. It was a hulking battle-hardened werewolf, its eyes fierce and filled with killing intent. Cheng Hai didn't notice until a surge of cold killing intent came from behind, causing him to snap awake. The werewolf lunged forward, swinging its blade and roaring, "I found an opening." Cheng Hai spun around suddenly, whispering, "Is someone there?" Seeing the werewolf's lightning-fast movements, he was heart-shaken. So fast, the werewolf slashed at Cheng Hai, but his reflexes were lightning-quick. He blocked the attack with his scythe, evading the lethal blow. The opponent let out a triumphant roar. "This strike is to avenge my teacher." Cheng Hai instinctively retreated, his gaze sharp as he prepared for battle. Beside him, the goblin screamed in panic, "Look!" recalling that strike just now. Cheng Hai felt lingering fear. That was close. Just to be safe, I raised my perception to 20 points. Otherwise that guy would have gotten me just now. The battle-hardened werewolf stood opposite him, staring fiercely at Cheng Hai, its heart full of doubt. Wasn't this adventurer supposed to be heavily wounded? But those moves just now, someone gravely injured couldn't do that. Is he intentionally baiting me? It pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned and bolted, vanishing into the depths of the jungle. Seeing this, the goblin shouted, "Quick, after it, it's running away." Cheng Hai replied with an icy expression, "It might not be fleeing, it could be feigning weakness to lure us in." Hearing this, the goblin asked worriedly, "Then should we pursue?" Cheng Hai pondered for a moment, thinking that facing an ambush by a pack of werewolves with only the two of them might be more than they could handle. He turned around decisively, his tone firm. "No pursuit. Once we find powerful enough teammates and are fully prepared, we'll come back and settle the score." Returning to his room, Cheng Hai removed his armor and whispered to himself, "I really didn't expect the difficulty from level 6 to 10 to be so much higher than level 5. No wonder adventurers split into intelligence and strategic offense groups once they hit level 6. Without key intelligence, forcing a breakthrough is far too risky." Suddenly, the system panel flashed with a new notification. Title Merman Breeding Season. Challenge Level 7. Current Challengers 115. Permanent Escape Task. Find the Tidal Merman Hatching Pool. Completed. Rotation Escape Task. Gain the Werewolf's Friendship. Failed. Clearance Task. Destroy the Tidal Merman Hatching Pool. Incomplete. 9 challenge attempts remain for this phase. Attempts will be cleared after use. Time until entrance reversal, 52 days, 10 hours, 45 minutes. Cheng Hai's eyes widened as he cried out, "The task settled?" The system screen began the settlement process, light flashing before him. Cheng Hai suddenly remembered something and thought, "Speaking of which, I seem to have obtained consecutive S-rank evaluations. Although I didn't clear it this time, I killed quite a few tidal mermen and survived the werewolf attack. I should get at least an A- rank, right?" The system finalized the settlement and a notification popped up. "We all know that for someone as allergic to seafood as you, surviving in an underwater fortress like that is a massive miracle. Reward, common support item. A bag of animal fodder endless." After reading it, Cheng Hai's face turned bright red and he roared at the system. "So what if I'm allergic to seafood? Wait, how do you know I'm allergic to seafood? And I'm a human. What's the deal with giving me a bag of animal fodder?" The more he spoke, the angrier he got, cursing at the system alone in his room. Though the food was endless, the reward was too ridiculous. Meanwhile, in a house in Yunqiao City, the lights were bright, and sounds of a heated argument drifted out. A woman shrieked, "What? He's wanted by the Adventurer Association?" Inside the room, a man leisurely walked upstairs while the woman's voice continued to echo from below. "Stop right there, what did you promise me? Didn't you say he was a dead man?" That man was none other than Shang Li, the level 9 entrance manager for the Yunqiao City Adventurer Association. He turned back and shouted a sharp rebuke, "Even Gao Chengyang lost to him. What can I do?" The woman downstairs, Zhu Shuang, granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming, roared in fury, "Are you saying you don't care about avenging my brother anymore?" Shang Li looked down, remaining silent. Zhu Shuang's shouting grew more intense. "Typical. You used my grandfather's influence to become the entrance manager of Yunqiao City, and now that you're successful, how could you risk being fired to move against a rising star in a neighboring city?" She opened her phone and searched for something, muttering under her breath, "I misjudged you. If I'd known, I would have left all of Grandpa's resources to Judah." Hearing this, Shang Li walked downstairs and asked with a frown, "What are you doing?" Shang Li's wife Zhu Shuang, her face full of murderous intent, was dialing a number, cursing, "Don't you want my grandfather's relics? My brother is dead, and since you won't help me, I can only give them to someone who will help me get revenge." Meanwhile, in a room in Yunqiao City, a long-haired girl was sitting in front of her computer playing games. The screen suddenly flashed, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. The notification displayed, "East China Market Commission Boutique Forum, East China Adventurer Combat Power List as of July 31st, Bounty List as of February 28th. Bounty posted, Anyone who takes the life of Dongshan City adventurer Cheng Hai will receive Zhu Jianming's epic grade relic, provided by adventurer number 1. Location: Anqiao City. High reward mission posted. Contact W10B privately to apply. Investigate a person. Location: Shaishin City. DM if interested. In the training room of the Yanqiao City Adventurer Association, a high-level adventurer named Aran was doing push-ups drenched in sweat. His assistant, a young girl, sat on his back counting. The number had already exceeded 363. She was scrolling through the news on her phone when she suddenly cried out in surprise, "Aran, a bounty just appeared on the black market that you'll definitely be interested in." Aran didn't stop his movements, responding briefly, "Read it." The assistant read the information from the phone aloud. Someone is using a legendary adventurer's relic as leverage to put a hit on the super rookie from Dongshan City. Aran pondered for a moment, sweat mixed with saliva dripping onto the floor. He asked in a deep voice, "Who did Shu Mao piss off this time?" The assistant shook her head and replied, "It's not Shu Mao, it's someone we both know." Meanwhile, in Cheng Hai's room in Dongshan City, he had just woken up from a nightmare, his eyes still burning. The phone rang and Cheng Hai answered with a long yawn. He gave a tired response. "Hello?" A voice on the other end immediately cried out in panic, "Big brother Cheng Hai, you've been targeted." He remained calm and replied, "Didn't I mention this yesterday? The problem has been resolved." The other person interrupted, their voice urgent. "It's different this time. Someone on the black market is paying a high price for your life. You can't be careless. The person who posted this bounty is very unusual. My brother said that if you hadn't saved me, he might even have been tempted himself." Cheng Hai's face turned as serious as a tightly strung piano wire. His gaze turned sharp, and he lowered his voice, asking one word at a time, "What exactly happened? Give me the details." On the computer screen before him, a cold notification popped up, announcing a bounty on the life of a level 6 adventurer from Dongshan City. The person who completed the task would receive the epic grade legendary relic of Zhu Jianming. The accompanying information listed the target's past achievements, clearing the level 4 Banshee Forest and the level 5 Great Graveyard dungeons. In the Banshee Forest, he had killed the veteran adventurer known as Vulture. He had also defeated the criminal Gao Chengyang in a duel. Currently, the target was residing in Unit 404, Building 10 of the Grand No. 2 Hotel. After reading the contents, Cheng Hai's face went pale, his voice trembling with terror. "Is someone really putting a price on this kid's head?" Seeing Cheng Hai in such a state of panic, sweat pouring down his face, Ms. Lin asked urgently, "Can we find out who's behind this?" Ms. Lin fell into deep thought for a moment, a flash of realization crossing her eyes as she replied, "There's no need to look, we can deduce it from the reward. It's highly likely that the poster is a relative of the legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming." She turned to Cheng Hai, her gaze sharp and filled with a trace of doubt. "How on earth did you offend them? For a kid who's only level 6 on the surface, they actually put up Zhu Jianming's relic as a bounty." Cheng Hai was utterly terrified, his voice shaking as if his soul had been extinguished. Ms. Lin had no idea he hadn't even heard of these people yet. Ms. Lin picked up the phone, her fingers moving rapidly over the screen, then turned to him with a decisive tone. "All right, I'll contact the boss first. I'll have him persuade them to withdraw the bounty. If it's a misunderstanding, I'll see if the boss can lead a team to help you clarify things." Cheng Hai nodded weakly. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Ms. Lin added seriously, "By the way, stay at the association for the next few days. A legendary adventurer's relic will attract a lot of people." Meanwhile, back at Cheng Hai's room, the door had been smashed to pieces, wood splinters scattered everywhere. Messy footprints on the floor recorded a hasty intrusion. A man appeared, muttering with a look of disappointment, "Someone beat me to the punch." He scanned the room, his gaze resting on a hidden door in the shadows. He said to himself, "No, looking at the living room, it doesn't seem like a fight broke out here. That adventurer Cheng Hai must be hiding in the dungeon right now. I don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. This guy is Wang Er, a level 10 adventurer. His primary class is assassin, and his secondary is thief." He walked leisurely through the hidden door with a smug smile on his face, only to find himself trapped within the dungeon. He wanted to run, but there was no way out. After passing through the hidden door, Wang Er's system flashed, displaying the details of Tidal Merman breeding season, a level 7 challenge. Currently, 615 people were participating. The main task involved destroying the Tidal Merman hatching pool or escaping by eliminating 5 elite werewolves. To clear the dungeon, the hatching pool had to be completely destroyed. There were 8 challenge attempts remaining for the dungeon, which would reset to 0 upon clearance. The time remaining until the entrance opened was 52 days, 1 hour, and 34 minutes. Wang Er stared at the information on the screen, murmuring to himself, "Besides me and the target, there are 4 others in the dungeon. I wonder how many of those 4 are the target's friends and how many are here to claim the bounty." Suddenly, a scream echoed from the distance. A scene of chaos appeared before Wang Er. An elite werewolf swung a sharp blade, hacking a bounty hunter to death. The werewolf let out a contemptuous roar. "Lowly humans." The adventurer collapsed in a pool of blood, his lifeblood staining the surrounding earth. Mountainous piles of corpses were everywhere, both human and werewolf, in a scene of extreme carnage. In the distance, two battered and bruised werewolves supported each other as they approached their leader. One of them said with a voice full of grievance, "That adventurer must be sick. Didn't I already plant sentinels at the entrance? He actually hunted us all the way here. Not only did he wound me, but my subordinates have suffered heavy losses as well." The other werewolf fell into thought, its heart full of worry. If that adventurer from yesterday comes back, or if the merman lord in the lake finds out about our current situation. It shook its head and replied, "No, where there is life there is hope. We can't stay here any longer." Wang Er watched all of this coldly from the shadows. He scanned the dark forest and noticed someone waiting quietly on the right side of the lake, while a duo lurked on the left preparing for a sneak attack. Wang Er's lip curled into a smirk as he thought, 3 hunters. That means the target has at most one friend. Meanwhile, at the GS gym, Shu Mao stepped inside, his sharp gaze searching for Aran. He asked, "Coach Aran was looking for me." Aran remained buried in his training, giving a brief response. Shu Mao continued with a serious expression, "It's a good time for you to give Cheng Hai a call. If he doesn't know about the bounty yet, just pick any level 6 to 10 adventurer from the gym and invite them to spar with him. I don't need to teach you the rest, you know what to do, right?" A moment later, Cheng Hai's phone suddenly rang. He stared at the screen, cold sweat trickling down, and whispered, "It's from Shu Mao." Cheng Hai was panic-stricken, his mind a jumbled mess. He wondered, is he calling to warn me, or to find out if I know about the bounty? He hesitated for a moment and finally decided not to answer. He covered his ears tightly and whispered, "Forget it, I won't pick up. Anyway, the dungeon at home has definitely been exposed." He thought that if Shu Mao asked later, he'd use the excuse that he was busy dealing with mermen in his home dungeon at the time. Meanwhile, in front of the hidden door in Cheng Hai's room, 2 figures appeared, a man and a woman. The girl observed the scene, her gaze sweeping over the smashed wreckage. She sighed, "We're too late. That kid Cheng Hai must have been forced into the dungeon by those who got here first." "Are we still going in?" the man replied without hesitation. "Go in, don't hesitate." The two then stepped through the hidden door, their figures vanishing into the darkness. Over on Wang Er's side, the system flashed again, showing new information about the Level 7 challenge, Tidal Merman Breeding Season. The current number of participants had increased to 815. The main task remained destroying the hatching pool, while the escape task was still to eliminate 5 elite werewolves. However, a note now displayed, "Uncompletable." The clearance task was still to destroy the hatching pool. The dungeon's remaining challenge attempts were at 8, resetting to 0 upon clearance. The time until the entrance opened was 52 days, 0 hours. Wang Er scanned the info and grumbled, "Why has the escape task become uncompletable? Have the elite werewolves in this dungeon already been slaughtered to the point where fewer than 5 remain?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Hello there," a man stepped forward pointing to the 2 figures behind him. He continued, "Want to chat? Those bounty hunters over there seem to have something to discuss with us." Wang Er gave him a cold look but eventually nodded in agreement. The 4 of them gathered to plan. Wang Er spoke in a flat tone, "So you and your teammate were the first to enter the dungeon." "Cheng Hai isn't here," one of them replied. "That's right, we were the first and second waves. That mage and the shield warrior next to you were the third and fourth waves." Wang Er frowned and pressed, "Then I don't understand. Since you didn't catch him, why haven't you left the dungeon instead of guarding the lake?" The person explained calmly. "Because my partner's primary class is Sea Beast Priest. Due to the class traits, he discovered a newborn hero tier merman in the dungeon. He wants to sign a master-servant contract with it before it matures." Wang Er turned to the other 2, his gaze scrutinizing. "And you, why didn't you go finish the escape task?" one of them replied irritably. "Because after entering the dungeon we used a drone to look for Cheng Hai, only to find that guy guarding the lake." The person beside him added with a dissatisfied tone, "By the time we arrived, he wouldn't admit Cheng Hai was in the lake, and he wouldn't say why they were so dead set on guarding it. So what could we do? We could only stay here and wait it out with them." Hearing this, the guy in the red clothes turned red in the face and shouted back angrily, "You can't blame me for that. I couldn't exactly say my friend found a newborn hero tier merman in the lake and had already gone underwater. Besides, I can't swim, so I can only wait on the shore." The other 2 grew furious upon hearing this. They roared, "You little bastard," the man countered aggressively. "What about me?" Wang Er interrupted calmly. "Wait a second." He continued to press with a sharp gaze, "I think I understand your situation, but there doesn't seem to be anything to discuss, does there?" The guy in red froze, as if choked up, unable to speak for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he replied, "Actually there is. Because my companion just died. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, a hideous monster was ravenously devouring a corpse. It made a spine-chilling sound as it ate. The power is growing. While gorging itself, it turned to look at the minion behind it. There should be plenty more of this food outside, right? The small monster behind it replied respectfully. Aside from these human adventurers who appear occasionally, there's a pack of werewolves in the nearby forest. Enough for your growth, my lord. This monster was named Manhua. Through devouring corpses, its level was advancing from level 2 to level 3. It flashed a bizarre, distorted smile that was truly terrifying. Very well, bring them all here. It relied on devouring the corpses of mermen or other creatures to level up, but the level of the corpse could not be lower than its own. The minion lowered its head and said worriedly, I'm afraid we can't do that right now, because the adventurers from today and yesterday have weakened our forces to the point where we can't oppose the werewolves in the forest. Manhua's blood-red eyes were full of rage, and it roared furiously. How much longer? The small monster replied tremblingly. 50 sunrises and sunsets. Meanwhile, in another corner, a man lay unconscious on the ground, with a level 6 hellhound standing beside him. The beast's barking seemed to tear through the void. A level 9 adventurer nearby shook his head and sighed. I never expected the lone wolf codenamed Silent Wolf to die in this dark dungeon. A girl traveling with him patted the dog's head and praised with a smile. Good job. Julia, a level 8 adventurer and a ranger responsible for taming beasts, spoke in a low tone. This is the end for soloists. Even if someone fought their way up to level 9 once they encountered a restrictive dungeon like this, they could only wait for death without help. The level 9 adventurer nodded, his eyes showing a hint of contempt. Indeed, but I didn't expect this fool to fight so hard to cut off others' paths before he died. Julia turned to her companion with a serious, sharp tone. What do we do next? Manhua's hatching pool is very likely underwater, but our class traits and curios aren't suited for underwater combat. If we can't complete the escape task, we'll be trapped in this dungeon. The man pondered for a moment, his gaze scanning the dark surroundings, and replied, The maximum capacity for this dungeon is 15 people. Aside from us and that fool, there are 12 others. As long as some of them are good at underwater combat, or can help us finish the escape task, we can leave. In another corner, 4 people were gathered in a tense atmosphere. The guy in red had his brow furrowed, looking like he was desperately holding back urine, and spoke anxiously. The sea beast priest's underwater combat ability is very strong. Given that even she couldn't escape this dungeon, it seems this place is definitely unusual. A guy in gray roared irritably. Damn it, I don't know which idiot made the rotation task uncompletable. Now we can only rely on the escape task to leave this place. But the escape task requires going into the water, and the guys who were good at underwater stealth are all dead. It looks like we're really screwed. Another person's eyes flashed with hope as they suggested. Let's head back to the entrance and check. Wang said with a cold face. Aside from the jerk who messed up the rotation task, there are 7 others in this dungeon. He pointed upward and said with certainty, maybe among the 9 people other than us and that jerk, someone can help us finish the escape task. Beneath the water, a small monster was secretly observing the group. Its eyes flickered with light and it was planning to launch an ambush. The nearby hellhound seemed to sense danger and immediately let out 3 low growls. The 4 chatting people instinctively leaned in closer. When their gazes fell on Wang, one of them cried out in shock. The assassin king Wang, didn't he go to Guangdong? Why is he here? This left the other 2 stunned, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The level 9 adventurer asked arrogantly, Do you understand now? Wang maintained his false humility and replied, No, the target may never have appeared. We've been played. I've been tricked. In the dining hall of the Dongshan City Adventurer Association, Cheng Hai sat opposite the trainee adventurer Liang Jacken. He gorged himself while listening to Liang Jacken speak. It's the first time I've heard of a bounty issued for a level 6 adventurer being linked to an epic-grade curio. Cheng Hai's eyes darted around as he chewed and replied, That's not exactly something to be proud of. Cheng Hai was fuming with rage at this moment. Fire practically burning in his eyes, he pointed forward, his voice trembling with emotion. And no matter how you look at it, it's truly bizarre for an official adventurer to have a public bounty placed on them. What is going on with this bounty on my head? Does nobody vet these things? Cheng Hai mused, his gaze sweeping over Liang Jiaken's face, which was twisted with tension. Liang Jacken pondered for a moment, looking at Cheng Hai's stiff expression before answering, You're absolutely right. Although the laws applicable to adventurers differ from those for ordinary people, this is indeed the first time I've seen a public bounty placed on a formal adventurer. Just then, Yao Wenzhong, a level 8 official adventurer from the Dongshan City Adventurer Association, walked in, radiating an aura of gravity. As he set down his meal tray, he spoke up, Many things are the way they are because the person who initiated them is very special. I've learned through various channels that the late legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming once witnessed the reversal of the Tianmen entrance. He paused, devouring his food before continuing in a heavy tone. Describing a monster that struck terror even into a level 18 dungeon lord, he exclaimed, "It was terrifying. It couldn't be killed by nuclear weapons for reasons unknown." Images flashed of adventurers assembling, prepared to give the level 18 Sun Priest Zhu Jianming a lesson. He had immediately ordered an attack, but the monster before them erupted with a blinding light, launching a violent counterattack. After hearing this, Cheng Hai's face went pale with fright, his voice trembling. "So you're saying that Zhu Jianming's descendants at Tianmen inherit his legacy and possess many privileges?" Yao Wenzhong continued to chew his food, nodding as he replied, "Exactly. Because Zhu Jianming's grandson died in the Great Graveyard, and while you saved 2 ordinary people, you blocked his brother's path to survival. That's why Zhu Jianming's granddaughter is so furious with you. She wants your life." Sweat dripped down Cheng Hai's cheek as he turned to Yao Wenzhong and asked hoarsely, "Is our conflict truly irreconcilable?" Yao Wenzhong remained calm as ever and answered, "That's why the boss has already set up a meeting with the head of Fujian province, an old friend of Zhu Jianming, and Zhu Jianming's granddaughter to talk this over in person." His clear and decisive voice drifted in from outside the door. "If things move quickly, we should have a result this afternoon." Meanwhile, in a secret room, 4 people were gathered. One of them spoke first, his tone slightly anxious. "We aren't late, are we?" The burly man sitting next to Zhu Jianming's granddaughter replied in a low voice. "No, you're just in time. This is the Fujian head, level 18 mage hunter Huang Zan." He gave a thin smile, his gaze sharp. Beside him was Zheng Runjun, the entrance manager of the Dongshan City Adventurer Association. This level 14 legend candidate scratched his head, offering a friendly smile. Back at Cheng Hai's old home, a man slumped on the ground, his face flushed red with rage. He cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, why can't I get in?" He punched the ground hard, his voice full of fury. "That guy just now could enter, so why is it full now that it's my turn? Talk about rotten luck, man." Elsewhere, another group of people were gathered, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Level 8 adventurer Zhang Zhixing roared irritably. "What? Cheng Hai isn't in this dungeon, and the escape task requires going underwater to complete?" A burly man standing nearby answered with a grave look. "That's right, the rotation task didn't require going underwater, but that fool named Chen Mu screwed it up. Now the task can't proceed. We can only wait for the entrance to reverse before we can leave." A level 9 adventurer adopted a respectful demeanor, trying to soothe the panicked crowd. "The problem is the animals and fruit in this forest might not last us until the day of the reversal." Arguments broke out, voices echoing through the dim forest. One person shrieked, "Then what are we supposed to do? Are we going to have to fight to the death over these forest resources?" Another asked urgently, "Did anyone bring enough food and water? I'm willing to pay a high price for it." In a dark corner of the forest, a level 8 adventurer nicknamed the Shapeshifter stood silently in the shadows of the trees. He possessed the ability to transform into a level 6 Murloc. Stroking his beard, a sinister smile touched the corners of his mouth. As a veteran assassin, he muttered to himself, "I didn't have much hope to begin with, but I didn't expect even a master assassin like Wang to be trapped here." He stepped past a tree, continuing to shift his form while mumbling, "Looks like there are a few less rivals to worry about. Once I complete the escape task, then..." He had now transformed into a decrepit, frail old merman, whispering to himself with delusional eyes, "Perhaps I can even make a play for Zhu Jianming's epic grade relic." After shifting again, he became Chao Ming, taking the form of a level 6 challenge-rated Kuo-Toa Archpriest. He walked with a vacant, foolish smile, his footsteps as light as if he were gliding across the ground, beneath the water. The merman lord began to grow nervous. One of them spoke up. "A messenger from a distant merman tribe has come to greet us," a black merman chimed in, its tone full of excitement. "That's right, he claims to be a Kuo-Toa Archpriest." The merman lord froze, pondering for a moment before turning to a purple merman and asking in a low voice, "Lord Devourer, would you like to see him?" The purple merman looked hideous and disgusting. It roared, "There's a limit to how ugly one should be. Just to be safe, call back all the mermen who were sent out." A Kuo-Toa? I'd really like to know how he made it through those gnolls and adventurers to get here. Outside, Chao Ming, with his superb transformation skills, waited silently. Suddenly he sensed something, a flash of alertness crossing his eyes. The black merman swam over, his tone hurried. "The Lord has agreed to see you. Follow me." Chao Ming immediately followed behind, heading toward the hatching pool. Suddenly, Chao Ming's task panel flashed and he stared at the prompt in surprise. "Escape task complete." He thought triumphantly. "The escape task is done. That was worth the effort." The black merman noticed his strange gaze and roared, "What are you looking at?" Chao Ming was startled, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the lake. The system immediately blared a warning. Adventurer has encountered a Lord-tier boss. A series of red notifications appeared, leaving Chao Ming frozen in place, a flicker of panic crossing his heart. He muttered to himself, "How can there be a hero-tier unit in a level 7 dungeon? What is going on?" The Merman Lord looked suspicious and pointed at him, bellowing, "What are you dazing off for? Lord Devourer is speaking to you." Chao Ming trembled, cold sweat pouring down like rain, thinking to himself, "Don't panic, I absolutely cannot panic. Dungeon creatures can't see my task panel, I just need to find any excuse to fool them." He quickly calmed down and said clearly, "Respected Lord, this priest has visited many merman tribes, but this is the first time I've seen a tribe capable of placing its hatching pool in a location unreachable by all creatures." I was momentarily awestruck. Hearing this, the Merman Lord laughed triumphantly. "Was that so? Well, I don't blame you. After all, not every merman can find such a blessed spot." But at that moment, from behind the blood-smeared hideous Devourer, a cold voice rang out, "No, there's something wrong with him." It licked its lips, a flash of greed in its blood-red eyes. "Talent doesn't lie. From the moment he entered my sight, my talent has been constantly reminding me, if I eat him, I can level up again. I can only hear it because my talent doesn't react to my own kind. He isn't a merman at all." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhu Shuang was flushed with rage, roaring at the top of her lungs. "My brother had a chance to get out. If it weren't for that busybody Cheng Hai, my brother would have been the one with the best hope of completing the escape." Zhang Renjun flipped through a manual, reading carefully, then spoke in a confident tone. "According to Article 4 of the Government Adventurer Emergency Operating Manual, when caught in the survival conditions of a reversal dungeon, priority must be given to helping vulnerable groups complete their escape tasks. Cheng Hai's actions were entirely compliant. He did nothing wrong." He held up the manual triumphantly, his eyes gleaming. Zhu Shuang turned bright red with rage upon hearing this, nearly spitting blood as she bellowed. "But back then, he wasn't even a government adventurer." Huang Zhan stood to the side and spoke flatly. "Zhu Shuang, be quiet for a moment." He then turned to Zhang Renjun, his tone steady. "I have only one question." Zhang Renjun didn't flinch, answering confidently, "Please, Lord Huang Zhan, ask away." Huang Zhan stared into his eyes and asked, "If things go smoothly, how far do you think Cheng Hai can go? Will he be an excellent backbone, a regional head, or a legend?" Zhang Renjun raised a hand, an arrogant smile touching the corners of his mouth. At first he was just a struggling adventurer, yet he rose to level 6 within a month and defeated the notorious Zhao Yang in a one-on-one fight. "No matter how you look at it, Cheng Hai has exceeded my expectations. Considering his performance in the Great Graveyard Dungeon, I believe that in terms of both character and ability, he is fit for the role of a regional head. He even has the potential to join the ranks of the legends." Huang Zhan pondered, not answering immediately. After a moment he nodded and said decisively, "Fine, then this matter ends here. In a while I will urge the head of the East China Commissions to withdraw that bounty." Zhu Shuang was stunned and cried out, "Uncle Huang," but Huang Zhan turned his head, his tone resolute as he spoke to Zhu Jianming's granddaughter, "You're not a child anymore. Although I've always indulged you siblings out of respect for brother Jianming, there must be a limit to that care. Our potential legends cannot be destroyed because of you. I believe if it were brother Jianming he would feel the same way I do about this." When Liang Jiakan heard this news, he ran excitedly to where Cheng Hai was training, shouting, "Brother Cheng Hai, great news!" He smiled with innocent joy and continued, "Your bounty has been withdrawn." Cheng Hai let out a relieved smile upon hearing this. Truly the heavens were watching over him. At the GS gym, the female administrator sat on a desk playing with her phone, muttering, "The bounty on Cheng Hai has vanished. It's gone in less than 24 hours. Who works that fast?" Xu Mao held up his phone triumphantly and answered, "Maybe the bounty was just retracted and he's fine. He just replied to my text." Iran sat by the table, hands folded, lost in thought. So Zhang Renjun stepped in to save him. I didn't expect him to value this newcomer so highly. In another corner, inside a car, Zhu Shuang's anger had still not subsided as she continued to shriek, "Uncle Huang, you clearly agreed to let me post that bounty, so why did you change your mind just because Zhang Renjun said a few words? Is Zhang Renjun's influence really that big?" Huang Zhan maintained his usual composure, replying in a steady tone, "If it were just pressure from Dongshan, I could have stalled for a few more days. But now pressure is flooding in from places other than the association. That man named Cheng Hai has a wider network than you imagine." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuang was filled with both resentment and surprise, her mouth seemingly frozen, unable to speak. Elsewhere, Chao Ming had been beaten until his skin was shredded like a pig on a cutting board. Reverting to his original form, he knelt on the ground begging for mercy, his voice trembling. "Stop, stop, I've told you everything I know, have mercy." The Merman Lord knelt before the Devourer, reporting respectfully, "Lord, the interrogation is complete." But immediately after, he furrowed his brow, his tone full of worry. There are currently 12 adventurers gathered in the forest, none of them weaker than a werewolf chieftain. The good news is that none of these 12 are good at underwater combat, so we don't need to worry about them attacking us. Also, they are trapped in the forest for some reason and cannot leave. Due to our war with the werewolves, the food currently available for gathering in the forest isn't enough to sustain them for 50 days, the hideous but triumphant devourer replied. Interesting. At the Dongshan City Adventurer Association, someone came running in a hurry and said excitedly to Cheng Hai, "This is the entrance manager for Dongshan, Zheng Runjun. He's the one who stepped in to settle your matter." Cheng Hai's eyes lit up as he replied, "Thank you, brother Zheng." Zheng Runjun offered a kind smile, waving his hand politely, but then his expression turned serious as he added, "Although the East China Commission Market has withdrawn the bounty against you just to be safe, it's best if you don't leave this building for the next 2 months. He warned in a cautious tone that it was hard to guarantee there wouldn't be wanted criminals out there willing to take a risk to hunt you down for the reward. They'd then try to collect from the original poster." Cheng Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. "Makes sense. Then I won't go out." Liang Jackin, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, his tone indignant. "Wait, what about the person who posted the bounty on brother Cheng Hai? Doesn't he get punished for breaking the rules like that?" Zheng Runjun gave a brilliant smile, his eyes flickering as he said slowly, "The person who posted the bounty is, after all, the granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming. It's not convenient for the state to punish her directly, but the punishment for her husband Shang Li will come down in a while. I expect he won't be able to stay on as the entrance manager of the Yunxiao market. As for the protection rights of Zhu Jianming's relics, they have now fallen into the hands of the Fujian head Huangzan. Although their full representative is still Zhu Tong, all subsequent transactions and transfers will need to be supervised and executed by Huangzan." Cheng Hai grasped the shift in the situation and nodded. "Understood," but then, as if thinking of something, he looked a bit awkward, his tone tinged with anxiety. "Right," he then hurriedly shared a startling fact, his eyes full of worry. "I have a level 7 dungeon entrance at my home, and it's 50 days away from a reversal. If I have to stay here for these 2 months, then that dungeon is useless to me." The two people beside him were stunned, their mouths hanging open in surprise. Meanwhile, at Cheng Hai's old house, which had been raided more times than anyone could count, Yao Wenzhong stood before the portal. He reached out to touch the purple band of light, which then flashed as a notification sounded. "The maximum number of challengers for this dungeon has been reached. Entry is not possible." Yao Wenzhong turned his head and muttered, as expected of a level 6 to 10 dungeon. Furthermore, the challenger limit had been reached, and entry was now impossible. Zheng Runjun stood to the side with a mocking smile, then turned to instruct the subordinates beside him, telling the logistics department to come and install several miniature cameras. "If anyone comes out of this dungeon in the future, report it to me immediately." Yao Wenzhong habitually pushed up his glasses and then asked, "What about Cheng Hai?" Zheng Runjun answered without hesitation, "Proceed according to the regulations in the Adventurer's Handbook." At that moment, a woman dressed in black stood before Cheng Hai, notebook in hand, her tone stern. "Although your act of concealing a dungeon entrance violates adventurer regulations, considering you joined the association midway through and have never received relevant training, your punishment will be executed according to the minimum standard. When you reach level 9, you must accept one additional task assigned by the association." She glanced at Cheng Hai, her sharp gaze making his skin crawl, then asked, "Can you accept this punishment standard?" Cheng Hai didn't hesitate. Focused entirely on making amends, he nodded in agreement. This blunt answer left Ms. Lin with nothing to do but sigh helplessly, a trace of powerlessness in her eyes. Immediately after, she added in a serious tone, "Also, starting tomorrow, you must attend the 8 a.m. Adventurer Dungeon Common Knowledge class with Chang Jingchuan and Liang Jackin. Do not be late." In the archives room, the nurse couldn't help but blur out, "What? They're actually giving you an internal punishment?" Her tone was full of indignation, her voice so loud it seemed the entire association could hear. "This is too much. It obviously didn't cause any negative impact, and brother Cheng Hai didn't report it that late, so why punish you?" Cheng Hai just gave a faint smile and explained offhandedly, "Because that's what the regulations stipulate, and the severity of their punishment is already very light, so let's leave it at that." Then, in a calm and gentle tone, he explained, "In comparison, I'm more worried about those bounty hunters who dove headfirst into the underground. Actually, the dungeon at my house is a bit peculiar. If they are careless or underestimate the enemy, they might very well die inside." With tears in her eyes, the nurse praised him emotionally. "Brother Cheng Hai, you're truly too kind. Clearly those people wanted to harm you, yet you're still thinking of them." But Cheng Hai shook his head, correcting the thought that had led to her misunderstanding. "You've misunderstood. I'm only worried that if they can't complete the escape tasks, the eventual entrance reversal will end up affecting me." He paused and continued. "Speaking of which, you mentioned just now that besides the Dongshan Adventurer Association and your brother's Freelancer Alliance, others were helping me apply pressure?" The nurse nodded hurriedly and answered excitedly, "My brother said that the Fujian tycoon Cao Huisheng seemed very displeased about you being targeted. He believes that if protecting the descendants of legendary adventurers is prioritized over the elderly and women, then in the long run this will definitely become a class privilege for certain adventurers." On the other end of the phone, Cheng Hai listened quietly. The nurse continued, "I heard this matter even alerted the head of the East China region, which is why the bounty against you was withdrawn so quickly." Cheng Hai fell into thought for a moment, then spoke sincerely to the nurse. "Then please thank your brother on my behalf. Once this storm blows over, it'll be my treat. Let's all grab a meal together." After hanging up, he walked to the balcony as a breeze brushed through his hair, muttering, "Cao Huisheng, I really didn't expect that." Meanwhile, the nurse's heart was racing and her face was flushed as she murmured shyly to herself. A meal together. In another corner, two men were chatting animatedly. Wu Gui, a level 10 sub-dragon knight, complained with a face full of displeasure. "Big brother, it was really for the sake of that kid who appeared out of nowhere that you used up the favors you've accumulated over many years." Wu Hu, a level 18 East China region adventurer, replied in a deep voice, "Regardless, he did save our sister after all. An older brother couldn't just sit idly by." At that moment, Cheng Hai's phone rang. He muttered to himself in surprise. "Another call." After picking up, he spoke cautiously. "Hello," the other party immediately replied. "This is Cao Huisheng." Cheng Hai's eyes widened, and after a brief stun he hurriedly answered, "No, I heard from a friend that because you stepped in to pressure the East China regional head, my bounty was withdrawn so quickly." Cao Huisheng's tone carried a hint of doubt. "Since you already know, I'll be blunt." Cheng Hai listened respectfully and intently. Cao Huisheng took the opportunity to open up. "Not long ago, my son died in the Banshee Forest dungeon in Yunqiao City. After investigating, I learned that the person who killed the dungeon lord was you. Looking at it this way, you've essentially helped me avenge my son's death. So we're even now. Consider the debt settled. Of course, I didn't seek you out today to say these useless things. I want to talk business with you as a merchant." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as his tone became decisive. "Simply put, my friends and I are very optimistic about your future. We plan to invest in you, partly as a reward. We hope that when you become a regional head, you'll listen to our opinions when choosing your jurisdiction." Cheng Hai listened quietly, not rushing to answer. Cao Huisheng continued, "If you think this is negotiable, we can talk in detail when you have time." In the classroom, Zhou Wei stood before the podium with a hand on his chest, offering a warm smile. "I am your teacher for the Base Attributes and Title Common Knowledge course, Zhou Wei. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'd like to ask you a question." He leaned his hands on the desk, his gaze sweeping over the group of students as he asked, "For a newly promoted adventurer among the 6 attributes, strength, speed, constitution, intelligence, perception, and charisma, which one do you think is the most important?" Liang Jackan immediately raised his fist and said with a laugh, "Is that even a question? It's definitely strength. After all, most of an adventurer's escape and clearance tasks require killing specified monsters to complete. If your strength isn't high enough, the task won't be finished." Chang Jingchuan immediately countered with a resolute tone, "But even a fool knows to prepare a set of armor and weapons before entering a dungeon. Since we have weapons, even someone with a weak constitution can kill monsters in low-level dungeons. From that perspective, having enough strength is sufficient. Any more isn't very useful for a rookie." He turned his head to glance dismissively at Liang Jackan and continued, "Instead, speed is what improves an adventurer's survival rate." Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Zhou Wei gave a kind smile and nodded in affirmation. He held up a finger, his gaze scanning the room as his voice rang out clearly. "In the association's statistical data, excluding professional titles and equipment curios, the attribute that has the greatest impact on a low-level adventurer's survival and win rate is indeed speed." Cheng Hai then raised his hand to ask, "It's easy to understand how speed affects dungeon survival, but why is it that internal strife between adventurers is also dominated by speed?" Zhou Wei explained patiently. "The logic is actually very simple. The professional titles and equipment of low-level adventurers have usually not yet been combined into an effective offensive and defensive system." He paused and finally asserted, "Therefore, if internal combat occurs between adventurers at this stage, it's entirely a matter of whoever strikes first wins. That is where the importance of speed lies." After hearing this, Cheng Hai fell into deep thought, a flash of realization in his eyes. He whispered to himself, "So that's it. No wonder when I encountered Vulture and those wanted criminals before, they were either extremely fast or their moves were incredibly bizarre. Suppressing the opponent's speed, that's the key point, Zhou Wei continued the lecture, enthusiastically conveying new knowledge to the students. However, once you reach the level 6 to 10 stage, this model of pursuing extreme speed gradually becomes unviable. On one hand, adventurers at this stage gradually perfect their offensive and defensive systems through dungeon drops. On the other hand, survival rates plummet after leveling up. Like a lone wolf, as the dungeon level increases, the variety and quantity of monsters within also surge. If one relies solely on speed for combat, it's impossible to handle the siege of chain tasks and high-intensity monsters. Chang Jingchuan didn't miss the opportunity, his eyes sharp as he looked at the instructor and followed up. Then at the level 6 to 10 stage, which attribute is the most advantageous? Zhou Wei accepted the question with a brilliant smile. Actually, after level 6, aside from the supernovas who are the core of the conquest groups, other adventurers must adjust themselves according to the needs of the team. At this point, it's not about which attribute is most advantageous, but rather which direction the team needs you to develop in. Sitting nearby, Liang Jiaqan sighed upon hearing this. So that's how it is. Cheng Hai's eyes held curiosity as he continued to ask, but among different attributes, the value of attribute points should still vary, right? For example, for a single attribute point, is it more cost-effective to add to perception or strength? Zhou Wei maintained his smile, pushed up his glasses and explained, there is indeed a distribution table. Strength accounts for the smallest portion, followed by speed and constitution. Charisma accounts for the largest, while perception and intelligence are evenly matched, he continued with an upbeat tone. The currently recognized value ranking is, charisma is superior to perception, perception is superior to intelligence, intelligence is superior to constitution, constitution is superior to speed, and speed is superior to strength, Cheng Hai blurted out in surprise, staring at the distribution table and shouting, charisma is ranked the highest? Why? With the look of someone who has seen it all, Zhou Wei spread his hands and explained, I don't know either, but this order is universally recognized by those legends. For adventurers standing at the top of the pyramid, their judgment certainly has its reasons. After class, Cheng Hai fell into deep thought. He looked at the control panel in front of him, and a prompt popped up asking whether he wanted to change classes. Hidden class. Brave Knight. Upon a successful class change, Charisma 1, he rested his chin in his hand, weighing it carefully. Though this Brave Knight adds a point of charisma after the change and is a decent class, my primary class is already a melee type. If my secondary class is the same type, wouldn't it be a bit redundant? Suddenly, Liang Jiaqan appeared out of nowhere and slapped Cheng Hai hard on the shoulder, making him whip around in a startle. He asked with a laugh, what are you thinking about? Cheng Hai hid his surprise and answered calmly, nothing. Liang Jiaqan gave him a there's no helping you look and said reluctantly, fine, if you don't want to say, don't say. He sat down beside him and continued excitedly, by the way, Ms. Lin asked me to ask you if you're coming to the weaponry combat class this afternoon. I heard they've invited a master martial artist from Macau to guide us. Inside the training hall that afternoon, the martial arts master's roar was mighty and powerful. Stop! He lightly twisted the cap of his water bottle and announced, Round 7, Chang Jingchuan wins. Chang Jingchuan stood before the defeated Cheng Hai, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Cheng Hai clutched his stomach, his face contorted, thinking to himself, is the advantage of the spear really this great? It seems I overreached in the dungeons before. Although he was wearing the master's belt, he had still been crushed 14-0. His speed was clearly faster than his opponent's and his stamina was better. But even after putting on the master's belt, a curio that could double the effects of training, he still felt somewhat bewildered in the face of defeat. Wu Changjiang turned to Cheng Hai with a calm expression and a steady tone. You've already lost 7 rounds, are you still fighting? Although drenched in sweat, Cheng Hai still grinned through gritted teeth and said, continue. I'm not tired yet. Wu Changjiang nodded and turned to ask Chang Jingchuan, what about you? Chang Jingchuan, panting, squinted at the exhausted Cheng Hai and snorted coldly, if he's fighting, I'm fighting. I'm not afraid of a green kid. Having received both their agreements, Wu Changjiang decided, fine, rest for 3 minutes, then continue. Liang Jiaqan noticed something was off and asked worriedly, why do I feel like brother Cheng Hai is performing worse than me without using his titles and professional skills? Ms. Lin stood to the side and responded with a soft but sharp tone, that's because he dived headfirst into the Banshee Forest of Yunqiao City with only the most basic physical fitness, although the series of events in the Banshee Forest and the Great Graveyard made him a rising star in the East China region. If we're only talking about the basics, he's actually inferior to you. After hearing this, Liang Jiaqan felt extremely uneasy, his eyes full of worry. Yao Wenjiang, sitting nearby, explained in a quiet tone, For a novice in weaponry combat, his performance is already outstanding enough. As he watched the duel between Chang Jingchuan and Cheng Hai, he analyzed, "Look closely at these 7 rounds. Cheng Hai went from being one-shotted by Chang Jingchuan to being able to go back and forth, even starting to look for openings in his opponent's carelessness to launch counterattacks. His rate of progress in the field of weaponry combat is terrifying," Yao Wenjiang asserted with full confidence. "I suspect Cheng Hai's intelligence probably exceeds 17 points, otherwise, normally he wouldn't start counterattacking and winning until after about 5 rounds. Wu Changjiang's majestic shout rang out again. "Stop," he announced loudly. "Round 8. Chang Jingchuan wins." Although he had won, Chang Jingchuan wasn't happy at all, muttering to himself, "Are you kidding me? Before 10 rounds are even up, he's become stronger than old Liang. Just how high is this guy's intelligence?" Although Cheng Hai had been knocked back, he wasn't discouraged. He calculated rapidly in his mind. "It seems it's not just a matter of technique. If my explosive power were a bit stronger, I might have won just now." Suddenly, Chang Jingchuan pointed at Cheng Hai and roared with a face full of displeasure, "In the next round, use your titles and professional skills." Cheng Hai was stunned and asked back in a puzzled tone, "Are you sure?" Chang Jingchuan answered immediately without hesitation, "I'm sure. Hurry up and strike. I want to feel the gap between myself and a supernova firsthand." At this point, Chang Jingchuan, a level 3 adventurer, had already assumed a spear-holding stance, ready for anything. Yao Wenjiang left his seat and walked to the railing, watching silently. He muttered under his breath, his eyes gleaming. Chang Jingchuan had activated his title. It seemed they were about to get serious. Cheng Hai stood up and nodded in agreement, then turned to Wu Changjiang and said half-jokingly, "Old man, you might want to step back a bit. I'm afraid I'll move too fast and accidentally catch you in the crossfire." Wu Changjiang, looking thoroughly intrigued, widened his eyes and waved him off. "Don't worry about me." The skills activated instantly. A flash of red light flickered in Cheng Hai's eyes as he spoke. "All right then, I'll try to end this quickly." Chang Jingchuan observed the effects of Survival from the Brink, curiously analyzing it. Survival from the Brink looks like a Class B title that increases explosive power. It likely grants high attribute bonuses only after meeting specific requirements. Cheng Hai didn't keep his opponent waiting, asking, "I'm ready on my end. You take the lead and attack." Chang Jingchuan furrowed his brow, his tone resolute. "No need." Suddenly, Cheng Hai's eyes turned blood red and a chilling smile spread across his face. "Then you'd better not blink." He lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Chang Jingchuan immediately dropped into a defensive stance, thinking, "Let's see just how much weight this supernova really carries." But Cheng Hai's speed left him utterly aghast. Cheng Hai let out a loud shout, brimming with confidence, his speed far exceeding his previous performance, though startled by this incredible velocity. Chang Jingchuan did not back down. He infused his spear with an electrical charge and roared as he charged forward, "But I strike faster." His title effect triggered, increasing his attack speed by 1.5 times. The class skill First Strike, an exclusive skill for spearmen, activated, doubling his striking speed. However, Chang Jingchuan's attack failed to even graze Cheng Hai. His speed was too great, passing by like a mere afterimage. In the split second that Chang Jingchuan stood wide-eyed and panicked, Cheng Hai ducked low, seizing the opening. His sword flashed like lightning, moving so fast that Chang Jingchuan had no time to parry. The blade came to a steady rest against his neck. Cheng Hai maintained his cold posture as he announced, "You lose." After securing the victory, beads of sweat shimmered on Cheng Hai's forehead as he said decisively, "Let's call it a day." Overwhelmed by the massive shock, Chang Jingchuan slumped to the ground, his body drained of strength, his face turned pale, his heart filled with fear and a sense of defeat. Looking at Cheng Hai, Chang Jingchuan thought to himself, "Is the gap between us really this massive?" Meanwhile, Cheng Hai walked toward his companions with a brilliant smile, shouting, "I'm done, next shift, swap out." Only then did Wu Changjiang walk over, his eyes sharp yet encouraging. "Actually, your spear technique isn't bad. That last move was something even I might not have dodged in my youth." He flashed an encouraging smile, then turned to Chang Jingchuan and said, "Don't lose heart. You just had bad luck. You ran into a special case. One who can predict your next move." Chang Jingchuan remained confused, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Predict the next move?" Wu Changjiang held a cup of bubble tea and took a sip, explaining unhurriedly, "You have to capture that split second to let slow beat fast, weak beat strong, and formlessness beat form." He paused, his eyes flickering with a faint light, before continuing, "The moment you strike is your greatest opening. But while this concept is easy to talk about, executing it in actual combat requires the user to read the opponent before they even move, predicting the next action. There are no more than 5 martial artists in the entire world who possess this ability, so your loss is no disgrace." Having witnessed the performance, Liang Jackin was full of praise, his eyes sparkling. "Brother Cheng Hai, what was that move called? It was so cool." But Wu Changjiang was still scrutinizing Cheng Hai with a deep gaze, surprised that a layman who had never practiced martial arts could master such a technique. Later, in the Adventurer Association canteen after the match, Liang Jiaqin sat beside Cheng Hai, laughing and talking incessantly as they ate. You didn't see it, but after he lost to you, that jerk Chang Jingchuan's face looked absolutely miserable. Suddenly, Chang Jingchuan appeared, giving Liang Jiaqin a start. Chang Jingchuan, he shrieked. Chang Jingchuan set down his meal tray and asked politely, "Mind if I sit here?" Cheng Hai nodded immediately, responding warmly, "Of course not." He looked at Chang Jingchuan and smiled slightly. "Actually, I originally planned to treat you as a rival." Chang Jingchuan looked weary, but he managed a wry smile as he replied, "It seems I was just short-sighted. With your strength and potential, a small place like Dongshan won't be able to hold you." Liang Jiaqin chimed in with a confident smile. "Isn't that obvious? Even a globally recognized bug-level dungeon like the Great Graveyard was flattened by brother Cheng Hai. How could he lower himself to compete for the next Dongshan City entrance manager position?" He bragged enthusiastically. "At this rate, he might even be a regional head by then." A flash of shock crossed Chang Jingchuan's eyes as he followed up, "Wait a minute. I don't deny that he could become a legendary adventurer in the future, but a regional head." Liang Jiaqin refused to back down, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile. "Want to bet the loser would have to clean another building tomorrow." In another corner, Yao Wenjiang spoke up, his gaze curious. "You're asking me how to choose a secondary class?" Cheng Hai nodded. "Right. Didn't I just hit level 9? While exploring the dungeon at home earlier, I noticed my adventurer interface had upgraded. I'm currently using a primary class, but I can activate a secondary one as well." He laughed, his tone a bit perplexed. "But I don't know what to choose for the secondary class, so I came to ask you." Yao Wenjiang didn't rush to answer, unhurriedly wiping his glasses with a pensive look. He then put his glasses back on and explained clearly. "The common knowledge class covers primary and secondary classes, but since you've asked, I'll give you a brief overview." He stopped and looked at Cheng Hai. "Normally, adventurer classes are divided into common classes and hidden classes based on rarity. Currently, the advancement paths for most common classes are very clear. If your primary class is a common one, what is the most suitable secondary class? You can just search the adventurer intranet to find out." A glint of curiosity flashed in Cheng Hai's eyes as he pressed further. "And what if the primary class is a hidden class?" Yao Wenjiang inwardly concluded that he indeed had a hidden class. He pushed up his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "Because hidden classes are so difficult to obtain, the association only knows the optimal paths for a few of them. For the rest, you can only use the process of elimination to weed out the wrong options, and then choose a secondary class based on intuition." Still unsatisfied, Cheng Hai continued, "If I choose wrong, will it make my late-game development weaker than a common class that took an optimal path?" Yao Wenjiang's gaze sharpened, and he immediately countered, "You can't put it that way. After all, even if a common class adventurer becomes a legend, their strength is usually only at the mid-tier level." He paused, providing a steady solution. "If your primary class is a hidden one, as long as you're a bit cautious and don't pick a secondary class that holds you back, your ceiling will certainly be high." Yao Wenjiang smiled slightly, offering Cheng Hai a perspective. "Actually, some hidden classes don't even need a secondary class to become legends, and high-tier legends at that." Cheng Hai. Hearing this, Cheng Hai's eyes lit up, and he blurted out in surprise, "Oh?" Yao Wenjiang pushed up his frames, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "But such classes are extremely rare even among hidden ones. Some are unique, like the Parmid Knights back home." Cheng Hai immediately looked up information on the intranet. However, the results disappointed him. He found no data regarding Revenant Stalker. Search result for Revenant Stalker. Content does not exist. "Sorry, no matching results found," he muttered under his breath, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. But then he unexpectedly discovered Brave Knight. He read on, his tone reflecting his shock. "I didn't expect the class change item I got from my first clearance of the Great Graveyard to be something chased by countless adventurers worldwide." An anonymous post popped up, posted at 12:95 on September 18, 2023. In the post, an ace warrior complained, "It seems that aside from the medals of justice like spirituality, honesty, and honor that have already been claimed, and the sacrifice and humility crests held by the US and the UK, only Brave remains missing. It's truly enviable. I heard the 3 adventurers who completed those class changes became legends a year later. I want to be a sacrifice knight too. Stop daydreaming. How many adventurers have challenged the sacrifice trial in the last 2 years? Who succeeded?" Cheng Hai stroked his chin, pondering and calculating as his gaze swept over the Brave Knight class change trial series. "No downsides other than the high difficulty. Unlimited attempts. As long as the class change is successful, you are guaranteed to become a high-tier legend." He laughed excitedly, scratching his head, his mood reaching a peak. He donned his armor, the metal gripped tightly in his hand. Cheng Hai shouted, Use Brave Knight Trial Medal. Instantly, a dazzling portal opened in the center of the room. The title Survival from the Brink flashed above Cheng Hai's head. He gripped his spear, his aura imposing. Let's go. He stepped into the gate, determination burning in his eyes. Cheng Hai entered an unfamiliar world where he was immediately blocked by a legendary unit, a combat machine with active grade armor and a level 19 challenge rating. An interface flashed before him, displaying the class change task information, carrying the approval of the legendary unit Val. A countdown began, and time started ticking away. 10 minutes. With only 9 minutes and 59 seconds left, the legendary unit began to move, its heavy footsteps closing in on Cheng Hai step by step. He cried out in a panic, "What does this task description mean? Am I supposed to last 10 minutes under this boss? We must gain its recognition within these 10 minutes. Immediately after, a look of terror appeared in his eyes. The legendary unit suddenly accelerated into a sprint, closing the distance with terrifying speed to throw a straight punch. System warnings blared incessantly. High-tier legend contact. Activate title Survival from the Brink. Strength B, Speed B, Perception B. Due to the massive power gap, the perception points of Survival from the Brink exceed 18, activating the hidden trait skill 1 step, 1 kill. Thus, before the adventurer's perception recovers, he can predict the opponent's next move. Fortunately, thanks to his agile reflexes, Cheng Hai managed to dodge that horrific strike just in time. The shockwave from that punch covered a massive area, with his protagonist aura in full swing. Cheng Hai retreated to a distance, unable to help but marvel privately, "Heavens, this guy." He doubted if he was truly stronger than Colorado. But Cheng Hai did not back down. He stood up, his gaze steady as he muttered to himself, "Forget it, I'll use this round to test the waters." He was determined to gauge the power gap between himself and this legendary giant. But unexpectedly, after only a few exchanges, Cheng Hai was sent flying, collapsing on the ground. He spat out a curse. "Who the hell can last 10 minutes against this? My gear is going to be blown apart in 3 minutes tops. I don't believe anyone can finish this trial." Amidst his sighs, Cheng Hai suddenly muttered, "I feel like I have to change my title to one that improves survivability." But he immediately realized that doing so would drop his perception below 18 points, making it impossible to activate the hidden skill 1 step, 1 kill. With that trade-off, he might lose even faster. Suddenly, Cheng Hai leapt up and shouted, "Wait, don't I still have that?" He acted quickly, rushing toward the door. The legendary unit stood there majestically but didn't seem to notice him. A massive question mark appeared over its head. It turned out Cheng Hai had activated the invisibility cloak and successfully evaded the enemy's sight. He felt secretly relieved, thinking, "How strange, is this big guy's weakness its perception? It can't see me with the invisibility cloak on." But before the joy could settle, he suddenly let out a cry of pain, his face turning pale. The legendary unit abruptly raised its hand, condensing a brilliant orb of light. Cheng Hai asked himself in a panic what it was doing. At that moment the giant hand clenched shut. Under the radiant power of the orb, Cheng Hai's camouflage shattered instantly, and he only had time to let out a startled cry. Holy crap! In an instant the legendary unit found him. His protagonist aura failed again, as Cheng Hai was sent flying once more, collapsing on the ground and roaring with resentment. Why does it have a skill that can see through invisibility? He could only sigh and mutter to himself, "Forget it, it's a legendary unit after all. It's normal to have that kind of ability." After a while, Cheng Hai decided to try again, this time switching to the self-adaptation and miracle survivor titles, prepared to face that shimmering golden armor. But before he could even make a move, the legendary unit threw a horrific punch. That punch was like a thunderclap, blasting Cheng Hai away like an arrow. In midair, a golden shadow flashed. The golden armor moved toward him with even greater speed. Realizing the end was near, Cheng Hai only had time to spit out 2 words, "It's over." After suffering the fatal blow, he was defeated once again. The gate reopened, and a brilliant light illuminated the empty hall. Cheng Hai walked in with steady steps to face the golden armor. The enemy still stood as motionless as a statue, waiting for the new challenge. This time, Cheng Hai chose another title, determined to challenge the legendary unit once more. Suddenly, a surprised voice echoed through the air. "What? Did none of the adventurers at my house complete their escape tasks?" Yao Wenjong, standing to the side observing his training, followed up. "Yes, just as you saw," he continued coldly, his tone flat. "Though it's unclear what happened inside, if those adventurers haven't completed their escape tasks by the time the limit expires, we'll have to gather more intelligence on the bottom level of this dungeon to deal with the entrance reversal problem that will follow." Cheng Hai jumped down from the hanging training equipment. Somewhat exhausted, he wiped his sweat with the towel draped around his neck and turned to Yao Wenjong. "Let's talk somewhere else. The scene shifted as he strode toward the crowd, his long legs standing out prominently among them. There, a man in a yellow jacket and sunglasses asked thoughtfully, "Still haven't found Chow Ming?" A man wearing a knit beanie replied helplessly, "No, we've searched everywhere around here. There's no trace of him living in the area." The man in sunglasses rubbed his chin, muttering pensively to himself. It seems he either went into the lake or headed further out to find the werewolves. After a moment of silence, he added with a worried tone, "I hope he comes back soon, otherwise we're in big trouble." Lurking under the cover of dense tree shadows, Wang Er observed everything silently, his sharp eyes reflecting deep thought. It seems the werewolves have noticed too. He thought to himself that the difficulty of this dungeon actually increases gradually over time. In both the clearance and escape tasks, clues regarding the tidal merman hatching pool were mentioned. While practicing his arm strength, Aran asked distractedly, "So they want to use this to test our depth?" His assistant, eyes fixed on the phone screen, nodded and replied, "Exactly. The reward is information regarding the team clearance slots they have." Hearing this, Aran stopped his movements and fell into thought. Meanwhile, Shanghai regained his composure, confusion showing in his eyes. Wait, isn't Brother Zheng a level 14 adventurer? Since he knows he won't be punished and he's full of energy, why call in help from outside now that the level 7 dungeon entrance at my house is reversing? Zheng Renjun scratched his face and answered somewhat awkwardly, "Because once the entrance at your house reverses, I won't be able to act freely." Thinking he had misheard, Cheng Hai followed up urgently. "What did you say?" Yao Wenjong spoke on behalf of Zheng Renjun, his tone stern. "This involves the entry reversal rules that haven't been made public yet." He pushed up his glasses, his expression as serious as a professor giving a lecture. "When an entrance reverses, our world becomes a dungeon in the eyes of the mermen. But restricted by the iron rule, the scale after the reversal will not change. Until the mermen complete their escape task, Zheng Renjun, whose level is higher than the region, cannot interfere." Hearing this, a light went on in Cheng Hai's mind, and he looked as though he had suddenly realized everything. Looking back, it was no wonder that the Burning Grounds, despite being only a level 5 dungeon, had a legendary entity. No wonder the Burning Grounds immediately entered its second phase after the little ghost escaped. It all made sense now. Zheng Renjun added in time, his tone meaningful. "To give a vivid example, though this set of rules isn't mandatory, I can't act mainly because Russian adventurers once tried to intervene by force. The result caused the entrance to mutate and the level to increase, allowing the top-tier entities from that side to cross over into this world as well." Ms. Lin, standing to the side, summarized decisively. "Simply put, when dealing with an entry reversal, you must use adventurers of the same level to deal with the invaders from the other world. This is the optimal solution," the association summarized after many trials and errors. A flash of inspiration hit Cheng Hai, and he followed up, "The optimal solution? What about the military? I understand that high-level adventurers like Brother Zheng can't easily act," he added. "But the military and firearms are clearly more reliable than same-level adventurers, right?" Hearing this, Zheng Renjun's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke in a serious tone. "To be precise, using the military and firearms to deal with entry reversals and conquer dungeons is indeed the most efficient way. However, for all the countries that did so over the past 10 years, he paused, his gaze darkening. The final outcome left them in deep regret. Cheng Hai was stunned and shouted excitedly, "Regret? Why?" Ms. Lin, standing nearby, calmly shared some knowledge. "Because it means a bug is about to appear," she explained in a level yet sharp tone due to the mirror principle. "The challenge difficulty before and after an entry reversal remains constant. But if the military and firearms intervene, the actual challenge difficulty of the lower layers after the reversal will far exceed the initial level." Yao Wenjong took over the conversation with seamless coordination. "This causes the actual challenge difficulty of the lower layers of that region's dungeon entrance to far exceed the level displayed on the surface." He pushed up his glasses, his tone cold as frost. "If the military quickly suppresses an entry reversal, the actual challenge difficulty of the next wave of entry reversals will continue to skyrocket until it reaches a balance with the defensive combat power of that region." Ms. Lin took the opportunity to expand the lesson, her expression grave. "Starting from level 11 dungeons, the effectiveness of firearms will become smaller and smaller, not to mention levels 16 to 20. At that stage, monsters will appear that require nuclear bombs to eliminate." Zheng Renjun crossed his arms and summarized in a deep voice, "In short, military intervention can solve the immediate problem, but the problem doesn't disappear, it's only delayed. If firearms are used recklessly, when the problem fully erupts, dragons perched on the rooftops is the end we will face, monsters that can go head-to-head with the most advanced firearms." He looked directly at Cheng Hai. "Do you understand now? It's not that we can't use the military to solve entry reversal problems." Cheng Hai slumped on his bed, the contents of the meeting just now flashing repeatedly in his mind. He murmured, repeating the last sentence echoing in his ears. It's that the price to be paid is far too heavy for a densely populated country like ours. After a while, his vein-streaked hands pushed a massive chest-high tire with great force. Cheng Hai gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain as he trained frantically. Liang Jiakan, sitting on a nearby bench, wiped his sweat and couldn't help but marvel. Brother Cheng Hai is pushing himself way too hard. While wiping his brow, he asked Chang Jingchuan worriedly, can his body handle training like this every day? Chang Jingchuan, also drenched in sweat, arched an eyebrow and gave a polite smile. Didn't Ms. Lin tell you? He then looked at Cheng Hai and said bluntly, the dungeon at Cheng Hai's house is going to reverse into another location next month. In a clearing, a hot pot was bubbling away, its aroma filling the air. The man in sunglasses used a ladle to stir gently, asking Wang how's the situation on your end? Wang shrugged, his tone helpless. Same old story, those mermen in the lake just won't come ashore. I suspect the boss of this dungeon has realized we're being stalled. Normally those mermen should have launched a general offensive in the last few days. Guarding the hot pot, the man continued to ask, what about the others? What's their take? Wang answered flatly. They're all quite optimistic. Chao Ming's disappearance hasn't made them any more alert. Hearing this, the man turned his head away, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai sat atop the giant tire, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a can of soda appeared before him, accompanied by Xiao Mu's voice. It's Thursday, don't you have classes? Xiao Mu shrugged, looking helpless yet slightly sarcastic. Of course I do, but someone caused trouble, so now the dungeon entrance at home is going to reverse. Sunlight shone brightly on the office building as a voice rang out. At the request of the Dongshan City Entrance Manager, the scheduled Dungeon Mineral Identification class is now changed to Reversal Rules 101. Han Chiumei gave a faint smile, holding the lecture notes as she looked at the class. Since this lesson contains a large amount of content not permitted for disclosure to the public, I need everyone to sign a non-disclosure agreement with me before we begin. Who's first? Hearing this, Liang Jiakan raised his hand and shouted excitedly. Me, he chuckled as he sat down and signed his name. After finishing, Liang Jiakan looked up and asked, I've signed, who's next? Chang Jingchuan raised his hand and said flatly, give it to me. Xiao Mu, sitting in the back, chimed in. Me after him. Cheng Hai nodded, flashing a brilliant smile. Then I'll be last. He took the paper from Xiao Mu and carefully browsed the terms. After signing, he turned to Xiao Mu and teased with a slight curve of his lips. So your name is Su Xiaomu. Was your dad a fan of the records of the Three Kingdoms? Being teased like this, Xiao Mu immediately flared up and roared, shut up and just sign. Han Chiumei rolled up the papers, her sharp gaze sweeping the class, not forgetting to remind them. One last time, the following content is strictly forbidden to be disclosed to anyone outside the association. Once the agreement is breached, the association's archives teachers and security officers will impose internal penalties on the violator. Believe me, this NDA will definitely make you regret leaking secrets. Han Chiumei's warning made the students break into a cold sweat, and the atmosphere instantly grew a few degrees heavier. However, she quickly followed with a kind smile, softening her tone. Now let's officially begin the class. She paused and looked around. Before we start, the state has already made the entry reversal rules public. Have you seen them? The class answered in unison. Yes, Han Chiumei nodded and began the lecture. I'll start with the mirror dungeons generated after a reversal. Take the level 7 Merman dungeon in Dongshan that's about to reverse as an example. After the reversal, the entrance position remains the same, but a same-level human dungeon will be generated in Dongshan. For the mermen, this is a level 7 difficulty. She widened her eyes, her tone serious. Within that dungeon area, you adventurers will be unable to use titles. Chang Jingchuan couldn't hold back and immediately asked, why? Han Chiumei leaned forward and explained clearly. Currently, academia hasn't reached a final conclusion, but the mainstream view is that this is an adjustment made to balance the status quo. Seeing someone cry out in surprise, she continued her systematic explanation. It's actually easy to understand. Compared to the defenders fighting on their own doorstep, the attackers are at an overwhelming disadvantage in terms of both geography and supplies. In this case, if the defenders' combat power were also unrestricted, it would be far too unfavorable for the attackers. Cheng Hai raised his hand, his tone full of a desire for knowledge. There was one problem he couldn't figure out. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly in a state of high concentration, continuing with this merman dungeon as an example. If the mermen from inside come to our world, will their strength increase? Han Chiumei smiled and went straight to the point. Until they complete their escape or clearance tasks, their strength will not show a significant increase. Cheng Hai rubbed his chin, his gaze pensive as he whispered to himself. In other words, mermen who complete an escape task will become even more eager to clear the dungeon based on the corresponding task rewards. This mechanism is no different from a coliseum. Xiao Mu raised her hand, speaking in a leisurely manner. I have a question too. Can't this entry reversal event be solved with guns? Han Qiumei replied calmly. Using guns will cause the actual challenge difficulty of the Dongshan dungeon entrance to be higher than the surface level. If you don't want to face even more chain reversal events, then don't think about using guns to solve the problem. Liang Jiaquan's eyes flashed and he suggested, then what about finding 2 level 9 or 10 powerhouses to guard the door? Kill them as they come, would that work? Han Qiumei explained patiently. Her tone was clear. After an entry reversal, with the entrance as the center, a certain surrounding range becomes the enemy's absolute advantage zone. Within that area, defenders not only cannot use titles, but the base attribute bonuses provided by their classes will also fail. For example, if level 9 or 10 adventurers enter that area, their combat power will be weakened to the same level as the opponent, and the risk of guarding the door will skyrocket. Hearing this, Chang Jingchuan interrupted seriously, what about finding more people? If there are 5 level 9s guarding, surely it should be stable. Usually, a level 7 dungeon hardly ever features level 9 individuals, except for the boss who might be level 8. If it's 5 against 1, we definitely have the upper hand. Han Qiumei immediately responded with a real-life example. Yes, people have indeed done that in the past, and it worked well, but the dungeon will impose an overwhelming disadvantage on the attackers, thereby shifting into survival mode. She continued her flat explanation. Under the influence of the red light mirror law, when our defensive dungeon turns into survival mode, a corresponding same-level survival-type dungeon entrance will appear somewhere in the world. Typical examples are the Burning Grounds and Dread Tomb. Having finished, she summarized briefly, so after figuring out this mechanism, we now try to avoid this practice as much as possible, at least in our country. After hearing this, Liang Jiaquan held his head and cried out, Oh my god, this doesn't work. That has restrictions. Does this mean for the next few days of the entry reversal we can only help evacuate nearby residents and then handle waves of otherworld natives rushing in? That's disgusting. Han Qiumei let out a light laugh and added, Not necessarily actually. We've already found a method to quickly resolve reversal events. Cheng Hai's gaze was focused, and he asked in a calm tone, What is it? Han Qiumei suddenly showed a sinister smile, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. As long as one person among the same wave of natives breaking into our world is captured by us, and we can maintain its vital signs until the entry reversal ends, then there will be no more subsequent waves of invasion. Elsewhere, the man in sunglasses stood among the crowd, his hands raised at shoulder height, his tone serious. I've gathered everyone here today because I want to discuss our safety for the final few days. A blond man muttered with a look of displeasure. What safety issues could there be? It's a level 7 dungeon. It all relies on those disgusting mechanics. If my class weren't unsuitable for underwater combat, I would have conquered it long ago. Hearing him brag, another person immediately countered, If you can't keep up with the pace, just shut up and listen. This dungeon isn't as simple as you think. The blond man looked at the other with disdain, his gaze full of contempt. Acting like you're an expert. If you know something, say it then, I'm all ears. The person was just about to speak. Faced with such an arrogant attitude, he sighed helplessly. Haven't you seen the name and task details of this dungeon? Tidal merman breeding season. Destroy the hatching pool. The hints are so obvious and you still haven't reacted. I'm truly speechless, he continued, his tone sharp. If things continue to develop like this, the number of mermen in the lake will be absolutely uncountable by the final days. If their boss is a team buff type, then you fools who refuse to party up are definitely dead meat, the blond man shouted in a rage. Hey, who are you calling a fool? Zhang Zhixing crossed his arms. He summarized with a firm tone. So, you gathered us here because you want to discuss how we should defend ourselves when the mermen come ashore in the final days. The Assassin King's eyes were sharp as he replied in a low voice. Exactly. He shared his intel with a steady tone. Last month, when I went to the Zhejiang City Adventurer Association to help the Fujian province deal with a level 10 dungeon entrance reversal, I learned some information that isn't permitted for disclosure to the public. The state discovered a rule in reversal dungeons that favors the attacking side. These words caught the adventurer's full attention. The Assassin King continued, his tone decisive. With the entrance as the center, the defensive side's combat power will be extremely limited within a certain range. Based on the mirror principle, I believe that since we are currently inside the dungeon, similar rules must exist here as well. Zhang Zhixing frowned and pressed further. What is the specific location, and to what extent will it be limited? The subsequent information shocked everyone. The Assassin King explained, Take us human adventurers as an example. If we were the local defenders, we would be unable to use titles when entering the area favoring the attackers. Even the base attribute bonuses provided by our classes would be stripped away. He didn't forget to add, As for the mermen, I suspect that even if their boss is a team buff type, that effect will be suppressed in the area favoring the attackers. Cheng Hai sat in his bedroom, chin in hand, murmuring to himself. Titles being unusable is one thing, but even the base attribute bonuses from my class will be cleared near the entrance. This restriction is way too massive. He had initially thought that if titles were unusable, he could pick a secondary class that granted 2 points in perception, activating 1 step, 1 kill, or future sight to cope, but after weighing his options he sighed and shook his head, dismissing the idea. But now it seems that definitely won't work. Cheng Hai took out his medal, his gaze determined, and walked directly toward the reversal entrance. I'll use martial arts to adapt to combat and see how much my strength drops without future sight. The room's door opened and red light spilled out. Cheng Hai crossed the threshold with a confident smile. Good morning. The golden-armored figure heard his greeting, paused for a moment as if thinking, but just a second later it suddenly assumed a combat stance. Cheng Hai froze, his eyes widening. In a flash, the golden-armored figure was in front of him. He stammered, "Hey, wait, for real." With a whoosh, it was game over for Cheng Hai. After respawning in front of the door, he looked dejected. Without future sight and title bonuses, his strength had dropped this much. The battle had lasted only 18 seconds. After the failure, a look of resolve flashed in Cheng Hai's eyes. He thought that he still needed to find a secondary class that could increase his perception, at least enough to hit the threshold for future sight. He turned to Ms. Lin and explained clearly, "Yes, I want to find a secondary class that grants 2 points in perception. I wanted to ask if you have any recommendations. I can use contribution points to exchange for secondary class change items within the association, right?" Ms. Lin gracefully picked up her teacup and replied unhurriedly, "It's possible, but secondary class change items related to perception require quite a lot of contribution points. Even after deducting what you earned from Gao Chengyang, you definitely won't have enough." Cheng Hai did not back down, answering seriously, "I know. I checked before coming here. I have 2 titles that haven't been recorded in the National Title Encyclopedia yet. I can submit new clues on how to obtain them to exchange for contribution points." Ms. Lin tapped on her phone, her tone flat. "Fine, I'll have Yao Wenzhong help you organize them." Yao Wenzhong walked over holding a stack of files, his eyes bloodshot like someone suffering from severe sleep deprivation. He sighed. "Do you have to decide on a secondary class right now?" He held up the documents, his tone weary. "Can't you wait a bit longer? There are still 6 months before you're forcibly drafted into the dungeon. Maybe in a few months the optimal route for rookies will be discovered." Cheng Hai's gaze was firm, his tone serious. "I'm not waiting. After the dungeon at my house reverses, I'll lose my primary class bonuses. I need to make up those 2 points of perception to activate my core skills. Those 2 attribute points are vital to me." Seeing his stubborn attitude, Yao Wenzhong could only sigh helplessly. "All right," he stopped trying to persuade him and handed over a file folder. "These are the secondary classes known to the association that grant 2 points in perception. Take a look." Cheng Hai opened the file and read every line carefully. The data detailed the secondary class Seeker. Perception 3. Can activate the Trace the Past skill when searching for specified items. Intelligence 3. However, the unlocking method is currently unclear. Yao Wenzhong held the file and looked at Cheng Hai, asking, "Are you sure you want only this one? You won't change it?" Cheng Hai waved his hand decisively and replied, "This is the one. Seeker." Yao Wenzhong confirmed the information again, pointing at the file and saying in a flat tone, "Fine. I'll contact the Fuzhou Adventurer Association now and have them send an appraiser to Dongshan to see how many contribution points the titles in your hand are worth." He rose to leave, not forgetting to remind him, "If the value exceeds the Seeker's class certificate, I'll submit an application to headquarters." Cheng Hai nodded in response. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Yao." The next day, inside the building, a young man stood before Cheng Hai, extending his hand with a friendly smile. "You must be Mr. Cheng Hai. You can call me Kai Ji. My secondary class is Appraiser. Next, I will evaluate the value of your 2 titles, Survival from the Brink and Clashing with Legends." This man was an 11th level adventurer sent by the state. Cheng Hai stood up to shake hands with Kai Ji. As they sat opposite each other, Kai Ji opened his laptop and typed for a while before looking up. "The calculation is done. Although the effects of these 2 titles you submitted are astonishing, the difficulty of obtaining them and the activation conditions are too harsh. Therefore their value will be significantly reduced compared to titles of the same tier." Hearing that his titles were being undervalued, Cheng Hai quickly pressed for details, his tone urgent. "Exactly how much will they be reduced?" Kai Ji looked at him and comforted him with a smile. "Rest assured it's enough for you to exchange for the Seeker's Class Change Certificate." A few days later, Ms. Lin stood in front of the testing device, speaking clearly to the surrounding crowd. "Like last time, use your titles and class skills to throw a punch at this device." Cheng Hai was the first to step forward, assuming a stance and saying confidently, "Okay." He held out his hand, blew lightly into his palm, and then suddenly lunged forward, slamming a heavy punch into the tester. After withdrawing his fist, a number appeared on the device's notification bar, 13. Watching such a low value, Liang Jiaqan shouted in surprise, "Brother Cheng Hai's base strength is only 13? I thought it was at least 14. Chang Jingchuan chimed in, not at all surprised. Don't just look at his 13 now. By the time that merman dungeon at his house reverses, it's not impossible for him to train it up to 14 or even 15. Liang Jiaqan still frowned in doubt, countering, although Brother Cheng Hai is indeed hardworking, going from 13 to 14 takes even Brother Yao 2 months. No matter how fast Brother Cheng Hai is, he couldn't possibly train it to 15 within a year, right? Chang Jingchuan just shrugged and replied flatly, believe it or not. Ms. Lin stood to the side, staring at the master's belt on Cheng Hai's arm, and remarked, to be honest, I'm quite envious of that belt of yours. When you don't need it anymore, would you consider selling it to our Dongshan Association? Cheng Hai laughed heartily and nodded to her. Sure, but you'll have to wait until my base strength and dual agility reach 16. Just then, a person walked toward Cheng Hai and Ms. Lin, saying, so you were testing your strength here. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. The two turned around and saw it was Yao Wenzhong. He held up the file in his hand and said decisively, Cheng Hai, your secondary class change certificate has arrived. Back in his room, the system panel in front of Cheng Hai lit up, popping up a notification. Detected that the adventurer currently has no secondary class. Use the Seeker class change certificate. Cheng Hai looked at the notification and clicked, yes, muttering to himself. Is that even a question? Of course I'm choosing yes. After clicking confirm, the system panel began loading. Seeker class change in progress. Within a few seconds the result appeared. Detected that the adventurer's primary class is Revenant Stalker, unlocking 3 Seeker effects. Cheng Hai stared at the notification, stunned, and stammered out, wait a minute, for real? No way, right? He quickly read the information on the system panel, and suddenly cheered, his face full of joy. Heavens, I guessed right. The best partner for a Revenant Stalker is a Seeker. I was right. The system panel continued to display notifications. Revenant Stalker effect, Perception 5. The closer the class is to death, the greater the increase in strength and speed. Attribute increase limit does not exceed 48. Revenant Stalker trial objectives activated. Complete trial project 1. Power of tenacity to obtain 1 point of strength. Strength content, Congo River Rapids. Cheng Hai looked at the system panel, his eyes shining, and murmured to himself, I thought the first and second effects of the Revenant Stalker were strong enough, but I didn't expect the third to be even more ridiculous. He recalled the strength and speed values he had just measured, his mind racing. Most people can only reach a limit of 16 to 17 in strength and speed through hard training. If I reach that limit and then challenge these 8 trials. He suddenly sat up from the bed and shouted excitedly, I hit the jackpot. This time I really hit the jackpot. Tomorrow? No, right now I'm going to the gym to train. As long as the training doesn't kill me, I'll train like my life depends on it. He paused, his gaze sharp. As for Val, I won't be going there for now. I can't complete that class change task anyway. Elsewhere, angry roars echoed from Shang Li's home. Is this some kind of joke? Shang Li shouted into the phone, his face flushed red. The Dongshan City dungeon is reversing. Why are they pulling me, a Yunqiao City entrance manager, to take the fall? The man on the other end of the line explained unhurriedly. Because your wife has used up all the favors she had with me. The state has settled the debt. Also, as of next month, you are no longer the entrance manager for Yunqiao City. As a national adventurer, it's perfectly normal to be transferred to a neighboring association to assist, isn't it? Besides, don't tell me you don't know who is responsible for that merman dungeon in Dongshan City reaching the reversal stage. Hearing this, Shang Li was fuming with rage, yet he was speechless and powerless to do anything. Cheng Hai kept skipping rope, sweat pouring down like rain as he counted aloud. 11,121, 11,122, 11,123. The entire building was plunged into darkness, except for his room, which was brightly lit like a beacon in the night. Elsewhere in a dense jungle, a group of people sat huddled together, their faces full of dejection. A man stood up, his low voice attempting to encourage everyone. Everyone, hang in there a bit longer. Once we get through this final day, we can go home. Meanwhile, in a dark merman cave, monsters knelt at their leader's feet as a merman representative reported respectfully. It stepped forward, knelt, and reported, Lord Manhanus, there are currently 24 guards, 69 elite mermen, and a total of 800 sergeants and soldiers in the nest. Sitting on the stone throne, the leader, the current level 4 devourer Manhanus, nodded, its voice cold. Very good, it waved its hand and ordered. Go and slaughter all the adventurers in the jungle and drag their corpses back. I will use them to increase my level. The mermen roared in unison at the command, crawling ashore to hunt down the adventurers. Title Merman Dungeon Reversal Countdown. Only 9 minutes, 57 seconds and 40 milliseconds remaining. Over here, Cheng Hai was still frantically lifting weights, his breathing ragged. He looked at the system panel as he lifted, whispering, "Adventurer interface." The panel lit up, displaying information. Cheng Hai, Elite Adventurer. Race, Human. Evaluation level, Level 6. At this level tier, it is already difficult for you to find an opponent. Primary class, Revenant Stalker. Secondary class, Seeker. Base attributes, Strength 15, Speed 15, Intelligence 16, Perception 18, Tenacity 11, Constitution 16. Title summarization not yet displayed. A girl wearing a pink top walked over, frowning as she looked at him. "You really are a strange person," she observed Cheng Hai, who was struggling with his arm strength training, and continued, "The dungeon at your house is going to reverse in just a few hours. Instead of conserving your energy, you're here practicing your strength. I've seen people cramming at the last minute, but never like this." Hearing this, Cheng Hai stopped his movements, turned to her, and smiled. "Actually, I've been training like this for the past 2 months." The girl in pink was stunned and cried out in surprise. "Ha!" Cheng Hai jumped down from the equipment, sweat dripping from his forehead, and turned to the girl in pink, asking back, "It's you. Why are you looking for me so late instead of sleeping?" Suddenly, a danger warning popped up over the girl's head. Her expression instantly became grave, and she lowered her voice. "If I said my title is urging me to leave this city as soon as possible, would you believe me?" In a certain forest, a man with a scar raised his hand, his eyes sharp as he spoke. "I have an idea," he observed the crowd as he spoke. "If those mermen really come ashore in these final hours, should we try to take out their boss? As long as the boss is dead, the remaining mermen, no matter their numbers, will be nothing more than a disorganized mob." As soon as the words left his mouth, a man nearby barked at him. "Are you out of your mind?" His eyes flashed with rage as he glared at the scar-faced man, clearly dissatisfied. "We all agreed to hold the exit and wait for the mission timer to expire before leaving together. What kind of scheme are you pulling now? Besides, the mission hasn't been cleared yet. There's no reward for killing the boss midway." The scar-faced man remained unfazed, waving a hand dismissively. "I'm not trying to kill the boss for rewards," he explained. "I asked Wong if we don't complete the adventurer escape task, and instead try to hitch a ride back during the dungeon reversal. Will we take up the challenge slots of the post-reversal dungeon?" He said yes. A youth nearby nodded and chimed in. "That is indeed the case. It would occupy a slot." The scar-faced man's gaze darkened as he continued. "According to the mirror principle, the new dungeon formed after the merman dungeon reverses will have a challenge cap of 15 people." He sat on a rock, his tone slow as he addressed the crowd. "Subtracting us, if the merman boss leads his subordinates to charge us in these final hours, and competes with us for those 15 slots, then what?" He paused, seemingly in thought, before looking up with a cold smirk. "If even 4 mermen rush into the entrance before we do, then 4 of us will be left here forever." The youth in green clothes immediately retorted, "Wait a minute, you can't put it that way. What if those mermen don't come at the end? What if we successfully evacuate first?" Before the scar-faced man could answer, someone in the crowd held up a card, their tone firm. "No, they will definitely come." It was Zhang Zhixing, a level 8 adventurer whose primary class was Magic Marksman and whose secondary class was Object Simulation. Currently simulating a tarot diviner, he held up a card. "Tarot the Tower," he announced. "My secondary class is Tarot Diviner. I just divined my fortune for the next few hours, and the result is ill-omened." Meanwhile, Cheng Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to the pink-clad girl, asking, "When did this happen?" The girl's gaze was sharp as she replied briefly, 2 hours ago." Hearing this, Cheng Hai stopped his movements and looked directly at her, his tone full of doubt. "I remember your title only helps you identify individuals with hostile intent toward you. Otherwise, when Gao Chengyang appeared last time, you would have sensed the danger and left long ago. So how did you discover that Dongshan City is in danger this time?" The pink-clad girl furrowed her brows, her tone slightly frustrated. "It was precisely because I realized the blind spot of my title's warning that I joined the association. I used the danger prediction title clue to exchange for contribution points, and then redeemed a curio within the association that could compensate for that weakness." She turned her head away, muttering, "Otherwise I'd be dragged down by you again." Hearing that it involved him, Cheng Hai quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, how am I involved in this again?" The girl looked back at him, her tone thick with irony. "As expected, you're just like Ms. Lin. You have no idea how dangerous it will be after your home dungeon reverses." Cheng Hai was stunned and cried out, "Huh?" She frowned deeply, her tone serious as she reminded him, "Think about it yourself. I wasn't drafted and I'm standing outside the danger zone designated by the association, yet my danger warning was still triggered. What does that mean?" Cheng Hai rested his chin in his hand and fell into deep thought, his face gradually turning to one of horror. This meant the danger zone wouldn't be able to contain the mermen. Their activity range would expand to all of Dongshan City. The girl nodded and followed up. "You guessed right," she then sighed, her tone helpless. I'll be the unlucky one next, because the association will definitely force me and Chang Jingchuan to intercept those mermen. That's why my title has been urging me to leave Dongshan as soon as possible. Only by leaving here can I avoid the forced conscription." After hearing this, Cheng Hai looked at her and asked seriously, "Have you told Brother Yao and Ms. Lin about this deduction?" The girl replied flatly, "I have, but they believe that regardless of how many of the 15 adventurers trapped in the dungeon manage to return, the number of mermen coming out of your house will be 15 at most." The pink-clad girl paused, her sharp gaze fixed on Cheng Hai as she continued her analysis. Furthermore, the individual combat capability of mermen isn't particularly outstanding, and among the adventurers on standby, there are national-tier adventurers like Dragonmark, Zhang Zhou, and Master Chen Hua, as well as members of the Freelancer Alliance like Wu Gui, a sub-dragon knight. Even if the mermen break through the defensive line and return to Dongshan, those experts are fully capable of reacting quickly and making arrests. She paused for a moment, looking directly at Cheng Hai. "So what do you think? Believe them, or believe me. If you believe them, then I can only take my parents to Bian City to hide for a few days." Cheng Hai pondered with his chin in his hand for a moment before looking up, his tone grave. "I want to believe you, but what can just the two of us do? After all, this is a future event where even level 10 adventurers might fail." Hearing the question, the girl pointed to herself confidently. "With my warnings and that invisibility cloak you got from Gao Chengyang, we can pick off the straggling mermen one by one. By avoiding the main force, there's a lot we can do. That way, even if the situation spirals out of control later, we can minimize the damage the mermen cause to the real world." Meanwhile, in the dim forest, a youth scratched his head and looked at those behind him, his tone dejected. "In the end, the three of us pulled either the tower or death. None of them are good omens." Beside him, the youth in red curled his lip after hearing this. "Don't tell me you actually believe it. If Zhang Zhixing's secondary class were that accurate, how did he end up in the same boat as us?" The youth behind him stepped forward to argue. "Isn't that exactly what he just explained? Before setting out he divined the fool, but he misinterpreted the hexagram. Otherwise he really could have avoided this pitfall. Besides, look at us. Wang and the Lang Qi couple are the strongest, and their divinations resulted in the world representing smoothness and the Empress representing success." In another corner, the scar-faced man held up the tower card and let out a heavy sigh. It turned out he had just pulled the exact same card as Zhang Zhixing. He looked at Zhixing and asked, "I pulled the same card as you. Does that mean if I maintain the status quo, my end will be the same as yours?" Zhang Zhixing could only reply vaguely, "Yes, it's very likely we won't make it out of this dungeon." Hearing this, the scar-faced man frowned and suggested drawing another card. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes as he stared at Zhang Zhixing and asked, "Then divine one more time. If according to my plan we all work together to kill the boss and drive the remaining mermen back into the lake, will my fate change?" Zhang Zhixing nodded and replied, "All right." Just as the two were about to draw another tarot card, a voice interrupted them. "Wait a minute, don't divine yet." The speaker was Lang Qi. He walked up to Zhang Zhixing and spoke in a steady tone. "Your plan still has room for improvement. Considering the mermen in this dungeon, they might have bred into the hundreds or even thousands by now." He looked down at the two, his gaze sharp. "If their boss is a team buff type," he paused before continuing, "then if we rush into battle, a lot of people will definitely die." The scar-faced man stood up, a cold smirk curling his lips. "So you're saying we should do nothing and just wait at the entrance for them to attack? Figures. Anyway, you two pulled the safety cards." Lang Qi frowned and immediately corrected him. "No, you've misunderstood. My point is that we must prepare a corresponding response plan based on the boss type. For example, an ordinary boss can be handled according to your plan. If it's a team buff type, we need someone to act as a decoy to draw away most of the mermen, and then concentrate our elite forces to execute a decapitation strike. Additionally, someone needs to handle the scouting to identify the boss and fire the signal flares." Wang raised his hand from the back, his tone full of confidence. "I should probably handle that part. I have the blink skill." Lang Qi looked at the two, his tone affirmative. "This way we can first determine the boss type and then execute according to the pre-prepared plan." Seeing that Lang Qi's plan was feasible, Zhang Zhixing nodded to the scar-faced man. "I feel Lang Qi's plan is more reliable. I'll divine according to what he said." The scar-faced man nodded in agreement. "Fine." Cheng Hai sat opposite the pink-clad girl, his tone serious. "Doing this can indeed resolve some of the straggling mermen with low risk, but if possible, I'd still hope to avoid this entirely. I plan to try and persuade Brother Yao, but I'll need your cooperation." He paused for a moment, his gaze determined as he slowly proposed, "Can you come home with me and use your title to confirm the quantity and quality of the danger sources at the entrance from a close distance?" The pink-clad girl nodded generously. "No problem." Back in the forest, the youth in green was comforting a girl. A white-haired man saw this and remarked, That girl seems to have pulled the death card again. A person nearby added in a low voice, pulling that worst card twice in a row. It seems the probability of her dying in this dungeon is very high. Immediately after, the Fool card was held up. The scar-faced man who had just drawn it looked at Zhang Zhixing and asked, "How do you explain the Fool?" Zhang Zhixing looked at the card in his hand and replied, "In a situation like this, pulling it means you will use the power of yourself and those around you to achieve your ambitious goals." Hearing this, a dangerous look flashed across the scar-faced man's face. He muttered to himself, "Goals, huh?" At the assembly point in the forest, the Lang Chi couple approached, drawing everyone's attention. Lang Chi clapped his hands and announced in a booming voice, "The divination results are in. For those who pulled Death and the Tower, your fates are actually improving. This proves that taking the initiative will lead to a turning point. Since that's the case for the benefit of the majority, my recommendation is to execute the decision." He turned to the crowd and added, "As for those who pulled Death and the Tower, I ask those around them to put in a little extra effort to look after them." After speaking, Lang Chi turned and shouted, "Wang Er." Hearing the call, Wang Er immediately stepped forward and responded, "Understood. I'm heading out now." Under the cover of night, Lang Chi continued to instruct, "Also, if this dungeon's boss is a team buff type, then we need half of our people to serve as decoys to create a decapitation opportunity for the others. Is anyone willing to join the decoy group?" At this moment, Wang Er was hiding on a high branch observing through binoculars. In the faint moonlight, he saw groups of mermen crawling ashore in dense clusters. In the rear sat one directing the movements, flanked by several giant elite kin for protection. Wang Er muttered in a low voice, "Stationed in the rear, with elite guards, those are the main characteristics of a team buff boss. First, staying in the back. Second, usually having elite guards nearby. And third, individual strength being weaker than a same-tier boss." Having thought it through, he drew his gun, his tone decisive. "I have to sync this intel to Lang Chi and the others immediately." He fired a signal flare into the sky, instantly dyeing the sky red. Seeing the signal, Lang Chi shouted, "It's starting. The mermen's general offensive." Seeing the sky turn red, the merman immediately became even more alert. The scar-faced man looked at the crimson sky, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. "Red represents a team buff boss." The person beside him turned pale, lamenting, "We're doomed. We have to be the decoys." Lang Chi stood on the high branch, pointing at the brilliant red smoke in the sky, his tone decisive. Wang Er fired the signal flare. "You all saw it too. It's a team buff boss. According to the plan, the decoy group head to your designated positions. Once they've attracted enough mermen, we'll start our move." Zhang Zhixing looked up at Lang Chi from below and replied briefly, "Okay." Lang Chi continued to instruct the people below. "Before I issue the corresponding signal, I'll need you all to hold the line." The youths below responded in unison, "Understood." Lang Chi surveyed the scene, his voice steady. "Finally, I wish you all victory and a safe return. Title Merman Dungeon Reversal Countdown, 6 hours, 40 minutes, 29 seconds remaining." The white-haired youth turned and asked Zhang Zhixing, "Right here?" Zhang Zhixing replied quickly, "Exactly." The muscular youth pulled out a gun, looked at the white-haired youth and said, "Then I'm firing the flare." The other nodded, "Fire it." Just as the signal flare was about to be launched, Zhang Zhixing hurriedly stopped them. "Can I discuss something with you too?" He held his bow across his chest, his tone hesitant. "My primary class is Magic Marksman. My frontal combat ability is a bit weak. Can I hide in a nearby tree?" Hearing this, the muscular youth frowned and asked back, "Wait a minute, your class is long range. Why did you come to the decoy team?" Zhang Zhixing scratched his head with an embarrassed look. "I didn't want to either. Like Lang Chi said, my class overlapped with the other brothers who pulled the tower. He only needed one person over there, but everyone who pulled bad cards can't stay in the decoy team, so it had to be like this." The white-haired youth nodded in agreement. "Fine, go ahead." Having received permission, Zhang Zhixing flashed a brilliant smile. "Thanks a lot." The muscular youth fumbled clumsily with the gun and asked, "How do you use this thing?" The white-haired youth cursed, "Idiot, give it here." As the two were busy arguing, they didn't notice that as soon as Zhang Zhixing turned around, a sinister smile curled his lips. In reality, he had lied. Everything he just said was false. His secondary class wasn't diviner but object simulation. When he simulated a diviner, the divination indeed carried occult effects. But when he switched to another secondary class, the divination would become invalid. Every time someone else pulled a death card, he was laughing in his heart. Things were far more complicated than they seemed. Zhang Zhixing had also craftily utilized the appearance of his two-face persona to make the participants undeniably draw the death card, which harbored unpredictable perils. Through this move, he strengthened the persuasiveness of the East Atom plan, inducing the adventurers to willingly launch an attack on the mermen as he had proposed. Whenever someone drew the death card, Zhang Zhixing would always console them in a steady, leading tone. "Don't worry, few people can draw a good card. You aren't the most unlucky one." He did this because he had intentionally made himself draw the death card, utilizing his fate-altering skill to manipulate the situation. It was this very moment that provided the East Atom plan with the opportunity to eliminate the boss, forcing those mermen from the lakeshore onto the land. The plan had clearly worked. Now, with the support of the other adventurers, Zhang Zhixing was easily pinning down and intercepting the merman swarms. He leisurely turned back toward the entrance, patiently waiting for the terrain to reverse. Zhang Zhixing walked with light footsteps, whistling happily as he went, muttering to himself. Given the strength of the East Atom group, even if the merman launched a frantic pursuit at the last moment, he should have enough ability to protect himself. That being the case, why did he set up such a complex scheme? He frowned slightly, thinking of Lang Qi and Wang Er. It felt as though the two of them were secretly cooperating with the East Atom plan, but such behavior clearly brought them no substantial benefit. Forget it, whatever. He shook his head, tossing aside those chaotic thoughts. No matter what they plan to do, it has nothing to do with me. On the other side, the mermen discovered a shimmering curio at the bottom of the lake. One of them picked it up and curiously handed it to a companion for inspection. After scrutinizing it for a long while, they cheered in celebration. It seemed to be a curio from another world, and a single-use consumable at that. The merman lord saw the red light emitted by the curio and nodded slightly, saying in a certain tone, "Clearly that thing emitting the red light just now was the adventurer's lookout. They used it to activate some kind of effect. It's definitely a signal sent to their teammates indicating that we have come ashore." Another merman suddenly pointed toward the sky and shouted loudly, "Lord, look at the sky." The lord looked up to see two dazzling streaks of blue smoke cutting through the sky. A flash of realization crossed its eyes and its tone turned grim. "I see, is this their letter of challenge?" In the damp merman cave, Manhua sat majestically atop a pile of bones, letting out an irritable click of its tongue. It rose abruptly in fury, roaring at the subordinates nearby. "It's been so long, why haven't you brought back the corpses of those adventurers yet?" The merman beside it trembled all over and hurriedly defended itself. "I'm afraid it's because those adventurers are hiding too deep. The Lord has already spent much effort searching. Please wait just a moment longer." Hearing this, Manhunus's rage subsided slightly. It leaned its hand against the pile of bones and said in a deep voice, "Then I shall wait a little longer. But if there are still no results, I will personally go ashore to hunt." Meanwhile, in the dense jungle, two youths were assuming combat stances. Alertly observing their surroundings, the muscular youth glanced at his companion behind him and asked in a low voice, "The mermen haven't shown up yet. Do you think they saw the signal flare we sent?" The youth behind him, with messy white hair covering his forehead, replied confidently, "There's no way they didn't see it, right? After all, that thing was so conspicuous." Just as the words left his mouth, the white-haired youth suddenly sensed something off. He snapped his head up, his sharp gaze sweeping forward. Before them, a group of ferocious mermen was surging forward like a tide. He shouted urgently, his tone pressing, "Protect my rear." The mermen were attacking. Not far away, a hound barked frantically, its eyes fixed on the canopy above. Behind it, Lang Qi and Wang Er heard the commotion and poked their heads out to observe. Recognizing Lang Qi, Wang Er leaped down from a branch with light, agile movements. Upon seeing him, Lang Qi immediately and impatiently pressed for the boss's location. Wang Er pointed toward a small path ahead with his chin and answered flatly, "Follow this direction. You'll see it in 5 minutes." He snapped a branch in his hand, his expression grave as he warned, "But I suggest you don't try to crusade against it yet, because the guards around it are still numerous. With only our current manpower, a frontal clash simply cannot be resolved quickly." Having said that, Wang Er crouched down and drew a crude topographical map on the ground, explaining, "The density of sentinels and patrols here is immense. Even if I use flash step, it's difficult to get close to the boss, let alone the rest of you, who have no such teleportation skills. If we start a frontal war, we'll be dragged into a protracted stalemate. The longer we delay, the more likely it is that the mermen sent to deal with the decoy team will return as reinforcements." Hearing this, a scar-faced youth stepped forward, a flash of resolve in his eyes. He proposed with a confident tone, "Then how about splitting up? You all be responsible for drawing the mermen's attention, creating an opportunity for me to have a one-on-one duel with the boss." Suddenly, he flashed a sinister smile and added, 5 minutes. As long as you can hold them for 5 minutes, I can kill that team buff boss." Hearing such a short time frame, Lang Qi and the others couldn't help but mutter under their breath, 5 minutes? He then turned to the two people opposite him and asked, "What do you think?" The girl standing there shrugged and answered bluntly, "I don't care." The youth beside her nodded in agreement, "We can try." The scar-faced man's plan was thus settled. Lang Qi stared at him and said in a stern tone, "Fine, then we'll do it your way, but let me say the ugly words first. You only have 5 minutes. If you haven't succeeded past that time, we aren't going to risk our lives to hold off these mermen for you." The scar-faced man nodded and gave a low response. On the other side, a merman guard was yawning continuously due to fatigue. Just as it finished a yawn, another merman slapped it hard on the head. Not only did the other merman strike it, but it also launched into a barrage of verbal abuse. A nearby merman sensed something wrong and immediately let out a sharp, bizarre cry. "The adventurers are here!" At that moment, Lang Chi's group suddenly appeared, launching a fierce assault on the merman swarm. One of the mermen saw the signal smoke rising in the distance and hurriedly shouted to warn its companions. The merman lord in the distance was immediately drawn by the commotion, its gaze locking onto that pillar of smoke. Its voice was low and full of caution. As expected, those two challenges were just decoys. This group of adventurers wants to use them to disperse our forces and then take the opportunity to kill us. These people are just as treacherous as Hork. Another merman stepped forward and proposed, "Since the enemy has shown themselves, should we deploy half of the guards from the cave to support?" The merman lord shook its head, its gaze ice-cold. "No, those showing themselves aren't necessarily the enemy's elite. Previously, Hork used his main force to exchange for my primary units and then slipped into the ranks alone, intending to assassinate me. This group of humans might be trying the same trick." The two mermen were chatting animatedly, completely unaware that the scar-faced man and Wang were eavesdropping. The two were hidden behind dense bushes, carefully observing every movement. Wang quietly activated his flash step skill, pricking up his ears to listen. Hearing this, he pondered secretly, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. They still haven't fallen into chaos? This makes things difficult. Meanwhile, in the dark and damp cave, Manhua had completely lost its patience. It stood up abruptly, roaring, "Enough, I'm not waiting anymore." A merman below tried to stop it in terror. "Lord, please don't act rashly, it's very dangerous on the shore right now." Before it could finish its sentence, it was instantly killed by Manhua's sharp claws. Manhua stepped forward without hesitation, its gaze cold. Hearing the word dangerous, it let out a cold laugh, thinking, "Dangerous? Do you think I am less dangerous than those adventurers?" In the quiet night, ripples spread across the lake surface. Manhua led its subordinates as they slowly surfaced, preparing to land. The closer it got to the shore, the more it could smell an enticing aroma drifting through the air. That scent made it stop in its tracks. It inhaled greedily, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. It murmured to itself, its voice laced with madness, "It smells so good." Manhua seemed to lose its reason, its eyes flashing with a morbid excitement. It let out a roar, its tone full of greed. Mine, all these delicacies are mine." On this side, Zhang Zhixing was leisurely lying near the entrance to rest. In the shade of an ancient tree he stretched comfortably, wondering how the East Atom group was doing, though he was certain those two fools in his group were dead meat. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smug smile, as he mentally constructed the scene of Lang Chi and Wang not returning. "When they don't return, I'll say the number of mermen was too high. My companions were killed in action, and after fighting alone to the end, I was forced to retreat. That should definitely be enough to deal with the report." Thinking of this, he let out a chuckle, clutching his stomach and muttering, "So what if I pulled the death card? In the end, didn't I find the chance to change my fate?" Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. Zhang Zhixing looked up and found a merman staring intently at him. The moment their eyes met, the merman turned and ran in panic. Zhang Zhixing immediately leapt up, gripped his longbow, and pursued with a grim face. "What's with that merman? Don't tell me it just accidentally stumbled here after getting separated from the main force. If that's the case, I absolutely cannot let it leave here alive. At the very least, before the terrain reverses, the entrance's location must not be exposed to the merman." The pursued merman fled desperately, as an arrow shimmering with golden light cut through the air, hitting it square in the back. It let out a cry of agony but still struggled to crawl forward. Zhang Zhixing frowned, his tone full of suspicion. "Is this a mistake? It's not dead even after that." He gritted his teeth and fired several more arrows at the merman, muttering, "Could it be that this merman has run out of the attacker-favored zone and received the boss's team buff again? No, impossible." Suddenly, the surrounding bushes made an eerie sound. Zhang Zhixing immediately became alert, turning to look behind him. In the shadows, dense swarms of mermen slowly emerged. Seeing that overwhelming number, he froze on the spot. Then the clashing of weapons and roars echoed through the entire forest. On the other side, the scar-faced man suddenly stood up, drawing Wang gaze. Seeing him charge forward, Wang hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" The guards around the boss hadn't been lured away yet. The scar-faced man flashed a dangerous and cruel smile, killing intent surging in his eyes. "It doesn't matter, I'll just kill them all together." Having said that, he charged straight at the merman lord. A merman beside the lord discovered his movement and screamed loudly, "Lord?" The lord responded without backing down, "No need to remind me, I see him." It then turned its head, scrutinizing the scar-faced man with a cold gaze. Another merman whispered in awe, "He's strong." At the same time, the scar-faced man drew a long blade from his storage space, his aura imposing. He was a level 8 adventurer, codenamed East Atom. real name Shang Yi, and his class was Grand Hunter. Zhang Zhixing, having just dealt with a wave of mermen, leaned against his knees staring breathlessly at the merman corpses covering the ground. He cursed in a rage, "Damn it, I've been played. Where did this group of mermen learn how to lure and ambush? I nearly got played to death by them." Suddenly, a strong sense of unease washed over him. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling to his side. Before him appeared a disgusting scale-covered foot. Zhang Zhixing's heart skipped a beat as he thought, "No way, right?" He looked up and came face to face with the dungeon boss Manhua. It was drooling, its greedy eyes flashing as it growled low. "Although eating you first is a bit of a waste, there's no other way. You're the one who ended up alone, and I happen to be in urgent need of a quick level up." Zhang Zhixing's mind was in chaos, utterly terrified. How could the dungeon boss appear here? What on earth are East Adam and Lang Chi and Wang Er doing? He was focused entirely on the merman boss in front of him and didn't notice his rear. A merman he had knocked down and thought dead was in fact still alive. It quietly crawled closer, picked up a spear from the ground and instantly threw it at Zhang Zhixing. The spear shot out from behind, piercing right through his chest. Zhang Zhixing let out a cry of agony and collapsed to the ground. Just before drawing his last breath, he thought with total indignation, "Are you kidding me? I, a dignified level 8 magic marksman, actually died at the hands of the lowest level merman." The merman that killed Zhang Zhixing let out a cry of excitement, and suddenly, its body erupted with a dazzling light. It looked down at its own body in astonishment, not knowing what was happening. Manhua stood in the back, staring dumbfounded at the light-shrouded merman. It was gradually undergoing a mutation. Manhua thought pensively, "So it can work like this too." By now, that merman had completed its evolution, becoming a level 7 merman assassin. Manhua suddenly realized, so low-level mermen can achieve evolution by feigning death, launching sneak attacks and killing high-level adventurers, thereby activating the power of the other world to complete a promotion. It nodded slightly, and called over the newly evolved merman, "Kid, while you're still on the momentum of your promotion, go and tell the Lord exactly what happened to you, word for word." It then continued to issue orders. "Then have him send another squad of mermen to me. I need a new shield. This wave of spoils is truly a massive profit." The merman assassin accepted the order, responding respectfully, "As you command, Lord." On this side, East Adam was fighting a hard battle against the Lord's subordinates. As the fight progressed, he found the number of mermen was unusually high. His mind raced, his eyes full of confusion. Is this a mistake? It's clearly only a level 7 dungeon. Why are there so many level 7 monsters? Even if the boss is a team buff type, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. East Adam let out a cold snort, swinging his blade in a frantic slaughter. Seeing that the number of mermen was truly too many and worrying he couldn't hold them off, he turned and charged toward the bushes, roaring loudly, "Stop hiding, Wang Er, come help me. There are too many guards around this boss. I can't break through." At that moment, a level 8 elite merman guarding the cave area saw East Adam shouting and immediately turned to Leng Jun. Its tone wary. "Lord Leng Jun, judging by that humanoid adventurer's reaction, it seems he didn't come alone. Should we?" East Adam continued to call out for Wang Er incessantly. While observing the situation, Leng Jun issued an order to the guard, "Don't fall for their tricks." It stared at the guard, lowering its voice as it brought up the past. Hork did the same thing back then. After his assassination attempt failed, he pretended there were reinforcements in the area, forcing me to leave a portion of my guards behind to stay alert. In the end, he escaped. I don't want to go through that kind of lesson a second time. Hearing this, the merman guard nodded and replied, "I see, I was being careless." Meanwhile, Wang Er had long since abandoned East Adam. After losing Zhang Zhixing, these adventurers each harbored their own ulterior motives. East Adam, Wang Er, and Lang Chi, everyone had their own ambitions. East Adam's primary class was Grand Hunter. He needed to solo a boss 2 levels lower than himself to increase his class level, but Wang Er's ambition was even greater. He was targeting the legendary curio known as level up rights. He left East Adam alone to pin down the merman swarm while he quietly slipped away to find the curio. Wang Er calculated secretly. The dungeon boss and its elite troops are all being stalled by East Adam. Now is the perfect time to sneak in and kill that hero-tier merman before it fully develops. On the other side, Su Mu and Cheng Hai stood silently, their eyes fixed on the gate on the wall that was slowly expanding. Cheng Hai's brow furrowed, his heart full of confusion. "Wait, why has it become so big?" Seeing Cheng Hai dazing off, Su Mu asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" Cheng Hai shook his head, shaking off his stray thoughts as he replied, "It's nothing. Activate your title. I want to know the combat strength on the other side of the entrance right now, specifically, which threats will be the most troublesome." Previously, Cheng Yang, a collaborator with the Fujian and Guangdong associations, had handled multiple dungeon reversal events alongside various adventurers. Consequently, Wang possessed a great deal of top-secret intelligence strictly forbidden from being leaked to civilians, including information on dungeons that produced high-level level-up curios and bug-tier rookies. If an elite-tier dungeon birthed a hero-tier individual, it would inevitably evolve into a bug-tier dungeon. Precisely because of this, Wang decided to become the sole adventurer remaining in the dungeon. As he knew full well how bountiful the rewards for clearing it would be, Wang glanced at Lang Chi's group and thought, as it turns out, among the adventurers who entered later, few were skilled in underwater combat. Having a level-up curio practically delivered to my mouth but being unable to swallow it is an absolutely wretched feeling. He let out a long sigh, his heart full of regret. He was naturally unskilled in aquatic combat, and could only watch as the legendary level-up curio slipped away. Suddenly he recalled the scrutinizing gaze East Adam had given him when he approached. East Adam had once asked Wang, "You're that assassin, right? I recall you also took a similar commission to hunt the boss." Sensing that East Adam had other motives, Wang replied with a tone full of wariness, "What do you want?" East Adam spoke bluntly. "I plan to hunt this dungeon's boss alone, and I want you to watch my back." Hearing that East Adam wanted to solo the boss, Wang narrowed his eyes and thought, soloing it alone? Does this guy also know about the drop mechanics and the level-up rights? He stared at East Adam, testing him. "Do you have underwater combat capabilities? You weren't being honest with us just now." East Adam immediately waved his hand and explained, "No, I can't swim, but I believe that before the task time limit expires, it's impossible for the mermen in the lake not to come ashore. We adventurers will clash with them sooner or later." After hearing East Adam's explanation, Wang's sharp gaze continued to press. "But you can't fight underwater. Even if you kill the boss, you won't be able to clear the dungeon. Or is there some specific benefit for you personally in killing this boss?" After hearing this, East Adam flashed a confident smile and replied, "There is indeed a little something. My primary class requires me to complete solo hunts in 3 types of terrain: land, water, and air, killing one of each type of boss to upgrade. This dungeon's boss happens to meet my requirements for class advancement. Besides, merman-type bosses usually have mediocre strength. I don't want to miss this opportunity." Wang walked a few steps away, then turned back and said, "I'll consider it." East Adam nodded in acknowledgement. "As you wish." Wang squinted at East Adam behind him as he walked, secretly calculating. Judging by how he describes his primary class, his profession is definitely Grand Hunter. If he isn't lying, him hunting the merman would help me pin down the boss and the elite troops in the dungeon. By using this opportunity to draw all the dungeon's combat forces outside, even I would definitely be able to sneak into the merman nest and kill that immature hero-tier merman. Finally, Wang nodded and looked at East Adam, saying, "I accept your request, but I don't like signing contracts with others. Is a verbal agreement okay? Once the job is done, I'll demand a reward based on my level of contribution." East Adam nodded in agreement. Responding decisively, "No problem." At this moment, East Adam had collapsed to the ground exhausted, cursing, "Damn it, I've been played." The cave guard stepped on his head as East Adam roared in fury, "Zhang Zhixing, Wang, are you 2 liars?" He screamed at the top of his lungs, "I won't let you off even as a ghost." But just as the words left his mouth, he was completely defeated. East Adam's corpse lay there motionless, showing no signs of mutation. Leng Jun turned and asked with a frown, "Is this what you meant, that they evolve after killing human adventurers?" "He hasn't changed at all." The merman assassin rubbed its hands and laughed with an awkward expression. "There are likely other prerequisites on top of that, but we don't know what they are." The cave guard dragged East Adam's corpse and said to Leng Jun, "Lord Leng Jun, I'll take the body to see the master first." Leng Jun nodded. "Go ahead." They were completely unaware that high above, the level 7 challenge-rated monster demon warlock summoned by Lang Chi was quietly looking down on everything. Leng Jun continued as if nothing had happened. "Once we figure out the conditions for evolution, we'll come get you." On the other side, Lang Chi's group was heavily surrounded by the merman swarm, and the long passage of time without any news had stretched their nerves to the breaking point. The short-haired girl was extremely anxious, her tone full of worry. "How long has it been? Is East Adam still not finished? He hasn't even sent a signal. Could he be dead?" Hearing this, Lang Chi looked up toward the sky as his eye of knowledge silently flew back. He lowered his head, a bizarre smile touching the corners of his mouth, and then suddenly shouted to everyone, "Forget them, we're retreating." At that moment, Wang was standing by the silent lakeshore holding a shimmering curio in his hand. He muttered to himself, his tone full of anticipation, praying for the level 3 spell, water breathing. As soon as he finished speaking, the curio in his hand erupted with a dazzling light, and the effect of the water-breathing spell was successfully activated. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang plunged into the lake and dove toward the deep water. Near the bottom of the lake, he discovered a dark cave emitting a strong fishy stench. Wang Er followed the current and cautiously sneaked inside. He poked his head out to observe the situation inside the cave, finding only a few scattered merman eggs. Wang Er gripped his sharp dagger, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings as he thought. There are no mermen in the lake and none to be seen in the cave. It seems they really took the bait. While moving, the system panel suddenly popped up a notification. Permanent escape task. Find the tidal merman hatching pool is completed elsewhere. Manhanus was sitting before the corpse of an adventurer eating. The cave guard approached and said respectfully, "Master, it is Sahan." Manhanus turned his head, his gaze cold as ice. The guard hurriedly presented a corpse and continued, "This is the body you wanted, Devourer." Looking at the rank B merman corpse before him, Manhanus frowned in displeasure. He let out a cold snort. "Fine, but where is the prey I need?" At the same time, Lang Chi's group was fleeing for their lives, completely unaware that on a branch above a merman assassin was drawing a longbow and aiming at them. A sharp arrow left the string, cutting through the air. The short-haired girl was pierced by the long arrow, letting out a scream of agony. Seeing his teammate fall, Lang Chi shouted urgently, "Scatter and run, save whoever can be saved." On another side, 2 members of another team had also been killed. The one who killed them was a level 7 challenge-rated merman fire mage. It held a fireball in its hand and laughed triumphantly. "So killing human adventurers really does allow us to evolve." A nearby level 7 merman venomancer nodded in agreement. "A pity the one with the hat got away." At 3 a.m., Cheng Hai was on the phone in his room, his voice suddenly rising. "Brother Yao, is the evacuation of the residents around the Jinuan Bay Phase 2 reversal point finished?" Yao Wenjong's serious voice answered from the other end, "It's done. I'm currently doing the final verification." "Did something happen over there?" Cheng Hai took a deep breath, his voice trembling with shock. "Can you put down your current work and come to my house first?" Hearing this, Yao Wenjong felt a surge of doubt. Standing before the massive gate to the other world, Cheng Hai continued in an urgent tone, "Su Mu and I have discovered an anomaly in my home dungeon. In the past 2 hours, 3 monsters with threat levels no less than Gao Chengyong's merman bosses have appeared consecutively. Furthermore, there is a very special danger source that is rapidly becoming stronger." Meanwhile, in the dense forest, 2 adventurers were being pinned down by the merman swarm. One of them screamed in panic, voice trembling, "It's over, I can't cast magic." The other gnashed his teeth and roared in fury, "Damn you, Zhang Zhixing, you said your class was suited for hiding in the shadows to launch sneak attacks, so we didn't have you show your face. Now the mermen have attacked and you're nowhere to be found. Bastard, I hope your lineage ends with you." Just then another person ran over, panting, "Great, you're still alive." The one who was cursing immediately roared, "What are you running here for? Didn't we say once the result was out, you'd fire a signal flare to sync the intel?" "Well, what happened?" the person replied in a panic. "You need a successful decapitation or an orderly retreat to have the strength left to fire a signal. While being pursued by elite mermen, it's every man for himself. Only a fool would fire a signal flare to attract pursuers." Hearing this, the person froze and asked back, "What did you say?" On Cheng Hai's end, the call had just been hung up. Su Mu urgently turned and followed up. "What did Yao say?" Cheng Hai answered somewhat hesitantly. "He said he and the national level 10 adventurers Dragon Mark, Zhang Zhou and Master Chen Hua are already downstairs. They want us to go down now." Su Mu closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "Fine, let's go." But after walking a few steps, she stopped and said firmly, "Let me make this clear. If you can't persuade them in a moment, you have to listen to me for this dungeon reversal event." Cheng Hai nodded decisively. "Fine." So the 2 of them walked out of the house together. Su Mu squinted at him, her tone full of suspicion. "Was this really your bad idea?" In the thick jungle, 3 adventurers and a hound were surrounded on all sides by mermen. A man gripped his companion's collar tightly, roaring in fury, "Now the boss isn't dead and only the 3 of us are left alive." He shouted face to face at his companion, his tone full of blame, "If we had just stayed at the entrance, everyone could have gone home." The person whose collar was being held struggled in confusion and defended himself. "You can't blame this all on me. Hunting the boss was East Adam's idea. I only optimized the plan's details on top of the original. And didn't you all agree to the plan I proposed at the time?" Hiding in the shadows, the mermen were watching this good show with interest, whispering among themselves like a group of spectators. "They're fighting. Why is your focus so strange? Isn't that purple gate at the planar entrance much more interesting to watch than these adventurers' internal strife?" Suddenly, a merman assassin noticed something wrong. It pointed at its companion and shouted urgently, "Lord Lingjun, the evolved mermen are back with the adventurers' corpses." A merman who had just returned dragged 2 adventurer corpses and presented them. "Lord Lingjun, these are the corpses Lord Manhanus specifically requested." Lingjun narrowed his eyes and asked, "What level merman were you before you evolved? And what abilities did you gain after evolving?" The merman wearing the cloak replied boastfully, "I was an elite merman before evolving. Now I can cast fire magic. The other also echoed with a face full of pride. I was a merman captain before evolving, now I can secrete toxins with various functions. Hearing this, another merman was filled with resentment, thinking bitterly, wait a minute, that's clearly my strongest skill. It suddenly pointed at another merman and ordered, go and bring me a merman guard. The merman assassin froze and asked back, ha? Lang Jun roared in a towering rage. What do you mean ha? If you're told to go, then go quickly. The merman didn't dare dawdle any longer and hurriedly went to look, eventually bringing back a merman guard. It looked at Lang Jun and asked cautiously, Lord Lang Jun, is this one okay? Lang Jun approached the guard that had just been brought and ordered decisively, go kill that humanoid adventurer. The merman guard immediately took the order. As you command, Lord Lang Jun. A flash of realization appeared in the purple eyes of the merman assassin standing to the side. It speculated secretly, so Lord Lang Jun wants to observe the evolution process firsthand. A nearby evolved merman glowing with green light was also watching silently, thinking, he's testing the threshold for evolution. What a fool! The merman guard quickly killed the adventurer as ordered, blood spraying like strawberry syrup, and immediately after, its entire body erupted with a dazzling light. Ultimately, it evolved into a level 7 challenge-rated merman Qigong master. Lang Jun stroked its massive chin and muttered, I see, so the prerequisite for evolution is a level gap? Recalling everything that had happened, he said in a heavy tone, although I killed some human adventurers as well, the cave guards failed to evolve because our level gap with the adventurers wasn't wide enough to catch the attention of the Ocean Mother. Having figured this out, the merman lord stroked its chin, a flash of resolve in its eyes. It turned and ordered the subordinates nearby to gather all the mermen in the forest. I have something to say. A merman guard immediately replied, by your command, my lord. The lord then pointed at the merman assassin and continued, as for you, take that adventurer's corpse to Lord Manhanus. The assassin bowed respectfully and accepted the order. By your command, my lord. Elsewhere, Wang had just escaped a fierce battle. He stepped out of a sea of flames, and though his expression remained cold, his heart was full of regret. He pondered to himself, it's a pity that hero-tier merman wasn't there. Otherwise even epic-grade equipment might have dropped, not to mention the escape and clearance tasks of a bug-tier dungeon like this. Killing a hero-tier individual might have even rewarded a curio level up right. Just then, a notification popped up on the system panel. Due to an increase in dungeon challenge difficulty, it has now transitioned into a survival-type dungeon. Escape and clearance tasks have been adjusted accordingly. The notification also included a special line explaining the task reset. Wang burst into a fit of rage. What the hell? I just finished the clearance task and now it resets. Are you playing with me? He continued, rubbing his temples, muttering under his breath. And then there's this reset clearance task. According to the National Dungeon Structure rules, an 8th level dungeon will definitely have a 9th level boss. Wang's face turned pale, his eyes filled with anxiety as he thought. His tone was laced with unease. Can a hero-tier individual like a merman really grow this fast? How much time has even passed, and it's already developed to this stage? At the same time, the system panel lit up with a new notification. Title Merman Breeding Season. Challenge Level 9 Current Challengers 115. Escape Task Survive until the dungeon reversal. Method of escape Teleportation. Clearance Task Kill the hero-tier individual, the Devourer Manhanus. A man let out a roar after reading the task panel. A hero-tier merman? He followed up with resentment. I remember the strength of a hero-tier individual is roughly 2 to 3 tiers higher than a normal boss of the same level. Doesn't that mean its actual combat power is between level 11 and 12? No wonder East Adam and Wang failed this time. Hearing this, Julia looked at the level 9 adventurer with a hint of doubt and whispered a question. The man replied with a cold gaze, ignore him. He then continued with a sharp look, just as well. What happens next shouldn't be seen by other adventurers. With that, he lightly snapped his fingers, and instantly, a surge of purple demonic energy rose before the two of them. 2 other dimensional monsters with tentacles slowly emerged. The level 9 adventurer ordered with a grave expression, go and bring back the souls and drops of the adventurers who died in the dungeon. Upon receiving the order, the monsters immediately flew off. Nearby, 3 other adventurers were also focused on their task panels. One of them spoke with a tone full of doubt. Didn't Wang say the growth rate of hero-tier individuals was slow? It shouldn't have become a threat to us before the dungeon reversal. What is this updated clearance task all about? The man in red stroked his chin and replied, no wonder he urged us to hide the fact that there was a hero-tier merman in the dungeon back then. The person beside him nodded in agreement and asked, remember what Wang said? He said he was assisting the Zhejiang City Association with a dungeon reversal event, and had obtained intelligence not permitted for disclosure to civilians. Do you think among that top-secret intel he holds, there's a condition where slaying an elite-tier individual triggers additional information? A burly man nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. The man in red raised a finger and said with a certain tone, "It just so happens the mermen in the lake have all run ashore now, and the dungeon's original boss was slain by East Adam. I bet Wonger will definitely take this chance to sneak into the merman cave and attempt to clear the dungeon." The group continued their discussion, their voices tinged with regret. It's a pity the difficulty level of this dungeon was forced up by that hero-tier merman. The task content was reset, so all his hard work was for nothing. At that moment, East Adam spoke up with a resolute tone. But that's only based on the strength of the hero-tier merman Manhanus. He believes that monster is more than capable of serving as the final boss of a level 9 survival dungeon. Even so, not every Wonger has the ability to solo and take it down. After weighing all the pros and cons, Zhang Zhixing's lips curled into a slight mocking smirk as he muttered, "Serves him right." But then his gaze deepened. It seemed he, East Adam, and Lang Chi were all hiding something. Once the tasks were set, they realized they no longer needed to guard the entrance to leave. "Let's just not go back for now," Zhang Zhixing whispered, wanting to avoid the infighting and schemes of that group. Suddenly, the merman crowd grew restless. A burly merman climbed onto a high platform and reported loudly to the merman lord, "My lord, everyone is here." The merman lord let out a series of cold laughs and raised a muscular arm majestically signaling for silence. Just then, the Ocean Mother, hiding in the shadows, stared intently at the crowd with cold eyes. Pointing at a newly evolved merman, the lord announced with pride, "A new lord-tier merman has been born into our tribe, and not long ago he was just an ordinary member among you." The lord waved at the noisy crowd below and emphasized, "Unlike in the past, this time the advancement of the merman race no longer requires fulfilling those nearly impossible harsh conditions. We only need to find human adventurers in this forest." Before the words finished, the lord roared like a thunderclap, "Kill them, and you can become lord-tier mermen just like us." The lord continued to incite them. "Not only that, we have also found the entrance to the human world. Think about it, that world must have countless prey for us to evolve." But immediately after, the lord lowered its voice threateningly. "But before that, you must first deal with this group of adventurers in the forest and evolve until you are strong enough to fight alongside me and the Great One." A sneeze rang out as if punctuating the momentum. The merman lord's gaze was sharp as it immediately ordered, "Go now and kill them. Use the adventurer's blood to please our gods." In the dead silence of the darkness, another merman suddenly spoke, "Wait!" The merman lord turned back, its gaze scrutinizing. The speaker was none other than the final boss, Manhanus. A flicker of malice in its eyes, it looked at its companion and said coldly, "There are 6 adventurers left in this forest, 3 of whom are accelerating their escape. If you want to complete your evolution by hunting adventurers," it paused, pointing in a certain direction and suggesting firmly, "I suggest starting with this lone adventurer." The merman lord observed, a trace of surprise crossing its heart. It hadn't expected Manhanus, after devouring so many adventurers, to become so kind. It pondered secretly, a smirk touching the corners of its mouth. "If Lord Manhanus can maintain this state, I can cultivate even more lord-tier mermen, perhaps even an exiled tidal legion." It began to fantasize about returning to the merman kingdom with His Majesty Manhanus. Suddenly, a subordinate nearby saw its glazed-over eyes and asked curiously, "My lord, why are you crying?" The merman lord hurriedly rubbed its eyes and laughed awkwardly. "I'm not crying, it's just the wind blowing dust in my eyes." Meanwhile, 4 people were talking in low voices. Cheng Hai's face tense, he lowered his voice, and spoke with worry, "So we suspect that even more mature merman bosses will appear in the reversal dungeon at my house." Chen Huagong suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "Is it because that group of mermen triggered a rule dividend?" He paused for a moment and continued flatly, "This can be seen as a rather narrow rule." He turned to Cheng Hai and added, "Zhang Runjun probably hasn't mentioned it to you yet. A weakling who kills a powerhouse of a higher level than themselves receives special rewards. For dungeon creatures, this reward is evolution. For us, it's attribute points, or rare titles and curio drops. Like those items that can upgrade a curio's tier," Chen Huagong analyzed incessantly. "Those 3 evolved merman bosses were likely generated based on the number of adventurers who died in the dungeon. However, their challenge levels shouldn't be too high. At most, they'll be on par with this dungeon. Don't worry too much." After hearing this, Su Mu furrowed her brow, her tone full of doubt. "But aren't there 15 adventurers trapped in the dungeon? If a large number of mermen complete their evolution, won't we have to face 14 merman bosses at once?" Chen Huagong immediately replied decisively, "Not necessarily. The adventurers trapped inside aren't fools. Those few who dared to give Cheng Hai trouble show that their strength far exceeds their level. When these elites gather, even if they don't trust each other, they won't be wiped out by a mere level 7 merman dungeon. Seeing that Su Mu was still worried, Chen Huagong operated his system data panel while reassuring her. If you're really uneasy, you can use a title to detect them. I'll check these 3 newly appeared merman bosses right now to see whose threat is greater compared to me. A level 10 adventurer from the Dragon Mark district of Zhangzhou City. Chen Huagong confidently folded his arms and let out a fierce shout as he activated his skill. His veins bulged across his body, showcasing explosive power. Cheng Hai and Su Mu stood to the side watching silently. Su Mu's brow furrowed as she pondered. This physique is indeed exaggerated, but the base attribute points from class bonuses only add up to 20. Why doesn't my body undergo such a violent transformation when I activate my title and class skills? After transforming, Chen Huagong showed his powerful arms to Su Mu and asked, compared to those 3 merman bosses you sensed, am I currently stronger? Su Mu stared at him, squinting as she replied, you are stronger, much stronger. Chen Huagong returned to normal, flashing a brilliant smile. Then there's no problem. Among the adventurers who came to Dongshan to help deal with the dungeon reversal, there are others even stronger than me. He maintained his posture, his gaze firm as he looked at the other 4. Chen Huagong continued with total confidence. Even if 15 mermen really rush out of the dungeon and they're all bosses, we can take them down one by one. Cheng Hai remained silent, his gaze shifting toward Yao Wenjiang. Su Mu stood by, observing silently until she finally erupted, muttering, fine. Meanwhile, Julia and Ling Qi were counting the loot they had collected. There were heads, potion bottles, and shimmering orbs of light. Julia looked at the pile of spoils and let out a soft sigh to Ling Qi. I really didn't expect this trip to Dongshan to be so difficult. Ling Qi, holding a book and patting the dust off it, replied, true, since the target wasn't in the dungeon and the escape task wasn't finished, I thought it was a wasted trip. Who knew we'd stumble into luck and get the souls and drops of 5 elite adventurers? Plus those few we killed in the previous dungeon, we should be able to make a deal with the Beholder this time. While Julia and Ling Qi were talking, Julia's hellhound suddenly turned its head, baring its teeth with a low growl. It sensed an anomaly, its body snapping toward one side as it barked several times. Noticing this, Julia frowned and asked, what is it? At that moment, the merman swarm was charging toward them at an incredible speed. Surrounded by its subordinates, Manhanus let out a greedy roar, saliva dripping everywhere. Just one person left. I can feel it. If I devour just one more adventurer whose level is no lower than mine, I can completely transform. Being a ranger, Julia understood the meaning of the dog's barks. She interpreted in a panic, it means the strongest merman in this forest is closing in on us, leading a group of subordinates whose strength is second only to its own. Ling Qi furrowed his brow, baring his teeth as he said in a low voice, they're likely coming for us. I asked the eye in the sphere, and they said there's a monster in this forest that levels up by eating people. And in the clearance task, that devourer Manhanus was mentioned. It must be him. Julia swung her long whip, her gaze sharp as she looked at Ling Qi and asked, what do we do now? We definitely can't handle this boss, especially since it has a crowd of subordinates with it. Ling Qi gripped his book tightly, swept a quick glance around and replied, survival first. Just as he finished speaking, he summoned a monster. It was a level 14 challenge-rated Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant. The tyrant looked at the souls entangled in its tentacles, its small eyes gleaming as it said, the quality of this batch of souls is quite good. It then looked up at Ling Qi and Julia. I can provide you with 4 units of shared perception and a summoning slot for a Beholder Legion. Ling Qi hurriedly stopped it. Wait, I don't plan to increase the summon count this time. The Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant stared at him, its tone deep. Then what do you want? Ling Qi finally revealed his true goal. I want to ask you for a favor. He looked behind him, and the Beholder followed suit, turning its head. Ling Qi continued with an icy gaze, kill that hero-tier merman behind us. Just as the words left his mouth, the Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant jolted, its sharp gaze sweeping toward the merman swarm. As it roared, deal. By this time, Cheng Hai and Su Mu had already quietly departed, their figures vanishing into the darkness behind them. Yao Wenjiang and Chen Huagong stopped for a brief exchange. Yao Wenjiang pushed up his glasses and pondered, the 2 of us should still report this to the Zhangzhou City Association. Chen Huagong gave a conceited laugh and shook his head. No need, he waved his hand and explained smugly, the current class mainline has entered the 2nd phase. A true strategic tier must be at least level 12. What is a mere level 7 reversal dungeon? He turned to Yao Wenjiang with total confidence. With me and Wu Gui from the Freelancer Alliance guarding here, if you still feel unsafe, you're looking down on us too much. Faced with this persuasion, Yao Wenjiang could only nod and agree. Fine, elsewhere. Su Mu walked and muttered with a frown, I don't understand why Brother Yao and that adventurer Chen Huagong won't call in more people. Isn't more insurance a good thing? Cheng Hai turned around and signaled with a wave. It can't be helped. After all, there are dungeon reversals in other places too. If you hog more manpower here, there'll be a shortage elsewhere. Su Mu frowned, her tone a bit annoyed. That won't do either. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Hai's phone rang, cutting her off. "Wait a second," he pressed the phone to his ear. "Hello," the person on the other end, hands in his pocket, said. "It's me, Shu Mao. Are you participating in the dungeon reversal later?" Cheng Hai scratched his cheek and answered firmly, "I should be. They said they'd call me if they need me." Shu Mao let out a light laugh. "Then let's meet up once the dungeon matter is settled. It's been a while," Cheng Hai agreed excitedly. Suddenly another call came in, but the caller only received a busy signal. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." The nurse gripped her phone in frustration and shrieked, "Who is it calling brother Cheng Hai in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? So annoying." Beside her, the person holding a steaming cup of water thought to themselves, "Aren't you doing the same thing?" Wu Gui muttered to himself. "My sister is great in every way, except for being a hopeless romantic." Having just hung up, Cheng Hai noticed he had a missed call. Su Mu glanced over and teased, "You really are a busy man. People are lining up to find you in the middle of the night." Listening to the girl's voice on the phone, Cheng Hai asked in surprise, "You've arrived in Dongshan?" The girl giggled and turned to her brother, saying, "I heard a level 7 dungeon over here was about to reverse, so I dragged my brother along to help." Cheng Hai was stunned. "Wait a minute, your brother is an adventurer too?" He fell into thought, resting his chin in his hand. "All right, I remember now. When we were pulled into the graveyard that day, you mentioned your brother was a level 10 adventurer." He then pressed further, "Is your brother with you right now?" The girl replied yes, and glanced at her brother beside her. Cheng Hai continued to press, his tone urgent. "Can you give him the phone? I have something very important to say." As soon as Wu Gui took the phone, he asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Cheng Hai took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Listen, Dongshan is in extreme danger right now. The dungeon here has already spiraled out of control, even before the reversal has begun." Hearing this, Wu Gui's expression shifted slightly, looking quite surprised. He almost lost his cool, shouting back with a tense expression, "What exactly is going on? Give me the details." Cheng Hai let out a sigh. He explained, "It's not convenient to talk over the phone. Come directly to my place. We'll talk face to face inside the dungeon." Meanwhile, 2 mermen were traveling together. They seemed exhausted, likely from walking too long. One of them encouraged its companion in a raspy voice to hang in there. "We must hold out until Lord Manhanus descends." Before it could finish, however, the merman carrying a sword was suddenly struck by a beam of light and collapsed. The other merman screamed in alarm, its tone full of wariness. "Careful, don't let that thing's gaze sweep over you." Elsewhere, Julia watched the scattering merman. She let out a soft sigh of relief. It ran away. Ling Chi pushed up his glasses and offered a faint smile. "Normal. A hero-tier merman who hasn't been tempered yet is no match for a herald of the Death-Eye tyrant." The Manhanus merman that had barely escaped with its life was panting heavily, its mouth agape. Its heart was filled with terror, unable to comprehend what that eyeball monster was. "Even if I evolved, I probably wouldn't be its match. If those adventurers have such powerful assistants, why didn't they summon them from the start?" On Cheng Hai's end, Wu Gui's sister suddenly pointed at Su Mu. She asked loudly, "Brother Cheng Hai, is this your sister?" Cheng Hai laughed awkwardly and quickly waved his hands in denial under the other's jealous gaze. "No, she's a friend." Su Mu was tapping on her phone, her tone sounding very impatient. "Just a colleague." Wu Gui's sister had a moment of realization and was about to say happily, "So that's how it is," but before she could finish, Wu Gui interrupted. He asked seriously, "You said on the phone that the Dongshan dungeon is about to spin out of control. What exactly is the situation?" Cheng Hai raised a hand and began to explain slowly. "The core issue is that in a few more hours, 15 merman bosses will flood into our world." Wu Gui's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. On the merman's side, some individuals were using the power of a necromancer adventurer to evolve. A newly evolved merman raised its hand and spoke arrogantly. "So after evolving, the spells one comprehends naturally become this strong?" 2 mermen behind it discussed in low voices. The lower level one crying out in surprise, "Chief, its evolution path looks much more powerful than ours." After hearing this, the merman chief didn't know how to respond, but simply observed quietly, its gaze deep. Suddenly, from the dense jungle, Manhanus appeared, its low voice echoing among the mermen. They all looked toward this newly evolved merman and cheered in unison. "Lord Manhanus?" The Lord Manhanus waved majestically for silence, then asked, "What's the situation?" A merman hurriedly answered, "The assassin Venomancer and the fire mage are leading a squad to pursue those 3 long-range defensive adventurers." Having assessed the situation, Manhanus immediately issued a cold command, "Forget them. Take the remaining mermen and follow me. The adventurers at the exit have summoned an eyeball monster whose strength far exceeds. We must avoid it and retreat to the lake first." The merman lord was stunned to hear this and shrieked, "What?" The newly evolved merman nearby chimed in, "Is it even stronger than Lord Manhanus?" At that moment the merman necromancer spoke decisively, "Then I will stay behind to hold the line. I can control this undead horde to stall the eyeball monster and buy everyone time. Manhua looked at it, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Fine. Meanwhile, the Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant was rapidly pursuing the merman when it suddenly stopped, sensing an anomaly. A swarm of undead mermen appeared out of nowhere and surrounded it. The Herald observed its surroundings, thinking, so many undead. It seems this immature hero-tier merman has obtained the death conversion power of His Majesty. The undead army charged forward, their leader roaring, an eyeball monster has been spotted, kill it. The Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant watched all this with a cold gaze, thinking to itself, this merman tribe likely possesses several lord-tier individuals. Trading the souls of 5 elite adventurers for the life of 1 hero-tier merman might not be worth it. On a treetop, the necromancer was observing quietly. The corners of its mouth curled slightly. All the merman assassins in the forest were here. Watching the one-eyed monster being besieged, it murmured to itself, under the siege of hundreds of undead, even something of a higher level than Lord Manhua will be dragged to its death. If I can kill such a powerful entity, I wonder what reward the Ocean Mother will give me. If I can also evolve into a Manhua, could my strength surpass the Lord's? Suddenly, the Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant erupted with a blinding light, instantly vaporizing all the undead and destroying the surrounding trees. The necromancer perched high up cried out in shock. What kind of magic was that? Looking at the ruins on the ground, it muttered. My undead army was wiped out so easily. The Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant silently watched the incinerated undead before flying away from the scene, mentally calculating that it would need to demand more money from Ling Qi on top of the base reward. Just then, Ling Qi roared irritably, "You want more money?" Julia stood to the side, listening intently. The Herald explained flatly, "The difficulty of the request does not match the reward. Asking for an increase is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" It continued slowly. "Of course you could also change the contents of the request." Ling Qi fell silent, his brow furrowed in thought for a moment before pushing up his glasses and speaking like a shrewd businessman. "If it's changed to protecting us until the dungeon reversal, are the souls of 5 elite adventurers enough?" The Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant looked down at him, its gaze sharp as it replied, "Sufficient." Back at the Grand No. 2 Hotel, Wu Gui rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "I see. You discovered the risk of the Dongshan dungeon spiraling out of control through a special title." Cheng Hai took over the conversation, whispering, "Exactly. Just now 3 more bosses appeared in this dungeon. At this rate, I'm worried there will be even more in a few hours." Wu Gui's sister listened quietly to their conversation. After a long period of contemplation, Wu Gui replied, "It is indeed possible, but it's no big deal." This caused Su Mu to explode instantly, as she asked angrily, "This isn't a big deal?" Wu Gui laughed lightly and raised his hands casually. "Look at it another way. For the adventurers trapped inside, this has turned into a survival-type dungeon, based on the equitable reversal principle. The mermen flooding into our world will receive equal treatment. At that time, to balance the difficulty, the title restrictions imposed on our defensive side will surely be lifted," Wu Gui explained incessantly. "If that still didn't balance things, this reversal might evolve into a tomb. But as long as a merman completed the escape task, high-level adventurers on their side could intervene." Wu Gui's sister suddenly turned and roared at him, "Brother, why are you bringing up the tomb thing again?" Wu Gui ignored her, still full of confidence, as he told Cheng Hai, "Anyway, don't worry. This dungeon won't threaten Dongshan. I guarantee it." This certain tone made Cheng Hai and Su Emu's expressions turn serious. Inside the dungeon, 3 mermen were having a tense exchange by the lake. The Lord asked sternly, "It let you go?" The necromancer opposite replied, "Yes. The eyeball monster left after using its beam to destroy my undead. Aside from Lord Manhua, it doesn't seem interested in any other merman." It looked around and suddenly cried out in shock, "Where is Lord Manhua?" The Lord stammered, unable to say a word. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, the Manhua merman and Wang were observing secretly. Wang whispered, a gleam in his eye, "I didn't expect that guy would actually find me. I was wondering how an adventurer could vanish into thin air. Turns out he was hiding here." Outside, Cheng Hai and Su Mu left the hotel. Su Mu sighed as she walked. "Maybe I really am worrying too much." Walking beside her, Cheng Hai comforted her. "It's not your fault, they just don't understand the situation." To dispel Su Emu's doubts, he explained that the Great Sepulchre was indeed a survival-type dungeon, but bosses only appeared in the second phase. The actual difficulty of the first phase was even lower than a normal dungeon of the same level. If my home dungeon possesses the characteristics of a sepulchre after reversing, then the first phase will be a nightmare for elite adventurers. In Dongshan, Ms. Lin stood in the distance waving and shouting, "Over here, look over here." She announced seriously that in 10 minutes, the high-level mermen in the area would complete their reversal. The challenge cap for this dungeon was 15 people. Considering the number of same-level adventurers currently inside, a worried voice interrupted. Then after the reversal, the number of mermen flooding into our world should be lower than that figure. The speaker was Shui Yang, a level 8 national tier adventurer from Jiangfu City, a ranger by class. He looked around, frowning as he asked, "Didn't they say Wu Gui from the Freelancer Alliance and Chen Huagong from Zhangzhou City were coming too? Why don't I see them?" And N, a level 8 national tier adventurer from Jiaoan City and a priest by class, added uneasily, "Su Mu from the Dragon Mark district also seems to be missing." Shang Li, a level 9 national tier adventurer and shadow mage from Yunxiao City, glanced coldly at everyone. Those big shots among the elite adventurers usually don't come to handle these thankless, trivial matters. A woman stood quietly nearby, listening intently. Ms. Lin raised her hand toward the sky, pointing at the drones circling above, and said in a booming voice, "Additionally, once someone successfully captures a merman, I will sync the information to everyone via the drones." She smiled confidently as she announced that the reward for the first live capture would be equal in value to a boss. "After this dungeon reversal is resolved, I will calculate points based on the number of mermen everyone hunts, and subsequently assist you in exchanging them for curios, clues, titles, intelligence, or class change items." The system announcement lit up, clearly displaying title merman breeding season. 7 challenge slots. 515 people have escaped. Survival task: survive until dungeon reversal completed. Escape method: teleportation. Clearance task: kill the hero tier merman the devourer not completed. Ling Qi stared intently at the interface, thinking to himself, only 5 people survived in the end. He turned to the Herald of the Death-Eye Tyrant and bowed sincerely in thanks. "Thank you for your help, Excellency." The massive monster gave a polite, slight nod in response. Ling Qi and Julia exchanged a look, and after reaching a consensus, they shouted together, "Escape!" Just as they left the dungeon, they bumped into another group of adventurers. One of them cried out in surprise, "How is it you?" East Adam's gaze was as cold as frost as he questioned, "You're surprised the 3 of us made it to the end, aren't you?" Ling Qi pushed up his glasses and sneered, "It's not just a surprise, I certainly didn't expect that Wang actually died." A burly man's eyes widened in shock at the news, and he roared, "Wang is dead? Impossible. He had the blink skill, even if he was caught by that hero-tier merman. He should have been able to use the terrain to escape." However, the cruel truth was beyond doubt. In a pool of blood, Manhanus roared in fury, its power constantly surging. It had already evolved into a level 10 challenge rated the Devourer Manhanus, and was currently in a state awaiting further evolution. In front of the exit, Julia tried to persuade them, "You've clearly escaped. Why are you still guarding the exit? Don't tell me you plan to fight those mermen to the death, even if they take the opportunity to invade our world and launch an attack." The man in red interrupted her immediately, saying firmly, "That's not it. Mainly, we found that our titles are still usable after returning. This is different from the favors the attacker Principal Wang mentioned." East Adam interrupted angrily from the side, "We suspect we were played by Wang which is why we're guarding here, to wait for him to come out and give us an explanation." The burly man added with a look of chagrin, "Who could have guessed he actually died in that merman dungeon? Now he's dead and the debt is gone, a total waste of time." The 5 walked out together, only to find Ms. Lin had been waiting for a long time. She held up a nameplate. His voice dropped, "Are you the only survivors?" Ling Qi nodded, replying, "Yes, just us." Ms. Lin, ever tactful, turned and said, "Understood, follow me." The burly middle-aged man covered his face and sighed, "I knew taking on this kind of dirty work was risky. We're in for it now." But Ling Qi called out to stop her. "Wait." His tone was arrogant and stern as he spoke. "We are merely tourists. We only came to Dongshan City to try our luck after seeing the bounty placed on Chenghai by Zhu Jianming's descendants. When we entered, Chenghai's residence was already occupying a challenge slot in his own dungeon. But we never made contact with Chenghai." He adjusted his glasses and continued his argument. "As for Article 27 of the Dungeon Entrance Detection Act, if a private dungeon lacks association personnel on site, a dispute over its merits shouldn't warrant direct intervention from the local association, right?" Ms. Lin stared straight at him, her tone unwavering. "That has nothing to do with this. Under Article 14 of the Dungeon Reversal Defense Act, I am conscripting you on behalf of the Dongshan City Adventurer Association to assist in handling this reversal event." She paused. "Any objections?" Julia and Ling Qi replied in unison, "None." "We will cooperate." The others didn't dare to protest either, all expressing their compliance. The man in red grumbled, "Cooperate, huh?" but he nodded nonetheless. Ms. Lin pointed forward, her voice booming, "Good. First, let's sync our intel. What is the monster composition and who is the boss in this level 7 dungeon? As they spoke, a merman quietly emerged from the dungeon entrance. Stepping into this new space, it was filled with questions, its gaze wandering in confusion. Inside the dungeon, the merman swarm remained silent. Strange characters appeared on the gateway. The Lord looked up, perplexed that the number had been 10 just moments ago, but changed to 9 after a single merman entered. Does this number represent the maximum capacity of people allowed through? One merman spoke up, its expression grave. If there's a limit on numbers, doesn't that mean we might end up in a predicament just like the human adventurers? Just then, the final boss, Manhua, appeared. Its voice was low and majestic, its face radiating a terrifying aura. That is not a problem. As long as they don't summon those eyeball monsters, human adventurers are nothing to fear. On the adventurer's side, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Someone cried out in shock, their tone agitated. A level 9 dungeon, a hero-tier merman, the burly man in red added, his voice urgent. Not only that, its type has been adjusted. It's now a survival type, the kind with the highest mortality rate. Julia and Ling Chi spoke in unison, their tone decisive. We can testify to that. After being targeted by that hero-tier merman, they had paid a heavy price just to escape its clutches. The assassin Wang hadn't been so lucky after getting pinned down inside. An adventurer wearing a white headband pondered privately, his gaze darkening. If even Wang couldn't survive, then the difficulty of this dungeon. Chen Wagong spoke up from the side, his expression grim. A survival-type dungeon and a hero-tier merman? Interesting. Atop a high-rise building, Zheng Runjun was shouting into his phone, there's a hero-tier merman in Shanghai's dungeon? And not only that, the dungeon has been adjusted to a level 9 survival type. On the other end of the line, Yao Wenzhong answered in a serious tone, correct. According to the conversion formula, the actual challenge level of a hero-tier individual must be 2 to 3 levels higher than a lord-tier base. I'm worried this dungeon reversal will spiral out of control. Zheng Runjun fell silent, his gaze deep. He eventually calmed himself and offered reassurance in a steady tone. Don't panic yet. A survival-type dungeon remains a survival type even after reversal. To balance the difficulty, the restrictions on your titles should be lifted. Without title restrictions, Chen Wagong and Wu Gui, who have leveled up their primary classes, should be able to defeat that hero-tier merman. Zheng Runjun continued with certainty. If they fail, I ran from Wire City and I will step in to force it back. Yao Wenzhong let out a sigh of relief. Answering, understood. Zheng Runjun hung up and muttered angrily, whenever it involves Shanghai, things become irrational. Is that kid a jinx? He gnashed his teeth. He really was a jinx. At Shanghai's home, the merman swarm filed out of the entrance one after another, looking around as the team finished assembling. This group looked like village heralds. The Lord spoke up. Once everyone arrived, Manhua abruptly appeared. The system task panel flashed with a prompt. Stay here for a full day from sunrise to sunset, or kill an adventurer no more than 2 levels below your own to return. Kill an adventurer 3 levels higher than yourself to evolve. Meanwhile, Shanghai was fully geared up. He gripped his long spear and blew a signal. A spatial gate opened instantly. From the portal, the battle-hardened Caroline stepped out majestically, her voice booming like thunder. Lord Manhua, you were looking for me. Shanghai observed her, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Correct, but why have you transformed? He stared at the Caroline before him, challenge level 7, radiating an aura far more powerful than before. Sitting to the side, Su Mu spoke up, her tone calm. She evolved. Shanghai turned his head, frowning as he waited for an explanation. She continued unhurriedly. I've studied the bestiary for common dungeon monsters. For a Caroline, this form is the upper tier of the Caroline warrior. Challenge level 7, significantly stronger than the base form. Shanghai nodded, his eyes lighting up as he muttered, I see. Suddenly, a system panel flashed before Shanghai and Su Mu, displaying a line of text. Due to the skyrocketing challenge difficulty of the tidal merman breeding season dungeon, the Steel Forest dungeon has been adjusted to a level 9 survival type following reversal. All restrictions against the defending side have been lifted. A special notification was sent to Su Mu. She was leisurely answering her phone when she suddenly heard Aran's urgent voice. Where are you? Su Mu, walking gracefully down East Road, replied, On East Road, just finished a task. What is it? Aran said urgently. Something's happened. The reversal point at Dongshan is now occupied by a hero-tier merman. Pick 2 of the stronger mermen to kill and turn in, but whatever you do, do not provoke that hero-tier 1. Su Mu remained calm and replied, All right, any other requirements? Aran's tone was grave. That's all. Stay safe. Elsewhere, a merman mage stared at a tracking board and suddenly cried out, I've got it. The red dots are human adventurers 2 levels apart from us, and the black dots are human leaders 3 levels higher. Beside him, the poison merman nodded, its gaze cold. 2 black dots simply weren't enough to go around. The necromancer stood on a high point and shouted, his face full of confusion, "Wait, why are there only red dots on my end? No black dots," a large-headed merman explained in a steady tone, "because your level is 1 tier higher than ours." The merman assassin interjected, its voice cold as frost. "In that case, to evolve, the Lord's buff aura alone isn't enough. The level gap hasn't been met." The green-skinned merman pondered and muttered, "You seem to be right about that." It turned to the leader and asked, "Lord Manhanus, are there any stepping stones for evolution on your map?" Manhanus replied irritably, "No, I suspect the only way to absorb more high-level targets is to slaughter every human adventurer in this area." The Lord nodded, its eyes burning with fire, its voice echoing, "Understood." It announced to the merman swarm, its tone full of resolve, "Everyone, your task is to clear all red and black dots from the map." It clenched its fists, its aura exploding as it sought to attract more high-level adventurers. But the merman assassin asked with a face full of confusion, "But there are only 2 black dots on the map. How do we split them?" The Lord stood immovable, its gaze sharp as it answered sternly, "I will handle the nearby black dots personally with my elite guards. As for the black dots currently approaching, the challenge order will be decided based on the number of red dots you capture after you've dealt with the surrounding adventurers." The merman mage nodded in agreement. This method of distribution was fair, giving everyone a chance. The Lord surveyed the crowd, its voice steady. "Any more questions? If not, you are free to act." To everyone's surprise, the merman assassin spoke up, its tone skeptical. "I'm not suited for frontal combat. If I kill my prey with magic arrows, how will that be counted?" They were completely unaware that their entire plan was being recorded by the cameras in Cheng Hai's home. Yao Wenjong observed the group of mermen through the screen, but he only heard a series of gurgling sounds and couldn't make out the specifics. He frowned and muttered, "Aren't those 2 red dots quite far from us? I'll leave them to you." Yao Wenjong looked at the group of mermen with disdain. Chen Huagong, standing nearby, asked, "Did you recognize those Lord-tier mermen?" Yao Wenjong nodded. 2 of them haven't fully stabilized yet. They might be rare classes among the mermen," he added flatly. "I've already sent the data regarding the Lord-tier mermen's challenge levels, abilities and weaknesses to everyone's phones." Chen Huagong fell into thought. Besides a hero-tier merman, there were also 2 rare lords. No wonder that girl with the special title felt the dungeon reversal was going to spiral out of control. Suddenly a broadcast came from a drone in the sky. "All units stay alert. Mermen have appeared." As soon as the words were spoken, a magic arrow cut through the air and destroyed the drone. The merman assassin wore a sinister smile. Another drone immediately issued a warning, "Warning. A merman with the flash step skill has been detected. It is armed with a magic bow. Everyone, watch out for snipers." The drone circled, repeating the warning, "Warning. A merman with the flash step skill has been detected. It is armed with a magic bow. Everyone, watch out for snipers." Manhanus appeared and complained, "So noisy, these human creations." The necromancer turned his head and sat down with a can of cola, his tone indifferent. "It's the opponent's home turf anyway. By the way, who do you think will evolve?" Manhanus remained silent, his eyes flickering as if he were calculating something. Shang Li exhaled a puff of smoke and said mysteriously, "In other words, we wait for the hero-tier merman to come out and find it," he continued confidently. "The other Lord-tier merman, the one like a necromancer, is also very strong." "I didn't misunderstand, did I?" Lang Chi nodded. "You didn't. If we encounter them, my suggestion is to have Zhu Quan wait for backup." Julia suddenly grew alert and took out her ropes, shouting urgently, "Stop talking, the mermen are here." Shang Li stood tall before the hideous monster, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Is this the one?" He donned a pair of knight's gauntlets that shimmered with silver light. This was a rare curio from the Shadow Realm, radiating a mysterious aura. He explained confidently that if an adventurer whose primary class is shadow-related uses these gauntlets, they can borrow the power of the Shadow Queen during combat to enhance their suppression of enemies. Behind Ling Chi, countless portals flickered with an eerie light as he responded quickly. "No," Shang Li approached, a smirk curling his lips. "It seems our luck isn't too bad today." On the other side, the fire merman activated its skill, a flash of panic and rage crossing its eyes. It thought to itself, its heart full of unease. Talk about rotten luck, running right into that group of human adventurers Manhanus warned about. The ones who can summon eyeball monsters. Without hesitation, it launched a blinding burst of fire into the sky as a distress signal. In a nearby building, Manhanus observed the flame through a window and muttered. The fire mage ran into that eyeball monster summoner. He flashed a hideous grin, revealing sharp teeth. "Perfect. This is an opportunity for comparison. Once I evolve, I'll see for myself who is stronger than that eyeball monster." Suddenly, the drone in the sky let out a piercing sound. "Attention all personnel, the hero-tier merman has appeared." The drone circled and continued its broadcast. "It is moving at high speed toward the west gate." On the fire merman's side, Julia stepped forward, her gaze firm and her tone decisive. This Lord-tier merman isn't that strong. Don't let it escape. She hurled a fireball. The flames burned fiercely, giving the opponent no chance to dodge. The hellhound, black as ink, lunged forward with a low growl, tearing into the merman. The merman released a skill to counterattack, but the eyeball monsters had already surrounded it. From high above they fired eye beams like a rain of death. The merman roared in rage. Light refraction, a shimmering magic shield appeared, attempting to block the fierce assault. Julia, quick-eyed and deft, instantly spotted an opening. She lashed out with her rare curio whip. This weapon was extraordinary, imbued with magical power that could force any creature hit to stare at the wielder for at least 1 second. The fire merman let out a cry of shock after being hit, its body freezing in place beside her. Lang Chi chanted an incantation, his voice low like a call from the abyss. "O Death-Eye Tyrant of the Underdark, I beseech thee, grant me thy power." He pointed a finger at the merman and shouted, "Mind control." A burst of purple light erupted, enveloping the merman and locking down its will. Julia had already bound the monster and shouted urgently to Shang Li. Now, Shang Li did not dally, chanting his incantation with immense presence. O Supreme Queen of the Shadow Realm, an imposing and magnificent phantom of the high challenge-rated queen appeared. She lightly stroked his face and whispered, "Use it to your heart's content, my knight." She turned her head to look at the merman, her gaze ice-cold. Shang Li swung a strike and pitch-black power exploded like a whirlwind, sweeping through everything. The fire merman collapsed instantly, unable to even let out a scream. Ling Chi watched this scene with a satisfied smile. Killing a Lord-tier merman would be more than enough to fulfill his task. But the joy was short-lived as the drone broadcast once more. "Attention adventurers at the West Gate, the hero-tier merman is moving toward your location." Before they could discuss it, a disgusting giant foot appeared, shaking the earth with its tremors. Ling Chi screamed in terror, "The hero-tier merman! How did it get here so fast?" Julia asked in a panic, her voice laced with terror upon seeing the hero-tier merman. What should they do, fight or flee? She was at a loss, unsure of how to respond for a moment. Lang Chi stood to the side in silence, his gaze deep in the distance. Manhanus pondered privately, filled with doubt. Why aren't they summoning that eyeball monster this time? Do they think it's unnecessary, or can they simply not summon it anymore? At that thought, its hideous eyes narrowed slightly, masking a trace of calculation. At the south gate, the merman assassin hid behind a tree, muttering under its breath, "Found you." It observed the situation, a wary light flashing in its eyes. The green-skinned merman guard was slightly stronger. It drew an arrow, preparing to ambush the target. But at that moment a cold blade suddenly flashed by, moving faster than the creature's thoughts. In an instant the merman's head left its shoulders. The battle-hardened Caroline, summoned by Cheng Hai, let out an excited roar. After dealing with the monster, Cheng Hai rummaged through the corpse and cheered as he found a magic bow. "Do you want it?" Su Mu glanced at it and shook her head. Her tone was laced with distaste. "This style is too ugly." Cheng Hai froze for a moment and gave an awkward smile. "All right," then he added, his voice full of confidence. "By the way, these mermen are weaker than I imagined. I plan to take the initiative and hunt down the stragglers. Can you provide their locations?" Su Mu thought for a moment and then nodded. "I can." On the other side, Chen Huagong was continuously killing mermen. A joyful expression on his face and a gleam in his eyes, the merman lord stood in the distance watching, helpless and unsure of what to do. Yao Wenjong pushed up his glasses and analyzed calmly. "The strength of these mermen seems inferior to Carolyn's of the same level. In that case, the hero-tier merman shouldn't be too powerful to handle either." Hearing this, Chen Huagong laughed loudly, striking out with 2 moves that sent 2 mermen flying. They slammed heavily onto the ground, unable to resist. He spoke smugly, his tone arrogant. "These mermen are too weak. I can handle this alone. You go help the others." Yao Wenjong observed for a moment, sighed in compromise, and turned to leave. But just as he departed, 2 mermen quietly evolved, turning into cunning elites. Under the effects of the Toxicity Master's enhanced toxin, their challenge level skyrocketed to level 9. Chen Huagong laughed heartily, completely fearless. "So you can actually get stronger?" At Cheng Hai's house, the necromancer rummaged through the fridge, found a can of cola and muttered while drinking, "I hope those human adventurers put in a little more effort, otherwise this trip will have been for nothing." Suddenly, it heard a strange noise from the bottom of the fridge. Opening it, the necromancer was speechless, staring at a shivering small merman hiding inside, and roared, "Dongshan City is already in such chaos, can't you find a better place to hide?" The small merman was submissive and didn't dare to answer. On the other side, the merman Qigong Master utilized the merman Lord's bonus, combined with muscle reinforcement and the Toxicity Master's toxins, to push its challenge level to level 9. It raised its hand, eyes cold, preparing to launch an attack. Its aura exploded, seemingly tearing through space. Ms. Lin spoke urgently, her voice wary, cutting through the tense air. "Watch out, it's consumed a strengthening potion. My elemental armor might not be able to block its Qigong wave." Ms. Lin unhesitatingly activated the protection system. the shimmering magical light enveloping her like a vivid shield. The red-clothed man with the sharp gaze entered a combat stance and responded curtly, "Understood." Over with the man in the white headband, he roared loudly, his voice echoing, "Second brother, third brother?" The two responded in unison, their momentum surging like a rainbow. "Coming, big brother." Together, the three channeled the giant shield fragments, a fine-grade curio that shimmered with golden light. The system popped up a notification in a clear mechanical tone. If adventurers possess the same title and gather all giant shield fragments, the curio can be upgraded to rare grade. On the other side, little CE was dodging the Merman Qigong Master's attacks in a disheveled state, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. The Qigong Master gave a contemptuous smile and crooked its finger provocatively. A strange ball of light flashed beneath little C's feet, resembling a ball of energy about to explode. He couldn't dodge in time, letting out a cry of pain after being hit, his body trembling incessantly. Ms. Lin was struck with panic, her voice changing pitch. "Little CE," the man in the white headband also shouted in anxiety. The Merman Qigong Master wore a despicable smile, looking arrogant, yet failed to notice a figure quietly closing in. Modification expert Shu Mao appeared like a ghost, his fingertips emitting a holy light, his tone icy. "What are you so smug about?" The merman was startled, but before it could react, Shu Mao cast an ice freeze spell. In an instant, the merman was turned into a block of cold ice, unable to move, with terror frozen in its eyes. On Manhanus's end, Julia nimbly used ropes to tie it down tightly, her hands straining and her gaze determined. Lang Chi stood behind her, chanting an incantation, his voice steady and powerful as if calling from the abyss. "O Death, I tyrant of the Underdark, I beseech thee, grant me thy power." He cast mind control, and a burst of brilliant purple light enveloped Manhanus like an invisible cage. Unexpectedly, however, it possessed holy immunity. Its ferocious eyes flickering like fire, Manhanus broke free from the ropes and growled, "Had your fun?" It snapped the ropes with a jerk, its tone provocative as it demanded they summon the eyeball monster. "I want to fight it." Julia turned back, her voice urgent. "Lang Chi," he answered tensely. "I asked, but it didn't respond." Then he shouted in desperation, "Shang Li, come and help me. I know you still have a trump card you haven't shown." To his surprise, Shang Li turned around, his tone cold as frost. "No, I refuse." He turned his head, explaining with sharp eyes, "This hero-tier merman is coming for you. I have no obligation to take risks, and besides, your control spells are useless against it. I'm pulling out, you guys do your best." Lang Chi roared in a rage, "You can't do this." But Shang Li had already vanished without a trace, his figure disappearing into the smoke of the battlefield. Manhanus appeared behind Lang Chi and Julia, its tone dangerous as a blade. "It seems you really can't summon it. I had thought that killing it would give me a chance for a second-stage evolution." Julia looked at Lang Chi trembling, her eyes filled with despair. Manhanus smiled sinisterly. "You're useless now." It raised its sharp claws, cold light flashing as it prepared for the final strike. The two only had time to let out a scream. No, blood sprayed everywhere. The red syrup staining the ground and the scent of death filled the air. Little CE lay on a stretcher, moaning in pain. Ouch! In the rear, the three brothers were carrying the frozen Merman Qigong Master, their steps heavy. The oldest brother instructed in a low tone, "Slow down." Ms. Lin pointed to the rear, her tone steady. She appeared very decisive. "The points Shu Mao earned for the first capture will be calculated based on the boss's strength. Once the dungeon reversal ends, we will open the exchange window for curios, title clues, intelligence, and class change items." As Shu Mao heard this, a flash of anticipation crossed his eyes, his tone excited. "I'm looking forward to it." While they were chatting, both of their system panels lit up. The content showed. The level 9 merman has completely broken away from the task and entered the second phase. The air instantly grew heavy, as if foreshadowing a new challenge about to arrive in the empty VIP training room. It was terrifyingly silent. A soldier walked in, his tone decisive. "It's our turn to go on stage." Dali Wang, a level 14 adventurer, was currently seated pushing a barbell, his muscles bulging like knotted ropes. Hearing the soldier's report, he only gave a sidelong glance without speaking, his eyes cold as steel. On the street, a merman was fleeing in panic, drenched in sweat and filled with anxiety. It was secretly shocked. I was careless, although it had estimated the strength of a level 10 adventurer. To think a level 9 cunning elite would be dealt with so easily, it fled in terror, its heart racing. This high-level adventurer was completely different from those in the forest. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow blocked its path. The merman looked up and screamed in terror. Impossible! Before it stood a giant dragon, its wings blotting out the sky. The dragon roared as it crushed the merman, green blood spraying everywhere. On the dragon's back, a level 10 sub-dragon knight Wu Gui looked down indifferently, his tone icy. "One down." Chen Wagong stood not far away, witnessing Wu Gui kill the merman, and roared in a rage. "Wu Gui," he pointed at the other, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Those were my points." Wu Gui shrugged, looking helpless. "It's just a lord-tier merman. Why be so petty? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Are you the strongest humans in this area? Wu Gui and Chen Huagong immediately turned around in alert. Before them stood a hero-tier merman, holding a human head in its hand, with blood still dripping. Wu Gui was startled, his voice dropping. Ling Qi, on the other side, Shui Yang was fighting a lord-tier merman. The youth with the shield was full of momentum, encouraging his teammates to hold on a bit longer. He explained with a firm gaze that this lord-tier merman's toxins were being suppressed by Ms. Anne's toxin protection. And Anne stood to the side fighting with all her might, her tone affirmative. Keep fighting, wear it down slowly. The merman had coated its hands in berserk toxin, combined with the merman toxicity master's one-time rare-grade curio. Once activated, it could boost strength and agility while ignoring pain. Though the cost was a permanent reduction of some attributes, suddenly the merman felt a current of electricity pass through its body and its movements froze. It turned its head, thinking in sheer terror. Wait, no way, right? At the same time, the necromancer merman also felt that strange current. It lowered its head, covering its face with a bizarre smile as it calculated secretly. The lord is dead, so the muscle bonus is gone. The provider is dead, so the challenge level has dropped back to level 8, it muttered in a low voice, its tone full of conspiracy. I wonder if it's the same for the fire mage, the toxicity master, and the qigong master. The necromancer merman waved its hand and ordered coldly, 2 undead mermen, over here. It handed them 2 one-time rare-grade curios from the Iron Forest, mist fruits, it explained. His gaze was sharp. These fruits can create a mist zone with a 10-meter radius, reducing the enemy's perception for 10 minutes. It carefully instructed them to bring back their fallen kin. I will turn them into the undead. If anyone is near death, use this to save them. The 2 undead mermen nodded, gripped the curios and quietly departed. On the other side, the lord-tier merman's tongue was stained with fire toxins, and like it had gone mad, it charged forward with blood-red eyes. Shui Yang sensed the danger and roared loudly, his voice echoing, its target is Mizzen, find a way to stop it. Hearing this, the blonde youth immediately roared. Old Song rushed forward to block Anen, his gaze determined. Anen quickly responded, understood. Just as the merman charged over, Old Song threw his full weight into blocking it, shouting, if you want to get past, you have to go through me first. The merman hissed in a rage, you humans. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light passed by, causing the merman intense pain as it let out a piercing scream. Anne turned her head, her eyes full of surprise. Behind her appeared a celestial being, a level 10 challenge-rated angel. Radiating a holy light, she murmured, an angel. After destroying the merman, the angel gradually dissipated, leaving behind a field of silence. A coughing sound came from the distance. Yao Wenzhong, an 8th-level adventurer and archive scholar from Dongshan, walked over holding an ancient book. He said with a smile, I'm not late, am I? Seeing Yao Wenzhong, Anne shouted excitedly, no, you're just in time. But at that moment, an object rolled to Old Song's feet. It stopped and exploded, instantly enveloping the area in white smoke. The people in the smoke fell into panic, their tone full of confusion. A smoke bomb? Who threw it? My perception has dropped, another person shouted. A normal smoke bomb isn't this strong. This is artifact grade. Inside the smoke, the necromancer merman reached out and whispered, the fire mage and the lord are both dead. The master sent me to bring you back. The lord-tier merman lying on the ground panted heavily and shook its head, its tone stubborn. Leave me alone, it roared at the necromancer merman. I no longer dream of evolving. I'll just kill an adventurer shortly to meet the conditions and then head back at the base. The necromancer merman was casting a spell, hands raised high and gaze focused. Before it, a merman corpse lay motionless. The soul was slowly detaching, blurry as smoke. After a moment, the soul completely left the body. The newly transformed merman looked at its own body, its tone panicked. I've become a member of the undead? The necromancer merman nodded and replied coldly, correct. At that moment, the undead merman sent out for the mission returned, dragging only one merman corpse. The necromancer merman frowned and asked, where are the qigong master and the toxicity master? It hurriedly explained. Its tone was full of worry. The qigong master was captured by human adventurers. As for the toxicity master, it seems to have suffered a blow and lost the motivation to evolve. It only wants to leave this dungeon quickly. The necromancer merman pondered for a moment, a flash of calculation in its eyes. Is that so? When the white smoke around Shui Yang and the others cleared, he crouched down to observe the bloodstains remaining on the ground, his voice low. We let that lord-tier merman escape. Yao Wenzhong asked urgently into the phone, can you find it? On the other end, Chong Jingchuan, sitting before the computer, stared at the drone footage and replied quickly. Found it. He controlled the drone to follow the merman closely, observing its escape direction, and said with certainty, it just climbed over the wall and left Junyue Gold and is fleeing toward Jinuan Bay Phase 2 to the west. Hearing this, Yao Wenzhong immediately said, help me plan a pursuit route. Notify the nearest adventurers to intercept it. Chong Jingchuan nodded, his tone decisive. All right, the Lord Tier Merman looked back at the map as it ran, muttering while drenched in sweat. Good, those adventurers aren't pursuing. Recalling the battle just now, it grit its teeth secretly, its tone full of grief and indignation. Now I finally understand the difference between the high, middle, and low-tier races the Lord spoke of. He recalled those previous words, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. For low-tier races like us and the Gnolls, we must become lords and complete our evolution, before we can obtain classes like those of the middle-tier elites. He gritted his teeth as he ran, his heart filled with resentment. It was precisely because of this that while human adventurers were not strong individually, they became extremely troublesome once they began to work in synergy. One merman continued to sprint, a flash of despair in its eyes. Despite Lord Manhanus being present, it was simply too much of a stretch for a low-tier race to attempt an invasion of a middle-tier territory. While the adventurer's attention was focused on Lord Manhanus, I must take this opportunity to leave this dangerous place. Just as Shang Li stepped onto the street, his phone rang. He picked up and gave a flat response. Hello? On the other end was Chong Jingchuan's anxious voice. Shang Li, the adventurer from Yunxiao City. A Lord-tier merman has just broken through the first line of defense and is now only 100 meters away from you. We need you to intercept it until reinforcements arrive. Shang Li furrowed his brow, intending to refuse, but I've already taken out one Lord-tier merman. According to Article 7 of the Dungeon Reversal Defense Regulations, you can't. Chong Jingchuan cut him off, his voice urgent as his eyes remained fixed on the merman's direction. I know, but it's only 20 meters away now. 10 meters? Chong Jingchuan suddenly shouted into the phone. It's right behind you. The Lord-tier merman stood before Shang Li, its gaze reflecting its displeasure at being discovered. Seeing that his opponent was already within reach, Shang Li gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, how did I get stuck with this? He was forced to act, his gaze turning icy. The merman gripped its poison vial and muttered, whatever, even if it's low tier versus middle tier as a lord class, there's no reason I should lose to an elite. Let's do this. It hurled the poison and toxic gas spread instantly. But Shang Li sidestepped the attack, his longsword flashing out like a bolt of lightning. Elsewhere, Chen Huagong was doing his best to withstand the attacks of the hero tier merman boss, sweat pouring down like rain and his breathing heavy. He was on the verge of collapsing, his body trembling from exhaustion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Get out of the way! Chen Huagong snapped his head back, his face full of shock. In the sky, a massive dragon spiraled down, its gargantuan wings blotting out the sun. It landed between the merman and Chen Huagong, the massive impact shattering the ground and forcibly separating the two sides. As the hero-tier merman boss roared and charged forward, its momentum was as overwhelming as a crashing mountain. The system panel flashed red, the content clearly displaying, higher-level adventurer detected. Escape task not yet completed. Please hurry. Chen Huagong looked up and scolded with a sharp gaze. Wu Gui, don't you even know how to pull off a sneak attack? Why did you have to shout so loudly just now? Standing on the dragon's back, Wu Gui glanced down at Chen Huagong and muttered in a low voice, Idiot, I was doing that to help draw the aggro for you. The merman boss looked up at the system panel, its gaze troubled as it calculated silently. The movement speed of these two black dots is too fast. At this rate we might not make it in time. It fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly drove its long blade into the ground. A hint of regret in its tone. What a shame. I wanted to devour them and evolve after reaching level 10. Upon hearing this, Chen Huagong and Wu Gui immediately became alert, their gazes locking onto the merman. Suddenly, its entire body erupted with a brilliant red light as intense as a raging fire. Wu Gui turned pale with shock and said in a deep voice, The light of evolution. Chen Huagong shouted from below, Wait a minute, a hero-tier merman can still evolve? Isn't this dungeon only level 6 to 10? The merman's body began to undergo a mutation. It gradually transformed into a human shape, shrouded in intense light. Once the light dissipated, it had become a tall, muscular youth, its presence exerting a crushing pressure over the entire area. The system notification bar displayed, The Devourer Manhanus, Challenge Level 13 Class, Unknown. The scene cut to a distance where a sedan was flying down the street. Cheng Hai leaned forward from the back seat, urging in a pressed tone, Master, can you go any faster? Sitting beside him, Su Mu looked grim, murmuring to herself, What's going on? There were clearly only a few mermen left just now. How did two danger sources suddenly appear? How did their lord suddenly become this strong? Cheng Hai looked at Su Mu's darkened expression and thought, Judging by her face, the situation is likely not optimistic. Over on Shang Li's side, the street where he stood was shrouded in green toxic mist, making the air suffocating. Shang Li was covered in injuries as he staggered out of the smoke, cursing breathlessly, Holy crap, I've held out for so long. Where are the reinforcements? Why aren't they here yet? He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably as if something were lodged in his throat. The Lord-tier merman behind him was equally battered. The merman stared at him, shock in its tone. I was careless. I didn't expect this human adventurer's strength to be on par with mine. I nearly capsized. Shang Li turned back abruptly, his gaze sharp. Was it going to end here? Just as he was about to raise his sword for a final strike, a system panel lit up again with a clear prompt. Warning, higher-level human adventurers detected. Escape task from merman not yet completed. Please hurry. The merman looked at the 2 black dots on the notification bar, frowning as it muttered, "Wait, these 2 black dots." Before it could react, a figure appeared silently behind it. Aran's gaze was cold as frost as he delivered a fatal blow. The merman collapsed, green blood staining the ground. Shang Li looked at Aran in shock, his voice trembling. "You, Aran?" After dealing with the merman, Aran turned to look at Zheng Runjun. Zheng Runjun walked over and asked flatly, "How are the points for a Lord-tier kill calculated?" Zheng Runjun stepped forward steadily, answering Aran calmly, "We'll treat this as a special case." He glanced sideways in another direction, adding sharply, "Based on the standards for a dungeon on the verge of spiraling out of control, I've added the calculated points to Chen Wagong and Wu Gui." At this moment, Manhanus had completed his evolution before the 2 of them. The tall youth was powerfully built, radiating an overwhelming aura. A thought flashed simultaneously through the minds of Chen Wagong and Wu Gui. The prophecy made by that girl with the special title about the dungeon spiraling out of control had indeed come true. Chen Wagong forced himself to remain calm, thinking, it's rare enough for a level 7 common dungeon to skyrocket to a level 9 survival type, but for a hero-tier individual to appear and even actively evolve. Watching Manhanus pull his long blade from the ground, Chen Wagong's heart was filled with bitterness. This is truly unheard of. How could I be so unlucky to run into such a mess on my first time? Wu Gui, witnessing everything from his high vantage point, looked forward with deep concern and said in a low voice, "Judging by the current situation, I fear that even if Zheng Runjun were here in person, it would be difficult to save this out-of-control dungeon." His gaze tightened as he suggested, "Should we retreat first?" Chen Wagong wanted to retreat too, but he let out a sigh. "That's assuming it's willing to let us go." Manhanus heard the conversation and suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "Zheng Runjun, is he your leader?" Hearing him speak human language so articulately, both of them were stunned. Chen Wagong looked shocked, thinking, what's going on? Aren't mermen supposed to be unable to speak human language? Manhanus pointed into the distance, his gaze sharp. He said, "I can feel 2 very strong people heading this way." He turned to look at the 2 of them, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "Is that Zheng Runjun you mentioned among them? Would you mind disclosing that? Is he a legendary tier?" Faced with this series of questions, Chen Wagong only gave a brief reply. No comment. Upon hearing this, Manhanus's face darkened. He shouldered his long blade and let out a cold laugh. "It seems not." Then he muttered, "In that case, there's nothing to worry about." Suddenly, Manhanus charged out like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Wu Gui's dragon. The long blade flashed with a cold light, hacking heavily into the dragon's body as blood sprayed everywhere. Wu Gui roared in fury, "Unsummon!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the giant dragon vanished in a faint glimmer of light. Seeing the dragon disappear, Manhanus let out a tisk of regret. On the other side, the necromancer merman sat before the system panel, his eyes fixed on the screen. When a black dot appeared, he muttered in a sinister tone, "Finally, there it is, that black dot." He rested his chin in his hand, observing the movement of the 2 black dots and calculating secretly, "But to be safe, I still have to finish the extraction task and deal with this red dot first." Meanwhile, as Shui Yang's group was discussing, a figure approached. Hearing the footsteps, Shui Yang immediately turned around, his gaze wary. "Who is it?" Recognizing it was Yao Wenjong, he asked in a deep voice, "Didn't you guys go after that venom merman? Why are you back?" Yao Wenjong raised his hand, his tone calm. "That Lord-tier boss has already been handled by Zheng Runjun and his assistant." He stepped forward, his sharp gaze questioning the other adventurers. "As for you, why are you all gathered here? Are all the mermen in this area dealt with?" Ms. Lin answered from the side with a serious expression. "Most have been handled, aside from the hero-tier merman that Wu Gui and Chen Wagong are currently facing. The only ones left are common mermen, scouts, Lord-tier mermen, the necromancer, and his undead slaves," Shui Yang added in a low voice. "But they're holed up in that building and refuse to come out. Fighting in a narrow space gives us no numerical advantage. This terrain is extremely favorable for the undead. We can only wait for them to show their faces." After hearing this, Yao Wenjong fell into deep thought, a flash of calculation in his eyes. A necromancer merman, HMPH. Nearby, a necromancer merman was hiding on a building's balcony, observing from a distance. Through his monitoring skill, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, how did these human adventurers gather so many people? He was trembling, his heart filled with dread. "This is trouble. I'm afraid our forces won't be enough." Just then, a feathered arrow flew in like a bolt of lightning. piercing through the necromancer merman's chest. Cheng Hai in the building opposite was fully focused. He released the bowstring, the arrow sinking deep into the enemy's body. The necromancer roared in pain. "Who dares to ambush me?" Cheng Hai turned to Su Mu with a cold gaze and asked, "How many mermen are left now?" Standing beside him, Su Mu answered calmly, "5 left. One of them is particularly weak. That green-skinned orc." Cheng Hai nodded and signaled, "Okay. That green-skinned orc," he said decisively, "you're coming with me. I need you to appear in the open. Go over there and draw the fire." On the other side, Manhanus was in a fierce clash with Chen Huagong. Chen Huagong had already exhausted all his strength, drenched in sweat, yet he was still unable to move his opponent. Manhanus's hair, as brilliant as fresh blood, fluttered in the wind as he sneered. "Enough! I'm bored of playing." He suddenly swung his hand and a heavy blow sent Chen Huagong reeling to the ground, dizzy. In that instant only one thought remained in his mind. "Wu Gui, I've made an opening for you." He looked at his teammate, his gaze burning like fire. "Damn it, you better land this." Wu Gui thrust his spear toward Manhanus's waist from the rear. The move from the Break Hill God spear flashed brilliantly, but Manhanus seemed to have anticipated it. He spun around abruptly, gracefully swinging his claws and leaving a fatal blood trail. Ignoring his injuries, Chen Huagong leaped up from the rear to launch a surprise attack, but it was in vain. Manhanus delivered another horizontal sweep, sending the man and his broken sword flying. After the battle ended, only Manhanus stood tall amidst a pool of blood. He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the rear, his voice echoing low. "Haven't you seen enough?" Zhang Runjun stepped out from the shadows, a relaxed smile on his face. "Impressive." "How did you find me?" Manhanus replied bluntly. "Innate talent. I can smell the aura of those who are on par with me or stronger." He glanced sideways at a corner and shouted loudly, "You over there, stop hiding too. I won't show any openings before you." Aran, tall and imposing, stepped out from his hiding spot, his gaze deep as if weighing tactics. Manhanus spread his hands in mockery, his tone full of sarcasm. "By the way, you humans really are cold-blooded, just standing by and watching me kill your talented juniors." He stared at Zhang Runjun. His tone was teasing. "If I hadn't called you out, were you planning to keep watching the show?" Zhang Runjun smiled brilliantly, his face calm as usual. "Haven't 70 to 80% of your subordinates been wiped out too?" Aran frowned and questioned in a low voice. "Zhang Runjun, this guy's strength is completely different from what you told me before." Zhang Runjun maintained his smile and replied softly, "Because he evolved. Don't worry, I'll calculate the points according to the standards for a level 11 to 15 out-of-control dungeon. You won't lose out." Hearing that the benefits were sufficient, Aran nodded in satisfaction. "Good." On the other side, Yao Wenjiang cried out in shock, his tone full of surprise. "What? Zhang Runjun wants us to evacuate from Jinuan Bay Phase 2. On the other end of the phone, Liang Jacken hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, this dungeon reversal has already spiraled out of control. Once the fighting starts later, they won't be able to look after you." Yao Wenjiang was hesitant, his gaze worried, but the necromancer merman mage and his slaves hadn't been dealt with yet. "Are we just going to leave it like this?" Liang Jacken answered while staring at his computer screen. "It's not that we're ignoring it." Su Mu had just been in contact. She said the mermen in the building had already been handled by Cheng Hai. Yao Wenjiang's face darkened as he added urgently, "Cheng Hai is here. Go on." This remark caught the listener's attention. "Quick, call him and tell him not to do anything stupid." The necromancer merman mage and the assassin merman he took down were nothing like a legendary tier. There was no need to take risks on this, even if this dungeon reversal was related to him. Inside the building, the elevator doors opened smoothly and stopped on the 8th floor. The green-skinned orc walked in, looking as composed as if he were in a deserted place. A nearby undead merman was suddenly ambushed by a long scythe from behind. The sharp blade sank deep into its body, causing it to collapse instantly. Hearing the commotion, the green-skinned orc was about to turn around to check, but Cheng Hai, lurking in the shadows, whispered a command, "Don't look back, keep walking." Witnessing another subordinate being taken down, the necromancer merman mage roared in terror. "Killed again? Are you kidding me?" This was a level 7 undead elite. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the necromancer merman mage gritted his teeth, a flash of resolve in his eyes. "No choice," he ordered in an icy tone. "Send 2 of the highest level undead mermen." A lord-tier green-skinned orc arrived on this floor. "Eliminate it." The 2 undead mermen answered in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Liang Jacken reported anxiously over the phone, his tone hurried. "Brother Yao, it's no good. Brother Cheng Hai's phone is off, I can't get through." Yao Wenjiang froze upon hearing this, a look of worry crossing his face. Off. Just then, 2 figures approached. It was Shu Mao and another person. Shu Mao took the initiative to ask, his tone steady, "Need some help?" Yao Wenjiang looked at them, his gaze deep, his hand gripping the door handle so tightly it made a creak sound. Inside the building, the green-skinned orc politely pushed the door open and entered, appearing perfectly composed. Inside the room, an undead merman was chanting a spell, shimmering with magical light. Suddenly it manipulated a series of fireballs, unleashing a multi-fireball technique. The searing fireballs shot forward and hit the target, causing the green-skinned orc to let out a cry of pain. The undead merman signaled triumphantly, its tone conceded. Now, another undead merman revealed its upper body from the rear, launching a sneak attack while the orc was off guard. However, before it could succeed, Cheng Hai suddenly appeared and delivered a flying kick, sending it flying back with heavy force. The undead merman mage witnessed this scene, its eyes filled with shock. This human actually possesses assassination skills. No wonder the two guards at the nest were insta-killed. It all makes sense now. The kicked undead merman gnashed its teeth as it scrutinized Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai walked straight into the room, brushing past the green-skinned orc, and said coldly, "I'll leave the merman in the hallway to you." Suddenly, Cheng Hai lunged forward with a burst of speed, summoning his long scythe and executing a rising from the dead strike directly at the enemy. The undead merman scrambled to counter, unleashing a multi-fireball spell as several brilliant fireballs whistled through the air. The system panel popped up. 1 step, 1 kill, weakness locked. Currently in a critical moment state. Perception attribute exceeds 18 points, allowing the prediction of the opponent's next move. Life through death. The closer you are to death, the more superior your tenacity and footwork become. Cheng Hai used his refined skills to easily dodge the attack, activating the corresponding title, and followed up with a backhand instant kill. A cold light flashed from the scythe, cleaving the high-level undead merman. It let out an unwilling wail as Cheng Hai, expressionless, finished it off completely. Having dealt with the enemy, Cheng Hai turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. He murmured to himself, "Where did that undead merman mage hide?" After a moment of thought, he activated the Heart's Eye of the Past skill, talking to himself. Perfect time to test this ability. A vision of the past emerged, showing the necromancer ordering, "A Lord-tier green-skinned orc has arrived on this floor, go kill it." The undead mermen answered in unison and then rushed toward the door. Cheng Hai observed the phantom and muttered, "Did it climb to the roof and run away?" Suddenly a strange noise came from the kitchen. Cheng Hai pricked up his ears, his gaze turning sharp. Inside the fridge a cowardly merman was shivering and hiding. Its breathing was ragged. Cheng Hai looked at the cowardly merman, his brow furrowed and forehead sweating due to his seafood allergy. He stepped back 2 paces and pulled out his phone to call Yao Wenjong, his tone calm. "Brother Yao, I've caught a common merman here, it's a scout type." On the other end, Yao Wenjong asked anxiously, "Never mind that, where are you right now?" Cheng Hai replied leisurely, "At my house, of course." Yao Wenjong was struck with horror and roared, "Get out of there, your house is extremely dangerous right now." Cheng Hai arched an eyebrow, still calmly asking back, "Dangerous? Do you mean that undead merman mage and its slaves? I've already dealt with those. It's a pity I let the necromancer get away. It climbed onto the roof and slipped off. Give the adventurers in that area a heads up to be careful not to get picked off alone." Before Yao Wenjong could even breathe a sigh of relief, Cheng Hai, who was drinking a soda, heard a greeting. He looked up to find that Yao Wenjong, Shu Mao and the others had arrived. Shu Mao leaned against the sofa and asked with a grin, "Why are you here too?" Cheng Hai answered with a smile, "I came to borrow a Lord-tier merman for a bit. I heard there was one left here, so I thought I'd try my luck." Cheng Hai pointed, his tone full of regret. "That's a shame, the big fish has already fled. Those undead were also cleared out by me and my attendant Caroline." He glanced at the green-skinned orc posing next to the disarmed merman. The orc had red hair and brown skin, brandishing an orcish longsword as it showed off its moves. Yao Wenjong pushed up his glasses and interrupted. "We'll talk about this later, we need to evacuate first." Cheng Hai asked with a face full of confusion, "Evacuate? Aren't we going to help Wu Gui and Chen Wagong?" Yao Wenjong's expression grew grave as he whispered, "We can't help them." Over with Zheng Runjun and A Ran, the battle was growing increasingly brutal. Su Mu was right, this reversal dungeon had spiraled out of control. Elsewhere, Zheng Runjun watched his clones launch an attack. They were 4 physical entities summoned by the Echo Summon skill. Although their damage wasn't synchronized, if an Echo was destroyed, the stamina drain on the original body was massive. By now he had used almost every move in his repertoire for a full rotation. As the clones vanished, Zheng Runjun thought, "Iran, if your assassination strike can't kill this monster, we might all die here today." After dealing with the clones, Manhua abruptly turned its head, gripping its long blade as it charged forward with lightning speed, its face hideous. Zheng Runjun let out a fierce shout, activating the summon once more. The system panel lit up. Echo Summon. Summon 1 echo of yourself within a 15-meter range. The echo has no consciousness and a limited duration, but all other attributes are identical to the original. An echo manifested instantly, its longsword flashing as it struck directly at Manhua. The opponent reacted with extreme speed, raising its blade to parry. The 2 blades clashed, sending out a shower of brilliant sparks. Manhua stared at the echo that looked exactly like Zheng Runjun. A trace of wariness in its eyes, it gritted its teeth, veins bulging on its forehead and eyes burning with the fire of rage. This guy's class is truly detestable. To think he can effortlessly replicate an echo identical to his original self. It roared inwardly, its body tense. The suppressed frustration made its blood boil. In that very instant, Aran appeared silently in the shadows like a ghost, his tall frame moving like a phantom preparing for a fatal strike. His voice was bone-chilling, sharp as a blade. "I finally found the opening." Manhua sensed the movement with its keen intuition and snapped its head back, instantly revealing a flaw. Aran would never miss such a chance, and he unleashed a heavy punch like a thunderclap directly into Manhua's chest, roaring, "Die!" That tempestuous force sent Manhua flying, crashing heavily into a stone wall. The wall collapsed instantly, sending dust into the air. The sound of falling rubble echoed through the tense atmosphere. Manhua struggled to sit up from the ruins, green blood seeping from the corner of its mouth as it groaned in pain. Aran cracked his knuckles, the snap sounding out as he wore a solemn expression, his gaze full of scrutiny. "You didn't die. Not only are your strength and speed incredible, but your perception is also terrifyingly sharp." He turned to Jung Runjun, his tone low and carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "This boss is even harder to deal with than expected. I demand that the points be calculated according to the standards for a level 15 reversal dungeon boss." Jung Runjun stood nearby and laughed heartily. "No problem." He waved a hand, appearing leisurely, as if everything were under control. Seeing his demand granted, Aran nodded. "Then you keep it occupied while I find another opening to strike." He activated Silent Flash Step, the supreme secret technique of the Assassination Fist School, allowing the body to merge with the air, becoming as invisible and untraceable as a ghost. The seamless coordination between Jung Runjun and Aran put immense pressure on the opponent. The situation was like a blade hanging over Manhua's neck. It stumbled up from the ruins, its armor stained with green blood. It couldn't help but curse under its breath. "Damn it, I'm being looked down on." The opponent's contemptuous attitude added fuel to the fire, completely enraging it. Manhua's face was dark, its tone arrogant. "You think you can defeat me with class coordination when your strength is far below mine? Pure delusion." It roared at the sky, the sound waves sweeping the surroundings and making the earth tremble, as if the very air were being torn apart. In that moment it made a decision, a flash of madness in its eyes. "I choose now." Jung Runjun hurriedly covered his ears to resist the staggering impact of the sound waves. Aran remained hidden in the shadows, thinking calmly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Manhua spoke, its tone thick with rage and spontaneity. "In that case, I will choose a class." The system window lit up instantly, displaying various options in the Merman language. Looking much like a modern control panel, influenced by its heroic trait, it could choose a class it had previously devoured. Sea Beast Priest, Druid, Magic Archer, Grand Hunter, Qigong Master, Swordsman, Fire Elementalist, Assassin. Manhua scanned the list and roared irritably. "Select a long-range class." The system immediately updated the recommended options. Magic Archer requires bow, Qigong Master, Fire Elementalist. The system prompted a check on rarity and strength, suggesting it reselect Sea Beast Priest or Druid. Manhua had lost its reason and shouted irritably, "Cut the crap, I'm picking those too." The system confirmed the selection and left a message. "Good luck." In the distance, Shui Yang, Ms. Lin and the others gathered in a small circle, the air heavy with a somber atmosphere. A person wearing a white scarf waved and said in a soft tone, "We're heading out then." Ms. Lin remained expressionless, cold as frost, only giving a brief instruction, "Stay safe, call me if anything happens." As the crowd dispersed, her phone rang. She pulled it out and said in an icy tone, "Hello," Liang Jacken reported urgently. "Sister Lin, that undead merman mage was chased away by Brother Cheng Hai. I'm sending you its escape route now. It's alone now, so it should be much easier to deal with." Ms. Lin nodded, her gaze sharp. She hung up without saying a word. She silently noted the intelligence. Not far away, Shang Li was leaning against the wall of a ruined building that had once been a fierce battlefield. He kept one eye closed, gripping his wound tightly, a calculating smile touching the corner of his mouth. Jung Runjun is acting personally. It seems this reversal dungeon will be over soon. Although there were many mishaps, at least he was still alive. He looked up to see a figure quietly approaching. It was that undead merman mage. Shang Li stared at the night sky, his eyes growing hazy as he fell into a memory. When did all of this start? When did my life begin to fall into this death loop? Images from the past surfaced clearly. In a high-end restaurant, Shang Li sat alone, expectation in his gaze. A deep voice rang out. "Been waiting long?" Uncle Li walked over with a smile, followed by a shy girl. Shang Li answered politely. "Not long, Uncle Li." Uncle Li reached out to introduce the girl. "This is Zhou Chang, the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer Zhou Jianming." Then he turned to Shang Li and introduced him slowly. "This is Shang Li, a rising star in Yunxiao City, and the only adventurer favored by the Queen of the Shadow Realm. He has a limitless future. Why don't you get to know each other?" Zhou Chang's cheeks were slightly flushed as she spoke shyly. Let's introduce ourselves first. Hello, Shan Li greeted her with a smile. A sweet atmosphere spread as if fate had pulled the two together. Shan Li snapped back to reality and murmured to himself, when Uncle Li introduced Zhou Chang at that party, who would have thought that not long after, the two of us would walk down the aisle and officially become husband and wife? He couldn't help but ask himself, when exactly did my adventure career begin to fall into its grave? The memory continued. Zhou stood below the stands cheering loudly, celebrating the wedding. However, due to his status as the Zhou family's son-in-law, Shang Li was assigned various tasks that far exceeded his abilities. Meanwhile, his wife Zhou Chang merely stood by and watched. During a fierce battle against a level 8 cursed giant in a dungeon, Shang Li fought desperately, but due to the massive gap in strength, he gradually lost his footing, and his longsword was sent flying by a heavy hammer swung by the giant. The giant wore a triumphant smile, its sparse sharp teeth glistening in the light as it raised its massive hammer to deliver the final blow to Shang Li. Shang Li's face was pale, thinking to himself, it's over. At the critical moment, Jin Chen, a level 7 adventurer and spell controller from Huan City, cast 5th Ring Hold Monster, saving Shang Li in time. Outside the battlefield, Zhou Longwan and Chen Huagong, the two level 8 adventurers, were putting everything into providing cover against the ruins boss. Powerful mana enveloped the giant's entire body, rendering it unable to move, its body paralyzed. The giant gritted its teeth, struggling and roaring with difficulty. Chen Huagong saw his opening and charged forward, his tone decisive. My turn. He threw all his strength into swinging his warhammer, unleashing an incredible force. A blow like a thunderclap fell, neatly splitting the giant in half like a watermelon. After the battle ended, Chen Huagong walked over to help Shang Li up just as a piercing voice rang out from above. The voice was full of malice. What were you thinking? A mainstay of the team actually became a liability. Were you trying to get us killed? That blonde girl's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she pushed all the blame onto Shang Li. Chen Huagong immediately spoke up to defend him, his tone steady yet firm. If you think there's an issue with the team's coordination, go report it to your superiors. Shang Li didn't do anything wrong. What right do you have to talk about him like that? Shang Li stood to the side, trembling with rage, his fists clenched tight. The blonde girl let out a cold snort, and seeing she couldn't win the argument, she turned and left indignantly, her dissatisfaction clear. She walked away without a moment's hesitation. Shang Li's face was grim as he stepped forward and patted Chen Huagong on the shoulder, whispering, I'm sorry, I dragged you all down this time. Chen Huagong waved it off. It's nothing, no need to apologize. I didn't expect you still hadn't inherited Zhou Jianming's epic tier relic. I bet the association didn't expect it either. Shang Li was shocked to hear this and shouted, You all thought I had already inherited it. Chen Huagong nodded and explained, Otherwise, why would they send the three of us to conquer a level 8 dungeon that's far above the average difficulty? The association surely thought that with your status as the Zhou family's son-in-law, and your reputation as a genius adventurer, you would have inherited Zhou Jianming's legacy long ago. Otherwise, they never would have arranged the team this way. He suddenly raised his voice, his expression serious. But you can't keep taking on these tasks that are beyond your capacity. If you want to keep going, go back and have a talk with your wife. That day, Shang Li indeed went back to find Zhou Chang. His brother-in-law, Zhou De, interrogated him harshly, his tone carrying 70% contempt and 30% distaste. Brother-in-law, haven't you realized the reality yet? You're just a man who married into the Zhou family. That doesn't mean we're going to dump all our resources onto an outsider like you. Every word pierced his heart. These words stung Shang Li's pride. Besides, you don't have the potential to become a legendary adventurer at all. Instead of daydreaming, you'd be better off following the old steward to Yunqiao City to serve as an entrance manager. His wife, Zhou Chang, followed up coldly. I think staying in Yunqiao is good for you. You can look after Zhou De without having to risk your life in dangerous dungeons. Hearing this, Shang Li felt as though a knife had been twisted in his heart. Filled with bitter regret, he blamed himself. If he hadn't married into the Zhou family, would his adventuring career have been completely different? As he was lost in thought, the two adventurers beside him continued to talk incessantly. They paid no mind to his inner turmoil. The monsters quietly observed Shang Li's broken body, and a low voice rang out, This human is quite strong. Aren't you going to turn him into an undead? The monster replied with a cold gaze, I can't. I can only transform mermen of my own kind. Although Shang Li was in agonizing pain, he had no heart to listen to them. He had fallen into deep contemplation. If I had the chance to start over, would everything be different? Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air, breaking his train of thought. Found them, they're just ahead. The monsters were discovered. They were forced to stop their hands. The one-eyed monster remained unruffled, a mocking sneer curling its lips. What's the point of being fast? The task withdrawal is already complete. It quickly activated a teleportation skill. With a flash of light, it vanished from the spot instantly. The adventurers rushed forward, but they were a step too late, leaving behind only a heavy atmosphere of regret. Yao Wenzhong answered his phone, his face turning as white as paper. "Hello, what? Shan Li is dead." He was utterly shocked, his mind buzzing as if he had been dealt a fatal blow. On the other end was Liang Jiaqin. His voice was so urgent it had nearly changed pitch. "That's right, everything's a mess." Chang Jingchuan chimed in, his expression grave and his eyes locked onto his laptop. The screen displayed the battle footage from moments ago, the dust yet to settle. Zhang Runjun stood not far away, shouting in alarm, "This is bad, that red-haired monster actually has a mutation ability." He clenched his fists, a flash of worry in his eyes as he realized the situation had exceeded his expectations. The red-haired monster had now evolved into the level 13 Devourer. The Qigong Master stood in the center of the battlefield. It stared at the mana surging from its hands, its sinister eyes flashing with light. "So this is a class?" It roared with laughter, its voice rolling like muffled thunder, the picture of someone in total control. "I understand now, your strength was originally inferior to mine. Why did having a class allow you to cause so much trouble? But this is where it ends." It launched an attack without hesitation, a burst of mana catching the crew-cut adventurer off guard. A bolt of lightning shot out with terrifying power, seemingly tearing through space as it shattered the reinforced wall behind them. It laughed triumphantly. After all, that was its reputation. However, as the dust cleared, the one hit was merely an illusion created by Zhang Runjun. The Devourer froze, its gaze turning vicious, unable to grasp what had happened. It turned out Zhang Runjun had used a timely position swap to save the crew-cut adventurer from the jaws of death. He wiped the cold sweat from his chin and said with a firm tone, "I owe you a life." Zhang Runjun waved it off, his gaze focusing. "Don't talk about owing, let's focus on the business at hand," the Devourer sneered, having seen through the trick. "So your clone can swap positions with the original body." It spread its arms, fearless and full of confidence. "Then if I attack you and the clone simultaneously, how will you dodge?" Before its opponent could react, it unleashed simultaneous lightning orbs. Two spheres of lightning spun frantically in its hands as mana erupted like a storm. In a flash it fired the orbs at both Zhang Runjun and the illusion. The lightning orbs cut through the air at incredible speed. There was no way to avoid them. The air trembled and dust swirled as the battle reached a fever pitch. Zhang Runjun froze in place as if pinned down by the mana. The crew-cut adventurer anxiously grabbed his arm and shouted, "Don't just stand there, you can't take that hit, running is the only option." As he ran, he called for backup over his walkie-talkie, his tone urgent, requesting support. "Have your people contact Manager Huang. This monster's strength is nearing the legendary tier." The crew-cut adventurer looked back, his face pale. "We're no match for it." The Devourer, Manhua, stood tall and proud, watching the two flee in panic with a cold sneer. It had no intention of letting them go easily, immediately lunging in pursuit, its voice as low as thunder, struggling is futile. In the blink of an eye, it closed in behind Zhang Runjun and the crew-cut adventurer. Manhua unleashed a simultaneous lightning orb, with the mana condensing into a massive energy bomb that exceeded the size of a tall building. Zhang Runjun and the crew-cut adventurer's expressions shifted drastically, shouting in unison, "An energy bomb of that scale is no joke." The monster dropped the energy orb without hesitation. A world-shaking explosion rocked the center of the dungeon, the ground shattering and dust rising like a storm. Yao Wenzhong's side was also shaken, his footing unstable as Liang Jiaqin roared into the walkie-talkie, "Evacuate the civilians immediately, the situation is critical." He continued to update the situation, his voice trembling. "Zhang and the assistant have been defeated. That merman boss is unharmed." He emphasized that until Manager Huang arrived, no one could stop it. Through satellite imagery, Liang Jiaqin observed Manhua's every move. It had disabled the radar with a casual strike. Its power was beyond imagination. Suddenly, a massive force seized Yao Wenzhong's ankle. Manhua crossed its arms, sneering like it was watching a play. "You're actually quite impressive." Although wounded, Zhang Runjun did not yield. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp. He let out a roar. "I'm warning you, don't attack the civilians, or we will have our revenge regardless of the cost." Before he could finish, Manhua raised its foot and crushed Zhang Runjun's wrist. He wailed in agony as the frame of his prosthetic limb cracked. The monster laughed manically, its tone full of mockery. "Abandoned by your own kind, where do you get the courage to say such things? Once I devour you, I will become even stronger. If you want revenge, then bring it on." Yao Wenzhong received the intel via the walkie-talkie and responded seriously. "Understood." He turned to Cheng Hai. His voice was low as he said, "Cheng Hai, can you temporarily serve as the head of Dongshan to assist with the civilian evacuation?" Cheng Hai frowned in confusion. "You can do this yourself, why ask me?" Yao Wenzhong explained, his eyes heavy. "Chen Wagong and I made a massive error in the reversal dungeon. I'm no longer qualified to be the person in charge. Someone must stall the boss now to buy time for everyone to evacuate. On the battlefield, Chen Huagong was covered in injuries, urging his teammates, "Run, I'll buy a little more time." Both he and Wu Gui were severely wounded, their faces pale and their breathing weak. Wu Gui clutched his wound and tried to dissuade him. "The dungeon has spiraled out of control. Everyone is responsible. There's no need to throw your life away for this." Chen Huagong straightened his back, his gaze as sharp as a blade and his tone firm. "No, I am a national tier adventurer. Making a mistake is one thing, but I can never be a deserter." Sweat pouring down his face, Yao Wenjiang continued to persuade Cheng Hai. "Cheng Hai, help me look after Shaolin, Chang Jingchuan, and Liang Jiakan. I'm entrusting Dongshan to you all from now on." Hearing this, Cheng Hai felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself that joining this organization hadn't been a waste after all. He nodded, a flash of resolve in his eyes, as if he had found the correct path amidst the chaotic storm. In the stifling room, Yao Wenjiang warned with a heavy tone, "Cheng Hai, don't be impulsive. I know your primary class is a hidden class, and that you have the ability to challenge dungeons above your level. I also know you have powerful gear and curios from the graveyard and Gao Chengyang." He pressed a hand onto Cheng Hai's shoulder and emphasized, "But that is a monster even Zheng Runjun and Ran were powerless against. It's already got 1 foot in the legendary domain. You are no match for it right now." Cheng Hai's eyes burned with intensity as he confidently countered, "I'm much stronger than you imagine," he announced with a powerful tone. "My title automatically detects the strongest merman nearby and grants me the corresponding strength, speed, and perception." The system let out a cold prompt. Detected title attribute bonus strength 8, speed 9, perception. Seeing Cheng Hai so conceited, Yao Wenjiang roared in anger. "Even if your base attributes are comparable, the gap in combat power between you and it is irreconcilable." Before he could finish, Cheng Hai proudly interrupted, "It's not over yet. I also have the battle intent of the legendary undead, Claude, as well as an epic grade curio, Claude's helmet." He pointed to the longsword in his disciple's hand and continued, "Add to that the epic grade Black Knight's sword. With 2 pieces of epic grade equipment, I am stronger than you think." Yao Wenjiang was stunned, his eyes filled with shock. Then he let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, "Master Un, you were wrong about him this time." Holding top-tier curios and battle skills, Cheng Hai's confidence was overflowing. "I also have the Death Stalker. I've fought 2 legendary tier bosses before. Even if the opponent is a level 19 high legendary, I can hold out for 3 minutes." He stepped forward, his voice as resonant as a great bell. "I'm sorry for keeping this from everyone, but now as a member of the Dongshan National Tier Adventurer Association and an adventurer of Dongshan, I want to do my part for the people. Please do not refuse." Seeing the fighting spirit burning in Cheng Hai's eyes, Yao Wenjiang showed a gratified smile. "Since you've put it that way, how could I dare refuse?" Cheng Hai patted his shoulder, his tone decisive. "Then it's settled. I'll lead the attack, and you'll provide support from the side." The air in the room seemed to be injected with life. Cheng Hai's determination dispelled the gloom, igniting hope at the edge of life and death. Having spoken, he turned to his companion, Yao Wenjiang, his voice low and powerful. "And you, are you coming too?" Yao Wenjiang, being naturally afraid of death, shook his head leisurely and pursed his lips. "I won't be going." Cheng Hai shrugged and cast his sharp gaze toward the chaotic battlefield. The devourer stood proudly amidst the ruins, letting out a contemptuous roar. "Enough talk. After I eat you, I'll go catch that humanoid, then I'll grow enough to challenge your legendaries." Zheng Runjun was currently slumped on the cold ground, gasping for air. His body so weak it seemed it might fall apart at any moment. Manhanus approached with heavy steps, its gaze cold as frost as it spoke. "If my luck is good, I might even defeat your legendary." Though exhausted and near collapse, Zheng Runjun turned his head, his mockery as sharp as a blade. "In your dreams. Only if the sun rises from the west," every word pierced deep. Manhanus shook with rage, its eyes turning blood red as it gritted its teeth. It lunged forward, roaring, "Still acting tough at death's door? I'll see just how painfully you can die." Just then, Chen Huagong's figure emerged from the dust, a long scythe resting on his shoulder and a provocative smile on his face. "Yo, brother Small Fry, I'm back for round 2. Manhanus snapped its head back, its face as dark as a storm cloud. "I showed mercy and let you go once, yet you dare return to seek death?" It lunged forward like a starving tiger, its aura terrifying and its mana surging like a tsunami. Chen Huagong's expression was grave as he gripped the scythe's handle tightly, activating a tidal skill through the system. This tidal could push the holder's stamina to their racial limit, but if they felt fear and turned to run, their stamina would be penalized and halved. In its fury, Manhanus launched a storm of slashes. "Die!" Gritting his teeth, Chen Huagong fended off every fierce strike while drenched in sweat, yet he could find no opportunity to counterattack. After a long time, his scythe's handle began to crack, the fissures spreading like a spiderweb. Manhanus delivered another heavy blow, the mana burst shattering the long scythe directly. Sensing danger, Chen Huagong thought to himself, "This is bad, I'm done for." Manhua let out a thunderous roar. Die! It decisively unleashed a killing move, its momentum seemingly tearing through space. At the critical moment, Jung Runjun activated position swap from the rear, creating an illusion to die in his place. Manhua froze, its blood-red eyes snapping back only to see that Jung Runjun had saved Chen Huagong from death's door in the blink of an eye. Chen Huagong panted heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead as he asked urgently, "My weapon is broken. Do you have a heavy backup weapon over there?" Jung Runjun wasn't in much better shape, replying fitfully, "I do." He activated the system to summon a massive war axe while simultaneously triggering the title skill, an inch longer, an inch stronger, increasing his casting range as mana burned like fire. Even so, the two were still unable to do anything to Manhua. It roared, "What are you still struggling for? I'm hungry." Just then, Cheng Hai walked forward with large strides, his voice echoing through the dust. "What are you all chatting about?" He appeared clad in magnificent battle armor, the epic-grade Black Knight's sword shimmering with a cold light. His momentum was like a rising tide as he shouted, "Count me in." Seeing Cheng Hai appear here and radiating such an astonishing aura, Chen Huagong and Jung Runjun shouted in unison, "Holy crap, Cheng Hai, isn't he only level 6? What's he doing here?" Both were intimidated by the terrifying pressure radiating from him. Although arrogant, the devourer Manhua also felt a chill sweep through its body. This human's form and the aura he emitted made it secretly alarmed. This guy must be very strong. Meanwhile, on a deserted street, Yao Wenjiang and Ms. Lin were running, drenched in sweat. Ms. Lin panted heavily and suddenly spoke. "However, more than me, you should be the surprised one, Wenjiang." She stopped, explaining with a sharp gaze, "Cheng Hai's base attributes are already closing in on a legendary boss. Add to that his combat experience and the super skills from his hidden class, and he has the power to reverse this out-of-control situation. You actually turned down such a great chance to farm points." Hearing this, Yao Wenjiang broke into a smug smile. "Back at you, didn't you stay away as well?" Ms. Lin, originally an engineering witch of the raid team, felt her gaze turn ice-cold at those words, and she shot Wenjiang a chilling glare. Just then, Aran rushed over from the distance, clutching his wounds and shouting with a pained grimace, "Didn't I tell you to just kill 2 mermen and then get out? Why are you still here?" Gritting his teeth against the intense agony, Aran thought with deep concern that the dungeon reversal had spiraled out of control and Dongshan City was no longer safe. He urged them to leave immediately, believing that whatever they were doing was no longer important, and told Wenjiang to follow him. With his keen senses as a Qigong master, Aran sensed the formidable strength of this uninvited guest. Cheng Hai's power was nearly on par with Manhua's. However, what made Manhua's skin crawl was that its innate talent indicated devouring the human before it wouldn't grant any levels. It stared at Cheng Hai, pondering secretly. "Clearly he isn't level 13 like me. He is an anomaly among humans." At that thought, Manhua pointed at Cheng Hai and roared, "Human, what level are you exactly?" Cheng Hai frowned upon hearing this, thinking, "Why the sudden interest in my level?" He shrugged and replied modestly, "Let's just say I'm level 6. Hearing this, Manhua's old face turned beet red as it bellowed, "I've dealt with tidal mermen for so long, do you take me for a fool? Even if you have king's aptitude, it's impossible for a level 6 to possess strength equal to mine." Cheng Hai's eyes went hollow as he gave a dim-witted smile. "That's because," before he could finish, Manhua cut him off with a shriek, sounding as if it had been pushed to the edge. "Enough, I don't care if you're playing dumb or waging psychological warfare. From here on out, I will use every ounce of my power to defeat you." Cheng Hai muttered in his heart, "I asked for this, Manhua. Give me everything you've got." Manhua could no longer hold back and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. It swung its blade at Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai showed no fear, snapping his head up with battle intent burning in his eyes. "Want a duel, do you? Fine, I'll let you witness the power of a Death Stalker." However, in the next second, a cloud of thick white smoke appeared before his eyes, obscuring everything. Cheng Hai froze on the spot and blurted out a curse. "Holy crap, are you kidding me?" Just as Manhua the Devourer unleashed a world-shaking strike that kicked up clouds of dust, it realized it had hit no one. Its eyes turned blood red, nearly exploding with rage. This trick again. It turned out Jung Runjun had used his position swap skill just in time to teleport Cheng Hai away. Cheng Hai shouted in frustration, "Brother Jung, what are you doing?" Nearby, Chen Huagong barked in a deep voice, "You dare ask? If Brother Jung hadn't acted, you'd be dead right now from that terrifying blow." Manhua surveyed the surroundings to assess the situation, lamenting secretly, "This isn't good. The opponent is a match for me in strength, and they have someone who can summon illusions and swap positions for teammates. Too dangerous. To grow stronger, it decided it had to pick them off one by one." Cheng Hai turned to Jung Runjun and said with a firm tone, "Brother Jung, please trust me one more time. If I wasn't certain I could handle this merman, I wouldn't have appeared here." Jung Runjun's eyes were full of doubt. He simply couldn't believe it. He still treated Cheng Hai like a chick in a greenhouse, answering, "Are you sure? Its strength, speed, and perception are all above 20 points. Even if you cleared a danger-level dungeon before and got an A or S rank." Still, before he could finish, Cheng Hai cut him off, announcing with total confidence, "The victory is in my hands." Seeing he couldn't stop him, Zheng Renjun sighed and reluctantly agreed, "Fine, you lead the attack and I'll handle support." Chen Huagong's eyes widened as he roared, unable to believe his ears. "Are you serious?" he grumbled. "You actually believe his nonsense? He's only level 6. Amidst the argument, Manhanus lost its patience and charged, swinging a thunderous blow at Chen Huagong. Chen Huagong let out a startled shriek. "Holy mother of, I was so busy talking I forgot about him?" Zheng Renjun swiftly used position swap, saving Chen Huagong from the crisis, but he sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Brother Zheng, watch out, its target is you." Sure enough, Manhanus lunged straight for Zheng Renjun, shattering his illusion with a single strike. It roared, "You absolute nuisance, die." After the illusion was shattered, Zheng Renjun thought in a panic, no time to summon a new one. Manhanus laughed triumphantly, feeling it had already won, but at the critical moment Manhanus's heavy slash was blocked. Cheng Hai appeared like a savior, holding the epic-grade Black Knight sword, his gaze full of confidence. "Didn't you say you'd use all your strength to defeat me? What kind of skill is it to go after my teammates?" Manhanus froze, its momentum instantly suppressed by Cheng Hai's sudden appearance in the distance. Aran was stunned after hearing the intel from his teammates, asking in shock, "Cheng Hai has 2 pieces of epic-grade equipment?" "Yeah," Yao Wenzhong explained from the rear. "Not only that, his primary class is a special hidden class not recorded in the W encyclopedia. Through his title effects, he forcibly boosted his attributes, matching his strength, speed, and perception to the level of a hero-tier merman. Even if he can't kill this merman, he can hold out until Manager Huang and Director Hu arrive to rescue us." Aran fell into deep thought, his gaze deepening. At the edge of life and death in the reversal dungeon, the battle erupted in full. Zheng Renjun's illusion flickered like lightning, charging out from behind Manhanus the Devourer as if to form a pincer attack with Cheng Hai in the front. Manhanus's eyes were blood red as it gritted its teeth and calculated secretly, "What kind of tricks are these humans trying to pull now?" It roared in a towering rage, its voice like thunder. "Do you think I'll fall for it again, you despicable cowards?" Without hesitation, it unleashed a world-shaking blow at Zheng Renjun's illusion, sending dust flying. However, to its surprise, the strike missed again, failing to even touch the real illusion. Manhanus froze on the spot, muttering in terror. "Wasn't it a position swap?" Seeing Manhanus's dazed look, Cheng Hai couldn't help but sneer. "Idiot, we've used the same tactic twice. Do you really think we'd repeat it?" He swung the epic-grade Black Knight sword from behind, a blade flashing as it left a fatal wound on Manhanus's back. The monster wailed in agony, its body swaying, blood seeping from a wound deep enough to show bone. Seeing this, Chen Huagong cheered excitedly, his voice echoing through the area, "We won!" But Zheng Renjun's gaze was as sharp as a blade and he shook his head to warn. "It's too early for that. This hero-tier merman's physique is definitely above 20 points. That strike wasn't enough to be fatal." After being wounded, Manhanus's body trembled and its steps faltered, nearly unable to stand. Zheng Renjun stared at Cheng Hai, his mind filled with shock, thinking to himself, "Terrifying. This is our first collaboration, yet his coordination is seamless. He doesn't even need me to issue orders." Recalling the display echo and position swap skills he had developed, he thought, "Is he a novelist or something? Have novelists all turned into monsters now too?" He couldn't help but marvel at Cheng Hai's level of synchronization. It was as if the two of them had fought side by side for a long time, after being worked over by Cheng Hai and Zheng Renjun in turns. Manhanus went mad with rage, cursing the damn brat incessantly. It realized that although it had achieved its initial goal, it had to retreat now. It couldn't let the opponents keep using skills to counterattack. Facing a boss over level 20 for the first time, Cheng Hai felt the pressure like a mountain, thinking, "I overdid it with that last move. But it's clearly 2 tiers higher than me. How is this happening?" After a brief exchange, Manhanus realized that the combination of Cheng Hai and Zheng Renjun was stronger than it, even without using its Qigong Master life skills. But if it used its final trump card, it was convinced the humans would see it as a fatal threat, thus losing its chance to level up. By now, Manhanus's body was severely damaged, blood dripping onto the shattered ground from the blade wound. Its mind was in chaos as it calculated. "I originally planned to sacrifice my future to kill 2 level 14 adventurers and break through to level 15 before challenging a legendary. Now that seems unrealistic." After a series of clashes, Cheng Hai noticed something was off and muttered, "Strange, why isn't this merman fighting as desperately as before? Is it planning to retreat?" He stared at Manhanus, his gaze as cold as a blade, thinking, "I can't underestimate these guys. I have to take it one step at a time." Just then, Manhanus's entire body erupted with energy, its terrifying aura surging like a tsunami as if to drown everything. On the brutal battlefield of the Reversal Dungeon, Manhanus activated the ultimate life skill of the Qigong Master, pushing its base strength and perception to the limit by consuming stamina, creating an independently calculated ability unaffected by any party's skills, equipment, or titles. Cheng Hai witnessed Manhanus the Devourer's startling breakthrough with his own eyes. He stared with wide eyes, blurting out, "Holy crap!" The system instantly flashed a warning. The strongest merman has undergone a mutation. Attributes have been forcibly equalized with the title merman, and new calculation methods for strength and perception have been added for 5 years. But before the analysis could finish, the system detected an error. Due to the massive strength gap, the correction failed, and the Death Stalker effect granted 4 strength and speed bonuses. The final prompt read, "The Death Sovereign and the Mother of the Sea are dissatisfied with this and are observing the battle, adventurer. Please do your best to please them." Manhanus was radiating murderous intent, its aura as oppressive as a tidal wave. It roared, "I intended to save this move for your legendary experts, but it seems there won't be a chance." It was beyond furious, its eyes crimson and its mana churning as if to tear through space. Facing Manhanus's berserk state, Cheng Hai couldn't help but feel terrified, turning back to shout, "Brother Zheng, run, this merman's speed has skyrocketed, we might not be able to stop it this time." But how could Manhanus let them go? It shot toward Zheng Runjun like a blur, vowing to take revenge on the guy who specialized in trickery. It was determined to reach level 15 before it died. Manhanus charged forward with incredible speed. It cut through the air like an arrow, heading straight for Zheng Runjun. Zheng Runjun paled with shock and hurriedly used an illusion to escape, successfully slipping to the rear the moment Manhanus closed in. Although he narrowly saved his life, the monster's attack speed was too terrifying. A deep wound that showed bone was carved into Zheng Runjun's arm, blood gushing out. Manhanus turned back to launch a second round of attacks, laughing smugly. "Good, one of his hands is useless, he's a dead man now." Just then a powerful force struck from behind, rendering Manhanus unable to move. Chen Wagong charged up desperately, locking his arm around its neck. He roared, "Cheng Hai, now kill it!" Cheng Hai reacted instantly. Receiving the signal, he struck with incredible speed, his blade flashing. Manhanus didn't panic at all, turning back provocatively. "You think this can hold me?" Its entire power erupted, mana bursting out like an electric current, sending Chen Wagong flying over 10 meters to crash heavily onto the shattered ground. It laughed disdainfully. "Don't be so arrogant to think you can control me." Just as Manhanus was losing itself in triumph, Cheng Hai's feet moved like the wind as he swung a final thunderous strike. The blade light was frigid as if to cut through space. Manhanus shouted in disbelief. This strike was preposterously powerful, slashing diagonally right across Manhanus. In the dust of the Reversal Dungeon, Cheng Hai's world-shaking blow landed, sending debris flying, yet Manhanus remained standing unscathed. Cheng Hai froze, his gaze full of confusion as he muttered to himself, "Is this monster not sushi yet?" However, the cruel truth was right before him. There wasn't a single scratch on Manhanus. It clenched its fists and roared triumphantly, "The game is over." It raised its hand to charge power, a sphere of deep-sea magic spinning in its palm as it lunged toward Cheng Hai and the others. It bellowed, "All of you die!" Terrified, Cheng Hai shouted, "Brother Yao, summoner, help!" Just then, light blossomed in the sky as brilliant as the stars. In the blink of an eye, a world-shaking force slammed directly into Manhanus. Cheng Hai hurriedly jumped away to seek cover, his heart pounding like a drum, stunned by this destructive power. Even an attack like that can't break its defense. Manhanus stood in the brilliant light, snapping its head up, its body unharmed, and its gaze filled with cold, killing intent. In the sky, an angel summoner appeared, wings radiating a holy glow as its power erupted in a flash. The summoner looked down at Manhanus and blurted out in surprise, "A god blessed." Manhanus was also startled, its gaze testing, "Is the reinforcement a summoner this time?" It thought to itself, "Let me see where you're hiding." It immediately activated its sonic detection skill. Waves spread rapidly across the battlefield, and it instantly locked onto Yao Wenzhong, who was holding a grimoire. He was standing beside a green-skinned orc. Cheng Hai's summon. Manhanus let out a cold snort. "Found you. This green-skinned monster is likely his summon, but both are weak, I can ignore them for now." Mere seconds later, Manhanus discovered Aran hiding not far away. It flew into a towering rage, roaring, "You dare to return?" Caught off guard, Aran froze in place. Manhanus didn't hesitate to use Vortex of the Raging Sea, a powerful stream of water churning like a tsunami straight for Aran. He had been hiding perfectly well, but was suddenly struck by a fatal blow. He thought in terror, "This is bad." Aran instantly activated his system and triggered the Unarmored 1 title, converting his armor value into a damage reduction effect to mitigate physical damage. Manhanus's berserk strike landed, shaking Aran back several steps, his body trembling violently. But thanks to the title bonus, although he gritted his teeth in struggle, he managed to narrowly escape death. Manhua didn't stop its assault, lunging again while holding a flickering water magic sphere, roaring, "Die!" But Cheng Hai emerged from the chaos like a hero, delivering a world-shaking kick to Manhua's back with thunderous force. It kicked the monster 100 meters away, making it wail in pain. Cheng Hai landed steadily, his sharp gaze fixed on Aran as he asked loudly, "Can you keep fighting?" In the dust-filled air of the reversal dungeon, Aran clutched his chest, hissing in pain as he gasped out, "Fighting is a bit of a stretch. My chest plate is shattered." Without hesitation, Cheng Hai activated the system and pulled out a bottle of glowing healing potion. He threw it to Aran, his voice low and firm. "This is a health potion. You and Brother Zheng use it sparingly. I'll hold it off until the reinforcements arrive. We can only rely on it to buy us some time." On the other side, after taking Cheng Hai's devastating blow, Manhua staggered to its feet, its eyes burning with a red glow of fury. It gnashed its teeth, cursing its own negligence for ending up in such a state. Shaking off the excruciating pain, Manhua finally realized the severity of the situation. It gestured toward the sky and roared, "If I don't kill you, I won't be able to lay a finger on anyone else." The long blade dropped on the ground, suddenly began to vibrate, hovering and spinning frantically to form a violent vortex. Manhua leapt up, grasping the immensely powerful long blade like a bolt of lightning. Power erupted in its wake. It tensed its body, its gaze cold as it bellowed. "So that's how it's going to be then?" Cheng Hai did not back down, immediately assuming a combat stance and summoning the Death Scythe. A cold light flashed from the blade as he provoked, "If you have the guts, come and meet your end." This explosive provocation completely enraged Manhua, its eyes spitting fire. The two opponents stood 100 meters apart in a standoff, the air as tense as a drawn bowstring. In a mere instant, both charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. Cheng Hai and Manhua entered kill mode, relentlessly unleashing all sorts of dirty tricks. Sword shadows and blade light interlaced, sending sparks flying everywhere. Manhua's speed was as fast as lightning, but Cheng Hai skillfully dodged, searching for an opportunity to counterattack, thinking to himself, "Finally, a fight I can enjoy to the fullest." Manhua decided to unleash a killing move, condensing a massive water orb as its mana surged like a tsunami. Cheng Hai sensed the treacherous technique and let out a cold snort. "This guy plays dirty." Manhua held the mana orb in its palm, a smug smile curling its lips. "Just noticing now, it's too late, kid." But in that split second, Cheng Hai shifted his technique, frantically spinning the Death Scythe as it glowed like a meteor. Without hesitation, he hurled the scythe at Manhua, making it cry out in shock. "Holy crap!" Manhua scrambled to jump back, narrowly dodging the blow and avoiding being skewered. It muttered with lingering fear, "This weapon is too bizarre, the angles are so tricky, I must be on high alert." In the distance, Cheng Hai saw Manhua dazed on the spot and felt a surge of secret joy. Fortunately, it lacks experience against a thrown scythe, otherwise I'd have to tank its chi blast head-on. But he knew that in such a high-intensity battle, Manhua would quickly adapt. He pondered secretly, "I have to change my tactics." Elsewhere, Zheng Renjun was bandaging the wound on his arm, blood still seeping through. Aran ran over, enduring the intense pain, and handed him a bottle of life recovery potion, his tone urgent. "Use this." Zheng Renjun looked skeptically at the shimmering potion. Aran warned cautiously, "Don't drink too much, just a small sip is enough for the wound to scab over." Zheng Renjun took the potion from Aran, his gaze sharp, not forgetting to mock, "So generous? I thought a high school teacher from City A could only brew this kind of healing medicine if they were at least a gym leader." Aran unhesitatingly explained that Cheng Hai had lent him the potion. "I don't think he even realizes how rare it is to possess a curio of this level at only level 6. Zheng Renjun brought the bottle to his lips, his gaze still fixed on Aran, scrutinizing him for any ulterior motives. After taking a sip, he suddenly furrowed his brow and spat it all out, roaring, "Why does this healing potion taste so weird? Did you add mustard to it?" Losing his patience, Aran snapped back, "I'm not that tactless. Capturing Yao Wenjiang from Min Province is already a massive achievement. I'm not stupid enough to provoke someone over something that doesn't belong to me." He paused, his tone mocking. "But honestly, even at this stage, are you still going to follow the firearm ban?" Zheng Renjun ignored the mockery, gritting his teeth as he finished the rest of the potion. Even though the pungent taste made his face contort, he warned sternly, "I'm warning you, don't touch Cheng Hai. Regardless of the outcome of this dungeon reversal, he is going to be the supernova of Min Province. We will put everything into cultivating him." A flash of dissatisfaction crossed Aran's eyes, but he didn't respond, only silently clenching his fists and thinking, "We'll see about that." Returning to the brutal battlefield, the sounds of slaughter echoed through the entire dungeon. Lightning flickered around Cheng Hai and Manhua as their fierce battle spanned several city blocks. At this point, Cheng Hai could only keep running and dodging, searching for a chance to counter. Manhua pursued closely from behind, mocking, "Do you intend to play this game of cat and mouse to buy time?" Its gaze was ice-cold and full of contempt, believing the opponent was too naive, and it immediately activated full speed, lunging forward like a bolt of lightning. Seeing Manhua's terrifying speed, Cheng Hai cried out in shock, "Holy crap!" before he could even steady himself. Manhua had closed in and decisively swung its blade. The massive impact sent Cheng Hai tumbling thousands of meters away, the ground shattering beneath him. Manhua was not satisfied, charging forward again with the intent to deliver several more strikes. Cheng Hai struggled to stand, high-voltage electric arcs flickering all over his body, making him feel a sense of dread. Seriously, how did it turn out like this? With its demonic face, Manhua mocked, "Run, why aren't you running anymore?" Cheng Hai felt as if his legs were being controlled. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with terror. "Why can't I move at a time like this?" Manhua leapt forward, appearing right in front of him, and roared, "If you can't run, then die." A world-shaking strike fell. Cheng Hai hurriedly used the Death Scythe to block, but the terrifying power caused the ground to sink, sending dust swirling into the air. Manhua leaned close to Cheng Hai's face, sneering, "I have to admit you're quite tenacious." Suddenly, a brilliant light shot straight down from the sky, making Cheng Hai freeze. Manhua's chi orb had now expanded to its limit. Hovering in the air like a mini sun, radiating a destructive aura, it looked at Cheng Hai, its tone full of regret. "Perhaps in the future I will never encounter another opponent as low-level as you who can last this long." Yet still managed to hold out. Amidst the swirling dust of the reversed dungeon, the angelic summoner in the sky was condensing holy light, the dazzling glow blooming like the sun. Seeing Cheng Hai in crisis, the summoner host screamed at the top of their lungs, "Summoner, stop gathering energy, save him first." But the summoner remained expressionless, answering coldly, "It's too late." In that instant, Manhua's chi orb reached its peak, its searing light seeming ready to incinerate the entire space. Manhua wore a triumphant smile. He looked at Cheng Hai and said, "For this key attack I will remember you, human." The light within the orb erupted like a meteor, crashing straight toward Cheng Hai with a thunderous boom. The entire area was engulfed in blinding light, and dust surged, obscuring all vision. As the dust gradually cleared, a scene of ruins was revealed. The ground was cracked and the air was thick with the pungent smell of burning. Manhua barely steadied itself, panting heavily, its energy nearly exhausted. While the power of such an over-limit skill was staggering, its drain on physical stamina was also extreme. Looking at Cheng Hai kneeling on the ground, his life or death uncertain, Manhua gloated secretly. Fortunately, this guy's level wasn't high. It broke into a manic, clownish laugh. Otherwise, this great one might have actually fallen at your hands. But the laughter stopped abruptly as a cold voice interrupted, "You haven't won yet." Jung Runjun had recovered his state thanks to the potion. He walked over quickly, two M4A1 rifles slung over his shoulders, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Manhua roared in exasperation, "What the hell, another human coming to pick a fight?" It gritted its teeth, its tone full of disdain. "You've already been defeated. Do you think just because you treated your wounds you're qualified to fight me?" As if provoked, it pointed its blade and roared, "Don't even dream of it." Jung Runjun showed no fear, cocking his weapon with a gaze cold as frost, and wordlessly unleashed a continuous barrage of fire at Manhua. The gunshots exploded like thunder. Bullets embedded themselves into Manhua's body. Riddled with wounds, it gritted its teeth in agony. "What kind of weapon is this? Why is my copper skin and iron bone as fragile as paper before it? I can't even block it with my bare hands." It hurriedly swung its blade to deflect the bullets, but every shot made its body tremble. While firing, Jung Runjun shouted, "Aran, are you ready?" Aran supported Cheng Hai's weak body and shouted back, "Ready?" While blocking bullets, Manhua looked back and was surprised to find that Cheng Hai and Aran were already gone. Jung Runjun was in his element, excited to the peak, and screamed while firing frantically, "Don't worry about us." But even as it was being torn apart, Manhua managed to activate its obstruction system just in time. A notification popped up. "The Mother of the Sea, Badu, has violated the agreement and is forcibly intervening in the dungeon progress. Adventurer Jung Runjun's firearms will malfunction." Just 1 second later, both of Jung Runjun's M4A1s jammed simultaneously. He pulled the triggers frantically, but not a single bullet fired. He roared in terrified shock. Why did both guns jam at the same time? Holding 2 piles of scrap metal, Jung Runjun screamed like a madman. "What a joke!" Manhua seized the opportunity and sneered, "I see, it seems your god isn't watching this place." It gripped the moment and lunged forward with its blade, its light flashing as it vowed to take revenge on Jung Runjun. Jung Runjun was horrified. He threw away the jammed rifles and roared in despair, "Heavenly Messenger, what are you waiting for?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a world-shaking power descended from the sky. The brilliant light seemed to tear through space, aimed straight at Manhua. That terrifying force sent Jung Runjun flying as well. As he tumbled repeatedly across the shattered ground moments later, the dust cleared to reveal a massive deep pit, the soil scorched black in the distance. Jung Runjun looked at the angelic summoner with bloodshot eyes and cursed, "How the hell are you aiming? You nearly killed me just now," but the messenger answered in a gentle tone. "Did I not already hold back?" Suddenly, a cold light pierced through the messenger's body, catching it off guard as feathers withered and fell like snow. It was a deathbed counterattack from Manhanus, who had not yet breathed its last. It roared, its tone filled with endless gratitude. Manhanus's mother deity system showed, under the second intervention of the Mother of the Sea, Badu, the angelic baptism of the divine proclamation failed to kill adventurer Manhanus. Witnessing this, Jung Runjun's jaw dropped as he roared, "No way, it didn't die even from that." Before the messenger's body dissipated, it muttered in realization, "The baptism can incinerate everything unless it's a legendary unit, and you clearly are not." Manhanus struggled to stand, its body shattered, but its eyes burned with killing intent as it answered, "Of course, because the Mother of the Sea is protecting me." It laughed loudly like it was possessed, the sound echoing across the battlefield. Jung Runjun sensed the danger and gritted his teeth, activating his second avatar as his mana erupted. He thought to himself, "Firearms are banned. I wanted to avoid letting Dongshan hit the over-limit level if possible. But against this kind of immortal monster, there is no other way." After enduring a series of attacks, Manhanus remained unscathed and laughed contemptuously. "Come on, ants, keep going, you almost beat me." Just then, Aran stepped forward from the rear, his gaze cold as he mocked, "If you accidentally fall at the hands of us ants, wouldn't that be the ultimate humiliation for you?" With that, Aran, the unarmed combat expert, charged forward, activating his unarmed combat title, which doubled damage against humans and subhumans. Manhanus frantically swung its fist to meet him, roaring, "You dare to dream of such things." The two powerhouses' fists collided, producing a deafening explosion as stone fragments flew everywhere. Seeing Aran block the attack, Manhanus was stunned, its eyes full of confusion. Aran did not back down, saying contemptuously, "You're too arrogant. After this series of battles of attrition, your body has already exceeded its limit. Right now, you can't block my punches with muscle strength alone." Seizing the moment, Aran unleashed a decisive punch straight at Manhanus, roaring, "Think of an epitaph for yourself." But suddenly, Manhanus's body underwent a limit break. Mana erupted like a tsunami as it hissed, "The name on the epitaph will be yours." On the chaotic battlefield of the reverse dungeon, the over-limit Manhanus activated the adventurer system. A notification popped up. "Adventurer Manhanus has received the blessing of the Mother of the Sea, Badu. Stamina has slightly increased." But immediately after, the system issued a warning. "This action has caused dissatisfaction from the Death High Priest. The party has refused to disclose their identity, and has decided to provide minor assistance to the defending side." At this moment, the summoner host was holding a life potion. They poured it into Cheng Hai's mouth, watching hopefully as his breathing recovered. Cheng Hai's little green spirit also jumped and screamed with joy, its voice echoing through the smoke and dust. But suddenly, interference ripples appeared on the system interface, and a cryptic notification popped up. "The High Priest, who refused to disclose their identity, has modified your legendary Undead Claude, granting it a new effect, Warrior's Management Field." The summoner host froze at the notification and muttered, "How strange. Why did Cheng Hai's adventurer interface pop up? He hasn't even woken up yet." Just then, Cheng Hai's vacant eyes moved. They slowly opened, but he was not in the dungeon. Instead, a hazy light had pulled him back to that dark cemetery, the place where his adventure journey began. Cheng Hai looked around blankly, his heart full of confusion. Then a deep voice spoke, "Why didn't you use the trial metal?" He snapped his head back and discovered in horror that it was the boss Claude, the enemy he had faced during his first challenge. Claude approached, its gaze sharp and its tone questioning. "If you had used the Heroic Knight's trial metal, wouldn't you have been able to dodge that merman's ultimate move?" Cheng Hai. He furrowed his brow, still not grasping the situation. He answered cautiously, "Wait a minute, you aren't Claude. Logically, it shouldn't know about the merman monster. Who are you? Where is this?" The boss, however, appeared very calm and slowly explained, "Relax. I am indeed not Claude. I am the soul of the activated legendary Death Helmet Claude. This is my new effect, the Warrior's Management Field." Cheng Hai was utterly bewildered and muttered, "When did you get activated?" The activated Claude revealed a slight smile, its voice so deep it seemed to come from the underworld. "At this moment, your battle with this merman has caught the attention of two deities. One of them, having interfered with the dungeon's progress 3 times, has drawn the ire of the other, which is why I have been activated." It paused, its gaze turning ice-cold as it returned to the previous topic. "Why didn't you use the trial metal to negate the damage? If it were you, you certainly would have thought of that." Cheng Hai rested his chin in his hand, falling into deep thought before slowly speaking. At that time, I wanted to use the miraculous survival state in conjunction with the Death Stalker's feigned death skill to deceive that merman. If it had succeeded, I could have launched a sneak attack and delivered a fatal blow. He scratched his head awkwardly. It was just a slight oversight. I thought the Deathwind skill could revive me, but it failed. The damage from that energy orb was terrifying. I nearly lost my life. In the dim space of the cemetery, the legendary death helmet Claude suddenly became solemn, its gaze sharp. Why? Hearing this vague question, Cheng Hai froze. What? Why is it why? Claude's voice was as deep as if it were coming from the underworld as it explained. Why did you take such a massive risk? The level gap between you and that merman is too vast. Holding out until now has already far exceeded the task requirements. Even if you had retreated, no one would have blamed you. Cheng Hai fell silent, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He answered slowly, his tone resolute. Probably because this dungeon spiraled out of control. Actually, I am the root cause. Recalling the moments before, his voice dropped. If I had chosen to hand the dungeon entrance over to the adventurers instead of trying to clear it myself, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this. But a sharp light flashed in Claude's eyes as it countered. Is that really what you think? What if, after you handed it over, the adventurers failed to clear the dungeon? Since becoming an adventurer, haven't you helped many people already? Cheng Hai was not swayed by these words and shook his head firmly. That's a separate matter. One thing doesn't excuse the other. The conversation continued, but Cheng Hai suddenly grew anxious, his tone urgent. Right, how do I leave this place? The battlefield outside still needs me. Claude furrowed its brow, its voice deep like muffled thunder. You're no longer needed. This categorical statement made Cheng Hai freeze, a sudden tightness in his chest. What? Before he could react, Claude transformed into a mass of surging ghost-like black energy and merged directly into his body. It roared, intending to personally deal with the merman named Manhanus. Didn't I already say? The observing gods have stepped onto the stage. This farce will soon be over. In reality, when Cheng Hai's body twitched slightly, the summoner host and the little green spirit were ecstatic, shouting in unison, "Are you awake?" But Cheng Hai did not answer, his gaze ice-cold. It is no longer him. Claude, possessing the body, flexed its fists and spoke in a tone of distaste. What a fragile body. It opened the adventurer interface, scanned the various parameters, and gave a nod of acknowledgement. There are a few useful titles. The summoner host stared sharply at the strange Cheng Hai, sensing something was wrong. He quietly pulled out the holy book, preparing to launch a technique, but Claude noticed immediately, its tone cold. Don't do anything rash, human. I am merely borrowing this body to give that rule-breaking fellow a lesson. Don't do anything unnecessary. In 10 minutes at most, this dungeon will be over. The summoner host was so terrified he trembled all over, unable to say a word. But after a moment, he couldn't help but question the other for possessing Cheng Hai's body without a word. How am I supposed to believe you have no ill intent? Before the words were even out, Claude calmly interrupted. Fair enough, from your perspective I am indeed quite suspicious. Then it snapped its fingers as if playing a joke. A flash of light pulsed through the air. The summoner host froze, thinking, what is he planning to do? Amidst the swirling dust of the reversed dungeon, a brutal battle erupted between Manhanus and Aran, the collision of muscles producing deafening explosions. The massive Aran continuously threw punches, clashing head-on with the equally powerful Manhanus. At the edge of the battlefield, Jung Runjun was red with rage, having retrieved 2 guns and attempting to pull the triggers. But they remained jammed. He roared in fury. What is going on? Why are they jammed again? Back in the fight, Manhanus grew impatient, its eyes blood red as it launched a finishing move. Its strength and speed were terrifyingly fast, cutting through the air like a storm as it lunged straight for Aran. But Aran was not to be outdone. Despite his massive size, his movements were agile. He dodged the killing blow at the critical moment and roared, "You're the one who's going to die." Seizing the opportunity, he activated the Super Assassination Fist skill, mana exploding from his fist as he went straight for Manhanus. But before he could hit his target, a streak of dark red light suddenly shot out from the shadows, unexpectedly hitting Aran. A mysterious gargantuan force kicked him away, even swelling his mouth from the impact. It turned out Manhanus had launched a sneak attack. It sneered, its gaze full of contempt, though Aran thought he had the upper hand. He ultimately fell before Manhanus's absolute power. Witnessing this scene, Jung Runjun shouted, "Aran!" Manhanus stood tall and proud after defeating Aran, announcing, "After being played by you people so many times, even an idiot would know how to deal with you by now." Just then, an eerie and gargantuan hand descended from the sky, pointing directly at Manhanus. It immediately sensed the danger and snapped its head back, roaring, "Who is it?" Intense murderous intent filled the space as if heaven and earth were trembling. In the distance stood Cheng Hai. Now the version merged with Claude. He walked forward with a death scythe over his shoulder, his face full of murderous intent. That cold, villain-like smile made the enemy's skin crawl. Jung Runjun recognized the familiar figure from behind and blurted out, Cheng Hai still looking as sharp as ever. In his merged state, Cheng Hai leisurely carried the scythe, his voice deep as muffled thunder. Shift change. I'll handle this, merman. Seeing that Cheng Hai wasn't dead, Manhanus's face darkened and it growled. Again, you're truly persistent. Do you really think you can win against me? While it was still muttering, a sharp slash flew past. It was Cheng Hai's pet, the little green spirit, rushing out to avenge its master. Manhanus reacted with extreme speed, dodging the sneak attack, but its eyes glowed with hatred. When did this green-skinned idiot slip behind me? I didn't even notice. Without giving Manhanus a moment to breathe, the merged Cheng Hai swung the death scythe down with a heavy blow as if to mince Manhanus. Though Manhanus agilely leaped back, it still couldn't avoid the fatal strike. Seeing its speed, the little green spirit's jaw dropped in surprise, and it blurted out, "What a pity it didn't die." But the merged Cheng Hai remained calm, his tone ice-cold. "It's fine, at least I've ruined its vocal cords." Sure enough, Manhanus clutched its bleeding wound, panting heavily, its body trembling from the intense pain. The merged Cheng Hai looked at the enemy before him, who was now like meat on a chopping block, and sneered. Now that it couldn't activate the adventurer interface, it could only wait for us to slowly finish it off. He stepped forward and ordered the little green spirit, "Stay back and don't interfere. I want to play with this merman myself until it's about to breathe its last. Then you can step in." Although the little green spirit looked cute and dim-witted, it was very smart at its core, and it solemnly bowed to the merged Cheng Hai to take its order. Because its vocal cords were severely damaged, Manhanus could not call upon the adventurer interface, and it began to realize it had made a fatal mistake. Underestimating humans had led it into this predicament, just like the human adventurers who had originally invaded its world. Regret welled up in its heart as it muttered to itself, "If I could do it over, I would never treat these humans with such a cat-and-mouse attitude." The merged Cheng Hai approached step by step, his demeanor composed, humming a little tune. "Don't go rubbing salt in my wounds." Cold, murderous intent radiated from him, his face as calm as still water. Although Manhanus was filled with regret, it could still feel the pressure from the Sea Mother Badu. This deity was constantly violating agreements, forcing it to fight to the end. Manhanus's system flashed a ray of hope at that moment. "This human adventurer has a healing potion on him. You can use it to heal your vocal cords and then retreat." Manhanus was overjoyed, secretly thanking the Mother Goddess, a flash of resolve appearing in its eyes. But before it could take action, the merged Cheng Hai charged over like a bolt of lightning, sending a chill down Manhanus's spine. During the charge, the merged Cheng Hai, not yet aware of the Mother Goddess system's intervention, sneered, "After helping you so many times, is your god a nanny or something?" Once the distance closed, he swung the death scythe, delivering a fatal blow. Manhanus fled desperately, narrowly dodging at the critical moment and ducking into a nearby alley. Failing to complete the finish, the merged Cheng Hai frowned and muttered, "It ran? Is it trying to steal Iran's healing potion?" He immediately summoned the adventurer interface, his gaze ice-cold. "If I let it heal its vocal cords and retreat, I'll become a laughingstock before the gods." Without hesitation, the merged Cheng Hai pulled out the nightmare flute and blew it. A magical sound rang out. Summoning the nightmare steed, a black phantom stallion with eyes spitting fire, he vaulted onto the horse's back, initiating a suffocating pursuit. Manhanus sprinted with all its might, drenched in sweat, secretly vowing, "As long as I get that healing potion, I can turn the tide." After a desperate flight, Manhanus found a fainted person lying on the ground. Approaching, it saw a flickering bottle of healing potion sitting beside them. Its eyes were full of doubt. How did this guy pass out? Who did it? But time was of the essence, and it didn't have time to overthink. It picked up the potion bottle and cast aside its worries. "It doesn't matter." The person didn't resist, which actually saved it time. Manhanus gripped the potion bottle and said through gritted teeth, "Once I heal my vocal cords, I'll come back and settle the score with you." That brat who dared to insult the Mother Goddess. In the suffocating space of the reverse dungeon, just as Manhanus was about to bring the healing potion to its mouth, a terrifying force suddenly flashed by. Before it could even blink, its body was cleaved in two, blood erupting like a fountain. Manhanus's remains fell to the ground, its head hitting the earth with a heavy thud. Its eyes filled with disbelief, it weakly whispered, "What's happening? How did I suddenly kick the bucket?" The sky was dark, and the blood dripping from its body stained a large patch of earth and stone. The merged Cheng Hai stood tall with the death scythe, and though his gaze was cold, it held a hint of regret. "It's rare for me to come down and play. My mood was completely ruined by you and the god behind you. Not only that, but the infinite potion I prepared for my apostle was also destroyed by you." He looked at the shattered healing potion bottle on the ground, his voice dropping, "Hey small fry, tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Suddenly, a thick cloud of white smoke rose, enveloping the battlefield, which caused a trace of doubt to appear in the merged Cheng Hai. The system issued an unexpected notification. "Sea Mother Badu begs you to show mercy and is willing to pay a price in exchange for the survival of this divine believer." But the merged Shanghai's gaze was sharp as he answered decisively, "Compensation is fine, but this merman must die." The system rang again, its tone cold. "See, Mother Badu is furious. If you refuse, she will open a Merman Kingdom revenge dungeon in this world and list your apostle as the task target." The merged Shanghai was completely unmoved and sneered, "I don't care what it is or who is coming." He pointed at Shanghai's true self, his tone resolute. "Don't compare me to your declining race. If my apostle cannot grow enough to defeat a legendary merman before your dungeon reverses, then he is unworthy of being my apostle." This hardened attitude triggered the system's red warning. "See, Mother Badu has gone mad with rage." Just then, Shanghai's pet, the little green spirit, came running over as fast as it could. Seeing it, the merged Shanghai spoke up quickly. "If you had come a moment later, this merman would be dead." The little green spirit scratched its head awkwardly for being late, only able to offer a bitter smile. The merged Shanghai seemed to think of something interesting and flashed a cunning smile. "By the way, you haven't tried the effects of the Black Knight's sword yet, have you?" The little green spirit nodded repeatedly, its eyes sparkling. The merged Shanghai ordered without hesitation, "Then use it to land the final blow and absorb this merman's talent." The little green spirit roared excitedly to take the order. Manhanus lay collapsed on the ground with only half a body left, moaning in pain. It weakly whispered, its eyes full of indignation, "I'm not finished. I can still fight." But the little green spirit, holding its spear, prepared for the final strike without hesitation. Under the gloomy sky of the reversed dungeon, Manhanus's face was pale and bloodless as it weakly pleaded, "Mother Goddess, if you are still watching over me, please give me one more chance." It was as if the plea was cut short. The little green spirit's gaze was sharp as it swung the spear, piercing through its body. The fatal blow ended Manhanus's fragile life. The system immediately issued a notification. 100 Battle Caroline has killed a heroic lineage merman. The Devourer Manhanus has activated the hidden evolution path, the path of the hero. Just as the notification ended, the little green spirit, now Caroline, erupted with a dazzling light. It rapidly absorbed all of Manhanus's power, its body jolting violently as it completed its evolution in an instant. Caroline has now been promoted to Heroic Caroline, reaching combat level 10. The merged Shanghai stood to the side, surprise in his eyes. In such a short time, Caroline had actually evolved. What kind of form was this? He rested his chin in his hand and fell into thought. There is no record of such a thing in the Shaman Master's Book of Heritage. After a brief moment of reflection, the merged Shanghai looked at Caroline, his tone deep and certain. "You have activated Caroline's hidden evolution path. This process is indeed very peculiar." Though Caroline felt a bit awkward, it was still excited about this new power. The merged Shanghai laughed, a flash of playfulness in his eyes. "Though I do not belong to your divine race according to the rules. You just killed an elite of the heroic lineage. Once you awaken your talent and true name, you will truly become one of them." Upon hearing these words, which sounded like a divine decree, Kabo cheered excitedly. "Really?" But before he could celebrate for long, the merged Shanghai reminded him with a cold face, "Don't get ahead of yourself." Just then, a low voice echoed from the shadows in the distance. "Since you've already stepped in to sever this dungeon's reversal." Merged Shanghai snapped his head around, observing silently. Kabo immediately drew his sword, dropping into a combat stance and roaring, "Who's there?" A thinking mist began to rise. Two unfamiliar figures stepped forward, looking at the merged Shanghai with steady, serious expressions. "Could you return Shanghai's body first? He is my chosen successor. If he suffers any damage, both I and the one watching over him will be very distressed." Merged Shanghai's eyes turned sharp as he turned to question them. "I just finished cleaning up this mess, and you're already in a hurry to drive me away. Is this how you humans treat your guests?" The one who spoke was Huang Zhan, a level 18 adventurer stationed at the dungeon, a spell assassin by class. He replied calmly, "To me, your appearance was very welcome. On behalf of everyone, I express my gratitude." Suddenly, the sky trembled as a massive dragon appeared, letting out a piercing roar. Two adventurers descended from the heights. The man in red armor looked down, his tone filled with doubt. "Are you really planning to go up there?" It was an overwhelming presence, more than enough to suppress a legendary merman. The other level 18 adventurer, He Wadong, responded with a teasing tone. "Little brother, if you don't want to be given the cold shoulder by the little sister later, stop your nagging." In the tense atmosphere of the reversal dungeon, the merged Shanghai, relying on Claude's keen senses, he detected a potential threat. He let out a triumphant smile, his tone deep yet full of sarcasm, saying thanks while actually having a legendary warrior lying in ambush on the side, ready to strike at any moment. "I don't dare overstay my welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, Claude transformed into a mass of surging, shadow-like black gas, detaching himself from Cheng Hai's body. In an instant, Cheng Hai lost consciousness and slumped to the ground. He fainted. Ms. Lin, standing nearby, cried out in worry, "Cheng Hai, Huangzan." Witnessing this, Huangzan breathed a sigh of relief, his tone full of gratitude. Fortunately, this unidentified entity is somewhat reasonable. Beside him, He Wading also nodded and said lightheartedly, "We've finally sent it away." Soon, Cheng Hai was carried onto an ambulance by the rescue team and rushed to Dongshan City Hospital. Just as he was placed on a stretcher, a nearby nurse's eyes welled up with tears, and she began to sob uncontrollably. "Brother Cheng Hai, oh my brother Cheng Hai." The piercing cries woke Cheng Hai up. He spoke in a weak but firm voice to comfort her. "Stop crying. I'm not dead yet." Seeing him wake from his coma, the nurse shouted in ecstasy, "Brother Cheng Hai, are you awake?" Cheng Hai struggled to sit up, rubbing his splitting headache and muttering, "How long have I been asleep?" A burly man standing in the rear, radiating a powerful killing intent, spoke up. 20 minutes, he added with a solemn face. "Keep moving, we're on our way to Dongshan City Hospital. Once the physical exam is done, Huangzan will perform a simple safety assessment on you." Hearing this, Cheng Hai turned his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "Safety assessment?" Wu Gui, who was also present, spoke with a look of displeasure. "I don't know if you're truly oblivious or just playing dumb. The reversal dungeon in Dongshan City has ended, and the one who terminated it was you. During the 20 minutes you were unconscious, an unidentified entity occupied your body and killed a level 13 heroic lineage merman. Think about it from another perspective. Knowing that a legendary or even transcendent existence can use your body as a bridge to descend into this world, how could the state just sit back and watch? What happened?" After hearing Wu Gui's explanation, Cheng Hai's face turned pale, and he asked worriedly, "Then how will I be treated?" The nurse looked at his back, her heart filled with anxiety as she waited for the answer. Wu Gui suddenly shouted, "I don't know anything." This made Cheng Hai burst into laughter, muttering under his breath, "Man, this guy only knows how to scare people." But Wu Gui's expression remained serious. "No matter what, you are the hero of Dongshan. In the worst-case scenario, you might find it difficult to enter the association's decision-making level. No one can guarantee whether the unknown entity behind you bears goodwill." Suddenly, the burly man, standing in the rear, spoke in a steady voice, "But we in the Deviant Alliance aren't worried about that." He looked at Cheng Hai with firm eyes. "In this new era of the adventurer profession, we are expanding our influence and won't exclude you from the leadership for such a reason. On the contrary, with an unknown existence as your backer, you are even more worth recruiting." Saying this, he spread his arms and issued an enthusiastic invitation. "Cheng Hai, if you feel uncomfortable staying at the association, consider joining our alliance. The Endless Plane will always welcome you. Our doors are forever open." Cheng Hai could only let out a helpless sigh, thinking, "These troublesome guys, after all that fuss, they're just trying to poach me to get some benefits." Even after being exposed by Cheng Hai, the man remained grinning, not feeling the least bit embarrassed. "I won't deny it. After all, you showed the potential of a national-tier supernova even at a low level. It's no exaggeration to say you're a winning lottery ticket, even if it means offending Huangzan. I'm going to pull you into our Deviant Alliance." Just then, a series of system notifications began to ring out continuously. The Sovereign of Death, feeling somewhat guilty for not wanting to reveal his identity and accidentally breaking the strange fellow's health potion, left a curio upgrade ticket as compensation and simultaneously unlocked the hidden class Death Stalker. Legacy skill. When in a critical moment state, the damage caused by skill effects has a certain probability of carrying an unguardable effect. The closer the base attributes of both parties are, the higher the trigger probability. The Sovereign of Death also modified Claude's helmet and left a warning, "Beware of the ship of the dead." Receiving the series of notifications, Cheng Hai muttered to himself in a daze, "What exactly does the legacy of the dead mean?" At that moment, inside the interrogation room, a voice rang out, "Mr. Cheng Hai." Startled, Cheng Hai looked up. Seeing him in a daze, the man across from him called out again. Cheng Hai suddenly snapped out of it and said hurriedly, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." "What is it?" The speaker was Wu Hao, belonging to the Fuzhou Adventurer Association. A silver-tongued orator by class, the exclusive skill of an orator is speaking freely. During the skill's duration, any topic he initiates forces the listener to join the discussion. Wu Hao spoke. "Your weapon and invisibility cloak were taken away by your Caroline. We only found some damaged potion bottles at the scene." Cheng Hai felt a bit surprised but nodded in response. "Understood. I'll retrieve the sword and invisibility cloak myself," Wu Hao summarized. "Then I have nothing more to say on my end. Regarding compensation for the medicine, the association will handle it within 3 days." Cheng Hai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he noticed that the rare-grade curio named the Chair of Truth had also vanished. Within a 5-meter radius of that chair, no one could lie. Wu Hao left in a hurry, and Cheng Hai stared at his back once the room was empty. Cheng Hai speculated to himself, his heart full of doubt. This guy's subclass is indeed formidable. He even dug up which year and month I became an adventurer, and exactly when the Sovereign of Death started paying attention to me. Could that guy's subclass skill be forced dialogue, forcing people to tell the truth? Cheng Hai remained frozen in the interrogation room as over an hour passed. He swung his legs, humming a few tunes, completely ignoring the world outside. Outside the door, 2 figures continued to patiently observe his every move. Zhang Runjun, holding a detailed assessment report, spoke. The assessment results are in. Cheng Hai, all indicators are normal, Huang Zan asked with a sharp and puzzled gaze. Has the identity of the unknown god who appeared using Cheng Hai's body as a bridge been clarified? Did Wu Hao find anything out? Zhang Runjun replied decisively. He was questioned, however. Cheng Hai's knowledge is also limited. We can only confirm that the other party's title is Sovereign of Death. After hearing the answer, Huang Zan pondered and made a judgment. Sounds like a deity of the undead lineage. He looked through the glass at Cheng Hai and followed up. When did it first contact him? Zhang Runjun quickly flipped through the report and replied, when Cheng Hai was disguised as a rookie exploring the Banshee Forest dungeon in Yunqiao City, he caught the Sovereign of Death's favor. Cheng Hai received an undead blessing specifically for ghosts, and it was this blessing that helped him pass the graveyard for the first time. Inside the interrogation room, Cheng Hai was still boredly picking at his nails, only hoping to be released early so he could return to Dongshan City Hospital. At the hospital, Aran's arm was tightly bandaged and he was checking his wound. Suddenly there was noise at the door as Xu Mao and Wu Gui pushed their way in. The two said in unison, "Coach An, we've come to see you." As soon as Wu Gui entered, he hurriedly asked the doctor how much bed rest was required. Aran looked at his arm in a cast and let out a long sigh. 2 weeks. Hearing the extent of the injury, Wu Gui said regretfully, "Doesn't that mean you'll miss the 3rd expert-tier dungeon simulation in Zhangzhou City?" Aran replied dejectedly. "Tell me about it," Wu Gui continued meaningfully. "You two should ask Zhang Runjun for more compensation. After all, you were nearly killed by his schemes in the Dongshan Reversal Dungeon." Aran's gaze was deep and his tone firm. "You don't have to tell me. I'll be doing exactly that." Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "By the way, isn't that Cheng Hai kid in the same ward as us?" Xu Mao replied while carefully taking things out of his bag. "Many forces want to contact him. Coach N, he's been taken to the association's protection center now." Aran's jaw dropped in surprise, unable to believe it. Meanwhile, on social media, news about Cheng Hai was spreading like a tsunami, and a post sparked a heated discussion. "This is incredible. The newly born god blessed of our great Zhangzhou City has descended. First, congratulations to the Dongshan City Adventurer Association. Not long ago, they recruited the first person to clear the graveyard. Yesterday they did something big. What exactly was it? You can find out through your own channels. I'll only reveal one thing. There is definitely a god backing the first person to clear the graveyard." "Nonsense, there are only a few dozen god-blessed in the world so far. You say he's a god-blessed. On what basis?" another comment countered. "The guy above is a leader of the Deviant Alliance and a legendary tier adventurer. Are you serious? The graveyard was cleared. When did this happen?" Cheng Hai scrolled through the online comments, his jaw dropping in surprise as he muttered, "Whoa, wait, are you kidding me?" He suddenly remembered what the man from the media had said. "If you're worried about your interest being harmed, I can use the Deviant Alliance's channels to speak up and pressure them for you. Anyway, everyone is happy to give the association eye drops a hard time." Facing this shocking news, Cheng Hai broke into a cold sweat. With such a big fuss, if Brother Yao finds out. Before his words finished, a voice rang out. "What do you want me to know?" Startled, Cheng Hai snapped his head up. It was Brother Yao. His heart was still racing, his shock lingering. Brother Yao looked at him kindly and said, "It seems you've remembered." Memories of the final battle with Manhua instantly flashed through Cheng Hai's mind. Brother Yao, the summoning master, had been tricked by Cheng Hai's clone and then struck heavily on the back of the head, knocked unconscious on the spot because he talked too much. At that time, clawed inside Cheng Hai's body, had left a note promising to meet again if fate allowed. "Little brother, I'll be going ahead. I have to go home to cook and wash the dishes for my wife." Back in reality, Brother Yao gripped Cheng Hai's shoulder tightly, his tone sharp but his eyes twinkling with a smile. "Relax, I don't hold a grudge at all. After all, it wasn't you who knocked me out but the unknown deity behind you." Cheng Hai's face turned pale, thinking he was completely finished this time. But he still stammered, "You feel like you can't give an explanation this time." Brother Yao pushed up his glasses, cutting him off, and said bluntly, "I'm not joking with you anymore." Then he unexpectedly dropped a surprising line, "Your safety assessment has passed. You can go home." Cheng Hai was stunned, unable to believe his ears, and followed up, I can leave right now, no need for a few more days of observation, Brother Yao smiled gently. Don't think of the God Blessed as so special. It's just that there's a record of it domestically. There are already more than 10 cases of God Blessed. Most of the gods behind them belong to the law-abiding type. Strictly speaking, as long as the deity behind you doesn't show obvious antisocial or anti-human tendencies, the association won't restrict your personal freedom. In the next scene, Cheng Hai was back home. He slumped on his bed, Brother Yao's words still echoing in his ears. His heart was full of anxiety, muttering antisocial, anti-human tendencies. Fear, like an invisible rope, tightly wound around his mind. Cheng Hai tossed and turned in bed, his mind in a mess, when he suddenly let out a shriek like a stuck pig. The source was his pet K3, which had now completed a startling evolution. Its unfamiliar appearance terrified Cheng Hai. Why have you transformed again? But then he froze, muttering in a low voice. Wait, why did I scream? Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to the pet. He spoke in a firm tone. Tell me briefly what exactly happened after that great one borrowed my body. The pet Cabo made a clacking sound and nodded in agreement, then began gesturing with its limbs to tell the whole story. After only a few minutes, Cheng Hai had a general idea of the situation. He muttered, So he borrowed my body to defeat that merman, then let you land the finishing blow, which is why you evolved into this form? The pet Cabo nodded proudly again and again, showing off. Exactly. Not only that, I've also activated the heroic tier evolution path. This is a special form, one not even recorded in the Shaman Master's Book of Heritage. Seeing his pet showing off its new skills, Cheng Hai treated it like a newfound treasure, patting its shoulder heavily. Not bad at all, this new form is quite handsome. From now on I'll call you Hero. Suddenly, he remembered something important and blurted out. By the way, do you have my invisibility cloak and Black Knight's sword? As soon as the words left his mouth, the pet presented all of Cheng Hai's weapons and armor, having inventoried everything clearly. Cheng Hai quickly took the invisibility cloak, and didn't forget to order, You hold on to the Black Knight's sword for now. Give it back to me later, once we've slain a powerful foe and it no longer needs upgrading. Cabo nodded repeatedly, agreeing readily. He took the Black Knight's sword and brandished a few basic moves in front of Cheng Hai, his actions practiced and sharp. Cheng Hai watched in amazement, thinking that taking Cabo as a pet had truly been worth it. I was worried he wouldn't be able to keep up with me before, but it seems I don't need to worry about that for now. Suddenly, he cried out in surprise upon obtaining a rare item. System prompt, Legendary Undead Cade's Helmet. Epic grade. Can be upgraded to Legendary grade after unlocking all new functions. Effect 1. When wearing the helmet in battle, the user gains the combat awareness and experience of the Legendary Undead Cade. Effect 2. The 100 Battle Legion can be used, but this function is not yet fully unlocked. Effect 3. Temporary management rights currently unavailable. Cheng Hai's mouth fell open in shock. The 100 Battle Legion and temporary management rights appeared now? Does that mean the effect is God Descent? Despite his doubts, he decided to put on the helmet. Steeling his resolve, he said, No, I must go to the ancient tomb city and see Claude again to get some answers. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Hai had traveled to the City of Sorrows, where ancient mausoleums were scattered in an orderly fashion, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Moments later, Claude's muffled voice came from behind. Cheng Hai, are you looking for me? Cheng Hai turned around hastily, stammering in panic. Yes, I have something I want to ask you. Claude disliked wasting words and coldly spat out a single word. Speak. Cheng Hai didn't beat around the bush and asked loudly, What is the effect of temporary management rights? And how do I activate the 100 Battle Legion function that's waiting to be unlocked? Hearing this nonsensical, illogical question, Claude was speechless for a moment. He grumbled something and then explained in a deep voice, You have already experienced temporary management rights. Hearing this, Cheng Hai felt like he'd been struck by lightning screaming in his heart. So it really was a god descending? Heavens, that's just cheating. Before Cheng Hai could calm down, Claude summoned a long spear and continued to explain, as for how to activate the full 100 Battle Legion, before he could finish his sentence. He suddenly swung the spear toward Cheng Hai, aiming for his vitals. Cheng Hai narrowly dodged it, but still sustained a slight injury. He roared in anger. What the hell are you doing? Claude said indifferently. Here are the conditions. Defeat me, and you can unlock it. After a brief battle with an unclear ending, Cheng Hai returned home, rubbing his leg and sighing. I'm really fed up with that old man, he muttered. One is the combat awareness and experience of the legendary undead Cade, and the other is Claude, who is even stronger than him. I'm only level 6, how am I supposed to fight those two? Just then the phone rang. Still muttering, Cheng Hai picked up the phone and answered hesitantly. Soon after, he appeared at the Dongshan City Adventurer Association. Just as he entered the door, an old man greeted him loudly. Brother Cheng Hai, you're here. Cheng Hai was slightly startled, and as he looked around he suddenly spotted a familiar girl. He thought to himself, Isn't that the freelance female adventurer who helped with the defense during the Merman dungeon reversal? Why is she here? Seeing Cheng Hai dazed, the portly old man urged, "Come and sit down." During the meeting, an old man wearing glasses, Lin Zhicheng, a Fujian province tycoon worth 18 billion, questioned, "Is this him? He doesn't look like much." Beside him, a plain-looking man with a buzz cut, Chen Tong, another Fujian tycoon worth 1 billion, nodded in confirmation. "That's right, I didn't expect a national-tier supernova to have such an ordinary aura." Cheng Hai had already taken his seat and didn't forget to tease the portly old man. "Old brother Wang, long time no see, you've lost quite a bit of weight." The portly old man was thrilled to hear this. "Really?" Suddenly, another elder spoke in a deep voice. Elder Cao solemnly announced, "Mr. Cheng Hai, congratulations on becoming the second national-tier supernova in Fujian province. If you keep up this momentum, you will surely become a provincial head in the future." Cheng Hai's face was cold and his eyes deep, thinking to himself, "Is the real show about to begin?" But on the surface he continued to play dumb, smiling as he shook Elder Cao's hand. "Mr. Cao, you overpraise me, I was just lucky." Old Wang, standing behind him, immediately patted Cheng Hai on the shoulder, praising him repeatedly. "Stop being so modest. At this level, everyone knows that luck is something you can't just stumble upon. Let alone the fact that you're becoming a national-tier supernova wasn't just due to luck." Elder Cao pushed up his glasses and spoke seriously. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." Cheng Hai maintained his cheerful appearance and invited calmly, "Oh, please go ahead." Elder Cao's expression darkened, and he asked in a mysterious tone, "Having handled a dungeon reversal once, I presume you realize how important an excellent entrance manager is to local output and safety?" Cheng Hai nodded vigorously and announced, "I do." Elder Cao continued in a low voice, "Then you should also understand our predicament. Upon learning that Huang Zhan resigned from his position as provincial head to challenge the level 18 Tomb of Horrors, a dungeon that has reappeared after many years, we were extremely conflicted." Hearing this, Cheng Hai was terrified, unable to believe it. The extremely difficult level 18 dungeon, Tomb of Horrors. In his shock, he hurriedly asked, "I know about that dungeon, but wasn't its boss already destroyed by the legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming's team?" He Zewi, the level 9 female adventurer, nicknamed the Engineering Witch, spoke up. "That is a monster that couldn't even be killed by bombs. Back then, Zhu Jianming and Huang Zhan fought with their lives on the line and could only manage to seal it somewhere in the deep sea." She revealed more top-secret information. "Actually, what you know is the official version modified to avoid public panic. It's not the truth." Cheng Hai rubbed his chin and thought, "I see," he couldn't help but argue. "Since it's been sealed, the value of clearing the Tomb of Horrors should have dropped significantly, right? For a dungeon like that, why did Huang Zhan give up his status as provincial head to challenge it again? What's so special about these two Tombs of Horrors?" He Zewi shook her head and replied, "It's not special to others, it's just a level 18 undead-type dungeon with excessive difficulty. But for Huang Zhan, he went through the Battle of Tianmen Mountain, where many of his comrades fell in that dungeon. It's his nightmare, and he wants to kill the Master of the Tomb of Horrors more than anyone." She paused, her voice dropping. "The race of the Master of the Tomb of Horrors is a high-tier undead lich." Hearing He Zehui's explanation, Cheng Hai couldn't help but shudder. If the traits and weaknesses of the lich race had been identified beforehand, it should have been destroyed by our legendary adventurers long ago. Under these circumstances, do you think Huang Zhan would stand by and watch his enemy be killed by someone else? The barrage of information made Cheng Hai feel a bit intimidated. He forced an awkward smile, playing dumb to change the subject. "This is way too hard. I'm only level 6. After Huang Zhan resigns, who will become the head of Fujian? I don't think I can be of much help." Chen Tong immediately interrupted. "How could you not be of help?" Old Lin Zhicheng followed up with more flattering praise. "With the potential you've shown and your current growth rate, as long as you coordinate with the right raid team, and with our support, 1 year would be enough for you to push for the position of provincial head candidate." Hearing this, Cheng Hai thought to himself, "These two guys are trying to set me up." He ignored their words, turned to Elder Cao and asked bluntly, "But what is the price? The resources you're investing would likely make even a legendary adventurer jealous." Elder Cao kept a dark face and remained silent, not yet providing a satisfactory answer. Cheng Hai didn't stop, continuing to question Lin Zhicheng. "If it's just to look after your property and families, once the dungeon reversal level rises, this Chen Tong won't be able to stay out of it either. I see no reason why the next provincial head would refuse such a simple favor." After his questioning, Cheng Hai gave a serious conclusion. "So, what exactly do you want me to do?" Only then did Elder Cao speak, his tone steady. "Mr. Cheng Hai, you've misunderstood. We don't have many motives for investing in you. On the contrary, we just don't want a certain person to become the head of Fujian province." Cheng Hai's mouth hung open as he realized there was someone else competing for the position. He asked, "Who is it?" Chen Tong explained. "Before you appeared, there was only one national tier supernova in Fujian. If nothing unexpected happens, he is Huang Zan's successor," Lin Zhicheng hurriedly added. "Although this person is a government adventurer, his personality is extremely vile. On his path to rising, he turned far too many adventurers and commoners into the sustenance for his growth." Elder Cao nodded and added, "It is speculated that if he becomes the provincial head to further his progress, he will surely target us. Rather than letting him extort resources from us later, the amount we're investing in you now is essentially nothing." After hearing this series of information, Cheng Hai finally understood their intentions. He thought to himself, "I see," he said seriously. "Then please allow me to refuse. I would very much like to accept your investment, but if it means provoking a powerful and vile senior, I'd be losing out no matter what." "I'm sorry," He Zoe suddenly spoke, her tone sharp. "Is it possible you've already provoked him?" Cheng Hai froze, looking lost. "What do you mean?" He Zoe continued with a certain judgment. "Fujian province originally only had one national tier supernova, so the resources and support plans were his alone. But now that there's you, the resources he considered his own must be divided. How do you think he'll view you?" After hearing this, Cheng Hai was fuming and secretly lamenting his luck. "So these people are using me as a pawn." The scene shifts to Jeju International Airport. Cheng Hai's rival, Tang Jian, with his luggage on his back, answered the phone in a contemptuous tone. "A trivial matter. He's just some bullshit national tier supernova, a level 6 trash who got lucky and was picked by a god. Once I return to the country, I'll find a reason to turn him into a cripple." Tang Jian, nicknamed the Great Firebird, was a level 12 adventurer with a vicious fire burning in his eyes. Not far away, two figures were watching him. A red-haired youth, South Korean national tier supernova and level 10 adventurer, Quan Chong, sneered. "Tang Jian is dressed so extravagantly. If you didn't know better, you'd think he came to Jeju for a fashion star concert." Beside him, a youth wearing glasses, also a South Korean national tier supernova and level 10 adventurer. Park Ji-myung whispered a reminder, "Quan Chong, lower your voice. I heard this guy has an extremely vile personality. If you don't want to be intentionally injured by him during a dungeon raid, say less." Their whispering did not escape Tang Jian's ears. He cursed inwardly. "These two Koreans are blabbering. Do they really think I can't understand what they're saying? If I wasn't in a hurry to reach legendary tier to take Huang Zan's place, I would have taught them a lesson long ago." Seeing Tang Jian approach, Park Ji-myung quickly greeted him in Chinese. "Hello," Tang Jian replied with a hypocritically warm smile. "Hello there, friends from Korea," Park Ji-myung introduced themselves. "This is Quan Chong and I am Park Ji-myung. We are South Korea's national tier supernovas." Tang Jian continued to act very easygoing, shaking hands enthusiastically. "A pleasure, a pleasure. I am Tang Jian. People in the circle call me the Great Firebird, but you can just call me Big Bird." He then asked with deep meaning, "When do we start raiding that high difficulty expert tier dungeon in Jeju?" The scene shifts to the gym inside the dungeon. Wu Gui was drenched in sweat working hard at bench pressing and said, "You want to ask about Tang Jian?" Cheng Hai immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard there's another national tier supernova in Fujian, but he seems difficult to get along with." After finishing his last set, Wu Gui let out a long breath of relief, wiped his sweat and then asked softly, "Did the people from the Deviant Alliance tell you that?" Cheng Hai gave a cold snort. "I'm not convinced. Don't ask about that part." Wu Gui laughed, wiping his face with a towel as he explained, all right, but your source is correct. He wasn't just as vile as the rumors suggested." Wu Gui pointed to a plaque, his voice dropping. "See that refusing to save title of mine? It's related to that guy. Honestly, if I hadn't joined Wire City later, I would have died in some dungeon long ago, or been driven out of Fujian by him and his group of sycophants." Hearing this, Cheng Hai gained a deeper understanding of Tang Jian's cruelty, and a trace of fear couldn't help but well up in his heart. Zheng Renjun patted Cheng Hai's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry too much. You and Tang Jian are at different levels. You haven't reached the stage of competition yet. As long as you control your leveling speed, I'm sure he won't make things too difficult for you." Cheng Hai smiled bitterly and replied worryingly, "I hope so." Zheng Renjun suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, you haven't finished your dungeon clearance quota for this year, right? In a few days, I'm going to Zhangzhou City to challenge the level 10 Dungeon Giants Pass. We've known each other so long and haven't collaborated yet. Let's form a team." He winked. Cheng Hai's excited voice echoed through the room. "Great, I was planning to focus on finishing my clearance quota soon." In the office, Cheng Hai suggested to Zheng Renjun, "I feel like it's hard to increase my strength, speed, and stamina through conventional training. I want to find 2 dungeons suitable for practical combat training." Zhang Runjun stroked his chin in thought. With suitable terrain, Cheng Hai narrowed his eyes. Is it that hard to find? Maybe lower your standards a bit, Zhang Runjun laughed. No need, there's a level 10 dungeon in Shangcheng district with moderate difficulty. It's almost time for a raid cycle. I'll speak to the person in charge and get you added. Cheng Hai was delighted. Thanks, brother Zhang. Zhang Runjun waved it off. Don't mention it. Oh, by the way, the compensation plan for the vial is set. Find Yao Wenjiang when you're free to exchange your points for curios. Cheng Hai nodded. At Yao Wenjiang's place, he explained, that infinite blood vial of yours is an extremely rare supply-type curio. There isn't a second one in all of Zhangzhou. He looked at his tablet and continued listing the compensation. Currently, there's a life-saving curio of the same rarity, or 2 curio upgrade tickets. Which do you prefer? Cheng Hai was a bit confused. Can I see the effect of the life-saving curio first? Yao Wenjiang nodded and handed over the tablet. Sure. Cheng Hai took it and read the info. No 0083, Planeswalker's Forced Exit card, a consumable life-saving curio. Effect. If the adventurer uses this card after completing the exit task, they can be forcibly removed from the dungeon. He marveled to himself. This is too overpowered. There are no exit restrictions at all. This meant the card allowed someone to evacuate directly from a boss. If it weren't a one-time use item, its value would even exceed that strange blood vial. Yao Wenjiang suggested, I recommend picking the life-saving curio. Upgrade tickets only show their maximum potential in the hands of adventurers with high charisma. Cheng Hai was puzzled by the suggestion, and asked, What do you mean by high charisma? Yao Wenjiang explained. You can think of it as adventurers with high charisma being more likely to obtain the specific curios or equipment they urgently need when using an upgrade ticket. As for the underlying principle, academia is still speculating. There is no clear proof yet. Cheng Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a bit flustered. Wait, I remember the adventurer interface had a prompt. When I used the upgrade ticket back then, I got the strange blood vial, but my charisma was only 11. Is that considered high, or was I being watched by the Sovereign of Death or something else back then? He fell into deep thought. He was the one who pulled me back from the brink of death, but why? Seeing Cheng Hai sitting there in a daze, Yao Wenjiang called out, Cheng Hai, seeing no response. He shouted. Cheng Hai snapped back to reality, rubbing his head with an embarrassed smile. Ah, sorry, I spaced out. I'll take the first one. Yao Wenjiang nodded. Good. He entered the points and the info panel lit up. Starfall Magic Ring, Effect. Fixed 6th Ring Magic Starfall, 72-hour cooldown after use. Dowsing Rod, Effect. Guides the user to the location of items with a 50 accuracy rate. Cheng Hai looked at it and muttered, These are the only 2 curios in Zhangzhou. Although the Dowsing Rod only has 50 accuracy, it would make tasks like finding merman tidal hatcheries much easier. It's a pretty good support curio. He picked up the Starfall Magic Ring and put it on, thinking, even though I have to wait 3 days between uses, the fixed area of effect AoE damage spell perfectly fills the gap in my lack of group skills. As night fell, Cheng Hai shouted excitedly, Perfect, now I have no weak spots. Ha ha. The next morning, in a luxurious white villa, Ta Huawang's voice boomed as he held a wine glass. You'll have to consider it for a while. Cheng Hai replied over the phone, Right, but during this time, I'll first finish the association's dungeon clearance quotas. Here, Cheng Hai sat on his bed and answered into the phone. I expect to raise Hero to level 8 in about a month. You and your friends don't need to worry about the timing. Ta Huawang frowned slightly, calculating that Tang Jian should be back from Jeju Island in a month. Cheng Hai nodded. All right, I'll wait for your call in a month. Meanwhile, in the graveyard, a desperate voice rang out. Impossible. I entered strictly according to the graveyard's requirements. Katina, a Swedish adventurer and level 5 thief, clutched his wounded left arm, trembling. He muttered to himself, Why is the graveyard boss still attacking after I died? He gritted his teeth against the intense pain. In the distance, a figure appeared on the cliff. The undead knight Cade, eyes flickering with red light and spear in hand, looked down coldly. He raised his weapon, pulled it back fully, and threw it with all his might after aiming at the target. The spear hissed through the air at incredible speed, seemingly about to pierce Katina in the blink of an eye. He heard the sound of the wind and turned around, but before he could see clearly, the spear had already run him through. Katina wailed in agony. The graveyard info appeared. Level 5 challenge grade graveyard, fewer than 20 survivors. Exit task, clear 100 skeleton soldiers, progress 79,100. Clearance condition, survive for 1 hour, 24 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. Cold footsteps approached from behind. The dark messenger said with some boredom, Why haven't you left a single soul alive this time? The undead knight Cade replied. This time is special. There are no beginners among the challengers. The dark messenger blurted out in surprise. Wait. Could it be that the rookie who escaped from you last time by feigning death shared his clearance experience, making those human adventurers think that's the secret to clearing it? A few days later, before the adventure gate in the Shangcheng district of Zhangzhou, 5 people were already waiting. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "I thought the gathering was at 3 p.m. Why are you all here so early?" Chen Wagong turned to look at the stairs. Yao Wenjong and Cheng Hai appeared one after another, walking over to join the team. Yao Wenjong spoke first, asking for this raid. "How many people in total?" Chen Wagong shrugged, his tone excited. "Just us, you guys were the last to arrive." Cheng Hai's gaze swept across the crowd, stopping on He Zewi. He smiled. "What are you doing here?" He Zewi shot him a look and replied coldly, "I'm in charge of supporting Dongshan City. The condition for participating in the Giant Hill dungeon raid was obtaining clearance qualification." Cheng Hai scratched his head awkwardly. "I see." Suddenly, a cough caught everyone's attention. Yang Gongsong, a level 10 adventurer, and Ni Yeren, from the Shangcheng district of Zhangzhou, pointed behind him and said, "Everyone's here, let's go." The group passed through the adventure gate, moving through the hazy light into a world full of challenges. Yang Gongsong led the way, with Chen Wagong following closely. They stopped to observe the scene ahead. A tribe was gathered around a bonfire roasting huge chunks of meat. Beside them lay the massive corpse of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, motionless, with remnants of a fierce battle still on its body. Chen Wagong sighed looking at this. "How did that T-Rex die? What a waste, I wanted to tame it as a mount." Cheng Hai stepped through the adventure gate and immediately opened the task panel. Info displayed, Level 10 Challenge Grade Giant Hill Dungeon, Participant 710, Exit Task, record the habits and weaknesses of one type of dinosaur. Rotation Exit Task, hunt one dinosaur. Clearance Task, reduce the number of Cyclops to maintain ecological balance. Remaining challenge attempts 3, time until exit opens, 28 days, 3 hours, 51 minutes. Cheng Hai stared at the panel and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, isn't this supposed to be a dungeon related to giants?" He muttered to himself, his mind full of questions. Where did these dinosaurs come from? Were there dinosaurs in this dungeon originally? Yao Wenjong explained from the side. Not only dinosaurs, but some dungeons also have humans and their kingdoms. Cheng Hai realized and nodded. "I see. By the way, the clearance task requires killing several Cyclops to maintain ecological balance. It seems dinosaurs are their main prey." Yao Wenjong pushed his glasses. "Not necessarily. According to the intelligence team's data, the apex predator here was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It occasionally hunted giants as well." Yang Gongsong walked over and interrupted. "That's a thing of the past. That T-Rex is already dead." Yao Wenjong frowned, asking in surprise, "Dead?" He looked at the smoke rising in the distance and judged. "Probably in the last few days a Cyclops was promoted to Lord Tier and teamed up with its kin to kill that T-Rex." Chen Wagong joined the conversation thoughtfully. "The problem now is that adult Cyclops have 22 points of strength and 20 points of physique, and the Lord Tier is even higher. If their physique reaches 23 points, then for elite tier adventurers like us, it's very difficult to break through its defense if we lack power-based skills." The group gathered on a large rock. Ni Yeren, a dark mage from Huan City, spoke up. "Are you saying a Lord Tier Cyclops has newly appeared in this dungeon?" Yang Gongsung's gaze was fixed on the scene ahead as he replied coldly. "Otherwise the death of that T-Rex couldn't be explained," He Zewi mused. "I remember there aren't many evolution paths for Cyclops. The most common one is the champion Cyclops." Yang Gongsong looked at He Zewi in confusion. "Roughly what is the physique of a champion Cyclops?" She answered with certainty. 23 points, plus the thick hide characteristic of the giant race. The champion Cyclops is the cream of the crop in this tribe. Even with firearms unbanned, we might not be able to cause much damage." Yao Wenjong suddenly suggested. "Then we can only send one person back to report to the Zhangzhou entrance manager requesting to adjust the difficulty of Giant Hill while also applying for reinforcements and specialized curios." He spoke loudly. "I am the weakest in the team, so the task of delivering the message should be left to me." Yang Gongsong nodded. "I knew of a place nearby with dinosaurs earlier. I'll take you there to complete the exit task." He Zewi chimed in. "I'll be responsible for using drones to find the Lord Tier Cyclops." Chen Wagong turned to Cheng Hai and asked, "How are you feeling?" Cheng Hai smiled, his eyes full of confidence. "How should I put it?" Then he announced frankly, "I feel like this dungeon might be the easiest place for me to clear." On the desolate land, 2 figures quietly observed the Triceratops grazing below. Chen Wagong spoke cautiously. "This Triceratops has 22 points of strength. A frontal attack is too risky." He turned and suggested to his teammates behind him, "I recommend a group hunt to bleed it out. One person will be responsible for a frontal distraction, while the others look for opportunities from the sides." After hearing this, Cheng Hai excitedly high-fived Chen Wagong. "I'll leave the distraction to my attendant, Hiro Kabo." He turned to look at Hiro Kabo, who was standing to the side, and asked with a smile, "Any problem?" Hiro Kabo responded with an excited tone, "No problem." On the other side, He Zewi and Chen Mao were carefully operating the drones. Chen Mao spoke with some boredom. "Haven't found the Lord Tier Cyclops yet?" He Zehui's eyes were fixed on the control screen as she said in a low voice, If you're bored, go help Chen Huagong and Yao Wenjiang hunt dinosaurs. Chen Mao frowned and replied impatiently. Forget it, I have no interest in those brainless beasts. Suddenly, the drone screen showed a group of Cyclops looking up and staring intently at the aircraft circling at high altitude. Zoe was startled, her eyes widening. I clearly stopped the engine and reduced the noise. How was it still discovered? Isn't the Cyclops' perception extremely low? Just then, that Lord-tier Cyclops walked over. He gripped a massive rock tightly, and the other giants moved out of the way. He observed carefully, took a few steps back for a running start, and threw it with immense power. The rock hissed out and smashed the drone directly. The screen before Zoe turned to static and then went completely dark. She blurted out, "Confirmed." Chen Mao looked up in shock. Zoe frowned, confirming the Cyclops Lord was indeed a champion Cyclops. Meanwhile, the battle between Hero Cabo and the Triceratops entered a stalemate. Cabo used his weapon to brace against the dragon's horns, but was unable to launch an attack. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to do anything to the other. Cabo gritted his teeth in frustration but was helpless. Chen Huagong, observing the situation from a high point, immediately entered a combat state. Cabo, move! A familiar weapon appeared in his hand. He leaped down, grazing across the Triceratops' face, causing it to stumble back in pain. A deep blood stain appeared on the dragon's face. The Triceratops glared angrily at Chen Huagong and Hero Cabo. Cheng Hai was not to be outdone, gripping his weapon and charging in. The Triceratops sensed the killing intent from a distance. It tried to turn its head, but it was already too late. Cheng Hai's sword point coldly pierced its body, and the giant beast shook a few times before falling heavily to the ground. From a high point, Yang Gongsong and Ni Yeren witnessed this scene. Yang Gongsong chuckled, "Quite impressive, that supernova named Cheng Hai." Ni Yeren frowned, a bit displeased. "No matter how impressive, he won't get far. He mentioned the Zhou family's son-in-law back then. Wasn't he just as outstanding, only to be targeted by Tang Hao and end up as a babysitter for the Zhou sisters?" Yang Gongsong cupped his fists and replied proudly. Indeed, the person next to him just remained silent, saying no more. Below, Cheng Hai suddenly snapped to attention, looking up at the sky where a dazzling light was falling rapidly, as if something were about to drop. He shouted anxiously, "Chen Huagong, Hero Cabo, get out of the way!" The three immediately jumped to one side. In an instant, that light slammed hard into the Triceratops' corpse. Nearby, Yao Wenjiang faced a blonde angel, his voice low. "Your celestial summoning grimoire has expired. If you want to summon me in the future, remember to prepare a holy scripture or a valuable ancient artifact." Yao Wenjiang replied softly, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, both the book and the angel vanished into thin air. The three below stared in shock at the charred Triceratops' corpse on the ground. Chen Huagong said worriedly, "Who's going to see if it stopped breathing? If it hasn't, Yao Wenjiang, you deliver the final blow." Yao Wenjiang stepped forward, his tone certain. "It's already dead." Yao Wenjiang walked over, calmly pushed his glasses and said to the three, "I just received a notification, the exit task has been completed." Immediately after, a portal appeared before them, and they quickly gathered at the entrance. Zoe looked at Yao Wenjiang and instructed, "The boss of this dungeon is a champion Cyclops. Once you're out, remember to report to the Zhangzhou entrance manager and request reinforcements and specialized curios." Yao Wenjiang smiled and nodded to show he understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped through the portal and left the dungeon. Back in the real world, he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Yao Wenjiang said solemnly, "Hello brother Tang, it's me." In a noisy bar, Tang Hao held a woman with one hand and a phone in the other, sneering, "So you remembered to call me? I thought you'd forgotten who lent you the celestial summoning grimoire twice." Yao Wenjiang replied, "I haven't forgotten brother Tang." Tang Hao let out a cold snort. "Spit it out. How did that kid defeat a hero-tier merman that even Zheng Runjun was powerless against? I heard he received the favor of some deity." Yao Wenjiang replied in a deep voice, "Yes, but his performance in the Dongshan City dungeon actually involved a bit of luck." Hearing this, Tang Hao's interest was piqued. "Oh?" Yao Wenjiang furrowed his brow, recalling the title Merman Hunter title Cheng Hai had obtained during his rookie phase. That title allowed his strength, speed, and perception to match those of a hero-tier merman. Furthermore, he possesses a helmet that increases combat experience, and a long scythe taken from Gao Chengyang, making his overall strength second only to Chen Huagong and close to a hero-tier merman. After hearing this, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he arched an eyebrow, thinking, isn't that title only obtainable by a low-level adventurer after winning a high-difficulty duel against a lower-tier race? He barked in a low voice, "How did this kid get such bullshit luck to think he could become a national-tier supernova in a situation like that?" Sitting nearby, Quan Chong watched Tang Hao's irritation, frowning as he asked Park Ji-myung what Tang was saying. Park Ji-myung pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems to be about a national-tier supernova from China. His dialect is very thick, I can't quite make it out." Tang Hao ignored the people around him and continued to press Yao Wenjong. So you think he's just a pretty boy, all style and no substance? Yao Wenjong said in a low voice. Calling him a pretty boy is a bit harsh, but forget it. His divine favor is far inferior to Chen Huagong's. Tang Hao let out a cold laugh. It seems my only competition remains Zheng Runjun. You don't need to pay any more attention to that Shanghai kid. Just keep a close eye on Zheng Runjun. A slight smile touched the corner of Tang Hao's mouth. Understood. With that, the call ended. Yao Wenjong breathed a sigh of relief looking at his phone screen as cold sweat broke out on his forehead, thinking he had finally managed to fool the man. Night fell among the sprawling mountains, and a dazzling light flashed in the distance. The group set up their tents and sat around a warm campfire. As Cheng Hai added firewood, he looked at Chen Huagong. Brother Chen, there was plenty of time this morning. Why didn't you finish the exit task while you were at it? Chen Huagong replied, because killing a single Triceratops isn't enough to alert the Cyclops. But if we hunt on a large scale, they will fight frantically to protect their territory. We're short-handed right now. It's not the time for conflict. Cheng Hai's eyes sparkled as he nodded. I see. Sitting opposite them, Han Jinchin interjected. Don't listen to his nonsense. In truth, the more dinosaurs they hunted, the more Cyclops they would have to defeat to clear the dungeon. He and Yang Gongsong didn't want to increase the difficulty, so they had only chosen the basic exit task. Chen Huagong roared with a flushed face. Hey, don't expose me, Han Jinchin laughed loudly. It's okay for you to fool a rookie, but I'm not allowed to tell the truth to one of our own. Chen Huagong cursed indignantly. You stinking woman. Cheng Hai ignored their bickering, frowning in deep thought. This dungeon's rotating exit task is truly a trap. Killing one is obviously faster than recording habits, but doing so increases the clearance difficulty. I'll have to be careful in the future not to shoot myself in the foot. Suddenly, the Cyclops leader standing on high ground threw a massive boulder toward the group. Sensing the powerful rush of wind, Cheng Hai turned to see the rock incoming, and he shouted, "Enemy attack! Watch out for falling rocks!" The two who had been arguing stopped immediately, alertly scanning their surroundings as boulders whistled through the air one after another. The group hurriedly retreated and drew their weapons. Cheng Hai gripped his longsword and rushed forward, slicing the flying stones apart one by one. Cheng Hai said coldly, Brother Chen, please wake the others. Chen Huagong replied hurriedly, Right, I'm on it. Cheng Hai turned and ordered, Hero, cover me. Hero Kabo took the order and gripped his weapon. Cheng Hai immediately drew his bow and notched an arrow, observing to determine the trajectory of the boulders while closing his eyes to sense the enemy's location. Found them, his brow furrowed, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and he lightly released the bowstring. The arrow hissed through the air, heading straight for the group of Cyclops. The Cyclops leader simply dodged to the side and the arrow dissipated in midair. Cheng Hai's face darkened and he thought to himself, It seems my counterattack means nothing to it. It can't even be bothered to dodge properly. The leader's expression remained indifferent. Because of this attack, the camp remained in turmoil all night. Chen Mao asked worriedly, How did those giants find us? Han Jinchin pondered, It was likely the campfire light. Cheng Hai interjected, I only sensed 10 Cyclops, although they have the advantage of attacking from high ground with that number. I can still drive them back. He Zewi blinked and chuckled. Is that so? That sounds quite serious. Cheng Hai spoke up, Sister He, you can use my drone to record the dinosaurs' habits. He turned to Hero Kabo. What do you think? Hero Kabo carefully observed the giants below and replied, The tribe elders said that Cyclops absolutely hate outsiders encroaching on their territory. Once discovered, they will throw stones to drive them away. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hai's expression turned cold. So the stone throwing just now was their warning. He frowned and pressed. Hero, what happens if the warning is ignored? Hero replied solemnly. They will go into a frenzy and tear the intruders to pieces. They will never stop. Just as the situation grew tense, a hurried voice came. Cheng Hai, he and Hero turned to see Yang Gongsong running over in a rush. Go get some sleep, we'll take the next night watch. The two nodded and went back to their tents to rest as planned. As dawn broke, the Cyclops in the distance were cautiously observing their camp. Seeing that the group had not yet left, one giant reported to the leader, Boss, they haven't cleared out yet. The leader frowned at his subordinates who were eating and drinking nearby, walked over and roared. Those humans on the mountain refused to leave. I authorize you to level their camp and use their flesh as snacks, like they had discovered a treasure. The group of Cyclops excitedly raised their weapons, their roars shaking the sky. Meanwhile on the mountaintop, the group was still calmly eating and drinking, unaware of the crisis. Chen Mao said seriously, This year, the difficulty of clearing level 11 to 15 dungeons seems to have increased. I heard there might be large-scale expert-tier dungeon events next year. Yang Gongsung's face darkened upon hearing this, and he did not answer. He Zoe said softly, Don't ask, can't you see it's inconvenient for him to say? After a moment of thought, Yang Gongsong spoke up, It's not really inconvenient. The Supernova project was born specifically to deal with this. Hearing this, Chen Mao could not hide his shock. I see, I remember the supernova system was proposed last year. It seems the state already predicted that expert-tier dungeons would lose control on a large scale. At that moment, Chen Huagong ran from the tent to the edge of the cliff, narrowly avoiding a volley of stones. He breathed a sigh of relief, enjoying a moment's ease, when a sudden sense of unease washed over him. He narrowed his eyes and looked down, horrified to find the Cyclops were climbing up. He shouted, "Heavens, the giants are attacking!" inside the tent. Cheng Hai wasn't fully awake yet, while the camp outside had already fallen into chaos. Chen Huagong threw his strength into a strike, veins bulging as he drew his battle axe and roared, cleaving into the rock. The powerful blow struck the cliff, catching the giants off guard, and they fell one after another. Chen Huagong watched the results with satisfaction. Just as he finished one off and before he could celebrate, another giant suddenly appeared behind him. It held a thick wooden club and wore a bizarre smile that sent a chill down Chen Huagong's spine. Han Jinchen roared anxiously, "Yang Gongsong, what are you doing? The giants are already here, and Chen Huagong found them before you did." Hearing Han Jinchen's reproach, Yang Gongsong replied distractedly, "We didn't expect these Cyclops to take such a long detour to flank us from the rear." Amidst the dispute, Chen Mao interrupted with a pale face, "It's pointless to talk about this now. Driving them back is what matters most." Just then, the Cyclops leader appeared. Its cold gaze fixed on the group. Without hesitation, Chen Mao activated the 1000 Ice Array. Countless icy spikes appeared out of nowhere, freezing the feet of the giants who were about to charge. As the snow and wind whistled, he shouted, "Use your best moves now, the ice sealing technique won't hold for long." Chen Huagong frowned, thinking that at a time like this what choice was there between the head-on clash. Yang Gongsong gripped his warhammer, the same resolve in his eyes. He Zewi anxiously bit her nails and analyzed. 7 against 9. Although we have the terrain advantage, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Not to mention they have a champion Cyclops. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit her. Wait. He Zewi turned to Han Jinchen. "I remember you're a black mage specializing in control. Do you know confusion or any similar spells?" Han Jinchen arched an eyebrow. "I know bewilderment. It's a 4th ring spell. It could twist the target's will and create illusions to interfere with their actions." Understanding her intent, he frowned. "You want me to use that to interfere with the Cyclops? Stop dreaming. That move only buys a little time, and they'll easily build up an immunity if it's used repeatedly." He Zewi didn't answer, instead activating a summoning contract. A biological construct appeared before them and said respectfully, "Respected engineering witch, construct number 9 is at your service." He Zewi didn't waste words, looking at Jinchen and promising with a firm tone, "There's a secret plan in the tent." Cheng Hai calmly handed something to Hero. "Use this." Hero was already clad in armor. He took the headscarf and looked at Cheng Hai with concern. "What about you?" Cheng Hai chuckled, donning his iron helmet as he replied, "I'm going to meet their leader." Outside, construct number 9 was carefully mixing 2 bottles of mysterious potions. Not far away, the champion Cyclops was struggling desperately to break free from Shu Mao's restraint. Shu Mao shouted, "My ice sealing technique is about to fail." Construct number 9 finished preparing the potion and handed it to He Zewi. "Plague laxative formulation complete. Please inspect." He Zewi was very satisfied after taking it. "Well done." She glanced at Jinchen and ordered urgently, "Prepare to cast." Jinchen immediately gripped his pendant, chanting an incantation as a brilliant red light erupted. Simultaneously, Shu Mao's ice sealing technique failed completely. The giants charged forward like wild horses. Chen Huagong stood in front of Shu Mao to cover his retreat. He Zewi took a deep breath and hurled the potion bottle at the champion Cyclops. She shouted, "Jinchen, cast!" Jinchen stared at the giant with a serious expression and cast the 4th ring spell, Bewilderment. But the rampaging monster still swung its massive hand toward them. Chen Huagong said worriedly, "It didn't work." Jinchen's spell failed. "It looks like we'll have to tank this ourselves." Yang Gongsong gripped his weapon and roared, "As long as it's not over, we can't give up." The champion Cyclops raised its club high, and Jinchen closed her eyes in nervous prayer. "Miss, please miss." Better yet, hit another giant. Blood sprayed as that Cyclops suddenly rolled its eyes and collapsed. Yang Gongsong and Chen Huagong were stunned by the sight, and Jinchen's mouth hung open in surprise. "The 4th ring Bewilderment actually produced the effect of the 5th ring Suggestion," she explained. "The 5th ring Suggestion can force a creature to perform an action against its will. When Cyclops enter a specific area, their magic resistance drops significantly." He Zewi nodded, and added, "Not only that, but my plague potion allowed the confusion effect to spread throughout the group. For a short time it will be hard for them to hit us again." She barked loudly, "Yang Gongsong, Chen Huagong, kill as many as you can." The two immediately rushed forward to harvest the giants who were caught in the chaos. On the other side, Hero froze in place, watching the giants kill each other, thinking it seemed they wouldn't need to act at all. A system notification popped up before Cheng Hai. A deity has paid the price to change the rotating exit task to kill the champion Cyclops. Cheng Hai froze, his face darkening as he stood rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Huagong rushed toward the common Cyclops, specifically targeting their eyes. The giants let out wails of pain, clutching their eyes as they rolled on the ground. Chen Huagong glanced at Yang Gongsong and signaled with his eyes. Yang Gongsong gripped his weapon and nodded. Understood. Just then, several Cyclops launched an attack, only to be unexpectedly blocked by their own kin. The giants were in total disarray, roaring, "What are you doing?" I don't know. I just wanted to help," a giant cried out. "The humans have cast a mutual slaughter curse. Save me, I can't see anything." The champion Cyclops stood aside, gnashing its teeth in rage. It struck the ground and bellowed, "Enough!" This frantic action made Chen Huagong and Yang Gongsong stop their movements. The giants who were fighting amongst themselves also froze, and the air became terrifyingly silent. The champion giant's voice was cold and murderous. "You win, humans." It stared at Chen Huagong and Yang Gongsong. "We concede your ownership of this mountain area." As soon as it finished speaking, it ordered the withdrawal of their wounded kin. Some among the group of giants felt uneasy or even wanted to object, but the champion giant gnashed its teeth and glared, barking that it was an order. No one dared to disobey. The giants immediately complied and withdrew silently. Watching their backs, Yang Gongsong said in surprise, "Is it over just like that? I thought we'd have to kill at least a few this time." Hezoe frowned and explained, "Cyclops have a long reproductive cycle, so they value the lives of their kin immensely. The champion giant didn't want any more losses." Only then did the giants yield. Yang Gongsong nodded. "Is that so?" The battle was over. Chen Huagong let out a yawn of relief. "I'm going back for some shut-eye. Call me if anything happens." Jin Chen rushed up excitedly and threw her arms around Hezoe. "Sister, your plague potion was absolutely legendary." Suddenly, Shu Mao spoke up with concern. "Wait a minute." Everyone who had just begun to relax immediately tensed up and turned toward him. Shu Mao said in a panic, "Cheng Hai is gone." Meanwhile, in the area belonging to the Cyclops tribe, the retreating giants suddenly found their path blocked. Cheng Hai stood in their way, leaving the giants in a state of utter shock. "Human, didn't we already cede the mountains to you? What are you back for?" The champion Cyclops stepped forward and roared. "Do you intend to push this to a fight to the death?" Cheng Hai gave a cold, faint smile. "I don't want to either, but I can't go back until we've settled the score. If you're going to blame anyone, blame the bastard god who's forcing me into this deathmatch with you." The champion giant gritted its teeth and responded, "Then we fight here." Cheng Hai nodded. "Pick wherever you like." High in the sky, a drone flew by silently, recording this duel. Hezoe screamed into her walkie-talkie. "Found him?" Shu Mao asked anxiously. "Where?" Hezoe broke into a cold sweat. Inside the Cyclops arena, Cheng Hai was facing off against the champion giant, the atmosphere tensed to the breaking point. Cheng Hai glanced at the drone, thinking, "The dungeon's engineering witch brought more than one drone. I have to be careful not to reveal too many combat details." While he was lost in thought, the Cyclops spoke. "Human." Cheng Hai suddenly snapped to attention. It said in a deep voice, "You say you were forced by a god to fight me to the death? So was it also he who opened the trans-dimensional gate that allowed you to occupy the mountains?" Cheng Hai replied flatly, "I'm not quite sure about the dungeon entrance. My level is too low to access the truth at that tier. But 10 years ago, these things started appearing in my world in massive numbers. If the task to enter the dungeon isn't completed within the time limit, the creatures inside will invade my world to carry out slaughter and destruction." The champion Cyclops' face darkened. So that was it. This was indeed an irreconcilable conflict. It assumed a combat stance, and its killing intent erupted instantly. Cheng Hai sneered, "Right? From our perspective, I wouldn't dare gamble on what you big guys would do once you invaded my world." He silently observed and calculated. Due to the massive height difference, this giant had only 4 attack patterns: a downward slam, a low-level horizontal sweep, a heavy strike, or a grab. Regardless of which one it used, I can dodge and counterattack with my future sight. If I can blind its single eye during the first counterattack, then no matter how high its physique is, I can slowly let it bleed to death. The giant suddenly stomped down. Cheng Hai leapt into the air and let out a light laugh. "Missed," he shouted. "My turn." Cheng Hai lunged upward, leaping to a height level with the champion Cyclops. The giant glanced at him. It said coldly, "It's over." As if it had anticipated the move, it swung its massive club with a sudden burst. Cheng Hai was struck with horror. Was this a 5th variation? The strike was too fast. He had no time to react and was swatted away. The giants on the mountain cheered in unison. However, the champion giant below fell into confusion. Was it an illusion? The sensation of that strike just now felt exactly like hunting a thunderous Tyrannosaurus Rex years ago. Suddenly, an enchanted arrow shot in from the distance. The giants shrieked, "Boss, watch out!" The champion giant didn't flinch, reaching out to catch the arrow and crushing it to dust. Cheng Hai walked out of the smoke. He said coldly, "I guess that won't work either." He stepped forward and marveled. "You're terrifyingly strong with almost no blind spots." The giant sneered. You're also harder to deal with than any Tyrannosaurus Rex I've ever killed. Cheng Hai stared at it intensely, thinking, this is trouble, I can't break through its defense. I'll just be a punching bag unless I give up on melee and pull back. But my magic bow can hardly threaten it, and the miraculous survival effect would be exposed. It would treat me like a dinosaur that can only take hits. I need to think of what other trump cards I have. What turnaround point did I miss? Suddenly the giant hoisted a massive boulder and hurled it straight at Cheng Hai. He sidestepped it, but the opponent appeared behind him instantly, as if attached to his shadow. Cheng Hai had no time to dodge and was slammed heavily against the rock wall. Witnessing this through the camera, Chen Huagong's face turned grim. Don't bother watching anymore, the gap in strength is too large. Xu Mao asked He Zewi anxiously, how far is the arena from here? He Zewi frowned. You want to save him, you'd better put that idea out of your head, the champion Cyclops roared. Now you've tasted my power in an unbuffed area. Even if you all come at me together, you might not necessarily win. It approached Cheng Hai step by step when suddenly a cold voice rang out, stopping it in its tracks. This path is closed. Hero stood in the way, which caused the giant to lunge forward in a rage. It swung its massive club and roared, lower race, who gave you the courage to block me? Hero raised his great blade and forcibly parried that world-shaking strike. In the distance, Cheng Hai lay slumped on the ground, enduring the intense pain in his body. I was careless. I didn't expect the champion Cyclops was hiding its strength. Besides its stamina, its speed is close to 20. A gargantuan hand reached over as a common Cyclops grabbed him. It stared intently at the tiny human. Quite tough, aren't you? You're not dead yet. Cheng Hai frowned and immediately drew his bow to fire an arrow. This sudden move made the giant freeze, and it shrieked, watch out, he can still move. Another giant sneered, what's there to be afraid of? After the boss hit him twice, even that Tyrannosaurus Rex was dismembered. Is this guy more durable than a dragon? Suddenly, the system prompt rang out. Death Stalker exclusive skill activated, lethal dose. Cheng Hai drew the bowstring to its limit and sent an arrow straight into the giant's face. The champion Cyclops was struck with horror. It looked back to see its companion dead against the rock wall, its face covered in blood, yet its hand still gripped Cheng Hai tightly. Before it could recover from the shock, it saw Cheng Hai continue to draw his bow and aim at it. Another system prompt. Death Stalker skill activated, lethal dose. The arrow pierced through its shoulder and went straight through the giant's arm, causing it to collapse before the champion. The champion Cyclops roared in fury. No! Cheng Hai gripped his short flute and looked at Hero. You go back first. Hero nodded. As you command, master. The champion Cyclops' eyes bulged with rage. It gritted its teeth as it watched Hero leave, then turned to Cheng Hai and roared, Human, I swear to destroy your home and slaughter all your people. Cheng Hai sneered and held up the box in his hand. Only if you can survive this move, he calculated silently. When the gap is too large, the permanent 2 perception state combined with the Banshee music box is the only chance for a turnaround, but with lethal dose active, it's hard to succeed. The true turning point is, he said coldly, Banshee music box, use Curio upgrade ticket. The record player immediately emitted a melody of despair. Non-legendary units. The 3-minute melody drove listeners into a desperate frenzy, leading them toward suicide. The giant charged at Cheng Hai like a madman, heedless of everything. Cheng Hai coldly opened the system interface and activated the Heroic Knight's trial medal. A massive gate appeared. He stepped into that space and sneered, you can't escape. The giant roared and swung its club heavily against the gate. But when the smoke cleared, the gate remained perfectly intact. It roared through gritted teeth. Damn it, outside the gate, the giant sat down and let out a cold snort. I'll just wait right here. I don't believe you won't come out. It failed to notice that the music box was still spreading despair. Inside the space, Carefree lunged forward to attack Cheng Hai. He hurriedly dodged and opened the system interface. The task panel lit up. Class change task. Obtain the recognition of the legendary unit Carefree. The countdown showed 6 minutes and 31 seconds. Cheng Hai broke into a smile. He had already held out for 3 minutes. That's enough. In the instant Cheng Hai let his guard down, Carefree appeared in front of him, startling him. Don't! Carefree swung the battle axe. At that exact moment, Cheng Hai stepped through the spatial gate and returned to the real world. He froze. The champion Cyclops' corpse lay on the ground, its eyes wide in death. He watched silently as the gate gradually vanished. System announcements popped up one after another. Cheng Hai looked in horror at the corpses of the Cyclops before him, who had been nearly wiped out. They're all dead, he exclaimed. With lingering fear, he glanced at the music box and muttered to himself, this record player is too sinister, I'll try not to use it in the future. Over with the teammates, everyone froze when the task panel displayed a successful clearance. Chen Huagong cried out in shock, it's finished? Xu Mao and He Zewi stared intently at the drone footage. There was a dead silence. Xu Mao hurriedly instructed He Zewi, the god behind Cheng Hai is definitely not simple. He surely doesn't want anyone to be silenced. What happened today stays between you and me. Absolutely no third party, especially not the association, can know. Do you understand? He Zehui's face was grim as she remained silent. Cheng Hai looked coldly at that drone and frowned. Although the task was accomplished, both the trial medal and the music box had been exposed. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasure brings trouble. He had to leave the dungeon as soon as possible and raise his level and strength. Otherwise, forget about keeping these two treasures. He wouldn't even be able to save his own life. He pulled out the phantom photo frame and thought, if a soul stays in the frame for more than 3 seconds, it will be captured. He looked inside in surprise and found the souls of the entire Cyclops tribe gathered within. On the other side, Chen Huagong questioned Xu Mao and He Zehui. Wasn't Cheng Hai about to lose? How did he turn it around? Xu Mao gave He Zehui a look. She forced a smile and said, that involves Cheng Hai's personal secrets. It's not convenient for me to disclose. If you want to know, go to the Cyclops arena and look at the combat traces to deduce it yourself. Chen Huagong frowned and waved a hand. Fine, I was just curious. Xu Mao stood up. Since everyone has cleared it, let's not wait for reinforcements. Finish the exit task and go back. Cheng Hai looked at the phantom photo frame and muttered to himself, no wonder it's called Phantom. It creates artistic images using captured souls as characters. It's certainly special, but what use is it? A system prompt popped up as the settlement was completed. He had reached level 7. Go challenge the 8th trial of the Death Stalker. Obtained new titles, Giant Killer, Independent Gladiator. Obtained equipment, Cursed Bell of Supplication, Pen Ghost Rare Curio. Obtained, Cyclops Strength Elixir. Cheng Hai fell into deep thought. Although this strength elixir couldn't be used immediately, it could break through attribute limits, making it extremely rare. From its name, the Cursed Bell seemed to be a control-type spell, exactly what he was lacking, so he put it on immediately. As for the Pen Ghost, he recalled the Safina's great paintbrush he had obtained earlier. When he activated it, the space underwent a violent tremor. He looked at the scene before him in shock. The statue of Safina, the symbol of wisdom and knowledge, had appeared. The statue looked at him solemnly and said in a low voice, state your question. Cheng Hai asked worriedly, I want to know the reason the god paid a price to change my exit task. Why did it have to be that way? The statue replied, because a fallen hero-tier believer of that god died at your hands, and he wants to kill you. A chill ran down Cheng Hai's spine as he recalled the hero-tier red-haired merman he had previously eliminated. He muttered to himself, so it was the merman's god who changed my task. The statue urged him, hurry, the second question. Cheng Hai asked quickly, the Sovereign of Death once told me to be careful of the Ship of the Dead. What is that? The statue pondered and said, legendary undead Cade's Knight helmet has a secret side effect. The more you use it, the more your memories and personality will be replaced by the helmet's personality. Struck with panic, Cheng Hai threw the helmet far away. The statue watched his actions and sneered, what's there to be afraid of? It's fine to just wear it. The key is not to activate it. Cheng Hai defended himself somewhat awkwardly. I wasn't afraid, it was just a reflex. The statue felt helpless. The last question. Cheng Hai swallowed hard and said with a cold laugh, I want to know why the Sovereign of Death is watching me. In the sage's library, Safina chewed an apple, looking at Cheng Hai through a lens and repeating arrogantly, I want to know why the Sovereign of Death is watching me. He tossed away the apple and was about to give a reluctant answer when a mysterious black hand suddenly appeared, piercing through space. The statue of Safina said in a deep voice, because he is. A twisted stone face interrupted the words. Cheng Hai looked in confusion as the statue's mouth was covered by a bizarre black shadow. He broke into a cold sweat and managed to force out a few words. Pandora's book. Suddenly, the statue shattered, and stone shards scattered across the ground. Cheng Hai stared with eyes wide in panic. Wait a minute, you haven't finished yet. Who is he to me? Just then, a prompt board popped up with updated item information. Safina's great paintbrush can be used to ask one question to Safina, the symbol of wisdom and knowledge. Safina knows all things but does not answer every question. Please choose your question carefully. Cheng Hai froze. The last question had exceeded the scope. He looked around and muttered to himself, though I didn't get the key answer, at least I know why I'm being targeted and what the authority is. Now I just need to take that Cyclops' weapon and I can go back. He climbed with difficulty to the top of the towering peak. A prompt board displayed, we've gone to do the exit task. Only the witch and I saw your battle with the Cyclops. Don't worry, we'll keep the secret. Xu Mao. Cheng Hai gave a light laugh and used the great paintbrush to write on the board. Thanks. Exit task complete. I'm heading out first. He stepped flatly into the spatial gate. Outside, everyone was cautiously observing the portal. Lu Shang looked coldly at Yao Wenjiang. Didn't you say a champion Cyclops appeared in the dungeon and that we needed supernova-level support? Why is the task finished right after you called us here? Yao Wenjiang forced a smile. There was probably some kind of breakthrough in the dungeon after I left. The person in charge nearby said with a light laugh, someone is coming out. Everyone looked toward the gate together as Cheng Hai walked out expressionless. He was a bit surprised to see Yao Wenjiang. Brother Yao. Yao Wenzhong also looked at Cheng Hai in surprise. Weren't we waiting for reinforcements to clear it together? Cheng Hai let out a dry laugh and scratched his head. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. The camp was discovered by the giants. A pale man dressed in red asked coldly, "Where are the others? Don't tell me you're the only survivor." Cheng Hai smiled indifferently. "They're still finishing the exit task. I finished first, so I came back early." The person in charge gave a soft chuckle. It was perfectly normal for adventurers tasked with collecting dinosaur eggs in the Giant Hill dungeon to come out a bit later. Cheng Hai looked at the group with confusion. Was there a problem? The man in red remained silent. Yao Wenzhong spoke up, "Go back and rest for now. I'll call you if anything comes up." Back home, Cheng Hai lay on his comfortable bed, murmuring to himself, "That was a truly narrow escape, but at least I won." However, the Sovereign of Death had his eye on me in that dungeon. What would have happened if I had died at the hands of that champion Cyclops? He fell into deep thought. Although Shu Mao promised to keep his secret, he couldn't pin his hopes on that. Once news leaked that he possessed the Heroic Knight's trial medal and the Banshee music box, foreign knights, and especially that Tang Jian might return from abroad to seize them, the only way out now was to go abroad, pass the 8th trial of the Death Stalker, and raise his strength enough to protect himself before the news spread. He let out a sigh. But what if the Mother of the Sea Badu changed the difficulty of the exit task to the point where it was impossible for him to complete? The Sovereign of Death couldn't watch over him forever. If only he could ask Safina 3 more questions. Cheng Hai muttered, "Then I'd know where I stand in the eyes of the Sovereign of Death. If I encounter a similar situation in the future, at least I'd have a direction to resolve it, rather than being as clueless as I am now." He closed the system interface and held Cade's helmet, contemplating. "I can only seek help from the one who controls me." No sooner had he spoken than he was pulled into a space where a cold figure lunged forward, swinging a sword to attack. Cheng Hai raised his sword to block and said coldly, "I'm not here to fight." The opponent stared at him, his tone icy. "You already know the price of using me. Why do you want to reclaim your personality and memories from me?" Cheng Hai smiled faintly. "As I thought, a part of my personality has already been replaced. No wonder my recent memories don't add up." He thought to himself that Cade had said he could reclaim the lost parts by defeating him. He could use this against powerful enemies in the future. As long as he didn't use it frequently, it should be fine. He looked at the opponent and said coldly, "You've already seen the battle in the dungeon. You certainly don't want me to die in some dungeon either. In that case, let's just rot together." The opponent pondered. "I'll allow you to ask me. Go ahead." Cheng Hai spoke. "Even though you're just a personality generated when Cade's helmet was activated, your vision has inherited that of the legendary knight Cade. In your view, has the grudge between me and the Mother of the Sea Badu grown so large that she must play tricks in the dungeons to put me to death? If so, will the Sovereign of Death help me the next time something similar happens?" The opponent remained silent. Inside his small house, Cheng Hai roared in anger, clutching Cade's helmet tightly. "This piece of junk helmet is playing me." He roared about the fact that no one had told him the Mother of the Sea had pleaded with the Sovereign of Death to spare that hero-tier merman. When the Sovereign of Death refused, the Mother of the Sea mocked him for being a nanny to the mermen, leading to a feud between the two gods, and no one had reported this to him either. He lay on the bed with his head in his hands, gnashing his teeth. If I hadn't used Safina's great paintbrush to ask, I would still be kept in the dark. In the next dungeon, the Mother of the Sea would surely target him. But having the great paintbrush, just like the Banshee music box, was perhaps something the Sovereign of Death gave him to eliminate the information gap. If the Mother of the Sea continued to target him, he wouldn't just sit idly by. But the hero-tier knight medal and the Banshee music box had to be saved for the next dungeon. Cheng Hai muttered, "I'm afraid the effect of the Banshee music box won't be that good. The Mother of the Sea is a deity. She can't possibly fail to come up with a way to counter me. If I don't have a curio upgrade ticket and the Mother of the Sea changes the difficulty of the next dungeon's exit task to something completely impossible to finish, I'll have to prepare to stockpile resources to last until the dungeon cycle rotates. From level 6 to level 10, a dungeon's rotation cycle was usually 1 quarter. Suddenly his phone rang. Cheng Hai glanced at the screen. The ticket to Kangaroo had already been purchased. A few days later, Zheng Runjun called. "You're going abroad for a trip?" Cheng Hai answered while opening the fridge. "Yes, I'll be back by next quarter at the latest." Zheng Runjun gave a bitter laugh. "Oh, did Tang Jian threaten you?" Cheng Hai laughed softly and denied it. "No, nothing like that." Zheng Runjun gave a cold snort. "No need to explain, I understand. Next year, after Master Huangzan leaves his post as the head of Fujian province, that Tang Jian will surely want that position. It's hard for a supernova like you not to be seen as a thorn in his side, but hiding abroad is a bit extreme. You have a god protecting you after all." Cheng Hai frowned, insisting it really had nothing to do with him. Zheng Runjun didn't care. If he didn't want to say it, fine. I've approved this long leave. Come back at the end of the year to make up your clearance quota. Elsewhere, Chen Huagong, Jin Chen and Yang Gongsong were running for their lives with a carnivorous dinosaur hot on their heels. He Zoe looked down and asked Shu Mao, "Everyone has finished their exit tasks, why haven't you left? You don't have a mining permit for this dungeon." Shu Mao pondered, planning to stay for a few more days to give Cheng Hai some time to consider whether to report being targeted by a deity to the higher-ups. He Zoe gave a cold laugh. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have expected that a person like you, who used to stand by and watch others die, would actually show concern for someone else." Shu Mao gave a helpless, bitter smile. "If I had a choice, I wouldn't want that bystander reputation either." At Mahe Airport in the capital city of Boer, security personnel carefully checked Cheng Hai's passport. He compared the passport photo with Cheng Hai's bright smile, raised an eyebrow slightly, then stamped and returned it. Cheng Hai walked down the escalator into the lobby, talking on the phone. "I've arrived. Where are you?" the voice on the other end replied. "I'm at exit 2. Waiting for you." Cheng Hai hung up, his brow furrowed. Had old Wang used a voice changer? The voice sounded very young, not like a middle-aged man. Arriving at gate 2, he was surprised to see a young man. He smiled brightly. "Hello, Mr. Cheng Hai. I'm your kayaking guide. Old Wang told me to just call me AA." Cheng Hai was stunned. "You're old Wang? No, wait, the age gap is too big. You aren't even an adult yet, are you?" AA scratched his head awkwardly and explained. "The person you contacted online was my father, but he can't lead the way." Afraid Cheng Hai would replace him, AA looked aggrieved, his eyes glistening with tears. "Please help me, Mr. Cheng Hai. I'm very professional and I have several brothers who need this money to supplement their expenses." Cheng Hai turned around helplessly. "All right, but let's get one thing straight. If I feel you aren't suitable, I'll replace you immediately." AA was ecstatic. "Thank you, Mr. Cheng Hai." Cheng Hai glanced at him and gave a snort. "Save the thanks. I want to buy a set of rowing equipment now. If possible, I want to challenge the Kano River tomorrow. Can you arrange that?" AA made a gesture. "I have confidence, no problem." At a restaurant, Cheng Hai chatted while eating. AA looked at him and smiled. "Mr. Cheng Hai, you're an adventurer from China, right?" Cheng Hai gave an awkward smile. "I'm just an ordinary extreme sports enthusiast." AA grew more excited, shaking his head. "Mr. Cheng Hai, you aren't good at lying. An extreme sports enthusiast couldn't possibly not know the flow of the Kano River. It has never been conquered. That's a challenge only top adventurers dare to face." Seeing the slightly contemptuous look in AA's eyes, Cheng Hai pondered for a moment and then smiled. "You mean there have already been adventurers who tried to challenge rowing upstream on the Kano River?" AA answered while eating. "That's right, but they all failed. Red Bull views conquering the upstream flow of the Kano River as the challenge of the year. As long as you pass it before level 10, you can sign with Red Bull and be trained into a talent. Besides you, there are 2 other adventurers participating tomorrow." Cheng Hai was a bit surprised but didn't say much. Early the next morning by the banks of the Kano River, Cheng Hai and AA got out of the car. He looked around, his brow furrowed slightly. AA pointed forward. There they were in front of 2 strong athletes, who were warming up for the challenge. Cheng Hai carefully sat in the inflatable boat, looking at the surging river. A Red Bull-sponsored adventurer stood at a distance with a look of disdain. "That kid dares to challenge the rapids of the Kano River? Is he fire?" The other Red Bull adventurer frowned. "Ignore him. Let's stick to our rhythm. Over here." AA handed the paddle to Cheng Hai with a bright smile. "Good luck, Mr. Cheng Hai. You can do it." Cheng Hai took the paddle and smiled, thanking him for the kind words. No sooner had he spoken than he immediately began paddling, dashing into the turbulent current. On the other side, Ken and Fire watched his back and let out cold laughs. Ken said contemptuously, "Stupid movements." "A rookie," Fire gave a cold snort. "He probably got a sponsor or a rare title and wants to use it to complete the Red Bull Challenge of the Year and become a top-tier person." He turned to Ken, preparing to enter the water. "I don't want to hit a moving obstacle in rapids going 45 kilometers per hour." Ken nodded. "Wait 10 minutes. On this side, Cheng Hai struggled upstream, his brow furrowed at the difficulty. He thought to himself that he had already mastered the core of this challenge. His base stats were equivalent to a professional athlete, plus the bonuses from his primary and secondary classes. This was the limit a human could reach. Although his technique wasn't as good as a professional kayaker's, what he lacked in technique he made up for in stats. This stretch of rapids shouldn't cause too much trouble. 10 minutes passed, and Fire glanced at his watch, his tone cold. "We can enter the water now." The river began to rise, violently slapping against Cheng Hai's boat. He gritted his teeth and struggled to control it. The rapids of the Kano River were indeed terrifying. If he didn't have 20 points of perception, he would have encountered tributaries, undercurrents, and 2 small whirlpools, and I'm afraid I'd have had to use up several training medals just to save my life. He marveled to himself. No wonder this challenge deterred countless people. A tiny mistake in the rapids is enough to cause both boat and man to perish. On the other side, Ken and Fire rowed calmly. Fire looked at the surging river and warned, "The most dangerous part is the whirlpool created by the convergence of tributaries and undercurrents. Be careful, if you get caught in a large whirlpool, you can't escape by brute force alone." Ken heard the instructions but still arrogantly accelerated to the front with a cold snort. "Got it." Cheng Hai turned easily here, his movements fluid. "Beautiful," he shouted. That turn was perfect. Cheng Hai looked at the turbulent water. Though he was very satisfied, he thought this road was much more dangerous than expected. Fortunately he passed, but his stamina was drained too much. If only he had a bottle of healing potion. Suddenly he snapped his head back, startled. "A waterfall? Did I reach the drop zone so soon?" The boat got closer and closer to the waterfall. He panicked. "Crap, I'm not ready yet." With a cry of alarm, Cheng Hai fell down the waterfall, his heart thumping wildly. Over here a car was driving along the riverbank. AA sat in the car observing through a drone screen and was extremely excited. "Mr. Cheng Hai has safely passed the first waterfall." He looked up at Old Wang. "Dad, do you think he'll succeed?" Old Wang pondered. "Emotionally, I hope our compatriot wins." But reason told him Cheng Hai should know when to quit. He was different from those two Red Bull adventurers. He didn't have a professional search and rescue team if something happened in the rear. Fire shouted at Ken, "You idiot, don't row over there." But Ken panicked, wobbling and falling into the whirlpool. Seeing this, the search and rescue team immediately announced the failure of the challenge and lowered a rope ladder. On Cheng Hai's side, he rowed silently with the current, secretly analyzing that the danger of the drop zone lay mainly in the angle of entry into the water. Drenched from head to toe, he pushed his stamina to the limit, carefully keeping the boat stable. With these stats, even a 10-meter-high waterfall, he suddenly saw the waterfall ahead, his face shifting, but he still told himself he could control it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he went straight down the waterfall. A notification flashed in his mind: 8 trials. Death Stalker strength overflow target completed, strength 1. 7 hours later, Cheng Hai finished the challenge and stretched excitedly. But before the joy could spread, a spatial gate appeared before his eyes. He froze, staring in shock at this eerie sight. Cheng Hai panicked and hurriedly turned the boat around, trying to row upstream. "Wait, wait!" But the suction of the spatial gate was too strong, pulling him and the boat inside. He roared with extreme reluctance, resisting with all his might, but in just an instant he was sucked into a parched desert. His face froze, and he stood rooted to the spot. "I know you want my life, but you don't have to be this hurried." The spatial gate shrank and vanished before his eyes, and he wailed in agony, "Where's the dungeon exit? Where did such a big dungeon exit go?" Ultimately forced to accept reality, Cheng Hai opened the display panel, and information popped up. Desolate Desert, Level 10 Challenge Grade, Current Challengers 1-1, Exit Task. Find the Ghost Ship Pearl Lamp, Task Duration, Reward. Obtain 3 golden caskets of legendary undead legacies and the reward for completing the task. Tenacity 2, Reputation with Ocean-type Gods 1. He looked at the task panel and muttered, "Although I anticipated the difficulty of this dungeon, leaving no exit is too much. I thought that even if I didn't complete the exit task, I could at least wait for the time to run out and let the dungeon rotate naturally. I didn't expect the Mother of the Sea to give me no chance at all." He let out a sigh. It seemed that even if he got lucky this time, it would be cruel survival mode from now on. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he stared in shock at the notification board. "Wait, the exit task is to find a ship in the desert? Who could possibly complete that? Even a legendary powerhouse would be helpless." He lay helplessly on the sand, and Cheng Hai looked up at the sky, pondering. "The Mother of the Sea found a dungeon to intentionally plunge me into despair. There's no room for me to act at all. If she has this ability, why doesn't she use it to restrict my unused Safina's great paintbrushes?" he muttered. "She doesn't know I have the dowsing rod, I understand that, but I still have one chance to ask Safina. She must know. The first 2 times in the dungeons she didn't track me to the end." He sat up tiredly, and Cheng Hai shook his head. "Forget it, I won't think about it. What should I do next?" Cheng Hai retrieved a seeking cane from his system, muttering to himself, "It only has a 50 chance of pointing in the right direction. If the Mother of the Sea doesn't know I have Safina's pen ghost, then I'll use this cane to find the ghost ship." Holding the cane firmly, he gave a cold command, "In which direction is the Black Pearl?" The cane shook slightly and then pointed straight ahead. Cheng Hai was somewhat surprised. "Over there," he repeated the question. "In which direction is the Black Pearl?" 8 consecutive times, and each time the cane pointed to the exact same spot. He furrowed his brow. As expected, the flaws in this dungeon wouldn't be so easily exposed. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened, and Hero appeared, saying respectfully, "Master, you called for me." Cheng Hai handed him the cane. "There's a bottle of water nearby. Use this cane to help me find it." Hero took the cane and bowed. "As you command." He activated the cane, which shook before pointing in a certain direction. Hero followed it for a few steps and picked up a cake box from the sand, exclaiming in surprise, "How is it a cake?" Hero waved the box in front of Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai fell into deep thought. "Even when it fails, it can find a specific item?" he shouted. "Stop searching. Go back for now, but leave the cane." Cheng Hai picked up a bottle of water from the sand, unscrewed the cap, and took a refreshing sip, muttering, "Last time the personality in the helmet told me that I once blew the nightmare flute while the Sovereign of Death was nearby." He pondered, "If the Sovereign of Death has already finished the process, I can blow the flute to travel instead of walking myself." He took out a small flute and blew a few notes. Instantly, a ghost iron horse galloped toward him from the distance. Seeing it, Cheng Hai gave a bright smile. "Remember me?" The ghost horse stopped and stared at him coldly without saying a word. Cheng Hai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as the iron horse abruptly began chasing him like it had gone mad. He fled in panic, shouting, "Heavens, is that damn helmet playing me again?" After wandering in the desert for a day, Cheng Hai stopped and looked around thoughtfully. "Is this the place?" He dismounted and stared at the cane in his hand, but there was nothing but sand all around, with no signs of anything. He muttered in confusion. Was the ghost ship buried underground? If so, his workload would be massive. Suddenly, the prompt panel lit up, displaying Death Stalker exclusive skill. Ghostly anticipation. Cheng Hai felt a chill rising beneath his feet. A bad premonition. He barked at the iron horse. "Get out of the way, there's something under your feet." Both leapt quickly to one side just as a bizarre monster lunged out from beneath the sand. Cheng Hai glanced back while running, realization dawning on him. Wait, could the item the seeking cane pointed to be this thing? Looking at the monster curled in the sand, he was stunned. Did the seeking cane lead me straight to this creature? Relying on his current intelligence attribute of 3 and enhanced clue integration, he pondered with a frown. In this kind of terrain, it's highly likely that the Mother of the Sea interfered with the seeking cane, leading me to a creature at the top of the desert food chain. She wants me dead, especially while I'm still unclear about the situation. He roared, "Since that's the case, I'll use this interference to lead me to the leader. I'll face it head-on." Cheng Hai opened the system panel, muttering, "If this hypothesis holds, there's a good chance the Mother of the Sea is continuously interfering with the seeking cane, causing it to point in the wrong direction. Is this the consequence of opposing a god? It's indeed full of difficulties." He slid the magic ring onto his finger and stared at the monster on the sand, gritting his teeth. "But by deliberately leading me to the top of the desert food chain, she definitely doesn't know what I previously obtained from the dungeon." He activated Instruction, aimed at the monster, and took out an auxiliary curio, Infinite Permanent Food. He poured the food onto the sand, looking at the monster with a smile. "Is this enough to eat?" Hero heard the monster's response and turned to translate. "It says yes." Cheng Hai nodded with satisfaction. "Then, according to our agreement, once you've had your fill, let us to the ghost ship buried in the desert." Over 10 days passed, and Cheng Hai sat on the back of the long monster, carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat as he saw a glowing whale glide past in surprise. There are actually glowing whales in the desert. The monster made a few sounds. Hero translated, "It says those are ancient ghosts. Seeing the ghosts means we have arrived." Cheng Hai was stunned. Ancient ghosts, it seems this desert was once a vast ocean. Just then the prompt panel rang. Exit task, find the ghost ship Black Pearl, completed. The two stared at the scene before them, their mouths hanging open in shock. A ship emitting a shimmering faint light appeared. Cheng Hai marveled, "Is that the ghost ship Black Pearl?" The monster spoke a few more words. Hero translated, "It says to be careful. There is an extremely powerful ghost inside the ship that it cannot defeat." Cheng Hai patted the monster lightly and smiled. "Thanks for the warning." Having completed the task, the monster quickly departed. The two were so focused on its receding figure that they didn't notice a figure appearing high in the sky. Cheng Hai immediately equipped his armor and frowned. "The exit task is finished. We can leave at any time. Hero, if we can't reach an agreement later, you run first." "Don't worry about me." Hero nodded. "Understood." At that moment, a figure appeared before them, and a cold voice spoke. "Have the gods of the ocean and sky dwindled to such a pathetic state?" It was a legendary undead, the captain of the Black Pearl. He looked at the two and said slowly, "Have they sent another weakling like you to collect cursed gold coins?" Cheng Hai said in surprise. "Cursed gold coins?" The captain sneered at his bewildered expression. "You don't know about the curse. Hey, are you the unlucky brat who offended the sea goddess and was exiled here? Consider yourself lucky to have found this place." He raised the gun in his hand, his gaze icy and sharp. Cheng Hai suddenly turned and shouted to Hero. "Now run!" Hero immediately turned to flee, yet he still looked back with deep concern. "Take care, master." Bassa sneered, "Then you're just a piece of useless trash." No sooner had he spoken than he opened fire, bullets whistling toward Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai quickly threw on his cloak but was still grazed by a bullet, blood streaming down his forehead. Hero heard the commotion and looked back to see this, wanting to rush forward in worry. But Cheng Hai steadied himself and said through gritted teeth, I'm fine, I'm still alive. He clutched his forehead in pain, staring at BALA in shock, blurting out legendary grade equipment. Suddenly, Cheng Hai's body began to dissipate. BALA rushed down in a rage, but a massive gate appeared before him. His eyes widened in surprise. The trial gate. The gate opened, and BALA stepped inside, cautiously muttering, "Damn it, is that kid hiding in there?" Taking advantage of that moment, Cheng Hai's figure appeared. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending BALA flying directly into the gate. BALA stood up with painful difficulty and roared, "Dreadful brat, how dare you play the great Captain BALA?" The display panel lit up. Class change task. Obtain the recognition of the legendary unit Valo 10-minute countdown. BALA frowned and muttered, "Do I have to defeat Valo within 10 minutes or just survive?" Before he could figure it out, Valo's figure charged from the distance at an incredible speed. BALA paled in shock, unable to react in time. Valo launched a fierce attack with a battle axe outside. Cheng Hai looked at the cane in his hand and asked, "In which direction is BALA's golden casket?" The cane immediately pointed straight toward the ship. He followed the guidance, muttering, "Is it inside?" Inside, BALA was fighting desperately, parrying and counterattacking Valo. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Wait, this guy's living armor level shouldn't be higher than mine, right? Who could possibly pass a trial gate like this?" Inside the ship, Cheng Hai walked calmly, looking at the glowing door before him. "Is the casket right here?" He pushed the door open and was surprised to see a glowing monkey, the cane pointing straight at it. Cheng Hai cried out, "Heavens, I found the wrong thing again." The monkey stared at him blankly, and he suddenly realized, this is BALA's pet. It must know where the golden casket is. He sneered and took out a banana to lure it. "Little monkey, tell me where your captain's golden casket is and I'll trade you this banana." The monkey gnashed its teeth in rage. Cheng Hai's face darkened. Seeing that it wouldn't agree, he activated instruction on the monkey and commanded, "Lead me to BALA's golden casket." BALA was tensely facing off against Valo, dodging and counterattacking. Seeing only 1 minute left on the clock, he thought he could hold out a bit longer. But Valo suddenly clenched both fists, releasing a dazzling orb of light. BALA panicked and turned to run. No, he burst out of the trial gate, his heart racing as he watched it close behind him. BALA breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "After all that fighting, the trial gate is nothing special. I won't fall for that again." But he was suddenly struck by a realization, his eyes widening in sheer terror. "Wait," he looked anxiously toward the ship. "My golden casket." Inside the ship, the monkey led Cheng Hai to a room. He picked up a wooden box, wondering, "Is this BALA's golden casket?" The task panel popped up, indicating that all exit and extension tasks had been completed. Cheng Hai curled his lips, stroking his chin. "All done, now I can evacuate at any time." "BALA isn't back yet. How about?" He looked down and sneered at the monkey. "Where does your captain usually keep his treasures?" But at that moment, the instruction skill expired. The monkey snapped back to its senses and growled lowly at him. Cheng Hai was startled. The instruction effect ended. Without wasting words, he opened the display panel, took out a phantom photo frame and sneered, "Don't think that instruction was my only trick. If you don't want to be locked in this frame and become food for a cyclops, then behave." Threatened, the monkey immediately fell silent, not daring to growl again, and obediently led him to another room. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared. Captain BALA's face was ashen as he shouted in reprimand, "You ungrateful thing, what did that dead ghost give you that you would serve him?" Seeing this, the monkey shrank behind Cheng Hai's heels in terror. Cheng Hai quickly stared at him warily. HMPH, did he catch on? Guess what? He quickly pulled out the arsonist's tools. Witnessing this, BALA was stunned but quickly tried to remain calm. "Wait, let's talk this out." But Cheng Hai gave him no chance to speak. He simply smiled, chose to evacuate and quickly ignited the fire before dropping it. As Cheng Hai's body gradually dissipated and left, the entire ship was instantly engulfed in flames. In the burning cabin, the captain could only roar in helpless rage, "Don't let me ever see you again, you bastard." Meanwhile, after returning to the real world, Cheng Hai and the little monkey were in the Congo River. He quickly stripped off his clothes and led little son Wukong swimming upstream. The two were panting heavily. After nightfall, they quickly built a campfire to dry their clothes. Cheng Hai opened his item panel again. Cheng Hai, Elite Adventurer, Human, Rank 8, Primary Class, Death Stalker, Secondary Class, Static Object Master, Base Attributes, Strength 17, Intelligence 16, Speed 16, Perception 20, Physique 16, Charisma 13. There had been too much going on during the Giant Hill dungeon raid to check. It turned out that in that dungeon, his Strength, Speed, and Perception had each increased by 1 point. I remember a similar situation occurred in the Tidal Merman Hunting Season dungeon, so base stats can actually be raised while clearing a dungeon. It's just the trigger conditions that are unclear. He felt he should ask Brother Zheng once he returned to Dongshan. Suddenly, the system prompted again. "Perform Unified Settlement." Prompt. "Rewards for Unified Settlement are higher than for individual settlement. Settlement complete, obtained new titles. Friend of Animals and Survivalist, obtained secondary class. Seeking Master, exclusive skill. Seeking Instinct, obtained. Curio change card, obtained skill book. Death Abyss summoning, obtained epic curios. Eternal Compass, Berserk arena ticket. He observed and continued to think. Although he had obtained 2 epic curios, one was for finding Azu gold coins, and the other was a golden casket filled with dungeon items that would only open in the later stages. He quickly took out the Eternal Compass, which could guide you to the Azu gold coins you own and the dungeon entrances that produce them. Suddenly it pointed continuously toward the southwest. He quickly looked in that direction. The next morning, he and Ada arrived at the Adventurer Trade Market in Brazzaville, the capital of the Republic of the Congo. After walking for a while, suddenly looked at him. "Mr. Shanghai, why didn't you call us to pick you up earlier? You've been surviving alone out there for over 20 days. But Shanghai simply smiled and winked. "Because I found a dungeon entrance nearby and was only thinking about clearing it at the time." He walked forward in surprise. "Is that so?" Suddenly a voice caught their attention. "No, $5 is the absolute lowest price." It was the sound of someone bargaining in French at a nearby market. The buyer also replied in French. "Fine, $5 it is." He threw down the $5. Just then, Shanghai walked over. "Boss, can I see the gold coin in your hand?" The shopkeeper was silent for a moment, looking at him with a suspicious eye. So Aya stepped forward to translate. "Can we look at the gold coin in your hand?" in French. Seeing this, he gave a faint smile. Shanghai took the gold coin and began to ask questions using the compass. True or false? After some swinging, the compass pointed straight at the gold bar. Shanghai was surprised by the result. After all that effort, this Azu gold coin turned out to be a black market coin. The boss also started laughing and raised an eyebrow. "This is a black market gold coin. The higher the adventurer's level, the easier it is to recognize. Do you want it? I can give you a discount." AA turned to translate. "He says this kind of coin is very popular in high-level adventurer circles. He asks if you want it, but Shanghai threw the coin back. "No thanks." Then the two of them turned and walked away. A looked back briefly, waving a final goodbye. As they walked, Shanghai continued to ponder. "If my goal is to collect black market gold coins, filling the golden casket shouldn't be too difficult. After all, there's enough gold there to serve as payment for adventurers." From this perspective, the Eternal Compass in his hand felt somewhat redundant. He could consider trading it later for another epic-grade curio. After walking for a while, they bumped into Fire and Ken, who were also on the road. Ken was the first to recognize Shanghai and gave a slight wave. "I believe this is our second time meeting, isn't it?" he greeted. Ken followed suit with a nod. Seeing this, Shanghai's group responded cheerfully, and they introduced AA and Shanghai. Ken couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Why didn't you continue challenging the Kano River Rapids after that day?" A flash of alertness crossed his eyes. Shanghai thought to himself, "Do they not know I actually succeeded? In that case, I'd better not tell the truth." He let out a light laugh and rubbed the back of his head. "Because I realized that project was a bit too difficult for me right now." The two looked at each other for a moment and then made a soft suggestion. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else to chat." Once they were in a restaurant, Fire spoke first, getting straight to the point. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be direct." Shanghai replied generously. "Please go ahead." Fire continued, "We would like to formally invite you to join our team." Hearing this, Shanghai's mouth hung open in shock. Wait, you don't even know my class or level. Why the invitation? Isn't that a bit hasty?" But Ken only chuckled. "This is a decision we made after much consideration. Even though you were an amateur when you challenged the Kano River Rapids, we could see it. To challenge the Kano River Rapids as an amateur without a professional rescue team and end up surviving without a scratch, we can recognize the strength and luck behind that." Fire added. "So do you really think we'd just let a talent like you slip through our fingers?" Shanghai expressed his understanding in a low voice. "I see, thank you for the recognition, but I am a national tier adventurer. My annual dungeon clearance quotas and assignments take up most of my time. I'm afraid." Upon hearing this, the two could only accept the news with disappointment. "A national tier adventurer, huh? Then there's nothing we can do." By afternoon, Shanghai rushed to the airport. Sitting on the plane, he continued to check the effects of the Death Stalker, Perception 5. The closer he is to a dying practitioner, the greater the boost to strength and speed, with attribute increases capped at 4.38. The Death Stalker's trial items were now activated, having completed the second trial. Completing the Skyfall trial would grant a 1-speed bonus. The trial required landing on Mount Everest. Shanghai pondered in a daze. Skydiving on Everest? Hey, now, isn't this difficulty a bit over the top? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called his name. "Shanghai." He looked back and found it was Ken and Fire. He said in surprise, "What a coincidence. Are you on this flight too?" The two quickly took their seats. "Yes, We failed the Rapids challenge over a dozen times, so we had to temporarily give up on that project and switch to something relatively easier, skydiving on Everest. Cheng Hai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the coincidence. They were going to Everest too. Wait, his previous two objectives had completely overlapped with their itinerary. Could these two be Death Stalkers as well? Let's test them. He let out a light laugh and asked, is skydiving on Everest also a standard Red Bull challenge? But Ken answered in the negative. No, Cheng Hai immediately followed up. Then why are you participating? For what? Fire explained. Because our subclass is Extreme Athlete. One of its effects is that professionals can permanently increase their base attributes by completing extremely high difficulty extreme sports. Cheng Hai's eyes were opened once again. Such a subclass actually existed. Then aren't your base attributes far beyond those of adventurers at the same level? Ken immediately denied it. It's not as good as you think. Only nearly impossible extreme sports can bring attribute increases. For example, climbing Everest would have definitely met the criteria 20 years ago. But since local guides started offering route services for the wealthy, more and more people have reached the summit. This led us to increase the difficulty by adding the landing on the summit part, to make it count. Cheng Hai marveled. Is that so? That sounds quite grueling. Later at Mount Everest Base Camp 1. At an altitude of 6,100 meters, Cheng Hai walked out wearing his newly changed mountaineering gear and dialed a number. Hello. On the other end, the Min Province tycoon Cao Huawang answered, the 1-month deadline is up. Have you made up your mind? But Cheng Hai only answered dismissively, I've thought it over, and I'm still not participating in the selection for Master Huangzhang's successor. On the other end, Cao Huawang seemed very dissatisfied. You can choose not to participate, but do you think Tang Jian will let a potential rival who is also a supernova off the hook? Hearing this, Cheng Hai only chuckled, but before the results came out, I'll stay in another province for a while. If I'm doing this much, he can't possibly be so ruthless as to hunt me down, right? Hearing this, old Cao could only grit his teeth in anger. Just then, Ken called out to him from a distance, Cheng Hai, time to move. Seeing this, he hurriedly followed. All right, I'm coming. He ran toward them, and the entire team continued their trek up the mountain. As they walked, Ken suddenly turned back to ask, Cheng Hai, why did you suddenly change your plans following us to challenge the Everest summit jump? Cheng Hai only chuckled. Isn't that what you said? As long as the money is right, even a novice with no climbing experience like me can reach the top. Ken looked back with a confused expression. But that's a separate matter from skydiving. Your subclass isn't Extreme Athlete, so if you're just here for fun, wouldn't reaching the summit be enough? So is your advancement direction Extreme Warrior, Nature Conqueror, or Wilderness Survivalist? At that moment, Fire looked back and said, the advancement condition is to fight against harsh natural environments and struggle on the brink of death. As far as I know, there are only these 3 desperate ascension classes, so which one are you? Cheng Hai explained somewhat awkwardly. You've misunderstood, Fire realized and turned back. If he didn't want to say fine, but won't you really reconsider? Actually, Ken's and my team. Just then, the person walking in front suddenly shouted, Hey you 3, I said don't fall behind. The ice crevasses here aren't all exposed. If you step into a crevasse covered by snow and fall, even the gods can't save you. If you don't want to stay on this mountain forever, follow the climbing discipline. Seeing this, the 3 awkwardly and hurriedly apologized. After a while, they finally reached the summit. Cheng Hai took off his goggles with a look of satisfaction. Not bad. The weather is great, perfect for skydiving. Ken and Fire quickly changed into their skydiving gear. Cheng Hai curiously leaned in and asked, has anyone ever succeeded before, landing on the summit of Everest? Fire looked back and answered, actually very few people challenged this project. The previous challenger I know of was an adventurer named Latav, and he succeeded. Just then, Ken looked back to remind Fire it was time to go. Oh, Fire looked back to wave goodbye to Cheng Hai and took the first step, then jumped down with Ken. The two fell straight down, vanishing in an instant. The guide behind him hurriedly reminded, are you jumping or coming down the mountain with me? Seeing this, he quickly put on his goggles. The miraculous survivalist answered confidently, I'm jumping. Immediately after, before he could think twice, he leaped out, plunging straight down with confidence. Just as the powerful wind began to press against his body, he quickly deployed his parachute, drifting down slowly, and found Ken and Fire waiting below, waving at him. He landed on the ground, and the system gave another prompt. 8 trials of the Death Stalker. Skyfall trial completed, speed 1. As he landed, the 2 quickly ran toward him. How was it? Did your primary class advance? Cheng Hai took off his goggles and gave an awkward smile. No, the 2 were stunned for a moment. Is that so? It seems the difficulty still isn't high enough. Why don't you two try kite surfing or flying in the Alps? That night in Dongshan City, Yao Wenjong had just made a bowl of noodles and hadn't had time to eat when he received a message from his cousin. Why did you say Cheng Hai, whose strength is inferior to Chen Wagong, could kill a champion Cyclops single-handedly? I need an explanation. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly. He had intended to use the information gap to help Cheng Hai reduce some of the attention from Tang Jian's side, but he hadn't expected to shoot himself in the foot. If I say I didn't expect him to grow this fast either, will Tang Jian believe me? He walked into the room carrying his noodles, only to suddenly realize another fissure had opened. The next day, a team was already conducting external observations. It seemed this would be a level 9 rainforest terrain dungeon. Why send people from above? Didn't we handle the dungeon entrances we discovered ourselves before? One person quickly turned back to remind them. Isn't it because your person in charge illegally used thermal weapons during the Merman dungeon reversal not long ago, causing Dongshan City's defense assessment to be upgraded? Correspondingly, the difficulty of completing dungeon entrances appearing in Dongshan City will definitely become very high in the future. That's why the higher-ups sent us to investigate this dungeon and assess its difficulty increase. Hearing this, the green-haired youth glared fiercely at Zheng Runjun. Then Yao Wenjong walked over and asked, "Can the investigation wait a few days?" The colleague responsible for assessing our dungeon difficulty was transferred to help next door and won't be back for a few days. I think it would be safer for her to check with her title first, but that person flatly refused. No need. Subsequently, the group stepped into the dungeon and opened the task panel. Mad Baboons Challenge Level 9. Current Challengers 410. Permanent Exit Task. Kill 1 baboon. Rotating Exit Task. Find the speaking monk who can raise the dungeon challenge level. Clearance task, survive for 3 days while being hunted by baboons. They quickly became alert. Wait, something's wrong with this dungeon, right? Challenging mad baboons was originally only level 2. So how did it become the main task of a level 9 dungeon? They didn't know that at that moment, an army of monkeys was observing them with advanced weapons from a distance. Outside, the friend Yao Wenjong mentioned finally appeared, but she looked quite angry. I just got back to Dongshan and you're calling me here, not even giving me time to rest. Even beasts of burden aren't used like this. Yao Wenjong's group felt a bit awkward. If possible, we wouldn't want it this way either. It's mainly because the evaluation team sent from above has been inside for several days. Usually, after they initially collect intelligence, they send one person out to report first. She also began to understand the situation. But now no one has returned, so it feels very likely something happened to them. Yao Wenjong confirmed, "Exactly." Seeing this, she sighed. "All right, let me see what's going on." A danger warning rang out from behind. Cheng Hai's side also just happened to capture the information. Has a very difficult dungeon appeared in Dongshan? On the other end of the phone, Brother Yao's voice sounded very excited. That's right. Cao Huawang used a danger warning to find dozens of dangerous individuals in the dungeon, all of whom were very lethal, but none were particularly outstanding. We suspect there's a group of mid-tier or even high-tier races at the entrance, but they haven't produced a leader-tier individual yet. Cheng Hai began to realize the gravity of the situation. Understood. Sounds like the mountain nature dungeon before the champion Cyclops appeared. I'm on my way back to Dongshan, expecting to arrive tonight. Let's talk about the rest when I get back. He then hung up and looked at Ken and Fire. Sorry, it seems I can't be your local guide. They also nodded in understanding. Understandable, go handle your business. After returning to Dongshan, Yao Wenjong led the way. Cheng Hai, where's the entrance? Upstairs, I'll take you. As soon as he walked in, he recognized a familiar face. She's here to help. A white-haired beauty stepped forward, hand out. Lu Wei, level 10, Soulbinder. Cheng Hai also hurriedly stepped forward to introduce himself. Cheng Hai, level 6, Death Stalker. As for other information, Zheng Runjun added, Cheng Hai's primary class has brought him an ultra-high perception bonus, allowing him to discover dangers in the dungeon in advance. Lu Wei's spiritism can allow communication with the dead through corpses. You might be able to find out the situation of the evaluation team, as it's currently impossible to determine to what extent Dongshan City's border defense assessment has been upgraded. Your task is to confirm if the evaluation team is still alive. If they are, help them complete these 2 exit tasks. If it's impossible, you can abandon the tasks. Yao Wenjong pointed. Cheng Hai, you go in first. He nodded softly. Okay, then he quickly equipped his armor and stepped inside. Once inside, he quickly observed the terrain. Rainforest terrain. That's indeed very advantageous for border defense. Find the nearest individual that can threaten me. The seeking cane spun quickly and then pointed straight ahead. Over there, he closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations spreading everywhere. He quickly noticed a strange object in the bushes observing him. Without hesitation, he pulled out his bow and arrow to say hello first. He aimed at the monkey hiding in the tree, but that monkey was actually observing him with thermal imaging binoculars. But before it could react, Cheng Hai had already released the string and fired the arrow, hitting it directly. A scream rang out, and Cheng Hai was a bit surprised. Didn't Brother Yao say the monsters in this dungeon were very strong? How did I kill it with just one arrow? Are the monsters in this dungeon the type with high attack but low defense? But before he could think further, footsteps sounded from behind. Lu Wei had already come in, and he quickly turned back. You've come at just the right time. I think I just shot a scout, let's go check it out together. She was a bit confused, so fast. Although Lu Wei was curious about his extraordinary perception, she only replied coldly, fine. Once they reached the scene, Cheng Hai confirmed the situation. It was a baboon that had used a sniper rifle, now mortally wounded and groaning in agony on the ground. I think I understand why that evaluation team never made it back. Lu Wei knelt down quickly and began chanting a strange incantation attempting to communicate with the corpse. It was the third-tier spell, Speak with Dead, which granted a corpse a state of pseudo-life, allowing it to answer up to 5 questions. The baboon struggled to sit up. Lu Wei narrowed her eyes and began her interrogation. Are the adventurers who entered this dungeon before us still alive? The baboon answered with a tone of certainty. Dead. They died the very day they stepped into our territory. Hearing this, Cheng Hai couldn't help but blurt out in agitation. All of them, the baboon confirmed again. Dead, every single one. Lu Wei realized that Cheng Hai's impulsive outburst had just been counted as a question. She turned her head, somewhat annoyed, and reminded him, don't just shout things out. My Speak with Dead can only ask 5 questions. Seeing this, Cheng Hai could only scratch his head awkwardly. Oh, sorry. Lu Wei stood up and continued her questioning. These baboons occupied the home field advantage, and still got spotted, despite being equipped with night vision and machine guns. They're no longer something adventurers of our level can easily handle. It's no wonder the evaluation team was wiped out in a single day. Where did you get this equipment? The baboon fell silent for a moment, then looked up and replied, from the adventurers who entered this forest 3 months ago. It was our payment for helping them hunt the forest overlord. Lu Wei narrowed her eyes, speculating to herself. Did they say something like damn it or trash just now? The baboon immediately nodded in confirmation. Lu Wei turned to look at Cheng Hai. They were American adventurers. Then she asked the final question. Did those adventurers leave this forest alive? The baboon suddenly let out a bizarre laugh. No, after they and the forest overlord were both crippled by their fight, we used the weapons they gave us to kill them all. Just then, a notification popped up on Cheng Hai's system. Exit task completed. Seeing this, Lu Wei looked at Cheng Hai. I want to go back, are you coming? But Cheng Hai appeared somewhat excited. Don't you want to try clearing it? Lu Wei refused without hesitation. The risk is too high. If there's more than one night vision device among these baboons, we'll likely follow in the evaluation team's footsteps. Hearing this, Cheng Hai felt she had a point and nodded in agreement. Fair enough, then I'll head back too. But just as Lu Wei took her first step to leave, Cheng Hai suddenly noticed another system notification pop up. A deity has paid the price to change your regular or rotating exit task to eliminate 30 armed baboons. Cheng Hai's expression instantly crumbled. He roared at the sky, Mother of the Sea, what kind of blood feud do you have with me to target me like this? On the other side, Lu Wei crossed through the portal, and noticing Cheng Hai hadn't followed, narrowed her eyes in confusion. Inside the dungeon, Cheng Hai was lost in thought. Although I've seized a pair of night vision goggles, and finding targets will be much easier, the enemy can still detect me through thermal imaging even if I'm wearing the invisibility cloak. No matter how I calculate it, I'll eventually be exposed. The gap in firepower is just too overwhelming. Unless I can make them blind. Suddenly, Cheng Hai had a flash of inspiration. Wait, I think I have a way. He then climbed a large tree and began observing through the night vision goggles. A baboon was moving through the forest. Cheng Hai quietly trailed its path. The baboon stopped in front of a pile of food Cheng Hai had prearranged. It leaned in to take a taste and was instantly mesmerized by the deliciousness. It immediately grabbed a heap of food, preparing to leave. Cheng Hai watched smugly from the tree, thinking, it seems the baboon's intelligence isn't high enough to see through a trap like this. As long as they know there's a massive amount of food here, it's showtime for the Banshee music box. He then brought out the music box. As the melody began to play, the allure of the food reached its peak. The music attracted the entire troop of baboons. They began to fire their guns and slaughter each other in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai leisurely counted the falling baboons from his tree. 19, 20. The effect was excellent. He could complete more than half of the exit task in this single round. He then stopped the music and jumped down from the tree to examine the corpses. Although it wasn't his first time using it, he couldn't help but marvel. This curio is truly sinister. He then picked up a gun. an epic grade 1-inch weapon with a 30-round capacity that the Mother of the Sea had prepared specifically to screw him over, though it seemed to be a consumable item. He discovered that once the magazine was empty, it could no longer damage enemies. Cheng Hai examined the gun closely. Does a machine gun taken from a beast actually become system equipment? At that thought, he blew a whistle to summon Hero. Hero appeared, followed by Cabo, who was sporting new gear. Cheng Hai immediately ordered, "Go seize all the equipment from those baboons and organize it." Hero and Cabo excitedly took the order and left. Soon the gun was successfully smelted, and he obtained a sword-tier weapon, MP5 Infinite Firepower Special Edition. Cheng Hai was ecstatic. "Awesome!" Just then, Sun Wukong Cabo let out a happy cry. What was it so happy about? Even Hero couldn't figure it out. Cheng Hai looked at the weapon in his hand, his heart full of joy. If this thing hit the market, people would absolutely fight over it. Hey, although the rating is only rare, its actual trade value definitely won't be lower than an epic. He snapped his fingers and activated the Death Worm summoning spell. The giant desert worm tunneled out from underground. Cheng Hai pointed to the surroundings. "Help me dispose of these baboon corpses. That animal feed over there is your payment." Upon seeing the food, the death worm's motivation instantly doubled, and it immediately devoured all the baboon remains. Cheng Hai continued his observation, thinking, "I definitely can't use that animal feed trick again. No matter how dumb those baboons are, they should realize it's a trap by now. What else can I use as bait?" Just then, Hero spoke up. "This tastes pretty good, quite delicious." It turned out he and Cabo were sitting there munching on the animal feed. Seeing this scene, another flash of inspiration hit Cheng Hai. "Got it?" Meanwhile, in a simple stone house built by the baboons, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Chief, the kin who went out to transport food were ambushed." None of them returned. The baboon king sat on his high throne and roared in fury upon hearing this. "Those fools, did they not realize there's no such thing as a free lunch?" the subordinate whispered tremulously. "Chief," the baboon king looked up impatiently, gesturing for him to continue. The subordinate went on, "Some of the kin are complaining, saying we shouldn't have killed those 4 adventurers, or we wouldn't have attracted an even stronger enemy." The baboon king stepped down from his throne in annoyance. "If we didn't kill them, were we supposed to wait for them to kill us? Call the elite warriors of the tribe. Follow me to meet this intruder." Sensing the chief's rage, the subordinate hurried to take the order. "Yes, chief." When they arrived at the scene, they saw Cabo sitting on the pile of food eating heartily. A nearby subordinate reported to the baboon king through thermal imaging, "Chief, besides that little baboon, there's a figure hiding behind the grass observing us. That little baboon is just bait. The intruder is hiding in the grass behind it. Send a squad to circle around and take him out." The subordinate immediately moved into action. Meanwhile, behind the grass, Hero was yawning from boredom. "How much longer do I have to crouch here?" Just then, 2 baboons armed with guns quietly climbed the tree behind Hero. At the exact moment the baboon above prepared to launch its attack, a strange hand suddenly covered its mouth, followed by a blade piercing its chest. Before the other baboon could react, it had just aimed its gun at Hero when Cheng Hai, appearing from behind, shot an arrow precisely through its head. Cheng Hai smugly stowed his longbow. On the other side, the baboon king also sensed something was wrong. "Strange, why is there no movement yet? Logically, the kin I sent should have," it realized with horror. "Wait, the one in the grass is also bait. The real intruder is invisible, and he's already among us." Before it could react, the subordinate beside it was pierced through the heart by an arrow. The baboon king roared, "Retreat, every man for himself." Hearing the chief's order, the baboons immediately scattered and fled. From a distance, Cheng Hai observed through his binoculars, "This baboon chief is quite cautious." Cheng Hai suddenly appeared, giving Hero a start. "Leave the rest to me, I'll hunt them down. You're responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. These baboons' weapons are powerful, so be careful not to get hit." Hero immediately took the order. "Yes, master." The baboon king fled desperately with the remnants of its troop. One subordinate shouted while running, "Chief, we can't even see a shadow of this intruder. Is it the vengeful spirit of the dead?" The baboon king said through gritted teeth. "No, I think the methods he's using are similar to our night vision goggles. He's likely using some kind of invisibility cloak. This intruder shouldn't be that strong, otherwise he wouldn't need to use bait to deal with us. This means he's also wary of us. We still have a chance," but the subordinate remained skeptical. "But we can't see him at all. How do we fight?" The baboon king suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "We can't see him, true. But what if we completely enrage him, making him unable to resist revealing himself?" It lowered its head and continued to plot, thinking, "The best way to enrage a warrior is to humiliate the corpses of his own kind. As an intruder, you must have brought something like night vision goggles. I don't believe you'll be able to hold back when you see the corpse of your own kind being used as bait. Once you get angry and make a mistake, I'll use this flamethrower to burn your head to a crisp." At some point a human corpse was erected in the middle of the lake, continuously crying out for help in English. In the distance, Cheng Hai saw this and fumed with rage. "You're playing with fire." He closed his eyes and sent out a sonic pulse to sense the surroundings. He clearly detected that the so-called human was just a fake lure. The real cries for help were coming from a baboon hiding underwater. How is there only one? Logically, there must be an ambush around the bait. Are the ambushing baboons all hiding underwater? Cheng Hai pondered for a moment, then activated the death worm summoning spell. The giant worm burst from the ground, charging directly at the decoy. The baboon king was observing the situation from afar, but Cheng Hai's true purpose didn't end there. He ordered, "Vomit up all those undigested baboon corpses in your stomach, then you can leave." Immediately after, the death worm spewed out a large pile of mangled baboon corpses and bones. Looking at this scene, the baboon king's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. "Is this a show of force against me, intruder?" The baboon hiding behind the decoy underwater saw this and tried to dive into the deep water in terror. Cheng Hai did not hesitate and immediately sensed its movement. Still only one. It seems the ambush isn't in the river but on the opposite bank. At this distance, the enemy should be using precision rifles or assault rifles. I need to show a weakness to lure them out. Subsequently, Cheng Hai took out a longbow and hid behind a tree, intentionally exposing a slight opening. In the distance, the baboon king keenly caught this moment and immediately fired at Cheng Hai's exposed arm. "Got you, intruder." This shot was immensely powerful, penetrating the tree trunk. A scream followed. The baboon king was overjoyed and charged forward without hesitation. "We got him." It waded through the river, cautiously moving toward the opposite bank. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai was crouching behind the tree as the system gave a prompt. Death Stalker exclusive skill activated. Death perception. He could clearly feel that the baboon king was now only one tree away from him. After all that ambushing, it turns out there's only this one baboon. Cheng Hai let out a cold snort, took the MP5 from his system space, and suddenly lunged in front of the baboon king, shouting, "Surprise!" Immediately after, a barrage of bullets rained down frantically on the baboon king, and it fell heavily into the water with a scream. Seeing it completely down, Cheng Hai stepped forward. "You're quite tough. How persistent." The baboon king groaned in pain. Cheng Hai immediately activated the animal friend skill, trying to understand its words. "What did you just say?" The baboon king stared with angry eyes, struggling to lift its head. "Don't think you've won. One day you humans will face the same retribution, just as you have treated us today." Hearing this, Cheng Hai gave a cold snort. "Then you have no right to speak. You were the ones who made the first move, otherwise I wouldn't have come to this dungeon at all." Although the baboon king was unwilling, it had no strength left to fight and could only mutter, "Who exactly made the first move? You know it in your heart." Then it breathed its last. Cheng Hai only watched it silently. 3 days later, Yao Wenjiang and the others were waiting anxiously at the exit. Upon seeing Cheng Hai's silhouette, Yao Wenjiang was the first to greet him. "Cheng Hai is back." Everyone looked over to see Cheng Hai walking out with an extremely solemn expression. Zheng Runjun was the first to step forward and ask about the situation. "Lu Wei has already explained the situation to me. You shouldn't have taken matters into your own hands without consulting us." But Cheng Hai interrupted coldly. "Sorry, but there's no need to apologize anymore," he added in a low voice. "The dungeon has been cleared. According to the rules, I shouldn't need to enter any more dungeons for the rest of the year, right?" Zheng Runjun confirmed. "Unless there's an emergency, that is correct." Cheng Hai simply walked past him expressionless, his gaze still deep. "Then, Brother Zheng, I'd like to take a long leave. I need to rest for a while." Zheng Runjun froze in place, remaining silent as the entire team watched Cheng Hai's receding back in silence. Zheng Runjun turned to Lu Wei and asked in a low voice, "What happened to him? I've never seen him so listless." Lu Wei was also at a loss. "Probably post-traumatic stress disorder. After all, he's someone who just walked through the gates of hell." But in her heart, she too had begun to harbor certain doubts. Yet under the pursuit of that troop of baboons equipped with live ammunition, he had actually survived for 3 days. The talent of this adventurer named Cheng Hai was in no way inferior to Tang Jian's. The battle for the position of Fujian Province's head next year promised to be very interesting. After returning home, he lay in bed and fell into deep thought, recalling the words of the baboon king Wang Xing. "Don't think you've won. One day, you too will encounter adventurers of other races who will treat you exactly as you have treated us." Were those 2 sentences from the giant truly leading toward a path of irreconcilable conflict? "Human, you little blue fish. Do you think I would betray my own kind? Even when captured, the foot soldier of that green simpleton Jalo would never yield. Don't get too smug. Lord Lingjun will avenge us. Is this the fruit of my day's work? What's the difference between me and the villains I write about in my novels?" While he was lost in thought, Yao Wenjiang was heading to a bar to meet his cousin. Tang Jian looked up and gave a slight smile. "You're here, brother Yao," Yao simply called out cousin in a low voice before the two sat down. Tang Jian pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. "I don't know what I did wrong, but now my own relatives are turning against me. I was the one who arranged your adventurer status and magic books, yet you're closer to an outsider you just met than to me." Hearing this, Yao Wenjiang looked somewhat embarrassed. "Cousin, you've misunderstood." At that, Tang Jian merely glanced at him, but Yao Wenjiang knew he had to prove it was a misunderstanding. "I won't make things hard for you. Tell me Chenghai's class information and equipment details, and we'll call this matter settled. After all, you're a candidate to succeed as the head of Dongshan City. Don't tell me you can't get your hands on that information." Yao Wenjiang recalled Chenghai's words and fell into silence. "But now I want to be a citizen of Dongshan, an adventurer of Dongshan and a member of Dongshan's National Adventurer Association. Doing my part, please don't reject me." Just as Tang Jian had said, "Who would risk their life for others? Don't make me laugh." He then spoke softly. "With your connections, cousin, you could find this information yourself, couldn't you?" Hearing this, Tang Jian was struck by a sudden shock, his rage flaring up. "Say that again if you have the guts." Meanwhile, Chenghai was calling Shu Mao. "Huh, you want to meet and chat?" Chenghai answered softly. "Yes, do you have time?" Shu Mao sensed something was wrong. "He sounds very depressed. Did something happen on his end?" "I'm at the gym. Come on over." As soon as Chenghai arrived, a female receptionist greeted him. "Mr. Chenghai," he gave a slight smile. "I'm here to see Shu Mao." She quickly pointed the way. "He's in the VIP room with the coach. I'll take you there." Once in the VIP room, Chenghai briefly summarized the situation. After listening, Coach An immediately offered a suggestion. "You've hit the rookie wall, haven't you? In fact, I've seen this before. Intelligent races entering these dungeons too early in their careers and developing a sense of guilt toward their past actions as adventurers." Seeing someone with similar experiences, Chenghai pressed anxiously. "What happened to them afterward?" Coach N replied. "Some retired while others became even more desperate to raise their level and personal strength." He gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat confused. Why, even after knowing there are living people on the other side of the entrance, can they still bring themselves to strike? Hearing this, Shu Mao turned to explain to him. "You've heard of the Black Mountain Theory, right?" Chenghai nodded. "I have." Seeing this, Shu Mao continued his explanation. "Apply our situation to the Black Mountain Theory. The appearance of dungeon entrances is something we cannot stop. Under this premise, if we as adventurers do not find ways to clear dungeons and increase our levels and strength, who will handle those out-of-control expert tier or even nightmare tier dungeons?" Chenghai fell silent. Shu Mao continued. "I know you'll say there's still the army and nuclear weapons, but what if it's a boss-like dread dream that even bombs can't kill? If such an entity descends upon Dongshan and tramples everything we know, do you think you'll regret it then? Regret that you didn't do everything in your power to increase your strength and couldn't stand up to resist this natural disaster?" Chenghai pondered for a moment and then nodded. "I understand." Seeing this, the young man also added a reminder. "Actually, we can understand your concern. No one wants to be the villain, but the reversal mechanism of dungeons makes it very difficult for intelligent races on both sides to build trust. Combined with the restrictions of exit tasks and clearance conditions, slaughter is often unavoidable. However, starting from level 11, an adventurer's tasks will change significantly. You'll see then. Besides killing, there are other tasks to take on." Chenghai gave a slight nod. After listening, Coach N added, "Speaking of which, I heard you're on good terms with Yao Wenjiang." Chenghai confirmed, "Yes, he's helped me a lot." Shu Mao stared at him with a serious gaze. Yao Wenjiang and Tang Jian are relatives. He was arranged by Tang Jian to be in Dongshan to monitor Zheng Renjun. Did you know that? Chenghai was stunned. "I didn't know." Shu Mao narrowed one eye and warned, "If you didn't know, be careful in the future. He is Tang Jian's man." A while later, Chenghai met with Zheng Renjun. Upon hearing the news, Chenghai's mouth hung open in surprise. "You want me to be the entrance manager?" But Zheng Renjun only let out a light laugh. "Yes, interested. Take over for me." Chenghai was still in a state of shock and confusion. "But isn't Brother Yao more suited for this than me? Why not let him do it?" Hearing this, Zheng Renjun became somewhat dejected. "I wanted to, but he was transferred to Fuzhou by the higher-ups." Chenghai's mouth opened even wider. "Fuzhou when?" Zheng Renjun closed his eyes and said helplessly, "Just during these few days you were home resting. Also, after Master Huangzan steps down, I will definitely be competing with that guy named Tang for the position of Fujian province head. Although the chances of winning aren't great, I expect to focus entirely on clearing dungeons after the new year, and won't have time to look after things here in Dongshan. You know the situation in Dongshan. It needs someone strong and responsible to manage the people. I believe no one is more suitable than you." Chenghai was silent for a long time before nodding softly. "I understand. Then please allow me to take 2 months' leave to handle some personal matters." Later, on a night in Fuzhou, Fujian, Tang Jian was talking with Hu Shongshan, the Fuzhou entrance manager. I'll leave my useless cousin in your hands, old friend." The treacherous-looking fellow laughed. "Consider it done, ha 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 ha." Tang Jian also began to plot in his heart. Once Yao Wenjiang leaves, Zheng Renjun will have no choice but to let that national-tier supernova named Cheng Hai take his place. If Cheng Hai agrees to become the Dongshan entrance manager, he'll be tied down by his duties and won't be an obstacle for me. Conversely, if he refuses, I'll have to adopt the mindset of better to kill 1,000 innocent than let one guilty escape. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai was trying to call Yao Wenjiang but only received a prompt. "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Could Xu Mao have been right? But Brother Yao shouldn't be that kind of person. He tossed his phone onto the sofa, thinking no more of it. "Once I complete the 8 trials of the Death Stalker, I'll go to Fuzhou and ask him for the truth." At that moment, in a certain cavern, a portal opened and a hand reached out. It was a drow adventurer from the Dark Territory, challenge level 12. She had long silver-white hair and pale eyes. She opened her interface to check the task, Realm of Outlaws. Challenge level 13, current challengers 130. Exit task non-hostile. Collect 5 types of plants and gain the trust of the realm. Glorification task hostile. Assassinate a prominent figure in the dungeon world of this realm. Clearance task non-hostile. Live in the slums of this realm for 100 days. Clearance task hostile. Eliminate one of the 6 major gangs in this realm. Follow-up task, leave your name echoing through the dungeon world of this realm. Adventurers who complete the extension tasks can learn early about the appearance locations of nightmare-tier dungeon entrances related to the Realm of Outlaws. Time remaining until entrance rotation, 362 days, 18 hours, 45 minutes. Just then another female stepped in from behind. "Where does this door open to?" The drow quickly turned and answered respectfully. "Reporting to Mother, it is an unknown realm. There is no record of it in the clan manuals." She merely gave a soft "oh," and then a group of people walked out. The entire group stood there, awaiting the woman's orders. "Bring them back alive. Let's see just how strong that gang mentioned in the clearance task really is." The group then quickly departed to carry out the mission. Meanwhile, in Vedrian, Mexico, a car was driving along a desolate highway. In the trunk, Sophia was currently being kidnapped. Endure a little hardship, Miss Sophia. Coming out alone to meet a netizen means you have to be prepared for the possibility of kidnapping. She continued to cry out for help and curse angrily. But the kidnappers ignored her, merely laughing. "If you ask me, the boss is the one who's cold-hearted, making a rich man's son-in-law work as a driver." Hearing this, he turned back irritably and roared, "Shut up, can't you be quiet?" They didn't know they were being watched by 2 drow adventurers from the Dark Territory. "Strange, there's clearly no mana fluctuation. How can this iron box run on the ground and run so fast?" The drow quickly made a judgment. "I'm afraid we've come to a human world with extremely advanced construct technology. I just used a spell to detect that there are people inside the iron box controlling it in an unknown state. The strength of the controllers inside the kinetic construct is unknown. The risk of a rash attack is too great. Let's let the beholder do it." She then summoned an envoy of the Death Eye Tyrant, challenge level 14. It asked in the Dark Territory tongue, "What is it?" The drow also answered in the Dark Territory tongue, "Can you help capture that moving construct below and the controllers inside?" The beholder glanced at the car driving on the highway and gave a soft response. It flew above the front of the car and widened its massive eye. A ray of light instantly emerged and enveloped the entire vehicle. The car began to shake violently, and the 2 men inside started arguing. "Drive steadily, it's not my fault." But the driver suddenly froze as he found himself staring into a massive singular eye belonging to a beholder. It used its tentacles to pick up the car like a small toy. The people inside screamed in terror, "Aliens!" Just then the drow and her companion leaped down the slope and walked toward the magic eye to receive the report. 100 souls of evil men, don't forget." "I won't." She stepped forward and carefully observed the shrunken car. "Does this construct surface have no anti-magic coating?" The magic eye's shrinking ray had encountered no resistance whatsoever in shrinking the kinetic construct. After restoring them to their normal size, she took away their weapons and then shot them one by one. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest. "The weapons are too powerful. Even a child still wet behind the ears could probably threaten a second-stage practitioner with one." She looked at the bodies piled in front of her. "To think civilians can legally purchase such things. This world is truly too crazy." At that moment, the beholder walked over and called to the drow. "Will you handle the souls of these 4 evil men first, or wait until you've collected 100 before turning them over to me?" She answered decisively, "Deliver them now." Meanwhile, Sophia was being taken to have a private conversation with their queen. "Though your world has no magic, there is an ultimate power called nuclear, and the 5 great nations even use nukes to eliminate legendary powerhouses who invade your world." She rubbed her aching wrists and answered, "Yes." Hearing this, the queen asked curiously, "Do the gangs in this country have nukes?" Sophia answered quickly. No, but the large neighboring country to the north has nearly 4,000 nuclear weapons. The Queen's eyes narrowed slightly as she fell into thought. Suddenly a drow walked in to report, "Mother, those 4 outlaws have been dealt with." She responded softly, "Good work. Miss Sophia and her family will become our allies in this world, my child. I want you to sign a blood bond with her." Sophia continued to wave at the drow naively. The drow obeyed. "Yes, Mother," the Queen turned to remind Sophia. "Once the contract is made, we will provide equivalent military assistance based on the support provided by you and your family. During this time you will receive my careful instruction. I will teach you drow etiquette and combat, helping you become a strong adventurer capable of standing on your own." Hearing this, Sophia was full of fighting spirit. "I'm looking forward to it." The three then looked toward the portal. Just then, an Arenes from the first layer of the 9 Hells, Avernus, flew out with an exceptionally bright smile. Monica Barry answering the summons. "Who wants to sign a bloodbound contract?" Sophia and the drow quickly raised their hands. "We do." The female demon then quickly drafted the contract for them. "Witnessed by the blood bond of the 9 Hells, you have signed the contract. Once broken, the violator will fall into Avernus to start as the lowest lemure." The blood bond contract stipulated that Sophia must provide identity, supplies, weapons, and intelligence to the drow adventurers of the Ypla family. Lord Ypla and his siblings must provide military assistance to Miss Sophia and her family, helping Miss Sophia become a national supernova. Until the adventurers of the Ypla family return to the Dark Territory, Miss Sophia and the Lord will become partners moving in unison. Both parties and their families must treat each other with sincerity and hide nothing. Furthermore, during the contract period, their lives are linked. Any act that directly or indirectly harms the other party or their kin will be punished by the Archduke Zariel, Lord of Avernus. That covers the entirety of the agreement. Are any adjustments needed? Sophia replied, seemingly very satisfied. "No need, thank you." The drow also confirmed, "I have none either." Subsequently, she marked a demonic cross on the contract and handed it to them. With that, the agreement was officially concluded. Suddenly, a demonic mark appeared on Sophia's upper arm as well. It was truly miraculous. Her arm actually began to glow. Observing her own palm, the drow explained, "This is the covenant seal. Its appearance on our body signifies that the contract has taken effect." Shortly after, the female demon turned and departed swiftly. "It is an honor to witness the blood bond between you two. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you again in the future." She offered a slight smile as she noted the grim expression on the face of Polina Aula, a level 15 drow adventurer from the Underdark. Meanwhile, He Zewi had just received news about Cheng Hai. He had left again. The girl confirmed, "Yes, he left the day before yesterday." He Zewi asked curiously, "Did he say when he'd be back?" The girl lowered her head and then glanced back up at her. "Why, do you have urgent business with him?" She replied in a frustrated tone, "I wanted to schedule a time to team up with him for a dungeon crawl." She then dialed Cheng Hai's number. At that moment, Cheng Hai was sitting on a plane. "If you're calling as a lobbyist for Cao Huawang, don't bother. This has nothing to do with Cao Huawang. This time, it's my personal invitation for you to temporarily join the Witch Raid group to explore an expert tier dungeon in Sanya." Hearing this, Cheng Hai was startled and shot back, "Expert tier, why look for me?" This sudden outburst caused Ken and Fire to look at him in surprise. He Zewi explained, "Because of that curse-type curio you used in the Giant Hill dungeon. There's someone in our group whose title synergizes perfectly with it." Cheng Hai remained silent for a moment before replying, "I'll be back in Dongshan in about 2 months. Can we talk about it then?" He Zewi smiled with satisfaction. "Fine, give me a call when you return." Outside the conversation, Ken and Fire had already overheard the dialogue. Ken turned and whispered, "Isn't Cheng Hai only level 9? How is he already getting involved with expert tier dungeons?" They deliberately communicated in French, assuming Cheng Hai wouldn't understand. Fire looked up and replied in French, "I've checked. He's a national tier supernova in China. These adventurers who are prioritized for development by the state all participate in the later stages of dungeon plans. It's actually quite logical." Hearing this, Ken rested his chin in his hand, showing understanding. "That makes sense. It's a pity he's becoming the entrance manager for his hometown next year. Otherwise, we could have recruited him to help us with raids." Cheng Hai looked up with a blank expression and asked, "What are you two talking about?" Fire quickly brushed it off. "We were just saying it's a bit of a shame that we can't team up for dungeons since you only have 2 months of leave." Hearing this, Cheng Hai rubbed the back of his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "There will be opportunities in the future." By now, they had piloted the plane to the designated sinkhole. Fire was the first to step out and look down. "We're here. Final check, parachutes." Cheng Hai gave a hand signal indicating everything was ready, and then the three began to leap down, plunging straight into the pit. Amidst the whistling wind, the three opened their parachutes to descend, shouting excitedly in Italian. Wahoo! Shortly after, the three landed on the ground and the system issued another prompt. 8 trials of the Death Stalker, Earth Awakening completed. Speed 1. He removed his helmet. His current strength was 17, speed 18 and physique 16 for the remaining 5 trials. As long as the rewards were attribute points, please don't let them all be. Just then, another notification regarding the Death Stalker effects arrived. 1. Perception 5. 2. The closer the profession is to death, the greater the boost to strength and speed, with attribute increases not exceeding 4. 3. 8 trials of the Death Stalker activated, 1 trial completed. 4. The 4th trial, Water Creature, grants a 1-point speed bonus. Content: surfing. Seeing this, Cheng Hai couldn't help but look dejected. Speed again? Fire glanced around and noticed something unusual. Why is there a car here? Ken also stepped forward with a puzzled look to observe. I remember the Cave of Swallows in Mexico is 1,400 meters deep, right? Who'd be bored enough to go through the trouble of bringing a car down here? Fire stepped forward and touched the dust on the car window. Check the dust layer. Based on the amount of dust at this depth, this car definitely hasn't been here for more than a few days. Ken turned to Fire curiously and asked, "What do you think the person who brought it here was thinking?" Fire looked up and shared his judgment. "It's actually not as complicated as you think. Don't forget the adventurer's inventory. After level 11, the capacity is large enough to hold an object as big as a car." Ken had a realization. "Oh right, there's that trick. But why dump it here? Isn't that a waste?" Fire fell into deep thought. "I don't know." But just then, Cheng Hai called them over from a distance. "Fire, Ken, come here for a second." The two rushed over and asked curiously, "What is it?" Cheng Hai picked up several shell casings and asked them with a worried look, "Someone died here. Judging by the bloodstains and casings on the ground, 4 people died. And it happened recently." Fire and Ken remained calm. "Did you find the bodies then?" He quickly denied it. "No, but deep down he was actually struggling. I've actually seen it already. But the killers are intelligent creatures from a dungeon. Moreover, those 4 corpses were destroyed by the other party's monster using magic. I really can't say anything about this. Speaking up would reveal the effects of the Seeker class." Seeing this, Fire quickly dismissed his viewpoint. "If you haven't found bodies, you can't conclude that people died here." However, Ken seemed quite nonchalant about the matter. "If this were Europe, we'd definitely need to see bodies, but this is Mexico. It'd be stranger if people didn't die." Fire couldn't help but glare at Ken, clearly annoyed. "I explained it so clearly, didn't you catch my drift? Less trouble is better than more. Whether someone died here or not has nothing to do with us." Sensing Fire's gaze, Ken backed down as well. "Fire, you don't want to get involved?" Meanwhile, Cheng Hai also realized the two's situation. "They're right. In Mexico, cases like this aren't rare. We are guests, there's no reason to waste time and energy on this. But the problem is that the killers are dungeon creatures, and they likely came here through an entrance in this world. That entrance might even be nearby. If left alone, more people might lose their lives because of it. But we don't want to reveal the Seeker's effects, as that would involve my primary class. If possible, it would be best to let the Red Bull-sponsored adventurers Fire and Ken step forward to alert the local entrance manager. But how can I make them discover that there's a dungeon entrance here facing our world?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. "Got it. Use the attacker's favorable zone." He stood up quickly and said something to Ken and Fire, completely unaware that the drow was observing them from a distance. "Local human adventurers. That shouldn't be right. Didn't that human woman, Sophia, say this place was remote and no one came here? Why would these 3 local adventurers find this place? Don't tell me the human nations of this world conduct regular checks on dungeon entrances." After Cheng Hai pulled out the seeking cane, Ken still had a hint of doubt. "Really? Are you sure that seeking cane of yours can be used like that?" Cheng Hai appeared a bit flustered as he tried to confirm. "I'm sure, and I've tried it many times, as long as the descriptors are sufficient and accurate. It can even help you determine if a target exists. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Where is the Red Bull-sponsored adventurer Cheng Hai?" It spun for a while but didn't stop. Cheng Hai explained, "See, when the target I'm looking for doesn't exist, it just keeps spinning like this. By the same logic, where is the Red Bull-sponsored adventurer Fire?" After spinning for a bit, it immediately pointed toward Ken, giving Ken a start. "Whoa, why is it pointing at me?" Cheng Hai laughed awkwardly, as this seeking cane only had a 50% accuracy rate. Of course that wasn't important. The key was that we could use this loophole to check if anyone has died in this Cave of Swallows recently. Hearing this, Ken immediately became very interested. "Impressive, you actually found a workaround." Cheng Hai chuckled and looked elsewhere. "That's nothing. If I told you it could also be used to detect if there's a dungeon entrance nearby, wouldn't your jaw just drop?" No sooner had he spoken than Ken's mouth really fell open. "How do you do it? Teach me, teach me," sensing Ken's excitement. Cheng Hai turned and explained, You just randomly define an area and ask it to help you find one. As long as it finally indicates a precise direction, it means a dungeon entrance exists within that range. Hearing this, Ken shouted excitedly, "Oh right," he then threw his arm around Cheng Hai's shoulder, wanting the cane. "What are you trying to do, buddy? Look, we're already sharing Red Bull's specialized parachutes. Let me play with the stick for a bit. Just for a second." Suddenly, Fire walked over and called Cheng Hai over. "Let's stop this here, don't investigate further." Clearly, Fire was angry and was issuing a warning. "I know your judgment is likely correct, but this is Mexico. Heaven knows what kind of things a murder case might involve. You don't need to risk yourself for a few strangers you've never met." But while Fire wasn't looking, Ken had already snatched the cane. "You're right, I was being inconsiderate." But suddenly, Ken shouted, "My God, there really is a dungeon entrance nearby?" Ken pointed at the cane, his face pale. Cheng Hai was overjoyed inwardly because the plan had worked, but on the surface he had to act surprised. "Nearby? What did you say?" Ken's face was grim as he explained. "I just offhandedly asked where the dungeon entrance in the Cave of Swallows was, and I didn't expect it to actually detect one. What a coincidence." Cheng Hai looked at Fire with feigned surprise. "Can you see the title above my head now?" Fire pondered and looked for a while, seeing only a blank slate, and said confusedly, "I don't see anything." Hearing this, Cheng Hai explained with a serious expression, "It seems the entrance Ken detected is facing our world, because titles are only disabled when we enter the attacker's favorable zone as the defending side. We can't leave an entrance like this alone. Do we need to contact the entrance manager of VIVIDE, or should we report to your sponsor Red Bull first?" Fire now had no choice but to get involved. "I suggest letting Red Bull's PR specialist talk to the manager of VIVIDE. That's the way to maximize interests. But we have to find the entrance first, or I won't be able to explain it on my end." Seeing this, Cheng Hai confirmed and added, "All right, but before we act, I suggest adding an extra layer of insurance. Have Ken use my seeking cane to check if there are any dungeon creatures nearby." Ken was stunned and startled. "There really are. Look." Fire hurriedly made an angry shushing gesture. "Shut up. Do you want to alert the enemy that we've discovered them?" The drow was observing from a distance, and also realized the situation. It turned out the curios in their hands could not only find dungeon entrances but also detect nearby enemies. "I originally planned to hide until these three adventurers left before going to warn Mother, but now it seems avoiding combat is impossible. Fortunately, I've checked with appraisal. The levels of these three people aren't high. I just need to be careful of that weapon called a gun." Subsequently, the drow drew her longbow, aiming straight at Cheng Hai, but Cheng Hai reacted swiftly, turning back and equipping his armor, directly severing the incoming arrow. He warned, "Watch out." Ken was also startled and turned around. The drow was likewise stunned. Cheng Hai then quickly grabbed his weapon and reminded them, "Someone is hiding in the shadows at 2 o'clock. That person's presence is extremely low. I suspect their profession specializes in stealth and assassination. Watch out for their weapons. There's a high probability they're poisoned." Ken replied quickly, "Copy that." While Cheng Hai was equipping his armor, Ken and Fire were also ready for battle. The drow now realized she couldn't hide and appeared before them. Bad luck to encounter an adventurer with such high perception. They're rare even in the Underdark. Fire also quickly warned, "Stealth, assassination, poison. It seems the person attacking us likely isn't good at frontal combat." Ken used tactic number 3. He quickly donned his armored mask and then charged forward with Ken. "Got it, Cheng Hai. Leave the enemy at 2 o'clock to us. Use the seeking cane to check if there are any other enemies around." Cheng Hai also confirmed quickly. At this moment, the drow still looked bewildered. "Don't these people need to use appraisal to confirm my class and level before acting? It seems the gates in this world haven't appeared for long. The local adventurers lack practical combat experience. This is truly good news. Plus, they didn't use guns at the start. That's the second bit of good news. It seems today is truly my lucky day." But before she could move, Fire and Ken had already split up, launching an ambush from both sides. Fire was the first to rush up, swinging his sword at her, but she easily dodged with a smug smile. "A mediocre strike. If this person isn't deliberately feigning weakness, we can basically rule out an advanced warrior-type class." Meanwhile, Ken let out a strange cry from behind, swinging an electric chain to attack. But before the attack could land, Fire's voice rang out again. "Where are you looking?" Fire precisely caught the drow's opening and rushed forward again, using his shield to bash her back, retracting the previous thought. While these local adventurers might lack experience fighting those from other worlds, it didn't mean they lacked combat wisdom. Just as the drow was locked in combat with Fire, Ken let out a loud laugh, "Good chance," and swung his meteor hammer directly at the drow's head. At that moment, Hero was accompanying Cheng Hai on the sidelines, watching the battle, feeling that there was no need for them to step in at all. Cheng Hai asked casually, "By the way, that guy with the pointed ears is actually quite handsome. Do you know what race that is? Hero shook his head, but it was Little Sun who spoke up. I know, it's a drow, a dark elf that lives underground in the Underdark. Unlike ordinary elves, they are extremely cunning. Boss's men were tricked by them before. If the boss hadn't been so overwhelmingly strong, Shanghai nodded in realization. By now, the drow had successfully created distance between himself, Ken, and Fire. Ken couldn't help but complain. Is that guy's head made of iron? He took a heavy hit from my meteor hammer and is still jumping around. Fire speculated solemnly. It's possible he's carrying some kind of life-saving curio. It's a bit strange. Gladiator Effect 3 tells me that the guy in front of us who looks like a dark elf is actually very strong. Yet the level of skill he's showing isn't too difficult for Ken and me to handle. Gladiator Effect 3, Combat Intuition. When clashing with never-before-seen skills or curios, it generates a precise first instinct. That's right, he was deliberately hiding his strength. But why, currently, the drow was in a defensive posture due to his injuries, secretly calculating. Though the worlds are different, my understanding of the human race is largely the same. Most humans are accustomed to going all out from the start, using every ounce of their strength. Now that I'm acting so timid, they'll surely relax a bit, and they'll have even less reason to use firearms. The drow stole a glance at Shanghai, thinking, next I just need to find an opportunity to kill that human adventurer with high perception and seize that detection-type curio in his hand. However, before he could finish gloating, Shanghai pulled out his gold-plated MP5, giving the drow a fright. Wait, but Shanghai had no intention of waiting, coldly leveling the muzzle at him. To ensure everything was foolproof, he would leave no survivors this time. 3 gunshots followed immediately. While the drow was desperately defending himself, Ken was also stunned. Heavens, aren't guns banned in China? Where did he get a golden version of an MP5? Fire also noticed the anomaly and reminded him, I'm afraid you're focusing on the wrong thing. As far as I know, official Chinese adventurers usually do their best to avoid using thermal weapons when dealing with dungeon issues. Ken shouted, but this isn't China. Only then did Fire realize that Ken's brain really was a bit slow to catch on. Though he was loath to admit it, a simpleton like Ken would sometimes unexpectedly hit the core of the matter. By now the drow had begun a pathetic retreat. I'm truly a fool. I thought by showing weakness I could find a chance to counterattack, only to end up being hunted down by someone with a gun. Suddenly, the drow stopped and faced Shanghai head-on, which caught Shanghai by surprise. Not running anymore, the drow's body glowed as he activated Undead Summoning to call forth a Banshee Challenge Level 10. Since he wasn't running, it was time to finish him. Shanghai also took out his short flute. The Banshee Yilin closed her eyes. When they snapped open, they were blood-red, releasing a massive pressure that weighed down on Shanghai. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted a reminder, Ken, Fire, help me deal with that Banshee. At the same time, the gun in his hand remained aimed at the drow. Fire and Ken answered in unison, no problem, leave her to us. The two charged at Yilin together, attacking simultaneously with a heavy hammer and a longsword, only to be nimbly dodged by her. Meanwhile, Shanghai continued to fire at the drow. That Banshee just now was clearly an evolved form of a lake Banshee. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flickered in the drow's tone. You know of lake Banshees? Shanghai didn't answer, simply continuing to fire. The drow suddenly realized something and turned around only to find that Shanghai had already activated the Deathworm summoning spell. A giant subterranean worm was opening its maw, waiting to devour him. Buddy, look down at your feet. Immediately after, the system prompt, Death Stalker exclusive skill activated, Deathmark. In the vision, the drow appeared behind Shanghai, a backstab aimed straight for the heart. That was the Shadow Striker's exclusive skill, Shadow Strike. Seeing this, Shanghai did not hesitate to return to reality, turning around abruptly to find the drow indeed lunging at him viciously. Shanghai swung his sword to parry without hesitation, which left the drow in utter shock. He actually predicted my Shadow Strike. Not only the drow, but Shanghai also began to be secretly wary. This skill is too eerie. If not for the Deathmark, I would have been dead just now. The two then backed away from each other. The drow cast aside his previous contempt. Even without the gun, I must treat him as an opponent of the same level. I remember Joan mentioned that people in this world have almost no defense against basic magic. If that's true, then this magic should be even more effective. He reached out, his fingertips glowing with purple light as he chanted a spell, Enfeeblement. Shanghai's body was instantly enveloped in the purple light, his strength and speed dropping rapidly. He gritted his teeth and endured. The drow let out a smug, cold laugh. The enfeeblement curse triggered perfectly. Do adventurers in this world really not focus on increasing magic resistance? Shanghai clutched his head in pain. What did you do to me? Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. He shed the armor on his arm and pointed the ring at the opponent, shouting a command, stand still. As soon as the words left his mouth, the drow involuntarily followed the order and stood straight. "Yes, master." By the time he reacted, he could only tremble all over and gnash his teeth. Cheng Hai walked over. "Hero, the effect of the Black Knight's sword isn't fully stacked yet, right? This drow is yours." Suddenly, a voice rose from behind him, filled with boundless gratitude. "I am most grateful, Lord Shaman." Hero had appeared behind him at some point, his face showing a murderous glint. He swung his sword to strike. The drow froze for a second. "Mother, we may have made a fatal mistake. There are monsters among the human adventurers of this world. If you didn't realize this before acting, the family might be in big trouble." Immediately after, he was cut down by a single sword strike. At the same time, in Sophia's home, specifically in the yoga room, the queen was instructing her in swordsmanship. Sophia panted with exhaustion, swinging a longsword as she said, "Teacher, I'm ready," the queen commanded in a cold tone. "Don't hold back. Attack with intent to kill." She charged forward without hesitation. A slash aimed straight for the queen was effortlessly parried. The queen's blade was instantly at her throat, sending a cold sweat down her back. Remember, when facing an opponent in a defensive stance, never launch an attack carelessly. Sophia held her breath and answered respectfully, "I will remember." Suddenly, the queen seemed to sense something. She stopped abruptly and turned to leave, leaving Sophia looking bewildered. "Teacher Polina?" the queen answered without looking back. "That is all for today's etiquette training. I have matters to handle." She then walked outside and made a call to Joan. "Hello, how is it on your end? Any luck?" While observing the rear, Joan reported quickly, "Very smooth, Mother. We found 2 types of addictive plants and also discovered the weaknesses of their firearms." Upon hearing this, the queen's expression grew even grimmer. "In that case, it seems something has happened to Donnie. Joan, use the Ypla family's soul resonance to confirm if Donnie's bloodline revenge clause has been activated." Joan immediately followed the order and opened the equipment inventory. "Understood, Mother." He pulled out a scroll of parchment and unfolded it to check. Usually quiet, he suddenly became agitated. "It is, Mother. Before he died, Donnie released the enemy marking spell. The bloodline revenge clause has been activated." Seeing this, the queen quickly issued a plan. "Then I order you to suspend your current extraction task and lead the team to hunt down the marked person. I want to know how the opponent found such a hidden entrance and how they broke Donnie's stealth. This is crucial for our next moves." Joan quickly took the order. "Understood, Mother." Meanwhile, Cheng Hai also received a system prompt. "Cursed adventurer, certain attributes decreased by 25. Seeing this, he couldn't help but complain, "What a pain, the attributes dropped so much. And the caster is already dead, yet the curse hasn't been lifted. It seems I'll have to call Zheng Runjun and Big Brother Shu Mao. They should know how to remove it." Just then, Hero walked over. "Lord Shaman, I have awakened my talent." Cheng Hai turned his head in surprise. "Talent?" Hero explained. "The deity who once borrowed your body said that since I have embarked on the path of a hero, as long as I awaken my talent and find my true name, I can become the true hero Kabo." Hearing this, Cheng Hai's sense of loss eased slightly. "Oh, that's pretty good." Just then, Ken suddenly ran over shouting, "Hey, we found the entrance. Want to go check it out together?" The group quickly gathered in front of the dungeon entrance. Fire took out a camera to take photos, speculating based on the scale of the entrance. This should be an expert-tier dungeon. Considering how hidden this entrance is, Red Bull's transfer specialist should be able to negotiate a good price with the head of the VIID district. By the way, the corpse of that subspecies elf has some research value. Red Bull might offer to buy it. "How about I exchange your share for black market gold coins and give them to you?" Cheng Hai had no objections and nodded. "No problem." Fire then ordered Ken, "Go and retrieve that elf's corpse." Ken's face fell as he grumbled, "I don't want to use my inventory to store a corpse. If you want it, collect it yourself." Fire immediately retorted, "My inventory is already full." Seeing this, Ken could only dejectedly resign himself to the task. Soon, the Red Bull team quickly set off toward the cave. Cheng Hai also pulled them aside to discuss privately. "Have you thought about the next challenge project?" Cheng Hai was silent for a moment, then thought, "How about going to CTA for surfing? It's in Mexico anyway, so it's on the way." Ken and Fire looked at each other and agreed. "Sure, let's go surfing then." The group then arrived at CTA Beach. Cheng Hai was currently standing on a surfboard, weaving through the crests of the waves, struggling to maintain his balance to avoid being sucked into the water. But the waves were too fierce, instantly flipping him and plunging him into the depths. He struggled to reach out for help. Ken quickly drove a speedboat over and reached out. "Grab my hand." Cheng Hai hurriedly grabbed the hand for leverage and climbed onto the boat, hugging Ken tightly until they left the surfing area. As night fell, he returned to his room and finished washing up, thinking with a headache, "It's no good, with my attributes lowered. I simply can't handle such big waves." Just then a knock came from the door and Fire's voice rang out, "It's us, open up." Cheng Hai went to open the door. In addition to Ken and Fire, there was a young man who pulled out a bag. the transfer fee for the expert tier entrance and the reward for that subspecies elf's corpse, it's all been converted to black market gold coins. Please check them. After checking, Cheng Hai showed a satisfied smile. Excellent. This person was none other than Red Bull's negotiation expert, Rahavi. He continued, although Fire and the others have already asked, I'd like to try one more time. Mr. Cheng Hai, will you really not consider joining us? If you're willing, Red Bull will surely offer you a top-tier contract that will satisfy you. Cheng Hai just gave a shy smile. Sorry, I've already promised to serve as the entrance manager for Dongshan City next year. Rahavi looked disappointed. Is that so? What a pity. As the three prepared to leave, Fire looked back. See you tomorrow then. Cheng Hai waved goodbye. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After closing the door, he let out an excited laugh. Hee, I originally planned to go to the black market to collect these after returning to the country. I didn't expect to have such a windfall during this trip abroad. Let's see how many gold coins Red Bull gave me. He took out Boss's golden casket. Opening it, he found it filled with a large bag of gold coins and felt quite satisfied. Quite a lot. Early the next morning he called Zheng Runjun to tell him the news. The other party was very surprised. You were cursed, Cheng Hai explained in a low tone. Yes, the effect is a proportional reduction of some attributes. The dark elf who cursed me is dead, but the attributes haven't recovered. Brother Zheng, do you know how to break this kind of curse? Zheng Runjun pondered for a moment and proposed a plan. The association has curse breakers specifically for this. How about you come back first? Hearing this, Cheng Hai rubbed his hair irritably. Never mind, it's too much trouble to go back and forth. I'll try to find a way myself first. Zheng Runjun could only urge, all right then, stay safe. Cheng Hai hung up the phone in frustration, opened his inventory, and began to think. I've asked Shu Mao as well. From what they say, if I can't find an adventurer who can use curse-breaking skills, I can try my luck at dungeon-related auctions. Curios with single functions that can only break specific curses sometimes circulate at auctions. In that case, I'll first ask if it has a way. If not, I'll follow Shu Mao's advice. I'll ask Fire tomorrow if there are any nearby dungeon auctions. Meanwhile, in the space, Cheng Hai was still walking aimlessly. Amidst his confusion, he was shocked to find another Cheng Hai appearing in front of him. I've been hit by a drow curse. Do you know how to lift it? CL replied coldly. A third ring abjuration spell, remove curse. A fifth ring abjuration spell, dispel field. Or ninth ring spells like wish and miracle. All of these can be used to break a curse. Hearing this, Cheng Hai nodded and pressed further. Got it. Are there any other ways? CL added. Certain rare curios and materials can also do the trick, such as an uncursing stone or holy water. Alternatively, you could perform a special ritual to transfer the curse. But those are usually for dealing with curses cast by legendary creatures. For that, ray of enfeeblement on you. A simple remove curse will suffice. Cheng Hai nodded slightly. I see. Suddenly, CL reminded him. By the way, as he spoke, Cheng Hai looked up curiously. You haven't settled the rewards for your last dungeon clearance and exit tasks yet, have you? Settle them quickly. Cheng Hai was somewhat puzzled. The reason I haven't is that I'd actually prefer to save them as a trump card for the next dungeon. After all, as you can see, I'm being targeted by the Mother of the Sea now. I need to keep some hidden cards. CL explained. The Drow clans have a widely circulated bloodline revenge contract clause. You've killed a Drow, so you must have been hit by their enemy marking spell. It's quite possible that the kin of those Drow who cast the enfeeblement curse on you are about to find you. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Returning to his room, Cheng Hai quickly opened the interface. System prompt, would you like to perform a unified settlement? A reminder followed, unified settlement rewards are higher than individual settlements. He chose yes without hesitation. Settlement complete. Obtained new titles, Forest Warrior, Troublemaker. Obtained Death Stalker class skill, Soul Detection. Obtained World Anchor. Obtained Skill Book, Comprehend Languages. Obtained Rare Curio, Star of Leadership. Cheng Hai complained again, why are there no curio upgrade tickets or curio exchange tickets? He clicked to view the info for World Anchor. This was a device that allowed an adventurer to generate an entrance to the current dungeon after placing it within. The adventurer would immediately know its location, and entering the dungeon would not occupy a slot, nor would it trigger tasks, and they could exit at any time. Although he seemed satisfied enough, he was still a bit dejected because while the World Anchor was powerful, it was useless right now. Later he called out Hero, mainly to see little son Wukong Kabo. Did Bassa ever mention the Drow's bloodline revenge clause to you? The monkey ran over and explained. I haven't heard of it, but after Boss Bassa killed that Drow merchant, no matter how hard he looked, he never saw another Drow from that clan again. Cheng Hai lowered his head and thought after hearing this. That should be another use of the enemy marking spell, to help clan members avoid an enemy that is too powerful. He spoke up. Hero, help me stand guard tonight. I'm worried the kin of the Drow I killed earlier will come looking for trouble. Hero immediately took the order. No problem. In the middle of the night, as expected, a group of drow was already lurking downstairs, observing him. HMPH, no matter how far you hide, we found you in the end. She looked at her companions and began assigning tasks with a rigor that surpassed a university project. Nylan, Darren, you break through the front door. Henra and I will strike from above. At this time, Cheng Hai was sleeping soundly, while poor Hero was still sitting on watch. Suddenly he perceived something and stood up. Little son Wukong, who was eating nearby, saw this and quickly looked over. Hero drew his longsword and reminded the monkey to wake the shaman. The enemy is here. Outside the door, Nylan and Darren were chanting spells in low voices, trying to pick the lock on Cheng Hai's room. Nylan Abla, a drow adventurer from the Underdark. Challenge level 13, currently casting the first ring spell Silent Portal to reduce the noise made when opening doors and windows. He looked at Darren and reminded him, ready. Darren Abla, a drow adventurer from the Underdark, challenge level 12, cast the second ring spell Knock. It could open or unlock portals or equipment, including magical locks. The price was that the door would emit a loud bang upon opening. In the dead silence, a longsword pierced through the door, pointing straight at the two of them, then lunged violently at Darren's face, sending him straight to God. Ah! Hero slammed the door open. With his strength increased by 1, he whispered confidently, 1 down. At this moment, little son Wukong had just woken Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai rubbed his eyes and complained, what are you doing? Little son Wukong shouted in a terrified tone. The drow are here, big brother Hero told me to wake you. Cheng Hai snapped awake and went on alert. He looked up at the wall and found it was being shattered. He threw off his blanket and shouted, oh no! He then quickly equipped his full plate armor. Just as he stood up, the group of drow had successfully broken through the wall, landing on the floor. Henra Abla, a drow adventurer from the Underdark, challenge level 13, he spoke first. Is this the guy, the human adventurer who killed Donnie? The other was Joan Abla, a drow adventurer from the Underdark, challenge level 12, who hurriedly reminded, don't be careless, he might have a gun too. A series of emergency notifications flashed before Cheng Hai, so many warnings popping up. Warning, boss level, leader level adventurers detected, due to the massive power gap between sides. The selected title, Miraculous Survivalist, was triggered. Title effect. Due to the enfeeblement curse, the provided strength and speed will be reduced. Better title detected. Switch to Legendary Duelist, he shouted confidently. Switch. Immediately after, he vanished right in front of the two, leaving them stunned. Invisibility. Could this human adventurer's class be? A spider in the tree communicated with them in a strange language. He's using a casting curio like an invisibility cloak. He has a high-level invisibility buff on him. Cheng Hai was currently using the first ring spell Comprehend Languages in coordination with the invisibility cloak. But he was secretly surprised. Is this what an expert tier dungeon is like? They saw through my tricks so quickly. The drow reached out, indicating that trying to play at invisibility in front of her was like showing off to a master. First ring spell, Fairy Fire. Fairy Fire caused all creatures and objects within range to emit a faint glow. A layer of light immediately appeared around Cheng Hai's body, revealing him to them. Found him. Immediately after, Henra reached out and fired an arrow at Cheng Hai, but Cheng Hai swerved and dodged it. This can't go on. My combat experience is far inferior to theirs, and it's 3 against 1. I'll end up dead or crippled. He did not hesitate to contact CL. CL, walking within the space, also sensed it. Oh, you finally remembered to use me? He let out an excited soft laugh. Cheng Hai's body flashed with light, and the phantom of CL manifested behind him. The aura of facing a legend startled both Joan and Henra. Immediately after he opened fire, the two quickly scrambled to escape. He turned back and ordered Little Son, go find Hero. You two retreat first. Little Son, hiding in the back, tried to speak out of fear, but Cheng Hai immediately barked, that's an order? Seeing this, Little Son quickly ran off. Outside, Henra and Joan were desperately dodging bullets. Do the guns in this world not have reload limits like our crossbows? Why does the gun in his hand seem to never need reloading? Joan was also surprised. It's probably a higher level gun with a larger magazine capacity. Even though Cheng Hai had a gun, he felt the strain. These two drow were too agile. He couldn't hit them at all. Are they agility specialized? Tisk, I'll have to use instruction to make them stop. But he didn't know that the spider in the tree had already sensed his power. It couldn't let him use instruction freely, as it was casting the first ring spell Detect Magic. Once cast, it could sense nearby magic for the duration. Then it roared and cast the fourth ring spell Siphon, the covenant magic of the Abla clan. It was a siphon demon spider, challenge level 14. Just then, Cheng Hai also received a notification. Warning, due to interference from the enemy's covenant monster, your instruction cannot be used. He looked up at the spider and gnashed his teeth. That spider monster upstairs can block curios, but since it has this ability, why didn't it use it when I used the invisibility cloak? Even the legendary undead Cade's Knight helmet wasn't affected. It seems its ability most likely targets magic specifically. As he was thinking, he didn't notice that Joan had already stopped and begun chanting a spell. She cast the second ring spell, Darkness, on him. Centered on the caster, it created a magic-based zone of total darkness for the duration. Illumination spells of the second ring and below could not provide light. Cheng Hai was instantly enveloped in darkness. Darkness, these drow clearly have the advantage in numbers and level, so why cast a spell to restrict the opponent's performance? It's not like there's bright light here now. Meanwhile, Joan appeared very smug. Are you afraid? Even with a powerful curio like a gun on you, under the double blow of the siphon demon spider's ceiling and my darkness, can't you see anything and do nothing? But we are different. Our covenant monster can see in the dark using dark vision, and under its guidance, every move you make is under our control. We've coordinated this tactic many times, killing countless foreign adventurers like you. Unless you have true seeing or exceptionally high perception. The spider in the rear reminded, at your 1 o'clock, it had already activated the second ring spell Dark Vision. For the duration of the spell, the caster has the ability to see in the dark. Henra quickly rushed forward, swinging a long whip to entangle his gun. Cheng Hai was startled. It really is as I thought. That spider upstairs can see me in the dark, under the influence of the darkness spell, and according to the feedback from the intelligence, it's going to be very difficult to deal with your coordination. All the opponents you met before probably lost to this tactic, right? What a pity. While Henra was feeling smug, Cheng Hai let out a soft laugh. I've got the weapon, move in. Joan immediately rushed up, casting the second ring spell Shadow Blade. For the duration, the magically formed blade was equivalent to a shadow blade in dark or lightless environments, dealing psychic damage upon contact. But just as he was about to charge over, several musical notes suddenly appeared before him. Cheng Hai said smugly, that trick won't work on me. He used soul detection, forcibly pulling the target into a life-and-death duel that echoed with the music. He would be forced to activate Dance of Death, and the probability of the enemy triggering lethal dose would increase significantly. Lethal dose. After entering a near-death state, your attacks have a probability of including an unguardable effect. The closer the basic stats of both sides, the higher the trigger probability. As for the Dance of Death, it meant actively entering a near-death state, but the damage taken would be tripled. Cheng Hai moved violently. The spider sensed it and shouted, Henra, watch out, he's going for you. Henra immediately took out his bow and arrow and shot in the direction the spider indicated. But Cheng Hai dodged easily. No, this human adventurer is a rare high-perception individual. The darkness spell is useless against him. Just then, he suddenly appeared at Henra's feet. Take out one first. Henra screamed in panic, wait a minute. But he directly sliced off the other's head. I surrender. As soon as the words left his mouth, his head rolled completely to the ground. Cheng Hai looked back coldly. Does the skill terminate after killing the target? The system gave a prompt. Killed a powerful enemy, 3 levels higher than self, Charisma 1. Then he looked at the shivering Joan and let out a cold laugh. Bring it on. Truly, a hero's ambition lies in all directions. Once they see someone fall, they fold. Seeing his teammate dead, Joan immediately became as obedient as a dog. Wait, I surrender. Cheng Hai was stunned. Joan quickly offered terms. I am willing to pay soul coins as war reparations and will never trouble you again. But Cheng Hai didn't seem satisfied, reaching out mockingly, is that it? I'm still stuck with that ray of enfeeblement curse cast by your kin. Joan could only continue to yield. That's easy to handle. My covenant monster knows the 4th ring spell Siphon. But Cheng Hai was still not satisfied and continued to demand, what about that mark you used to track me? Can that be lifted too? To save her life, Joan nodded repeatedly. Yes, the enemy marking spell is a product of triggering the bloodline revenge clause in the clan contract. I can tear up the triggered clan contract in front of you. Cheng Hai was silent for a while. Joan explained in a panic. Trust me, accepting my surrender is good for you. If you kill me, the one who comes for bloodline revenge in the future will be my mother, and she is a half-step legend. Cheng Hai realized there was profit to be made and let out a cold laugh. I accept your surrender, but I don't want the soul coins you mentioned. I want the skill books for the enfeeblement curse and darkness spell you just cast. To save her life, Joan nodded quickly. No problem. System prompt. Curse lifted. Some of the adventurer's attributes have been restored. He looked at the spider diagonally above him and lowered his head in deep thought. This spider monster is unexpectedly useful. If I get the chance, I'll have to find a contract beast of my own, the kind that can help dispel spells. Meanwhile, Joan stepped forward quickly and handed over a document. It was the Abla clan contract. She shredded it right in front of Cheng Hai. Instantly, her body began to convulse violently before she collapsed to the ground, leaving Cheng Hai in shock. You, he panted, reaching out as she explained. Shredding a clan contract requires enduring prolonged, soul-piercing pain, Please allow me to cast a spell to evade the cost, after which I will pay the war reparations. Cheng Hai sensed the situation with some confusion, and then nodded. Fine. She began chanting a mantra in a low voice and then cast Polymorph. It was a 4th ring spell, Polymorph, which can transform the target into another creature. If a form of the opposite sex of the same race is chosen, a gender swap can be achieved. Seeing the former man turn into a beautiful woman in an instant, Cheng Hai's mouth hung open in shock, and he even began to question his life. Hey, for real? You actually changed your gender? Joan looked up and explained, That's right, we Drow can change our gender at will. I am no longer a member of the Abla clan, so naturally, I no longer have to bear the cost of shredding the clan contract. Seeing this, Cheng Hai could only let out a helpless chuckle. I see. No wonder even Basa, the legendary undead, was played by the Drow before. If I hadn't known beforehand, who would have thought a Drow could rely on a gender swap to evade a contract's backlash? It seems I'll have to be more careful when signing agreements with people in the future. Afterward, Joan and her group retreated quickly. On the way, she received a call from the Queen. Yes, Darren and Nylan were killed. Not only did the opponent have extremely high perception, but he even managed to forcibly kill Henra while weakened by the Ray of Enfeeblement curse. Forced by the situation, I had to surrender and shred the clan contract. The Queen's tone on the other end of the phone remained calm. It seems we still underestimated this world. In the future, when you carry out extraction and clearance tasks, try your best to avoid direct conflict with local adventurers. As for stealing core technology, put that aside for now until we have a deeper understanding of this world. She nodded respectfully and replied, Understood, Mother. A few days later, Cheng Hai, having restored his strength, easily conquered K-Wave, once again performing a miraculous survival. He couldn't help but be excited. Just as the task was completed, a system prompt popped up. 8 trials of the Death Stalker, water creature completed. Speed 1. As he pulled ashore, a light rain began to fall from the sky, followed by a Death Stalker notification. Perception 5. The closer the profession is to death, the greater the boost to strength and speed. Actual increase does not exceed 4. The 8 trials of the Death Stalker are now active. The 5th has been completed. Wind Cave grants a 1-point speed bonus. The content of the Wind Cave trial is, fly near the Fuji Canyon of Mount Abissa wearing a wingsuit. Seeing the new notification, Cheng Hai's face was full of despair. Speed again, my speed is already 19 anymore and it'll be maxed out. Just then, Fire and Ken walked over. Cheng Hai, our next extreme sport challenge will be wingsuit flying at Mount Abissa. The starting point is the tower near Fuji Canyon, Ken added. It just so happens that there's a special dungeon auction at the Kuhn Auction House in Switzerland next week. We can stop by and check it out. Hearing this, Cheng Hai was instantly intrigued. An auction? Afterward, the trio arrived at the small Swiss town of Kuhn and quickly entered the Kuhn A Center. Just as they entered, a receptionist greeted them. Fire quickly introduced himself. Hello, we want to participate in next week's special auction. Where is the identity verification being held? The receptionist guided them. Please follow me. Cheng Hai looked at Ken with a blank expression. Why do we need identity verification? Ken turned and explained. Because special dungeon auctions often attract all sorts of vultures and jackals. For the safety of the auction house, they need to verify the identities of the participants in advance to filter out wanted criminals on the bounty list. Hearing this, Cheng Hai seemed to understand something and chuckled. But someone can always sneak in, right? Ken nodded in confirmation. I don't deny that. But for the auction house, they only need the guests to believe that the dangerous elements have been kept out. As for whether the danger has actually been eliminated, who cares? Cheng Hai's identity information displayed. ID DSS-00181 National Supernova, affiliated with the Dongshan City Adventurers Association. Level 9 National Adventurer, title Graveyard Conqueror. When she saw that the dungeons he had cleared included Banshee Forest, Graveyard, Goblin Den, and Giant Hill, the receptionist's mouth hung open in shock. You are the first person to clear the graveyard? Seeing this, Cheng Hai felt a bit embarrassed. Yes. This reaction. Is Switzerland's graveyard that famous? Ken suddenly walked over and put his arm around Cheng Hai's shoulder to explain. Didn't the national adventurers in your hometown tell you that dungeon's difficulty is recognized as being no less than nightmare tier? It's known as a hell dungeon and is almost impossible to overcome. Fire also turned back to add, that is the main spawn area for the graveyard. In the past, many pretentious rookies in Europe tried to prove their talent by clearing it, only to end up as legends dead there without exception. If Rahavi knew you were the first person to clear the graveyard, he would definitely regret not offering an unprecedentedly huge contract to ask you to be the spokesperson for Red Bull. Noticing that Cheng Hai was still confused, Ken leaned in with a tentative smile. Tell me secretly, is it true that the buff that appears after clearing the dungeon compensates you with a curio upgrade ticket? Cheng Hai just smiled without a word. Suddenly, someone walked up from behind and asked, "Excuse me, here is the list of auction items you requested. Please take a look." Ken quickly took it and began flipping through it with Cheng Hai, a devious smile appearing on his face. "Wow, there's some good stuff this time." At this point, Fire spoke up. "Can we still add items to the auction? We have a curio we'd like to consign for sale." The other party nodded and replied, "All right, I will go get the appraiser." Cheng Hai suddenly noticed the 26th auction item, the Ring of Protection. The wearer has a certain probability of being immune to low-level curse spells. Noticing Cheng Hai's gaze, Ken furrowed his brow. "You want to buy that? But the usage range for this kind of Ring of Protection is very narrow, and it's only a probabilistic defense." Cheng Hai just chuckled and casually explained, "Mainly because I currently lack defensive curios, especially against spells." Ken gave a soft response, "Is that so?" Just then the person from before returned with the appraiser. Fire quickly reminded, "You two, get the items you want to sell ready, the appraiser is here." Cheng Hai acknowledged, and then several people entered a dark room. The items for sale were quickly brought out. The appraiser put on all-knowing glasses. While worn, the appraisal skill is increased by 2, used to inspect the cold face mask. It was a mask that once put on prevented any emotion from being generated. The attributes of Reason 3 and Combat Intuition 2 made him unable to put it down, praising in a low voice, "Interesting." Ken was currently playing with Cheng Hai's Fire Execution Sword. This sword comes with fire magic when activated, providing illumination, deterring demons and suppressing cold creatures. He complained, "For real? You're actually willing to sell such a good weapon?" Cheng Hai just smiled. "For someone like me who can't enchant it, its value is actually not as high as the Ring of Protection you just saw. I don't lack weapons on my end. It's better to exchange it for money to buy some defensive gear." After hearing this, Ken burst into angry curses. "You really don't know your goods, that ring can't even compare to this." At this time outside, a beggar was sitting and playing the piano when he suddenly received a text from an information broker. "The first person to clear the graveyard has appeared in Zurich. Do you want information on him?" As it turned out, this beggar was actually an S-class wanted criminal. The level 15 White Laurel White Walker, whose primary class was Shadow Dragon Attendant. Appearing in Zurich at this time, is it to participate in Kuhn's special auction? He quickly wrote back to confirm, "Kuhn's special auction." The other party remained silent, so he followed up with, "Just kidding, I'll buy it." The other party replied. According to reliable intelligence, he arrived in Zurich along with the Red Bull adventurers Fire and Ken. Considering that most Red Bull adventurers have extreme athletes as their subclass, they would likely challenge some extreme projects in Switzerland before the Kuhn special auction begins, he replied. "Send me a photo of them and also put together a file on recent extreme sports projects in Switzerland and send it over." The next day, the three arrived at the Lauterbrunnen Valley in Switzerland. Fire looked at Ken and Cheng Hai and asked, "Are you ready?" Cheng Hai quickly put on his goggles and nodded. With a loud shout, the three leapt down together. "Let's go." The three sped through the wind, completely unaware that someone was observing them from a distance through binoculars. "3 people, it should be them." He quickly took out an epic tier curio, the Dragon Roar Harp. The body of the harp was made from the vertebrae of a shadow dragon. When played, it releases a resonance of dragon's awe, suppressing lower tier races. He quickly plucked the strings and the sound of the harp echoed. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him. It was the Shadow Gate of the Shadow Dragon Guard, through which shadow dragons of the Neil family could descend. As the ancient Shadow Dragon key opened, a descendant of the Neil family slowly stepped out of the gate. He revealed a bizarre smile. "Descendant of the Neil family, please help me seize the curio upgrade ticket and complete the Shadow Dragon attendant's promotion ceremony." A voice so eerie it seemed to come from hell rang out. "Very well." A pair of massive purple eyes slowly opened. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai also completed the task, and the system gave a prompt, 8 trials of the Death Stalker, Wind Brave completed. Speed 1. After landing, he took off his goggles to check the Death Stalker achievements. Perception 5. The closer the profession is to death, the greater the boost to strength and speed. The boost value does not exceed 4. The 8 trials of the Death Stalker have been activated. 6 items have been completed. Ice Fix grants a 1-point speed bonus. The content of Ice Fix is high-altitude downhill skiing on Mount Abissa. Seeing this, Cheng Hai held his head and wailed, "Is this never going to end? My speed is already maxed out and it's still adding more." Suddenly, Fire and Ken noticed something, their tones terrified and excited. "Wait a minute, that's..." Cheng Hai looked quickly and saw a massive dragon flying toward them. He screamed. A dragon, White Walker on the dragon's back, was looking down at them, smiling. "Let's say hello to them first." This level 17 Shadow Dragon was a terrifyingly deterrent challenge tier creature. It landed before them, its face ferocious. Unlike the panicked Fire and Ken, the dragon roared and breathed fire at them, but then suddenly turned and chased after Cheng Hai relentlessly. Having just obtained the miraculous survivalist title, he hadn't even had time to be happy before encountering another miracle, and could only complain as he ran. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. White Walker remained vigilant at this time. The speed of this national supernova has actually reached the racial limit. No wonder he could clear the graveyard. But before he knew it, the opponent disappeared right before his eyes. Disappeared? It seems the primary class of an agility-type adventurer is likely a ranger or rogue, so is it an invisibility spell? He quickly took out the harp and plucked it once, producing a loud bang as sound waves spread in all directions. Cheng Hai's silhouette instantly manifested. White Walker laughed. Found you, breathe fire over there. Cheng Hai was currently lamenting his plight. Even this can be discovered. CL within the space also sensed the hostility and reminded, this opponent is very strong. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nightmare Iron Horse pony appeared, helping him dodge the pillar of fire spewed by the dragon. Cheng Hai quickly ordered, go to the nearest city. Pony quickly took the order. He looked back and saw the dragon still in hot pursuit. Tricky enough. He actually invited a legendary shadow dragon as a helper. That summoner keeps fighting from the air, giving me no chance at all. And that harp in his hand has both detection and dragon's awe suppression effects. It's definitely an epic tier curio. That's right, I have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Even if I'm lucky enough to use an upgrade ticket to turn the Eternal Compass into an epic tier item, it probably won't be much use against the dragon's special attacks. Let me try one last time to see if I can trigger the probability of a lethal blow against that summoner. If I can't kill him, then I'll have to find a way to escape. He drew his longbow and aimed at White Walker above, but the opponent only gave a contemptuous smile and activated the hand-folding bracelet. The wearer can passively deflect arrows fired at them. A shield emerged around him, sending the arrow flying straight to the side. Cheng Hai was completely speechless. He had even prepared a defensive curio against fast arrows. It seemed instruction was also out of the question. Left with no moves, he leaned over to open the system space and took out the Skeleton Army dinner invitation obtained after clearing the graveyard. Once opened, it can initiate the next stage of the dungeon. The Skeleton Army's dinner. He held up the invitation and shouted, I want to attend the Skeleton Army's dinner. Immediately afterward, a portal rapidly materialized in front of Pony. As the rift widened, it carried Cheng Hai and immediately lunged inside. Outside, White gnashed his teeth. That brat actually held a key to a Stage 2 dungeon. Meanwhile, in the undead kingdom of the Skeleton Army, a spatial rift opened once more, and Cheng Hai stepped through. He checked the task panel. Skeleton Army's dinner. Challenge level 10, current challengers 1-1. Exit task, attend the Skeleton Army's dinner. Subsequent delayed task, gain the recognition of the Skeleton Army after completing the task. Upon completion, the adventurer would gain Charisma 2 and Reputation 1 among the kings of the Undead Kingdom. Cheng Hai whispered to himself, although this dungeon is related to a supreme existence like the Skeleton Army, the task content doesn't seem dangerous. There should be no need to force an exit using the Planeswalker ability. Suddenly, another spatial rift appeared in the air, and a powerful aura rapidly descended beside Cheng Hai. A level 16 legendary creature, a messenger of the night, manifested and spoke softly, was it you who activated the invitation to the Skeleton Army's dinner? I am the messenger of the master, Cheng Hai observed silently. A messenger had flown to greet him as soon as he entered the dungeon, but he merely steadied his mind. Outside, White also landed on the ground and walked toward the gate. According to the dungeon's history, this first person to clear the graveyard almost certainly obtained the Stage 2 dungeon key there. As a beginner's dungeon that had topped the charts for years, the graveyard's clear difficulty ranked in the top 5, so the difficulty of its Stage 2 task was bound to be top tier as well. You'd better not die in there. Inside, the messenger of the night had already brought Cheng Hai to meet the leader of the Skeleton Army. The guest has arrived. From the other side came a deep, hollow voice. Good work. The leader of the Skeleton Army stood up and walked slowly toward Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai looked up, but his eyes widened at the sight of warnings filling his vision. Warning. Encountered an over-legendary high-tier existence. The target currently harbors no ill will toward you. Do not act without authorization. 3 identical warnings in a row caused him to lower his head and grit his teeth. It was truly a case of out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. He was facing an existence beyond the legendary tier. Is this Skeleton Lord a deity on the same level as the Sovereign of Death or the Mother of the Sea? Just then, the Skeleton Lord cast a 4th ring spell, Advanced Appraisal. Once cast, it allows for viewing more comprehensive information about a target. If the target is a creature, its race, challenge level, and base attributes can be revealed. Cheng Hai's information quickly manifested. Human race, level, peak. Base attributes: Strength 17, Speed 20, Physique 16, Intelligence 16, Perception 20. He rested his chin on his hand in contemplation. Both speed and perception had reached the limit indices for the human race. Gloom Follower. Gloom Follower was the second stage advanced class of the Ranger, bearing the title Drow's Natural Enemy. He suddenly turned and called out, "Saladilla, come out." A maid quickly responded. She was the level 16 legendary ghost, Saladilla, the current head maid of the skeleton army. He reached out and patted Cheng Hai on the shoulder, making Cheng Hai tremble all over. "Take the guest to rest." Saladilla nodded. "As you command, master." Subsequently, she led Cheng Hai down the hallway. As they passed by, Cheng Hai noticed some people sealed within the walls, and asked curiously, "These are—" Saladilla introduced, "Ever since the trans-dimensional gates opened, there are always some dim-witted things that come and offend the master. After they die, the master selects rare individuals among them to be made into specimens for this display gallery. This one you see is a low-tier angel from the celestial realm." Seeing her indifferent attitude, Cheng Hai's expression grew even grimmer. Meanwhile, inside CL's dungeon, a rift suddenly opened as well. The messenger of the night stepped through, holding up a green ring and asking, "In which direction is Korada now?" After spinning for a moment, the ring pointed forward. "Over there." At this time, CL was leaning against a grave whistling a melodious tune, when a voice suddenly cut in, "You're certainly taking it easy." CL looked up and recognized the messenger of the night. "Something the matter," the messenger explained with a smile. "That human adventurer who activated the dinner invitation. The skeleton lord is quite fond of him. He sent me to notify you to attend the banquet in the kingdom." CL stood up and asked in return, "Nokidona and Philo have sent out more invitations than I have, right? How can you be sure it's him?" Before he could finish, the messenger interrupted, "Because when I went to greet him, I saw the kid riding a nightmare. Only you, who are responsible for settling the graveyard, possess the nightmare flute." The scene shifted back to the meeting. By now, Saladilla had already brewed tea for Cheng Hai and invited him to enjoy it. The cup was filled with fresh blood, with eyeballs even bobbing in it. Cheng Hai's expression froze instantly. "Can this thing really be drunk?" Sensing his difficulty in swallowing, Saladilla spoke up, "Do you not like blood tea? Wait a moment, I will change it for you." Cheng Hai was startled and said somewhat awkwardly, "No need, I'm not thirsty right now. You go ahead and attend to other things. I don't need help for the time being." She turned around. "Very well, sir," but she remained standing there, leaving the two in an awkward silence. "Actually, you don't need to guard me all the time," but she merely stared at him with her crimson eyes, while outside pairs of red eyes stared at him like predators eyeing their prey. "You are the master's distinguished guest. It is my duty to ensure you are not harmed by the evil spirits or living curios within the castle." Seeing this, Cheng Hai also sensed the situation and thanked her with a trembling voice. "Is that so? Then thank you very much." Outside, a blonde youth was patrolling the sky on a celestial creature, a Pegasus. When he saw the traces left by White's shadow dragon, he gnashed his teeth. "Am I still too late?" His name was Lucas, a level 17 Sky Inquisitor, a national tier adventurer from Switzerland. He was the possessor of the title Memory of the Sky. He urged the Pegasus to turn elsewhere for inspection. The moment they flew away, they didn't know that White was using an epic tier curio called the Mage's Veil. Everything obscured by the veil would be in a state of invisibility. Only individuals whose perception indices broke through their racial limits could discover it. White was hiding behind a tree, standing up to retract the veil. Finally gone. "Next, I just need to guard this spot." He looked at the portal, which was blurred and completely invisible due to the veil, waiting patiently for the kid to complete the exit task and come out. At this time, inside the skeleton army's castle, the victory banquet was fully packed. The skeleton lord sat in the seat of honor. The first one was the level 19 Crimson Duke Philo, the manager of the level 10 Blood Cup dungeon. He was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect the first person to use the invitation would be an adventurer from your side." The level 18 Undead Night Lord merely remained silent, while the level 18 Ancient Archmage, the manager of the level 13 Altar Manor, also broke into a smile. "Among us, the clear difficulty of the graveyard guarded by the Lord is the highest. A low-level adventurer who can escape with his life from his hands must definitely not be underestimated." Cheng Hai fell into deep thought. "I didn't expect the portals scattered across the globe were just an appetizer. Behind them lies such a brutal all-out war. Moreover, I wonder if the national level is aware of this." The Archmage noticed the furrow in his brow and said, "You needn't worry that after joining us we will make you leave your home and betray your race. Before the kingdom of the dead goes to war with other kingdoms, there is a high degree of freedom here, and we will not force you to stay." Philo added, "Furthermore, your hometown lacks the elements of apotheosis we require. It will not become our target." so you needn't worry about which side to stand on if a war breaks out between the Kingdom of the Dead and your hometown." Cheng Hai gave a slight nod, but he was immediately startled by a red warning that popped up. "Agree to their proposal." Meanwhile outside, White had already begun cooking dinner, camping right beside the portal. He lightly plucked a harp string, and a ripple once again covered and protected their space. He couldn't help but feel irritable. Adventurers with invisibility skills like this are truly hard to guard against. "I can't afford to be distracted for a second. I must pluck the strings every few seconds. Once this is over, I must find a curio that provides true seeing to compensate for this shortcoming." Suddenly, he noticed the portal vibrating and hurriedly stepped forward to check. The kid had completed the exit task and was coming out. Sure enough, Cheng Hai stepped out quickly, and as soon as he looked up he saw White waiting for his prey. He retracted his invisibility cloak and smiled helplessly. "I knew you wouldn't give up your pursuit just because I hid in a dungeon." Primal Crow. He quickly reached out to activate a national tier inverse curio, the Sephiroth Ring Primal Crow, the first effect unlocked. The wearer can open a gate to the fallen Sephiroth inverse realm through the curio. The second effect is that the wearer can send invitations to other holders of inverse rings, inviting them to the realm where they are located. The third is that the wearer can accept invitations from other holders to go to their respective realms. As White plucked the harp strings to summon the shadow dragon behind him, Cheng Hai whispered to the ring, "I invite those argumentative and ignorant lords to my realm." Behind him, two massive gates boomed open. White's expression quickly turned vigilant. A summoning channel? It seems this national tier supernova from China gained quite a lot in the Stage 2 dungeon of the graveyard. "Shadow Dragon, descendant of Nidos, please help me seize everything from this adventurer." As the dragon shadow emerged from the opened gate, it growled in response. Very well, White had already draped himself in the invisibility veil by now. Simultaneously, the two gates behind Cheng Hai fully opened. Philo spoke with a face full of contempt. "A level 17 Shadow Dragon, how did you provoke an enemy with such a disparaging strength gap? Can't you see clearly? That shadow dragon, just like us, was summoned to this human realm." Oh, Nokidona subsequently cast a 7th ring spell, Perfect Appraisal. After casting, he could see the full information of the person below using the veil. Level 15 Human God Descendant, Class, Shadow Dragon Attendant, Base Attributes, Strength 16, Speed 16, Intelligence 16, Strategy 18, Perception 14. Nokidona's voice was full of mockery. His base attributes are indeed mediocre. Though I've never seen a level 15 Shadow Dragon Attendant, it's likely some special skill that reduces the difficulty of summoning Shadow Dragons. I bet he can only summon one legendary Shadow Dragon at most. White was stunned upon hearing this. His heart filled with shock. The pros and cons of the Shadow Dragon Attendant were seen through at a glance. What exactly is the background of these helpers he found? Nokidona looked at Philo. "Don't you make a move. I've been researching a ritual to transform dragons into lich dragons lately. Using it as a test subject is just perfect." But he didn't seem that generous either. "Fine, but you must share some dragon blood with me." Seeing this, Nokidona immediately closed the deal. At this time the shadow dragon heard them and let out a furious roar, breathing a blast of dragon breath straight at the two. Cheng Hai turned back with worry to remind them, "Watch out." But Nokidona was very composed. "Relax." He cast a 7th ring spell, and then used a dispelling ability, completely nullifying all of the shadow dragon's attacks, leaving it terrified. White below was also dumbstruck. "What?" Cheng Hai hurriedly looked up and curiously asked Philo what he had done. The old man replied flatly, "Just an ordinary dispelling spell. Speaking of which, that legendary shadow dragon is indeed quite unlucky to have encountered a master of negative energy like Nokidona. Its skills probably won't even be 2/10 effective." The moment Nokidona dispelled the shadow dragon's breath, White realized that the helpers Cheng Hai had found were likely even stronger than the shadow dragon he had summoned. He thought to himself, "Besides, they can all see through the mage's veil. I lack escape methods. I definitely won't be able to run." White knew very well that when encountering such rule-based powerful enemies, the primary consideration was no longer how to win, but how to survive in the hands of these legendary powerhouses. He pondered silently. Should I surrender and beg for mercy? No, that's what I used to do. Thinking from his perspective, this national supernova from China has no reason to let me go. That's right, even when pushed to such a dead end, it wasn't a total loss. He was only one step away from legendary status and had actually mastered 2 methods to promote to an ultimate class. One was to use the effect of the subclass Traitor. First destroy the contract with the primal shadow dragon Nidos, then connect with other legendary powerhouses. After hunting the shadow dragon, he would use the curio upgrade ticket snatched from Cheng Hai to improve the quality of the dragon blood, upgrading it from level 18 pseudo shadow dragon blood to level 20 primal shadow dragon blood. He quickly took out a curio. I want to use a curio upgrade ticket on this painful dragon blood. Finally, by bathing in the dragon blood, he would promote to a shadow dragonblood dragonborn sorcerer. If everything goes smoothly, after bathing in the primal shadow dragon bloodline, and promoting to a dragonborn sorcerer, I will certainly become a high-tier legend. The other method was to accept the help of the Shadow Queen, and in coordination with the subclass Loyal Dog, become an eternal dark guard of the Shadow Realm. I, White, swear my loyalty to you. For White, the upper limit of an eternal dark guard was weaker than a dragonborn sorcerer who had bathed in primal dragon blood, and once he chose this class, he would be forever trapped in the Shadow Realm and by the Shadow Queen. From that moment on, destiny became elusive. Ironically, joining the Shadow Kingdom to become an inquisitorial guard under the Queen's command had become the only path to survival White could envision. He hadn't wanted to take this route, but forced by circumstances, he could only choose to promote to an eternal dark guard to seek the Queen's protection. However, at the very moment he prepared to act, his arm was suddenly severed at the shoulder. He spun around to find Philo shredding his severed limb with a self-satisfied smile. I sensed long ago that no matter what you did, you couldn't change the fate awaiting you and that shadow dragon. Could you please be a good boy and stand still? Philo said coldly. White collapsed to the ground, clutching the stump of his arm, able only to narrow his eyes and grit his teeth in silent endurance, utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Nokidona walked toward the shadow dragon, and cast a 7th ring spell, Force Gauge. Ordinarily, a 7th ring Force Gauge shouldn't be so taxing to restrain a level 17 shadow dragon. Could it be that this dragon had already entered its twilight years? Realizing this, Nokidona couldn't help but be overjoyed. What a stroke of luck! If I petition the army to use the time chamber to catalyze this dragon, and then transform it into a Dracolich. Philo, you'll have to wait a while longer for the dragon blood you wanted. Help him clean up the battlefield first. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The old man gave a slight nod, fine. Subsequently, Nokidona waved a hand, sweeping the shadow dragon along with the ground into the undead kingdom of the skeleton army. The silhouettes of Nokidona and the shadow dragon flickered in the light before vanishing completely before Cheng Hai. At that moment, Philo walked over, hauling White along. I should be going as well. This curio will serve as my fee for stepping in. No objections, I trust. Cheng Hai answered generously. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have reminded you to take some local specialties back with you. Seeing this, Philo chuckled inwardly. This kid was far more sensible than those adventurers who became insufferably arrogant after obtaining power. This kid might actually live long enough for his potential to be realized. He's worth the investment. It just so happens I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you one last piece of advice before I go. Cheng Hai nodded quickly. Please go ahead, he replied. Though the army bestowed the Sephiroth ring upon you, do not become complacent because of it. What the undead kingdom needs are top-tier legends who can stand on their own. If you rely on it too heavily and your growth rate fails to meet the army's expectations for you, I suspect I don't need to spell out the consequences, do I? Cheng Hai was neither surprised nor angry. I knew it. The reason these legendary powerhouses are so amiable is entirely because of the potential I've shown. Once my progress falls behind their expectations, what awaits me will likely be being stripped for parts and consumed entirely. He maintained his facade of being overwhelmed by the favor. Thank you for the reminder. In the future, unless it's an absolute last resort, I will certainly not trouble you all. Subsequently, Philo tossed White aside casually. As long as you understand, I'll leave this level 15 summoner for you to handle. If you have time, remember to ask the master to let me manage things and come find me for tea. See you later. With that he too vanished. Cheng Hai looked down at White's face. The old fellow was still acting tough. Can we negotiate? But Cheng Hai only let out a cold laugh and took out the instruction ring, the eternal fixed instruction ring. This was a 5th ring spell, instruction, with a 24-hour cooldown. You must be joking. Fine, business first. I have no grudge against you. Why did you attack me? White looked up and explained. Because I needed the curio upgrade ticket you obtained after clearing the graveyard. Seeing this, Cheng Hai began to complain. That was a long time ago. What makes you think I'd still have it? White explained further. Whether you've used it or not doesn't matter. As long as the curio you strengthened with the upgrade ticket is still in your hands, I can use a curio return card to reverse reset that item and reclaim the returned upgrade ticket. Hearing this, Cheng Hai fell into deep thought. A curio return card, I feel like I've seen that somewhere. White saw through what he was thinking in an instant and explained. At the Zurich dungeon, the grand finale of the themed auction is the curio return card. Cheng Hai immediately recalled when he was looking at the auction list with Ken. Ah, right. I saw it on the list of lots. So not only were you robbing me, you were planning to rob the organizers of this auction as well. But he immediately countered. It's not that complicated. I just needed the info broker shop to help me find the person who bought the return card and rob them directly. Hearing this, Cheng Hai asked in shock, selling information? So my information in Zurich was also sold to you by them? White's tone was full of wariness. Yes, but I don't know who they got your information from. After a moment of thought, Cheng Hai asked, any other questions? He then blew his whistle to summon Hero. Master, you called for me? Hero looked up. Cheng Hai asked, how many times has the attributes of your Black Knight's sword been upgraded? Hero answered quickly, 4 times, Master. Hearing this, Cheng Hai gave a light laugh. Then it can be upgraded once more. I remember the last time you awakened a talent was because you killed that drow above your level. Let this expert tier adventurer who can summon a legendary shadow dragon be your kill as well. Seeing this, Hero stepped forward with a savage smile. I am most grateful. At this time, White could only grit his teeth and endure the control of the instruction spell, but he suddenly felt the control loosen and hurriedly reached out to stop them. Don't kill me, I can sign a soul contract and exchange all my assets for my life. But Cheng Hai answered coldly, do it. Hero instantly took his head. Cheng Hai quickly obtained an epic tier curio, the Dragon Roar Harp. The frame of the harp was made from the vertebrae of a shadow dragon. When played, it released a dragon's awe resonance that suppressed lower and middle tier races. He suddenly realized no wonder his legs felt weak back then. It was because he was being suppressed by that dragon's power. Hero walked toward White's corpse and shouted, Master, there's another piece of equipment here. Perhaps you'll be interested. He walked over curiously and found it was a piece of curio-type equipment. The deflection bracers. The wearer can passively divert arrows fired toward them. So it's this is indeed something I need. As Cheng Hai spoke, he then asked, by the way, did you obtain a new talent this time? Hero nodded with a smile. I did, Master. I awakened a talent called Hero's Shadow, Backstab, which can be triggered when launching a surprise attack on an enemy harboring killing intent. When facing a higher tier race with a level higher than my own, I can ignore racial suppression. So you're fixing your status at the peak of giant killing? Because he had obtained new power, Hero quickly struck a pose. Precisely, Master. Cheng Hai continued to ponder, looking at this talent's effect alone. It was almost identical to the effect of Colin's title, except the conditions to obtain the talent were much more demanding. But more than that, this was clearly something that could be used cumulatively. He stepped forward and continued to ask, by the way, you said before that becoming a heroic race requires awakening a true name in addition to having a talent. Do you know how to awaken a true name now? But Hero answered blankly, I do not know, Master. Seeing this, Cheng Hai just gave a light laugh. Then I'll help you ask later. Although the association didn't seem to understand how to become a heroic race, the skeleton army and those legendary powerhouses under his command were well informed and would surely know the secret of true names. Just then, a voice rang out, drawing their attention. White is dead. It was Lucas who was on patrol. Cheng Hai turned excitedly to Hero. Was the Hero's Shadow Backstab talent triggered? He shook his head quickly. No. Cheng Hai let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that. Then it seems they aren't together. It must be the Swiss national adventurer summoned by fire. Lucas leapt down, appearing somewhat surprised upon seeing the corpse, then stopped in his tracks. Was the person on the ground killed by you? Hero and Cheng Hai looked around. Are there any others around besides us, or do you believe in that so-called level determinism, thinking that because he could summon a level 17 shadow dragon, it's impossible for him to lose to an adventurer like me, who isn't even expert tier? Hearing this, Lucas gave an embarrassed laugh. You've misunderstood. I just wanted to confirm the ownership of the bounty. But in his heart, he was going crazy. It's only because your level is too low. Even if you are a national tier supernova, killing White across so many levels is simply unbelievable to anyone. Later in Switzerland, inside the Armory restaurant, Ken and Fire were talking with someone, but that person flatly refused, which made Ken very annoyed. On what basis? Aren't you and that White both level 15? He continued to answer. Level 15 and level 15 are not the same. I can only go this far, while he refused to level up in order to seek a higher ceiling ultimate class. Besides, haven't you already contacted Lucas? As long as that Chinese guy named Cheng Hai can hold out until Lucas arrives, he'll survive. Speaking of which, what is your relationship with this adventurer named Cheng Hai? You actually used your connections to come pleading to me. The two were silent for a moment before Fire spoke. He is a friend we made in Brazzaville. If it weren't for our earnest invitation, he wouldn't have actually come to Zurich for this dungeon-themed auction. The person followed up in surprise. The auction? Wait, don't tell me you dragged him along for the identity verification? Fire asked in confusion. Is there a problem with that? The young man explained. There's a huge problem. While for you, Kuhn's themed auction is a good opportunity to strengthen yourselves and broaden your horizons, for some adventurers, this place is a dragon's den. It turned out the person they were talking to was none other than Arctic Shadow, Sieg, a star adventurer under Red Bull. Ken added a curious question. How so? Sieg narrowed one eye and added with a light laugh. An auction of this scale will almost certainly attract low to mid-level adventurers, carrying ultra-high value items like curio upgrade tickets or curio exchange cards. Once they verify their identities through Kuhn's internal staff at the auction, information brokers who have obtained the participants' intelligence will sell their information to wanted criminals like White. I suspect your friend must possess a curio upgrade ticket, which is why he attracted White. At this time, Cheng Hai and Lucas had already used the seeking cane to find this place and were eavesdropping from a distance. So that's how my information was leaked. Lucas gave an embarrassed laugh and spoke up. I'll have Kuhn give you an explanation for this. When the time comes, even White's bounty will be settled and given to you. Cheng Hai looked over with a mocking smile. Then I shall wait and see. The auction began. The master of ceremonies was Isabella. She was the vice president of Kuhn Europe, primarily responsible for dungeon-related antiques, jewelry, and art. She began her opening remarks. Good evening. Welcome everyone to the special dungeon auction jointly organized by Kuhn and Zurich. I am the auctioneer, Isabella. Below I present lot number 1 to everyone. Subsequently, a mermaid locked in a glass cage was brought out. This is a female mermaid from a level 14 underwater city dungeon. Please note, the strength of this lot lies between an elite and an expert tier adventurer. If your strength is insufficient to master this mermaid, you can consider lot number 9, the master-slave contract. Ken's eyes widened as he said loudly, Is this really the same mermaid? The photo in the auction catalog looked nowhere near this good. Fire speculated. Probably the merchant added a permanent charm person spell to her in order to get a good price at this auction. The first ring spell, Charm Person, can enhance one's image and favorability in the eyes of the target. Mermaids already fit the public's aesthetic and are rare to begin with, let alone having their charisma permanently boosted. Thinking of the wealth and fanaticism of those mermaid enthusiasts, this mermaid was bound to fetch an astronomical price later. People raised their hands one after another. The starting bid was 50 black market gold coins. The bidding began. A series of people quickly called out new prices. 55 coins, 70 coins, 150 coins. Ken complained, too exaggerated. It's only the first lot and everyone is fighting like this. Seeing this, Fire turned back in annoyance and roared, Didn't you hear me? Rarity is what makes things valuable, plus every mermaid collector in Europe is here. Under the stimulation of Charm Person, this crowd bidding on a live mermaid has no reason at all. But turning around, he saw the person speaking wasn't Ken but Cheng Hai, which gave him a start. Wait, Cheng Hai, how did you survive? Cheng Hai just sat down with a light laugh. Did you forget I'm a national tier adventurer? My curio upgrade ticket was already used during a dungeon reversal incident in my hometown. Since that wanted criminal couldn't get what he wanted from me, there was no need for him to risk continued pursuit and completely offend the Chinese Adventurers Association. Actually, before that, at the entrance to the auction hall, Lucas and Cheng Hai had already had a private conversation. This curio return card is your compensation from Kuhn. Is it all right if I pay White's bounty in black market gold coins? Cheng Hai accepted them with great satisfaction. No problem. I remember the second to last lot in this auction is the curio return card Kuhn gave me. For an item of this difficulty, is the return card actually a tier lower than the upgrade ticket? Hearing this, Lucas explained with some embarrassment, Actually, the difficulty is the same. You don't see curio upgrade tickets on the market because they are used up as soon as they appear. Consider it compensation for the drops. After level 1 to 5 dungeons appear, rookies who get upgrade tickets almost always use them immediately to boost their competitiveness in the short term. No one would save it until the day it can realize its maximum value. Cheng Hai gave a satisfied smile, but didn't forget to add a touch of mockery. It can't be helped. After all, compared to an illusory future, the interests you can touch right now are more worth focusing on. Besides, can't epic curios be upgraded with curio upgrade tickets? The difference between using them early or late shouldn't be that big. Of course, if you insist that a curio upgrade ticket can be used in a moment of crisis, paired with high charisma, to obtain a curio that solves an immediate predicament, then I have nothing to say. Hearing this, Lucas appeared even more embarrassed. It has nothing to do with that. You'll understand once you upgrade to your ultimate class later. Cheng Hai fell into thought. Judging by his tone, the curio upgrade ticket likely had other uses. Fortunately, I didn't throw away that strange monster health potion fragment. I'll find a chance to return that item later. Just then, Ken was calling Cheng Hai, but after receiving no response for a long time, he shouted loudly, Cheng Hai! Cheng Hai snapped back to his senses and turned to him. Ah, sorry. Ken pointed to the stage. The auction for the Ring of Protection had already begun. The auctioneer, Isabella, continued, "Lot number 26 is a Ring of Protection, which can help the user resist low-level spells and curses upon testing. This ring has a significant defensive effect against spells of the 3rd ring and below. The starting bid is 15 black market gold coins. Let the bidding begin." Several hands went up. 16 coins, 18 coins, 19 coins. Then Cheng Hai, with his startling bid, called out a price of 30 coins, surprising everyone. I bid 30 coins, but suddenly someone raised their hand and called 31 coins. Seeing this, Cheng Hai grew even more annoyed and directly shouted, 50 coins, Mr. 96 bids 50 black market gold coins. Would Mr. 122 like to try 51 coins? But the man answered flatly, no. The people around looked at Cheng Hai as if they were looking at a fool. Even if I lack an expert eye, I believe the value of this ring is roughly between 24 and 27 black market gold coins. Why are they willing to bid a price so far beyond its actual value for a functional curio like this? Or is there something I haven't seen through? I don't understand. Seeing this, a person nearby chuckled. When the auction house was introducing this ring just now, didn't you listen? In addition to blocking magic, it can also suppress curses. For those adventurers who frequently come into contact with curses, or those desperate to get rid of one, paying a high price for an anti-curse ring that is uncommon on the market is actually quite reasonable. Cheng Hai nodded, realizing, I see. Isabella dropped the gavel to close the deal. Let us congratulate Mr. 96. After the auction ended, the crowd began to file out. Cheng Hai looked toward Fire with some regret. Are you two really not planning to join me for high-altitude downhill skiing at Mount Abissa? Fire refused quickly. That project has already been successfully challenged by many people. It's almost impossible to touch the attribute boost effects for extreme athletes. Seeing this, Cheng Hai was a bit disappointed. Is that so? He then waved goodbye and turned to leave. But Ken looked at Fire, a trace of regret in his eyes. Even though downhill skiing on Mount Abissa is indeed useless to us, it wouldn't have hurt to accompany him for a trip, right? But Fire's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked, Do you remember when I went to the restroom during the auction? Ken said blankly, Yeah, I remember, Fire explained. I went to find Sieg then. I asked him to investigate something for me, and guess what he found? Ken looked at Fire's expression, full of curiosity. What did he find? Fire replied. The association has revoked the bounty on White. Upon hearing Fire's words, Ken realized the deep implications for the first time. Aside from Cheng Hai surviving because he used the curio upgrade ticket and Lucas arriving in time, and through negotiation using the revocation of the bounty as a trade-off to persuade White to stop, Fire narrowed one eye and turned to explain. Although Lucas is a legendary adventurer, he doesn't have the authority to revoke the bounty on an S-class wanted criminal. The bounty was revoked because White is already dead. Ken was shocked, and Fire continued, I had doubts before. Why would a national tier supernova still in his growth phase like Cheng Hai be released by the Chinese Adventurer Association? It turns out it's because he already possesses legendary tier combat power. Ken found it even more unbelievable, and shouted back, Wait, isn't Cheng Hai's level still lower than ours, and his primary class clearly hasn't reached the 2nd stage yet? Saying he has legendary tier combat power is a bit too much of an exaggeration. Fire still calmly stated his deduction. Otherwise, how do you explain White's death? That was a peak tier summoner capable of summoning a level 17 legendary Shadow Dragon. His practical combat experience was extensive, and he belonged to an extremely classified level. If he died at the hands of an elite or expert tier adventurer, that would be the true daydream. Ken fell silent for a while, but still refused to believe Fire's deduction. That's true, but back at the Cave of Swallows in Mexico, I didn't feel that Cheng Hai was particularly strong. But Fire explained unwaveringly, this proves that his combat power composition primarily relies on curios or divine favor. If it's the former, White likely died to some sort of first sight kill from an epic curio. If it's the latter, then I suspect the Chinese Adventurer Association let him go abroad partly with the idea of collecting intelligence on the deity behind Cheng Hai through monitoring. Hearing this, do you still think we should stay close to this Cheng Hai who has attracted attention from all sides and is about to become the center of a storm? Meanwhile, Cheng Hai was executing a downhill mission at Mount Abissa, easily completing the prompt. 8 trials of the Death Stalker, Ice Fix completed, Speed 1. He quickly stopped and checked the Death Stalker effects, Perception 5. The closer the class is to death, the greater the boost to strength and speed, with attribute increases not exceeding 4. The 8 trials of the Death Stalker are now active, the 7th has been completed. Life Master grants a 1-point strength bonus. The content of Life Master is free climbing Angel Falls in Venezuela. He lowered his head to observe, panting softly. Is the next stop Venezuela? He immediately moved to the area and happened to encounter others also climbing. That person was none other than the world climbing champion, Edan. Suddenly a voice rang out, "What a coincidence, you're here to climb Angel Falls too." Chang Hai didn't even use a safety rope, skillfully climbing upward and leaving Edan stunned in place. Is this guy crazy? Using that kind of speed and technique for free climbing? Even with 10 lives it wouldn't be enough for him to die. In just a few minutes, Chang Hai reached Edan's side. After finishing, he looked back with a light laugh. One step ahead, he then easily flipped himself up, completing the challenge within minutes. Prompt: 8 trials of the Death Stalker, Life Master completed, Strength 1. But suddenly he shouted, "Are you kidding me? The final trial wants me to jump off this 800 or 900 meter high waterfall. I won't survive even as a miraculous survivalist." He checked the Death Stalker effects. Perception 5. The closer the class is to death, the greater the boost to strength and speed, with attribute increases not exceeding 4. The 8 trials of the Death Stalker are now active. After completing the 8 trials, completing Ultimate Faith grants 1 point of health. The content of Ultimate Faith is to lean backward and jump from the top of Angel Falls in Venezuela. Upon completing this trial, the Death Stalker will promote to the second stage of the primary class, Wraith Poet. He looked down and couldn't help but complain. If only that strange health potion hadn't broken. I just got this curio upgrade ticket and haven't even had time to warm it up before I have to use it again. After Chang Hai used the curio return card to handle the damaged health potion, the strange health potion paired with Miraculous Survivalist could perfectly convey Ultimate Faith. He rubbed his hair, complaining even more irritably, "And using it might not even grant a curio that helps me complete the final trial. Why can't this compensation mechanism give something an adventurer can choose for themselves?" Suddenly he remembered something. "Right, since it's already like this, don't I have that?" He took out the equipment prayer ticket. Upon use, it can be exchanged for a piece of equipment that currently meets the adventurer's requirements. Note that once the adventurer's wish exceeds the prayer ticket's range of realization, the ticket will fail to exchange and cannot be used again. He tossed it into the air. "I need a piece of equipment that can protect me even if I fall from a height of 900 meters. A light glowed, and then a necklace adorned with a fragment of a fallen angel's wing landed in his hand. When worn, a phantom of a single fallen angel wing appears on the user's back. The wing expands and materializes according to the user's command. Its flight capability is weak, but its defense is extremely strong. It possesses the slow fall ability." He gave a light laugh, a satisfied expression on his face. "Heavens, I hit the jackpot. This earring can actually fly in addition to providing defense and slow fall." He immediately put it on his ear and expanded it with a laugh. It was as if a single black wing had grown behind him. He looked back in awe. "My God, it's beautiful." Then he slowly backed up and leaped off the cliff. "Well then, Wraith Poet, here I come." Edan was still climbing at this time, thinking to himself, "I heard that adventurers sponsored by Red Bull seem to travel all over the world looking for extreme sports that no one else dares to challenge. Could that kid be one?" But just as he turned his head, he saw a strange object falling. It was Chang Hai. He plunged straight toward the water's surface. Just as he was about to make contact, he shouted, "Protect me!" The wing on his back quickly wrapped around him, and then he hit the water with a splash. The moment Chang Hai spreads his fallen angel wing and dives down the waterfall officially wraps up the story up to chapter 126 of the original comic. And this is also where our part 1 video will officially come to a close right here. If you enjoyed this review video, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss out on exploring thrilling new worlds and fascinating new characters coming next. Your support is a massive motivation for our team to keep grinding and bring you guys even more high-quality comic masterpieces. Thank you so much for watching, peace out, and we'll see you in the next video on BALA Manhua Recaps.